Chapter 1. The Low Martial Achievement System. In the year 2526 of the new martial era, at the 3rd High School of Xiaoqing, Class 7 of the senior year, leaning against his own throne by the window, Sukin found himself in a rather melancholic state. At this moment, two pieces of news lay before him, one good and one bad. The good news was that despite being transported to a perilous world dominated by martial prowess, where he was merely a mediocre student with poor martial aptitude and humble origins, he possessed a golden finger and extraordinary advantage. As for the bad news, this golden finger was rather troublesome. It was the low martial achievement system. Unlocking achievements within this system would yield rewards. But I am in a high martial world. The model is wrong. Can I really unlock achievements at random? Achievement, not activated. Gazing at the inactive golden finger, Sukin felt tears welling up in his eyes. He was currently destitute and possessed the most inferior root bone, with nothing remarkable to speak of apart from his striking looks. However, in this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, especially in the eyes of martial practitioners, even his appearance paled in comparison to a cheap nutrient potion that could enhance strength. Thus, the idea of triggering any earth-shattering achievements seemed utterly implausible. With a heavy sigh, Sukin stared blankly at the glass window beside him. This sigh only served to accentuate the melancholy in his handsome face, making him appear even more striking. Ding! You have just recognized your extraordinary beauty. The low martial achievement is activating. Your unparalleled beauty surpasses that of 99.9% of male practitioners in the low martial world, rendering you a siren of the rivers and lakes, enticing countless female practitioners and certain exceptional male practitioners to draw their swords against you. Achievement unlocked. Male beauty disaster. Reward. Charm increased by 50. A series of notifications left Sukin momentarily stunned. Wait, just looking in the mirror activates the system? You should have mentioned that sooner. If I had known that self-admiration was the key to opening the system. Sukin resolved to carry a vanity mirror with him at all times. Suppressing his excitement, he calmed himself to analyze the notifications one by one. First and foremost, my looks have caught the attention of the system, surpassing that of 99.9% of my male counterparts in the low martial world. Furthermore, female practitioners are willing to draw their swords against each other for my sake, thus being deemed a disaster to the martial world. Most importantly, system, have you confused two worlds? I belong to the high martial world, not the low martial realm. However, upon further reflection, Sukin concluded that the system must have conflated the two worlds, leading to the absurdity that his beauty, inferior to even a cheap potion, reached the system's upper limits, rendering him a disaster of beauty and unlocking the achievement. Indeed, being handsome does confer certain advantages, Sukin mused, a smile gracing his features as he felt a surge of confidence. Yet, as he contemplated the achievement's reward, his smile quickly faded. An increase of 50 in charm, how vexing. He already possessed sufficient handsomeness, yet the system insisted on augmenting it further. Can charm be consumed as sustenance? Well, it seems it actually can, but it would be utterly useless in the pursuit of martial cultivation. Am I truly to abandon my dignity and become a pampered pet for a powerful woman to survive? Sukin gazed at the achievement titled Male Beauty Disaster, feeling both a sense of benefit and disdain. He can only hope that the system will soon unlock more credible achievements. At this moment, the class was interrupted. Silence. The homeroom teacher, Lu Fong, entered the classroom, and the previously boisterous atmosphere instantly transformed into a hush. After returning from summer vacation, there are only 9 months left until the college entrance examination. How can you all display such a careless demeanor? Lu Fong gazed at the carefree students, feeling a wave of exasperation. Let me not be accused of failing to inform you tomorrow will mark the annual physical fitness assessment for the entire grade. This serves as a test upon your return from vacation. Those who fail will face consequences in their final year of high school. Not only will the meal subsidy be halved, but eligibility for scholarships will also be revoked. At this, the students of Class 7 began to feel a surge of anxiety. The college entrance examination is a life-changing event, and scholarships are reserved for the exceptional. Most of them were aware of their mediocre martial arts aptitude. Understanding that hope was a distant dream, they could only listen. However, a halving of the meal subsidy was indeed a matter of life and death. Training in martial arts requires sustenance, and this is an accepted truth. For students from impoverished backgrounds, such a reduction would be a devastating blow. Without adequate meal support to maintain their training, they might not even meet the high school graduation standards. Sensing her words had some effect, Lu Fong smiled in satisfaction. All right, everyone, gather on the playground. It's time to commence the morning practice of body conditioning fist. As she spoke, Lu Fong added, "Oh, and today's morning practice is rather special. It seems the girls' side will be led by the outstanding Yujiro from the elite class." Before she could finish her sentence, there was a loud exclamation. "What? Yujiro?" That Yujiro, blessed with extraordinary innate talent. The prodigious girl who even inspires the national martial arts master to consider taking her as a disciple. Is this for real? Traditionally, isn't the girls' side led by the older female teachers? This is a feast for the eyes. But who will lead the boys' side? Will it be a male student as well? How fortunate it would be for someone to share the leadership with this paragon of grace. Standing closer might even elevate one's own prowess. Most likely, it will be that genius Zhou Yi from the elite class. The boys of Class 7 chattered excitedly, their eyes shimmering at the mention of Yujiro. "Su-kan, you will be the leader for the boys' side." Lu Fong's declaration left the boys of Class 7 in stunned silence, turning their gaze toward the bewildered Su-kan. "Why him, teacher?" Chen Meng, the class president, was the first to rise, pointing accusingly at Su-kan. "While Su-kan's body conditioning fist is commendable for our class, it is merely at the beginner level. Having him represent our class alongside you would be an embarrassment to us. Moreover, if Su-kan can lead, then after my rigorous practice over the summer, my skills have approached a remarkable level. Am I not equally deserving?" The other boys nodded vigorously, their eyes fixed on Lu Fong. Typically, Chen Meng led their class in practice, being the most skilled with the mandatory body conditioning fist. If someone were to be chosen from Class 7, it should indeed be him. But to their surprise, Lu Fong simply remarked, "You are not as handsome as he is." Not as handsome, Chen Meng felt as if struck by lightning, his expression one of confusion. What does appearance have to do with martial arts? Moreover, if we were to select a male leader based on the proficiency in body conditioning fist, it would hardly be our ordinary class, let alone you. Which boy in the elite class does not possess exceptional physical fitness and has not reached a minor level of mastery in body conditioning fist? Chen Meng's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched in silence. This semester's morning exercises are intended to create a promotional video for our third school, as per the directive of the school leadership, which prioritizes spirit and personal image over the mastery of body conditioning fist. Therefore, Su-kan's appearance, which you have all witnessed, is the reason he was directly named by the leadership. Or do you believe your looks surpass those of Su-kan? Upon hearing Lu Fong's explanation, the girls from Class 7 instinctively glanced at Chun Hu, who sported a bowl cut and was afflicted with acne, only to shake their heads vehemently. Chun Hu's complexion turned an alarming shade of red, and after casting a glare at Su-kan, he begrudgingly took a seat. "Old class, I know I'm not unattractive, but to perform body conditioning fist in front of so many people, I fear I might bring shame to our class." From the back row, Su-kan scratched his head, casting a troubled look at Lu Fong. Despite his earnest efforts in practicing body conditioning fist, his martial arts aptitude was lacking. His physical capabilities could not keep pace, compounded by slightly inferior comprehension, rendering every punch laborious and progress painfully slow. "What shame! Your very face is what we need. Go ahead and assemble," Lu Fong replied, compelling Su-kan to step out of the classroom under the envious and resentful gazes of his male classmates. "You have been recommended by the entire martial arts community as the new martial arts master, demonstrating unparalleled martial arts in front of all. Your actions can be deemed a divinely bestowed skill, your martial ethics surpassing 90 of martial arts masters worldwide, benefiting the world of martial arts and spreading wisdom, unlocking achievement. Divine Teacher Award. Insight increased by 30 and a chance for sudden enlightenment." Chapter 2. The system grows more eccentric, and my affection deepens. As Su-kan walked along the corridor leading to the backstage of the martial arts platform, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon hearing the notification. This absurd system was at it again, recommended by the entire martial arts community as the new martial arts master. He was merely coerced into being a morning exercise spokesperson due to his handsome visage. As for imparting unparalleled martial arts, The body conditioning fist, which everyone, young and old, was practicing, was hardly what one might call supreme martial arts. He was simply a novice, barely scraping the surface of body conditioning fist. Divinely bestowed skills, spreading wisdom across the land. All of it was forced upon him. System, you truly are eccentric, yet I find myself fond of it. He may have grumbled, but inside, Sukin felt a blossoming joy. The more eccentric the system became, the more he adored it. And thus, an advantageous achievement arrived. Achievement male beauty disaster, divine teacher. Increasing insight by 30. In martial arts training, while innate talent is undoubtedly important, insight is an equally essential factor. Whether it pertains to grasping martial arts or deepening understanding, insight is indispensable. Take the obligatory body conditioning fist. For instance, it demands a certain level of insight. Moreover, the most significant aspect of this achievement unlock was the gift of a chance for sudden enlightenment. Sudden enlightenment, a realm of profound mysteries that elude verbal explanation, as recorded in legends. Upon hearing that entering a state of enlightenment would lead to an astonishing enhancement of one's comprehension in a remarkably brief period. Whether in the practice of profound martial arts or in conjunction with the breathing techniques accompanying the body refinement fist, it became evident to me that this would undoubtedly serve as a significant trump card. Lost in delightful contemplation, I experienced a sudden rush of clarity. In that instant, a refreshing sensation swept through my mind, akin to the invigorating chill of a drop of icy dew landing on my forehead during a sweltering summer day, awakening my senses and sharpening my thoughts. As I reflected upon the training process of the body refinement fist, I discovered that what had previously seemed obscure and perplexing began to unravel. Through the collision of thoughts, I managed to clarify my understanding. The essence of exertion. I had merely been practicing mechanically, yet the key to advancing to the minor success stage of the body refinement fist lies in the technique of exertion. Immersed in the realization of the body refinement fist, I unwittingly lowered my head and stepped into the corner entrance leading backstage. Suddenly, I collided with someone. A delightful fragrance wafted into my nostrils, and I felt as though I had bumped into something soft. However, this soft and fragrant entity surprisingly sent me tumbling to the ground. "Are you all right?" Came a sweet voice tinged with a hint of apology as a delicate hand, as white as sheep fat, extended toward me. Instinctively, I grasped it, feeling the softness, only to be yanked upright with unexpected force. What incredible strength! My astonishment elicited a melodic laughter from my companion. "We shouldn't say that girls possess great strength," Sue classmate. Upon lifting my gaze, I saw a pure and charming girl with a delicate nose, embroidered brows, and crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with mirth. It was Yujiro. The person I had collided with was none other than the celebrated prodigy of the elite class. I scratched my head, feeling a bit awkward. "Do you know me, you classmate?" I was merely an ordinary student from a lower-tier class, lacking any notoriety. To my surprise, this renowned beauty recognized me. "I've heard the girls in our class mention you. They said there's a super handsome boy in the ordinary class," Yujiro giggled, covering her mouth. "And our homeroom teacher mentioned that it seems you will be leading the morning practice with me this time. This is my first time leading, and I'm not very proficient in the body refinement fist. You may find it amusing, you classmate." "That's all right. Let's do our best together." With a flourish of her delicate, rosy fist, the girl turned and continued toward the backstage area. Yet, just a few steps away, she suddenly paused and turned back, playfully shaking her pristine palm at me. Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled like the moon, utterly enchanting. "With such effort, Sue classmate, you will surely succeed." As her ponytail swayed in the distance, I extended my right hand, which had just been grasped, and gazed at my calloused palm, finally grasping her intent. Such beauty combined with kindness and talent, no wonder she is the white moonlight for so many. I chuckled softly and promptly followed in her wake. While absorbing the fresh insights of the body refinement fist, I endeavored to solidify my newfound understanding. I had no intention of squandering this opportunity for a surge in enlightenment. In my mind, notifications echoed continuously. Body refinement fist proficiency 1, body refinement fist proficiency 2, body refinement fist proficiency 1, body refinement fist. Martial arts, body forging fist. Minor achievement 23. In just one morning, my proficiency skyrocketed from 81 to a minor achievement of 23. Such speed is truly astonishing and continues to grow. Amidst his astonishment, Sukin resembled a parched sponge, eagerly absorbing every detail of the exertion. Simultaneously, on the martial arts practice field, the sound of a morning exercise broadcast echoed. The 8 classes that had commenced their studies early gradually flooded onto the field. The elite class students, as representatives, positioned themselves at the forefront, standing tall and proud. The remaining 7 ordinary classes dispersed in sequence, aligning according to their rankings, their morale evidently diminished. Lu Feng, if Su can alleviate our school's predicament of having more boys than girls this time, even if his physical assessment results are less than ideal tomorrow, we should reserve a portion of this year's scholarships for him as a reward for his contribution to the school, remarked Principal Pan Tao, observing the near 8-to-1 ratio of boys to girls below, his expression filled with concern. Lu Feng nodded in agreement, unable to suppress a smile. Well, that lad is fortunate to have a likable appearance otherwise. With his innate talent and physical aptitude, under the stringent requirements for the minor achievement in body-forging fist, he would have no chance of scholarship. While the school's higher-ups engaged in conversation, the students on the field were stretching, and the news of Sukin being the male leader ignited a flurry of excitement. Is it true that those guys from Class 7 have the right information? The male leader is actually Sukin, that boy? It must be true. Look, neither Zhou Yin nor Wu Ting from the elite class have taken the stage. Typically, unless a teacher leads, it's always these 2 prodigies from the elite class who take charge. Why him? Sukin is just an ordinary class student like us, with his body-forging fist barely at mid-level proficiency. He doesn't even rank in the top 10 of Class 7. Why should he be on stage with the campus belle? I heard they are filming a new promotional video, and the school's leadership insisted on a strict criterion. They must be handsome. Handsome? Huh, what good is that? Can he enter the elite class or get into a martial arts university? Yet, having the opportunity to share the stage with the campus belle is simply enviable. Damn. Before long, in the central area of the practice stage, 2 individual circular platforms slowly ascended. Yujiro and Sukin stood upon separate platforms. One exuded a brooding handsomeness, while the other radiated sweetness. The eyes of the crew stationed nearby, ready to film, sparkled with interest. Meanwhile, on the steps close to the rising platforms stood the vice leaders, selected from the 8 classes. 5 boys and 3 girls, each displaying a distinct expression as they gazed at Sukin. Notably, Zhou Yi from the elite class, second only to Yujiro, wore a sullen expression. That position was meant for him. It was supposed to be his chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yujiro, creating a remarkable moment. Instead, it had been seized by an ordinary class student. Sukin, don't mess up later and ruin our Class 7's reputation. Chen Ming, the class leader, whispered urgently. Besides being the class leader, he also served as the discipline committee member, responsible for maintaining the class's decorum. Engrossed in his stretching, Sukin seemed oblivious to his surroundings, continuing to refine the intricacies of his punching techniques without a glance back. Chen Ming, feeling utterly disregarded, wore a grimace of discomfort, sneering at Sukin. I hope you don't embarrass yourself later. In contrast, Yujiro, standing upon the platform, waved enthusiastically at Sukin classmate Su. Over here. Today is merely for filming a promotional video. In a moment, face me, and I will slowly guide you through the basics of the body conditioning fist. Sukin responded with an affirmative gesture, turning to face Yujiro. This interaction shattered the hearts of the male students present, who clenched their teeth in frustration as they glared at Sukin. What pained them further was, Yujiro also turned towards Sukin, playfully responding with a peace sign. The 2 exchanged secret signals, resembling a pair of flirtatious lovers, and the atmosphere became noticeably charged with a hint of intimacy. Below, Zhou Yi inhaled deeply, his fist clenched tightly. At that moment, the loud voice of Pan Tao boomed through the speakers. Morning exercises are now commencing. The first form of the body conditioning fist, the fist rises like the wind. Instinctively, the students lowered their waists and thrust their punches forward. Amidst the clicking of the filming equipment, hundreds of students moved in unison, yet each expressed their individuality. Power comes from the waist, the fist emerges like a dragon, murmured Su Can as he lifted his hand to deliver a straight punch. Though his strength was somewhat lacking, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. The seemingly light punch caught the attention of Yujiro, who gazed at him with brightened eyes. On the observation platform, the school leaders, including Principal Pantao, were momentarily stunned, fearing Su Can might falter under pressure. Lu Fong, his homeroom teacher and most familiar with Su Can, gasped slightly, her lips parting in astonishment. This is the minor accomplishment of the body conditioning fist. Chapter 3. Mastery at its peak. Box 888. Lu Fong, did you not claim that Su Can's body-forging fist was merely an introductory level? Principal Pantao's eyes glimmered with surprise as he observed the composed young man on stage. Yet, seeing Su Can's current demeanor, it appeared that his prowess transcended the mere beginnings of proficiency. His punches, tempered just enough, surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, executing the first form of the body-forging fist with remarkable precision. It seems that, even without his assistance for this shoot, this young man might secure himself a scholarship through sheer diligence. We must not overlook such talent emerging from the ordinary class. It deserves our utmost attention. Do you understand? Lu Fong, reprimanded by the principal, found herself somewhat bewildered. As the homeroom teacher of Class 7, her impression of Su Can was primarily due to his striking good looks and the fact that he resided in a perilous outer district, coming from a rather impoverished background. Beyond that, she had not taken the time to understand the specifics of Su Can's situation. Reflecting upon it now, she realized that she had indeed been remiss in her duties as a teacher. To have a student with such innate understanding, who had cultivated the body-forging fist to the level of minor accomplishment and yet remain oblivious to it, was a grave oversight. His overall academic performance had consistently hovered around the mid-range, and while his proficiency in body-forging fist was commendable, it seemed far from the level he now displayed. Lu Fong was filled with confusion. Could it be that he had experienced a breakthrough over the summer? She was not alone in her perplexity. The students of Class 7 looked at Su Can with equal bewilderment and embarrassment. They were baffled by the stark contrast in Su Can's execution of the body-forging fist compared to his usual demeanor, feeling a sense of shame at his seemingly effortless display of power. Only Chen Meng observed Su Can with a mix of uncertainty and intrigue. His own mastery of the body-forging fist was perilously close to the level of minor accomplishment, having sought the guidance of a skilled teacher over the summer. The change in Su Can's technique was evident. Initially appearing weak, his punches were, in fact, unpredictable and rapid. This was indeed the hallmark of minor accomplishment. Chun Hu's disbelief was palpable. He felt as though he might shatter his own teeth in frustration. With no resources to enhance physical abilities and lacking the mentorship of a seasoned instructor, how could Su Can achieve such prowess? Others from the elite class shared Chun Hu's incredulity. As students of the advanced class, they were expected to possess at least a moderate aptitude for martial arts, with minor accomplishment in body-forging fist being a strict criterion. Thus, they too recognized Su Can's exceptional capabilities. Indeed, some of the students ranked at the bottom of the elite class could not match Su Can's explosive execution of the initial stance. This led to many who had anticipated witnessing Su Can's embarrassment to now feel increasingly awkward. The students from the ordinary class, whose physical capabilities were inherently inferior, were astonished to see Su Can's performance surpassing theirs. This was utterly humiliating. What they had thought was an introductory level of the body-forging fist was clearly a manifestation of minor accomplishment. The chief coordinator for the shoot, an experienced practitioner of body-forging fist for several decades who had barely reached the level of minor accomplishment himself, was compelled to alert the filming crew. Hurry! No more close-ups of the face. Oh, wait. Faces are important, but we need full-body shots as well. Capture everything. Keep up with the action. Su Can was completely immersed in the profound understanding of his martial practice, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only him. With the winds of his fists rising, he transitioned seamlessly into the second technique, fist to the vaulted sky, executing a powerful hook that connected flawlessly, building upon the foundation of his prior effort. Soon followed the third technique, the fourth, as various methods of exertion were continuously integrated into his body-forging fist. His proficiency soared at an astonishing rate. Body-forging fist proficiency 2. Body-forging fist proficiency 1. Body-forging fist. What a masterful transformation of power. Sukan's body-forging fist surely transcends mere minor mastery. Yujiro, watching from across, was astonished as her own proficiency in the body-forging fist ascended to minor mastery alongside his. It was not until both had replicated the 10th technique that they paused. Martial arts, body-forging fist, minor mastery, 89. Unbeknownst to him, how exhilarating. Sukan suddenly realized he had completed the first round of the body-forging fist, with his proficiency reaching an impressive 89. Moreover, in the depths of his mind, he seemed to have gained a new insight. Why must one always adhere to the conventional? The thought sparked a subconscious urge to begin the second round of practice, his fists flying forth, initiating the 5th technique, Twin Peaks overturning the sea. At this moment, everyone observing Sukan froze in disbelief. The majority of students from the ordinary class were thrown off their rhythm. Once they regained their composure, they hurriedly attempted to retract the 1st technique and awkwardly present the 5th. However, in the next instant, Sukan unleashed a left jab, while simultaneously striking upwards with his right, executing both the 1st and 2nd techniques at once. This fusion of techniques, unbound by form, was astonishing. Pan Tao in the observation platform was left in utter shock. Was he attempting to reach the pinnacle of mastery? Lu Feng was rendered speechless, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the young man. Yujiro, after a brief moment of astonishment, puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction as she glared at Sukan, yet she too followed suit, unleashing her fists. Honestly, Sukan, can't you be mindful of the occasion? Meanwhile, the entire practice arena, comprising students from the ordinary class, and even a significant portion from the elite class, had halted their exercises, staring in bewilderment at Sukan, who was lost in his performance. They simply cannot keep up. They were advised to continue their normal practice of the body-forging fist, without the need to follow Sukan. It was only when Pan Tao spoke up that the awkward atmosphere was alleviated. Time passed, and after completing 10 rounds of the body-forging fist, this morning's training could finally be deemed concluded. Yet on the raised platform, Sukan continued unabated. Despite being drenched in sweat, his uniform clinging tightly to his body, he remained tireless, relentlessly swinging his fists. Do not disturb him. Let him practice until exhaustion. When the other students had dispersed, Pan Tao led Lu Feng to the base of the raised platform. Surely, his physical capabilities must not have surpassed a life energy level of 2. This young man was likely persisting solely through sheer willpower at this moment. Lu Feng nodded. Principal, I truly did not anticipate Sukan possessing such insight, yet his innate talent. She paused, reflecting on his innate potential. Despite such enlightenment, he was burdened with inferior roots. Oh, how lamentable. Pan Tao's eyes were filled with regret. A student from an ordinary class has astonishingly managed to cultivate his body refinement technique to such an extent. This young man may not be a prodigy of cultivation, yet he is undoubtedly a martial arts genius. Regardless, he must be nurtured with utmost importance. After practicing the body refinement technique several more times, Sukan finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. He was so close to making further progress, yet his physical stamina had betrayed him. Having pushed himself to the limits, Sukan once again came to a profound realization of the significance of physical fitness. If only his physical constitution were stronger, he would undoubtedly have had the energy to continue practicing. Alas, he was merely a student of inferior talent, and despite countless efforts, his physical improvement remained painfully slow, far behind that of his peers with moderate talent, who typically possess vitality levels exceeding 4 and abundant stamina. If only his innate talent were better, his cultivation faster, and his physical strength more robust. Murmuring to himself, Sukan soon shook his head. The foundations of martial arts are predetermined by nature. Altering them is nearly impossible. At that moment, a notification from his wristwatch interrupted Sukan's reverie. Little Can, are you coming to visit Grandma Tan today? Didn't Grandma mention she has a grandson around your age whom she wishes to introduce to you? Almost forgetting about this. Sukin glanced at the message and realized it was already 5 in the afternoon, a time when he typically worked part-time. Coming from a humble background, Sukan's father was merely a laborer at the bottom of society, earning less than $5,000 a month. His mother had been paralyzed from the waist down due to a disaster caused by a foreign race several years ago. Not only did she require constant medication and hot compresses, but she could also only sit in a wheelchair, doing small handicrafts to help support the family. Faced with their financial struggles, taking on part-time work had become an essential task for Sukan. Meanwhile, at the border between the outer and inner city, in a time-worn martial arts therapy shop nestled within a narrow alley, an elderly woman with graying hair and a kindly demeanor scolded a young girl clinging to her arm. "Ah, my dear, you finally decided to visit this old soul of mine?" "Grandma, it's just that with the college entrance exams approaching, I've been busy with my training. How about you move to the inner city soon? That way, I can accompany you every day. I want to go. This shop has been passed down from your great-grandfather. It cannot be relocated. The outer city is too dangerous, my dear. I want to go, I want to." "Is it because your family has gained some prestige in Xiaocheng that you look down on this old place?" The girl, feeling aggrieved, replied, "That is not true, Grandma. We're just concerned for you." All right, the shop is busy today. After such a long time without visiting this old body of mine, you must be punished by helping me attend to a customer." "Ah, Grandma, you claim not to mind, yet you've even abandoned the family craft. Off you go." "Fine, I shall go." As the young girl blushed and donned her work attire, she stepped into a private room designated for martial arts therapy. Just then, Sukin entered the therapy center, a warm smile gracing his face as he greeted Tan Lien at the front desk. "Good day, Grandma Tan." Upon seeing the youth, a flicker of affection and surprise illuminated Tan Lien's murky eyes. "Littlekin has arrived. Cool me. Let Grandma see if you've grown taller over the 2 months of summer vacation. I just finished my training, and I'm a bit sweaty." Sukin scratched his head, but before he could say more, Tan Lien, with a gentle smile, ushered him towards the innermost room, number 888. "I know your temperament well. Dear, you must be drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted from your practice. Go wash up first. Oh, and by the way, my grandson is already inside waiting for you. You're of a similar age. I believe you two will get along famously." At her words, Sukin nodded, not wishing to be overly coy. The reason he could rise from bed the next day, even after exhausting training without supplementary nourishment, was due to Tan Lien's thoughtful care. She consistently utilized the resources of the establishment to provide him with martial arts therapy, alleviating the strain on his muscles and bones. Without her assistance, given the intensity of his training today, he would have long since succumbed to fatigue. This was precisely why he continued to work part-time at this quaint therapy shop. Out of gratitude, he often endeavored to meet the elderly Tan Lien's needs, engaging in pleasant conversation whenever possible. Previously, several older gentlemen at the shop assisted him in unblocking his energy channels and muscles with considerable force. He wondered if Grandma Tan's grandson would be equally capable. Being of a similar age, he too must be a martial arts student from Xiaocheng High School, just like him. With these thoughts in mind, Sukin easily opened the door to room 888. Instantly, a familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils as a perfect silhouette clad in the therapy center's uniform turned to face him. A delicate nose and an exceptionally pure and beautiful visage came into view, and under the bright lights, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with allure. "You? Sukan? Chapter 4. Have you not eaten, dear lady?" Their eyes locked in a moment of mutual astonishment, as silence enveloped the air, thick with tension. Sukin stood in bewilderment before the figure of Yujiro, the very same person with whom he had led the team earlier that day. The illustrious beauty from the third high school, the ethereal muse for countless admirers, now donned a work uniform in a therapy shop. Yujiro, equally taken aback, found herself frozen, her entire demeanor becoming awkward as her fingers fidgeted in a nervous dance. She could hardly fathom that the esteemed guest her grandmother had mentioned was none other than Sukin. It turns out, simultaneously, they both attempted to shatter the peculiar atmosphere. Su classmate, you go first," Yujiro exclaimed, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she pointed at him. So, the grandson that Grannyton spoke of was indeed you classmate. Sukin cleared his throat. Are you also working here, you classmate? The uniform suits you quite well. As he gazed at Yujiro, clad in a loose, pale blue work outfit that did little to conceal her alluring figure, confusion washed over him. If the school Belle was indeed working part-time here, why had he never crossed paths with her before? I'm not working. That was something from my childhood before I moved into the inner city. Yujiro lowered her gaze to her work attire, her face suddenly ablaze with embarrassment. So, Sukan was the student her grandmother often spoke of, the one who kept her company? The girl feigned composure, hastily diverting the conversation. Sukan candidly admitted, Grannyton mentioned her grandson was rather unfilial, hence, she asked me to keep her company. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized he might have misspoken, as he was met with a piercing gaze from her beautiful eyes. Yujiro's petite face fell instantly, crumpling in discontent, her expression one of utter grievance. Ever since discovering her unique constitution, she had resided in the safer confines of the inner city, where the presence of the martial god temple ensured her security. After all, as a rare possessor of a special root bone, her existence bore significant weight in the realm of Great Xia. Given the frequent incursions by foreign foes, venturing outside was not a trivial matter. Thank you, Su classmate. As the atmosphere hung heavy with awkwardness, Yujiro slowly lifted her head, her cheeks slightly puffed as she managed a smile. Su classmate, after practicing the body training fist all afternoon, you must be utterly exhausted. You should go take a shower. And do not misunderstand. This is merely a token of gratitude for accompanying my grandmother. Today, I have the rare honor of providing you with therapy. You should feel privileged to receive treatment from a genius with a special root bone. Therapy. Sukin was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the girl who attempted to mask her embarrassment with a haughty demeanor. Based on the previous therapy sessions administered by several gentlemen, the process was rather intensive, often requiring him to lie face down while they worked on him. Gulp. Well, what are you imagining? Martial therapy is merely the standard procedure at every martial therapy establishment. Noticing Sukan's bewildered expression, Yujiro scolded him shyly. Why aren't you off to shower? You're quite pungent. Only then did Sukan dart into the bathing area. As warm water cascaded over his handsome visage, he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. The illustrious beauty of a university, who possesses a visage both pure and enchanting, unexpectedly offers to administer a massage. No, rather, a martial therapeutic treatment. Despite her signature crescent smile that she maintains within the school, at this moment, she reveals a myriad of emotions: grievance, arrogance, and shyness, creating a stark contrast that is utterly striking. Should the male students of the institution catch a glimpse of their beloved white moonlight in such a demeanor, they would undoubtedly prostrate themselves, howling like dogs in awe. Before long, after placing his school uniform into the automatic dry cleaning machine, Sukin emerged from the bathing area clad in a bathrobe. Meanwhile, Yujiro had gathered her disheveled locks into a ponytail, brushing her hair aside with a serious demeanor as she commanded, Ahem, lie down. I must clarify that the last time I performed martial therapy was when I was 8, assisting my grandfather in invigorating his joints. This is my second attempt. Sukin felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had heard that this paragon of beauty had reached a life energy level exceeding 10, rivaling that of an accomplished martial artist. Her strength was such that shattering stone would be as effortless as sipping water, far beyond the capabilities of the older gentleman in the establishment. Please, exquisite you, be gentle. As he lay trembling on the therapy table, a sudden surge of immense force struck his lower back. The sensation was deceptively delicate, yet the power behind it was utterly overwhelming. Ouch! Sukan's eyes widened as he emitted a noise akin to that of a distressed pig. It felt as though he had been collided with by a freight truck, his body on the ground while his spirit soared above. Sister, are you serious? Yujiro promptly moderated her strength, rolling her crescent-shaped eyes in exaggerated disdain. Are you all right? The drawback of practicing the body-forging fist lies in the lower back and spine. This technique, passed down from my grandmother, employs precise acupressure and vibrations to effectively stimulate the flow of energy, dissipating the stasis of stagnant blood and air. Although he faced away from her, the fragrance surrounding her was undeniably alluring. Yet, Sukin found himself deeply wounded in his pride. Is this truly something a woman should say to a man? I can hardly endure this. Have you not eaten? Warning, warning. Your current actions suggest a propensity for self-destruction. At this moment, you are being subjected to the divine cleansing of the transcendent Saintess, a rare opportunity and a chance to ascend to greatness. However, your arrogance leads you to defy her benevolence. Alas, despite your intentions, you ultimately succumb to her overwhelming presence, unlocking the achievement, Saintess Body Forging. Reward, transformation of the essence. As the unexpected notification flooded his mind, Sukin felt the pain in his back dissipate, and a sense of refreshment enveloped him. He began to perceive Yujiro's delicate fingers upon his back as surprisingly gentle. He was genuinely taken aback. The reward he received was the transformation of his essence. A mere massage, merely a simple martial therapeutic treatment, had metamorphosed into a profound purification of his being. Oh, system, you truly are the worm in my belly. Previously, he had felt helpless due to the limitations of his essence, which hindered the rapid enhancement of his physical capabilities, obstructing his martial training at every turn. At this moment, having undergone a metamorphosis, regardless of the extent of that transformation, as long as it is not of inferior quality, Sukin has indeed leaped over the dragon gate like a carp, reopening a new gateway to the martial arts realm. The path of martial arts has been illuminated. In a state of exhilaration, Sukin's body is presently undergoing astonishing changes. His vital energy surges, and the harmonious resonance of his muscles and bones creates an intangible sound, crackling in his mind. Even his senses seem to have transformed, becoming clearer and more acute. The most immediate sensation is that the aroma wafting from behind him appears to be more enticing. The delicate touch against his back, even through the fabric of his bathrobe, feels almost ethereal. Sukin is certain that his physical prowess has received a tremendous enhancement. Had he not eaten? He chuckled. Upon hearing Sukin's defiant remarks, Yujiro, standing behind him, smirked. Initially intending to be gentle, she sensed that the man beneath her was unappreciative. Thus she decided to show no mercy. With both hands elevated and fingers poised, the school beauty, Yu, aimed directly at two crucial areas and struck with considerable force. So hot, so hard. Accompanied by a delicate cry, Sukin could not help but emit a sound far louder than before, akin to a pig's squeal. Ow! No! Sukin felt a sense of despair. Had his physical condition not improved? Why then did his waist ache subtly? This woman, was she serious? Chapter 5. The exquisite footwork of the uncommon bone, Sukin immediately donned the mask of agony. This esteemed campus beauty, rather than merely unblocking meridians and bones, seemed intent on taking his life. However, it must be said that after enduring such pain, the heaviness accumulated from previous training and body refinement had significantly diminished. Coupled with an enhancement in his physical condition, his entire being felt remarkably lighter. It was a paradox of pain intertwined with pleasure. Still trying to show off? Yujiro chuckled triumphantly, only to cast a puzzled glance at her fingers. How could this fellow's physique feel? Stronger? His vital energy was unusually fervent, and his spine had grown sturdier. Just moments ago, the force she had exerted, even when tempered, had surpassed a life energy level of 2. Such power was far beyond what Sukin, with his mere sub-2 life energy level, could withstand. Could it be that the ancestral pressure point technique passed down from her grandmother held additional wonders? With this thought, the young woman stood up, her cheeks slightly flushed, and lifted her long legs, her fair and veined heels poised to strike down forcefully. Wait! You're using your feet so soon, Sukin exclaimed. Sans signe impending danger. This technique, once employed with the feet, would escalate to a high intensity. In the past, the older gentlemen had been adept with their footwork, their strength being manageable. However, allowing this campus beauty, after years of absence, to tread upon him was a risk too great to fathom. Regardless of the allure of her long legs. You, please put on that item, he implored, pointing to the assistive apparatus on the table. Yujiro curiously glanced over. Her previously rosy cheeks now flushed to the very tips of her ears. It was a pair of knee-high white socks adorned with lace. How absurd, the young woman retorted shyly, her demeanor akin to a ruffled cat, as she raised her long leg, poised to sever Sukin in half. Calm down. Don't misconstrue my intentions, you. The older gentleman wore them during my therapy sessions as well. They serve as a cushioning tool. You possess a physique surpassing level 10, akin to an adept martial artist, and during this second therapy, you should consider my well-being as well as your delicate toes. After a moment of hesitation, Yujiro reluctantly took the lace socks. Amidst the rustling sound of her putting them on, her pristine, lotus-like long legs transformed the knee-high socks into something resembling ordinary short socks, exuding a unique charm. Actually, these socks have another purpose. Grandma Tan was concerned about the staff developing athlete's foot. Thus, they also possess odor-preventing properties. You need not worry. Athlete's foot. Are you trying to kill me? Sukin. With a voice filled with disbelief, Yujiro's graceful figure unfurled, her elevated long leg creating a beautiful arc before forcefully descending. After a brief moment, Sukin emerged from the private booth, his face flushed, a result of the blood rushing to his head from the impact. Yujiro had donned her school uniform once more, restoring her innocent and sweet image from school. Yet, the hint of rosy color lingering at her ears revealed that she was not as composed as she appeared on the surface. Tan Lien gazed intently at the awkward youth, a smile gracing her lips as she retrieved an envelope from a drawer. So, how is that girl Jiro's therapy going? Grandma, classmate you. She is indeed quite talented. Sensing the chilling gaze behind him, Sukin promptly shifted the topic, focusing on the envelope in Tan Lien's hand. Grandma Tan, this payslip. Take it. You should be buying medicine for your mother tomorrow, right? Consider it in advance. When the subject of purchasing medicine arose, Sukin lowered his gaze. Classmate Sue, I actually just asked Grandma about you. With an apologetic expression, Yujiro approached the counter and forcefully placed the payslip that Tan Lien had handed her into Sukin's hands, her crescent-like beautiful eyes fixed on the young man, revealing an enchanting smile. Keep it up. If you need anything at school, you can actually come to me, but do it discreetly, okay? Thank you. He expressed his gratitude sincerely, and upon leaving the martial arts clinic, Sukin transitioned from walking to running, his figure resembling a gust of wind as he dashed towards the outer city at an astonishing speed, gripping the payslip tightly in his hand. I've troubled Grandma Tan once again. This was not the first time Tan Lien had advanced Sukin's wages. Each time his mother, Lien, experienced a resurgence of pain in her legs, plunging their family into financial distress. This kind-hearted elder would find various reasons to insist on giving him money. While it appeared to be an advance on his salary, it was in truth her way of assisting him in a manner that preserved his dignity, alleviating the embarrassment of being unable to afford medicine. I can't keep bothering Grandma Tan. I must find ways to improve our family situation, besides the assistance from Tan Lien. The only other solution Sukin could contemplate was the scholarship eligibility following the physical examination. Not only would it exempt him from school fees, but the school meal subsidies would also be enhanced, and he could receive a substantial scholarship, an essential benefit coveted by every impoverished student. Naturally, this required exceptional academic performance. The school would not grant such benefits without merit. With his comprehension heightened and his foundation transformed, this year he was determined to strive for an outstanding rank. He aimed to secure. No, he must secure the scholarship. Silently setting his goal, Sukin opened his personal panel to monitor his physical changes. Name, Sukin Realm. 4. 2. Life energy level, uninitiated, talent, medium root bone, martial arts, body forging fist. Minor achievement, 98. Achievements, male beauty, gifted mentor, saints forging. Rewards, 1 inside opportunity, and used. A life energy level of 4. 2. Sukin's expression reflected astonishment. Before his root bone transformation, he had merely a 1. 9 life energy level. After the metamorphosis, he experienced a staggering increase of 2. 3, which seemed utterly outrageous. In a single summer, even students from the top class, equipped with ample resources and medium root bones, could not achieve such a feat. Moreover, a life energy level of 4. 2 also matched the average of top students. After the initial excitement, Su Kan's gaze fell upon the talent section, where he began to ponder. The medium variant of the extraordinary bone. It appears to belong to the category of special bones. The martial arts bones are classified into inferior, medium, superior, and the legendary pinnacle bones. Beyond these, there exists an exceedingly rare and unconventional class of bones. Not only do they harbor extraordinary and unknown powers, but they also possess far greater potential than their counterparts of the same level. Hence, they are referred to as extraordinary bones, though many prefer the term special bones. Yujiro is an extraordinary bone, and moreover, she possesses the legendary pinnacle bone, known as the Supreme Extraordinary Bone, the Eternal Sword Master. It is precisely for this reason that she was accepted as a disciple by Ji Yun Xiao, one of the 2 national martial deities of the Great Xia. Thus I ponder, although my medium extraordinary bone has yet to reach the heights of a superior bone, due to its classification as a special bone, it is likely to possess greater potential than the medium bones of the elite class, concealing within it the extraordinary power that countless martial artists yearn for. Su Kan murmured with excitement. I wonder what kind of power my extraordinary bone truly possesses. I have heard that only by gradually enhancing one's life level can this power be activated from the genes. With eager anticipation, Su Kan quickened his pace, darting through the dimly lit, dilapidated old town like a cheetah. After running for an hour, he finally halted in a crowded and worn-down urban village. Raising his head, he saw the decaying commercial buildings towering around him, resembling the walls of a prison, with the sunset barred from view, leaving only darkness and oppression. In the old and modest abode of Building 503 in Guanshan Village, Su Kan had lived for 18 years. Chapter 6, The Culinary Deity. The grand inspection as the door swung open. A cramped living room came into view, suffused with a stifling warmth. Mom, it's so hot. Why haven't you turned on the fan? Upon witnessing the woman hunched over in a wheelchair, diligently assembling her handiwork, Su Kan's brows furrowed, an inexplicable pang of sorrow welling within him. Li Yin, his mother, a simple woman rendered immobile for life by the calamities wrought by foreign tribes. Little Kin is back. Hearing his voice, Li Yin hastily wiped the sweat from her forehead and tucked away the damp strands of hair by her temples. As she turned her wheelchair, her pale face, etched with wrinkles and the marks of hardship, was revealed. Even in the oppressive heat, her complexion remained devoid of color. Yet she managed to smile and gestured towards the half-open window. A breeze has come in. I just turned off the fan. Nonsense, Su Kan interjected playfully, feigning anger as he stepped forward to plug in the fan, directing the old appliance towards his mother. You're just worried about the electricity bill, aren't you? With the cool air washing over her, Li Yin offered an awkward smile. Mom knows she yes wrong. You must be hungry. Go eat. No, that's not it. Su Kan sighed, recalling how she always claimed he should eat, yet ultimately refrained from using the fan to save on expenses, leaving herself to suffer. He scooped rice into a bowl and made his way to the dining table, lifting the lid of the dish. As usual, there were 2 dishes and a soup, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, but Su Kan was momentarily stunned. The vegetable was still the cheapest cabbage stock, the soup a simple egg broth. However, the meat was not the usual shredded plastic pork. This was the flesh of a beast. Gazing at the small, glistening piece of meat, barely the size of a palm, Su Kan fell into silence. From his knowledge, this appeared to be the meat of a first-order beast, the bloodstripes pig. Though not considered a significant supplement for powerful warriors, it could provide some assistance in body refinement for beginners like him. He had learned from his class monitor, Chun Ming, that this meat was often brought along as an extra meal supplement. To his astonishment, he discovered that it commanded a price of approximately 3,000 per pound in the market. It was a delicacy that the wealthy overlooked, yet the poor could scarcely afford, making it a highly sought-after commodity for families of modest means. Yet his father, Su Changhua, earned less than 5,000 a month as a laborer in the lower echelons of society. For their family, this was undeniably a luxurious item. Moreover, their financial situation had already begun to wane last month, and he needed to purchase hot compress medicine for his mother the next day. observing the untouched blood-striped pig meat alongside the remaining half of the cabbage stock and egg soup. A wave of discomfort washed over Sukin Mom. Li Yin maneuvered her wheelchair beside him, her calloused hands clasping his tightly clenched fist, her eyes brimming with affection. Silly boy, don't overthink it. Aren't you having a major inspection tomorrow? Your father and I can't bear to see you exhaust yourself with your training and jeopardize your health. That's why we wanted to give you a little nourishment. Training is not something we need to pressure you about. Just go with the flow. In our eyes, your well-being is what matters most. Observing her son standing there with a troubled expression, Li Yin quickly offered her reassurance. Do not worry, my dear. Your mother is in good health, and there have been no signs of a relapse in recent days. Your father has been working overtime frequently and has been performing exceptionally well, earning the recognition of his superiors. It is said that he will soon receive a bonus, so you need not fret about the medication. Sukin hesitated, understanding that his mother was merely trying to comfort him. In truth, he had noticed the slight tremors in her knees over the past few days, yet she persistently smiled and insisted that everything was fine. All right, enough chatting. If you don't eat your vegetables, they'll get cold. Only then did Sukin pick up his chopsticks and under Li Yan's affectionate gaze. He struggled to lift a piece of meat and began to eat heartily. You have consumed a legendary beast that has caused chaos in the world, choosing to absorb its remnants and eliminate future threats. Your courage and capacity far exceed 999 of cultivators in the world. Achievement unlocked, God of Food. Reward. When consuming restorative items, effects increased by 30. A mere pig elevated to the status of a legendary beast? If Sukin were to become a martial artist, wouldn't he then be on the path to becoming the supreme ruler of the martial world? Regarding eccentricities. System. You truly are remarkable. As he savored the tender, fragrant meat of the extraordinary beast, Sukin discreetly rolled his eyes. Nevertheless, the achievement of God of Food proved to be a splendid enhancement. Not only could he perfectly absorb the essence of any restorative item, but he would also gain a 30 boost to its effects. This was akin to receiving a permanent advantage of 30% over others under the same conditions. Truly extraordinary. After consuming the beast's meat, Sukin soon felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Unlike the wild rampage experienced under Yujiro's assault, this energy rose within him naturally. It felt as though an inexhaustible force surged throughout his body, compelling him to release it. Mom, I've had enough for now. The rest is for you and Dad. He works tirelessly under the scorching sun and needs to replenish his strength. With that, Sukin divided the meat in half, stuffing the already chewed portion into his mouth, and placed his paycheck on the table. This is my part-time salary. Make sure to buy the medicine. I'm off to train now. I must perform well on tomorrow's examination. Mumbling through the delicious beast meat, Sukin darted into his room, leaving Li Yin no chance to respond. Hey, finish your meal. In the cramped room of less than 20 square meters, taking advantage of the meat's invigorating effects, Sukin immediately began practicing his body enhancement techniques. With a significant boost in his life energy and the benefit of God of Food, he felt an unprecedented lightness and comfort in his body. Wonderful. I might as well practice until morning. Let us see if I can elevate my life energy further and master the full force of my technique. The next morning, Sukin jogged into the classroom of Class 7. After a sleepless night, he found himself devoid of fatigue, the residual warmth of the exotic beast's meat still lingering. Following yesterday's morning exercises, the students in the class no longer viewed this school heartthrob merely through the lens of superficial attractiveness. However, a few less skilled male students, unable to recognize Sukin's proficiency in the body refinement fist, continued to murmur discontentedly. Sukin, you truly disgraced our class yesterday. Indeed, your punches were feeble and chaotic, disrupting the morning practice. Class monitor, why don't you say a word or two about Sukin? After all, you also bear the responsibility of the discipline committee. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Chun Meng, who had been silent in the front row, darkened in expression. Criticizing Sukin? He, who feasted daily on exotic beast meat and received guidance from renowned masters outside of school, was not someone of lesser means or resources to be reprimanded. especially by someone whose body refinement fist skills had only just begun to flourish. Would he allow himself to be humiliated? A group of ignorant fools, he thought. I still wish to maintain some semblance of dignity. Internally cursing, Chen Ming turned and barked, prepare for the impending examination. Quiet down. The boys who had been chattering about Su Kan were immediately taken aback, gazing at Chen Ming in disbelief. Wasn't he the one who had been the loudest in criticizing Su Kan? Just yesterday, he had been envious of Su Kan's opportunity to perform alongside the school as floral beauty, practically itching to point fingers at her. Yet now, he had taken on the guise of an innocent bystander. At that moment, a resounding announcement pierced through the class's peculiar atmosphere. All senior students, please proceed to the playground for assembly. The annual examination is about to commence. Chapter 7. Keep going, classmate Su. As the announcement concluded, the motivational words had been reiterated countless times, and there was no need to repeat them here. Lu Fong entered the classroom, standing at the podium and surveying the students who were about to rise. However, I must inform you that we, the homeroom teachers, have just received an unexpected notification from a school leadership. It appears that the final assessment among the three has undergone some alterations. A palpable tension rippled through the faces of several students, a foreboding sense of dread settling in. Lu Fong chuckled, stating that, aside from the unchanged assessments of life, energy intensity testing, and the examination of body conditioning techniques, the cold weapon skill evaluation would no longer be graded through conventional instruments, but would shift to practical combat exercises, with the weight of this score being the highest among all assessments. Practical combat. The students immediately donned expressions of anguish, sensing a certain eeriness in Lu Fong's laughter. It could be said that practical combat was the assessment they dreaded most, while solo practice of cold weapon skills was manageable. With instruments providing clear scores, practical combat introduced a myriad of emotional influences such as anxiety and self-doubt. It would also test one's reflexes, combat instinct, and the intricacies of their techniques. Under such pressures, any lapse during the performance could not only lead to embarrassment, but also result in subpar scores. Teacher, I recall that the previous cohort did not have this practical combat assessment. It was only during the college entrance examinations that such evaluations were conducted, and the scoring was more balanced, a student protested. Indeed, it had not been included. However, this was precisely why the current university students participating in the combat trials against foreign races and beasts face such a high mortality rate. Noticing the silence, Lu Fong's smile shifted to a serious demeanor, her tone heavy. The mortality rate for just the combat trials is a staggering 60. Less than half of the participants survive. So, do you still think practical combat is unimportant? A collective gasp echoed through the room. It is no secret that students of the martial arts university must engage with foreign races and beasts. Yet, they had not anticipated that even the combat trials, which did not involve direct confrontation with these entities, could be so perilous. Is university not a place filled with youthful vigor and the aspirations of young idealists? All right, I do not wish to burden you with excessive pressure. In any case, not only does the school require an enhancement of practical assessments, but the entire nation, indeed the world, has begun to emphasize practical experience in light of the recent calamities instigated by foreign races. I simply hope you remember one thing. Why do we, as martial practitioners, train? In the back row, upon hearing the mention of foreign races, Su Kan felt a surge of hatred and fury ignite within his eyes. What is the purpose of martial training? Others may have different motivations, but for Su Kan, the intent was singular: to gain sufficient strength in the face of future calamities. He wished to possess the confidence and responsibility to protect his family. He could not allow his mother and loved ones to suffer persecution any longer. Thus, he diligently pursued the mastery of cold weapons, and even practical combat, in secret. After the enhancement of comprehension, whether in the mastery of cold weapon techniques or their practical application, the degree of improvement is indeed comparable to that of the body refinement fist. On the way to the playground, Lu Fong suddenly smiled at Su Kan in the corridor. You've made some progress in the body refinement fist, haven't you? Su Kan scratched his head and replied, it's all thanks to the teacher's guidance. You often encourage us to strive for excellence. Lu Fang rolled her eyes and then adopted a serious expression. I have already submitted your application for the scholarship this semester. As long as you can elevate your life energy level from 1.9 to 2 before the summer break and maintain a mid to upper level performance in the regular class, you will undoubtedly secure a scholarship. Upon hearing that Lu Fang had already taken the initiative to apply for the scholarship on his behalf, Sukin was momentarily taken aback. ISNT the scholarship allocation determined after the comprehensive assessment, Lu Fang cast him a meaningful glance that made Sukin feel uneasy. According to the regulations, it was indeed supposed to be evaluated post-assessment, and even for those who had just entered the initial stage of the body refinement fist, a final result was necessary. However, if one had progressed beyond the initial stage and someone had already begun preliminary attempts at mastery, then that would be a different matter altogether. At this moment, on the playground of the third school, 8 classes, including the elite class, were lined up in orderly formation for morning exercises. At the forefront of each class, a series of gleaming metallic devices were neatly arranged. These included instruments specifically designed to detect life energy levels and analyze martial arts proficiency. They were all the latest models of martial arts auxiliary equipment. In Class 7, it was time to assess the results of the summer training. Whether it was due to complacency or diligent practice, whether genuine effort or mere pretense, rewards and criticisms would be distributed based on performance following the assessment. If one wished to avoid a reduction in meal subsidies, they needed to take this seriously. Without further ado, Lu Fang activated the life energy detection device before the anxious and apprehensive students. Chun Meng, you go first. With that, the tall Chun Meng cast a sidelong glance at Su Kan, who was positioned in the middle of the line, before stepping forward with a smile. In that moment, he regained some confidence in front of Su Kan. Although Chun Meng was also a student from the lower-tier ordinary class, with a reasonably well-off family background aiding him, he was unmatched in terms of life energy level improvement among his peers, regardless of innate talent. He truly embodied the saying, a general among dwarfs. With a confident stride, he entered the life energy detection device, and, a few minutes later, his information appeared on the display. Lu Fang glanced at it and announced, Chun Meng, life energy level 2.7, an increase of 0. For over the summer, well done. The historical peak for ordinary class assessments was 2.5. Although it was acknowledged that Chun Meng had reached 2.7 with considerable resources, it was nonetheless a point of pride for Class 7. After all, aside from Chun Meng, the life energy levels in comparison to other ordinary classes were not particularly impressive. It is indeed the class monitor who stands out in terms of vitality levels, maintaining an unwavering position at the top of the class. Even among 7 ordinary classes, he remains a prominent figure, truly impressive. Despite sharing a similar background, Chun Meng has distanced himself from us considerably. Is this the result of the financial prowess of a rich second generation? The disparity between the affluent and the less fortunate is epitomized here. Within the murmurs of discussion, Chun Meng said little, holding his head high as he returned to his place in the lineup. There was no need for further words. His classmates would naturally extol his virtues. The shadow cast by his defeat to Su Kan the body refinement fist competition dissipated entirely. As he himself remarked, does exceptional insight truly matter? Without robust physical capabilities and resources to support him, isn't it all just a fleeting joy? Contemplating this, Chun Meng's smile grew even brighter. Soon, the other students began their vitality assessments. Zhang Chong recorded a vitality level of 2.2, with a modest increase that barely passed. Liu Yan achieved a vitality level of 2.1, showing signs of lethargy. In contrast to Chun Meng, the progress of the other students was quite mediocre. Without the school's meal subsidies, many had even regressed. Perhaps this is indeed the typical outcome for those of inferior roots. Lu Fang shook her head with a sigh. Her expectations extinguished, yet she felt no disappointment. For a homeroom teacher of an ordinary class, this was simply the stark reality, one she had become accustomed to. Next up was Su Kan. Upon hearing his name, he stepped forward from the lineup. Following yesterday's morning training, his already notable looks garnered him even more attention, akin to standing in a spotlight. He continued to attract envious gazes from most of the male students and a few enamored glances from the girls. Moreover, through deliberate inquiries. Many had learned of Su Kan's vitality level before the summer break, an unimpressive one. 9. In an ordinary class. This placed him in a position that was neither commendable nor entirely lacking. Had it not been for his striking appearance, he would have been just another inconspicuous student. In the distance, among the elite class, voices rose. Jiro, look, it's Su Kan's turn. No matter how many times I see him, he is undeniably handsome. What a pity his martial arts aptitude is lacking. If only he possessed an average foundation like ours. I would gladly accept him. Haha, you're so straightforward. Sister, if that were the case, I would too. Stop teasing him, you little minxes. Just because he is not like that doesn't mean he won't end up under our skirts as a little pet in the future. Little pet one. Let's not speak ill of him. He works very hard. With her performance already established and exempt from assessments. The quietly observant Yujiro watched the boy stepping toward the apparatus, her fair, delicate fists instinctively clenching. Go for it, Su Kan. Chapter 8. Has the martial spirit awakened? Within the life energy detection chamber, Su Kan stood quietly, continuously scanned by beams of crimson light. After what seemed like 5 or 6 minutes, the red beams gradually slowed their pace. Outside, Lu Fang waited patiently, hoping fervently that this young man could elevate his life energy level to 2. Otherwise, the aspiration to master the body-refining technique would be an overwhelming burden given his current physical capabilities. Lu Fang sincerely wished for Su Kan to achieve progress in his life energy level, as only then could he truly embody the astonishing martial talent and the silent dedication he had exhibited. However, Lu Fang was acutely aware of the stark reality. This was, indeed, a lofty aspiration. The school had seen its share of students with remarkable martial aptitude, yet mediocre foundations, limited by their life energy levels. Their physical constitutions could not withstand more advanced martial arts, let alone meet the prerequisites for cultivating breathing techniques. The absorption of the world's vital energy remained a mere trickle. Stagnation in their training rendered any advancement in martial skills impossible, ultimately leading to their obscurity. Those with inferior foundations had no tales of resurgence. Among those sharing Lu Fang's sentiments were a group of students observing Su Kan. They speculated that Su Kan managed to scrape by due to the school's meal subsidies. Indeed, I often saw him returning home only after dining at the cafeteria. If that were the case, his impoverished background might hinder any improvement, especially now that he was outside the school environment. I could relate. My family also resided in a village on the outskirts, devoid of meal subsidies, surviving on simple vegetables with occasional scraps of meat. My physical stamina was utterly inadequate. Not only was improvement a distant dream, but merely maintaining my current state felt like a victory. Amidst the murmurs, the detection device displayed Su Kan's physical assessment data, beginning its slow ascent from 0, 05, 11, 14, 19, 21, 21. Lu Fang's face lit up with surprise. A rise of 0, 2. What a remarkable young man. It may not seem significant to some gifted students or those from affluent families, but for Su Kan, who lacked a stable source of nourishment, this was an extraordinary achievement. At the very least, a 0, 2 increase meant he was on par with some students from better-off households in Class 7. This comparison highlighted the sweat and effort Su Kan had invested over the past 2 months of summer. Just as Lu Fang, brimming with joy, was about to announce what she believed to be Su Kan's final result, the life energy level on the screen showed no signs of halting. Up ahead, Chun Ming's smile faltered, his expression becoming unnatural. A life energy level of 2, 5. Still climbing. 2, 9. 3, 1. 3, 6. Lu Fang stood transfixed, staring at the display. The students of Class 7, facing the screen, widened their eyes in disbelief, frantically rubbing them. In that moment of collective astonishment, Su Kan's life energy level surged to 4. Wait, a life energy level of 4? Wasn't Su Kan supposed to be one of us with inferior foundational roots? Is this enhancement somewhat peculiar? Could it be that the instrument has malfunctioned? With my inferior foundation, I experienced only a modest improvement after consuming an expensive first-tier beast whip during the summer. Yet this increase rivals even the prodigious talents of the elite class. Wait, is it still rising? Ultimately, Su Kan's life energy level stabilized at 4,747, an astonishing increase of 2,8. Lu Fang's eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting to announce the results. Regaining her composure, she swiftly approached the instrument and conducted a thorough inspection. The vitality detector appeared to be functioning correctly. But wait, it had been meticulously maintained yesterday, and it was the latest model, so it simply could not be faulty. Staring intently at the device, Lu Fang inhaled deeply. Su Kan, do not emerge just yet. We must test again. The display reset, and the instrument powered up once more. An eerie silence enveloped the room. The students of Class 7 exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a tableau of confusion. The leader, Chun Meng, bore a similarly incredulous countenance, his fists clenched tightly, as if he had swallowed a fly and was choking on it, his discomfort palpable. The 5-minute testing interval felt interminable. Ahahaha. It can't be real, can it? Su Kan with a life energy level of 4,7? The homeroom teacher requested a retest for Su Kan. It seems there might indeed be an issue with the machine. You're telling me this commotion is produced by an inferior foundation? Frankly, I find it hard to believe. Such a life energy level would be considered upper middle tier, even among the elite class, wouldn't it? If it truly is 4,7, I might as well swim in a cesspool. The commotion ignited by this revelation quickly spread to the other students undergoing testing. Sisters, it appears her dreams may have come true. The female students from the elite class who had previously mocked Su Kan now gazed with sparkling eyes. A vase transformed into a muscular man. How delightful. While banter is all well and good, do you not find this rather implausible? Ahem. I sincerely hope it is plausible. Listening to her classmates' discussions about Su Kan, Yujiro, positioned at the forefront of the line, experienced a flicker of unusual emotion in her beautiful eyes. She recalled assisting Su Kan with martial arts therapy yesterday, noting the remarkable changes in his physique. It seems that hardness and warmth were not mere coincidences, and they likely were not induced by Grandma's acupressure shock technique. As a realization struck her, Yujiro glanced down at her long, shapely legs, her face suddenly flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Impossible. It cannot be. Just assisting him with martial arts therapy led to such a fortuitous occurrence? Surely, the awakening of such potential is too. Not long after, as Su Kan underwent the test once more, the vitality device emitted a series of beeps. The display began to reveal his data anew. Starting from 0, it steadily climbed until it halted once again at 4,7. Su Kan, a life energy level of 4,7. Quite remarkable, oh no. It is a tremendous improvement. Realizing this, Lu Fang quickly proclaimed the results with palpable excitement. 4,7. It truly is a life energy level of 4,7. As the young man emerged from the vitality testing chamber, the onlookers exhibited a myriad of expressions. Envy, astonishment, jealousy, discomfort, but predominantly, there was a palpable sense of bewilderment. It was indeed a tableau of human emotions, strikingly vivid. At that moment, the voice of Principal Pan, Tao resonated through the speakers, tinged with excitement. Student Su Kan, please come to the observation platform. The rest of the students continue with the assessments. Upon hearing his name, Su Kan promptly made his way to the platform, his heart thrumming with exhilaration, since he had consumed a mere half-piece of exotic beast meat the previous night. He had immersed himself in the practice of body-refining fist, neglecting to check his life energy level. To his astonishment, after just that small morsel, bolstered by the enhancement of his extraordinary bone structure and the 30 boosts from the God of Food achievement, his life energy level had surged by 0.5, reaching 4.7. Such a pace of improvement was something Su Kan would have never dared to envision in the past. No wonder it was said that there exists an insurmountable chasm between inferior and medium-grade bone structures. This remarkable advancement undeniably instilled a sense of despair among the students in the ordinary class. Yet, he now stood as an extraordinary bone among those of medium grade. He possessed greater potential than most of the students in the elite class with medium-grade bone structures. Should he awaken the extraordinary powers of his unique bone structure, he would undoubtedly surpass the capabilities of any medium-grade bone. As Su Kan stepped into the conference hall of the observation platform, before he could even extend a courteous greeting. Principal Pan, with gleaming eyes, approached eagerly and inquired, "Young man Su, could it be that your martial bone has awakened?" Chapter 9. The Awakening of the Acquired Bone. Additional rewards. Su can maintain an outward calm as he regarded Pan Tao, yet his heart involuntarily leapt in surprise. It dawned on him that this incident had indeed stirred quite a commotion. An inferior bone, jumping from a life energy level of 1.9 before the summer break to 4.7, was something even Sukin himself found hard to believe. However, he had never heard of the term awakening of the acquired bone mentioned by the principal. It must be connected to the extraordinary enhancement he had experienced. It's understandable that you're unfamiliar with this. After all, the phenomenon of awakening of the acquired bone has not been mentioned for nearly 2 centuries. Pan Tao, a refined middle-aged man with glasses, remarked with a congenial smile, sensing Su Kan's confusion. This is not a secret worth concealing, but rather a case that has simply not appeared in a long time, leading to a general lack of consideration for it. Inviting Su Kan to sit at the tea table, he poured him a cup of fragrant hot tea and looked at the young man with a cheerful expression. "And you, young sir, are quite likely to be a new example of the awakening of the acquired bone. What exactly is the awakening of the acquired bone? I could really use a punch to the riddle maker." Su Kan silently grumbled, unable to contain his curiosity as he nodded eagerly. "Principal, could you please elaborate on what this awakening truly entails? If it is related to my significant enhancement, it warrants serious attention." "Of course," Pan Tao replied, sensing Su Kan's concern. "I believe your situation and the so-called awakening of the acquired bone are likely unrelated. Your transformation is primarily due to the exceptional capabilities of your system." "Haha. Well then, since the second assessment has yet to commence, allow me to explain briefly." Pan Tao patiently elucidated. The awakening of the acquired bone refers to individuals of inferior bone quality who are not genuinely limited. They simply have untapped potential. When the right opportunity arises, they can experience this awakening, also known as the acquired bone. Sukin sipped his tea, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. This concept of the acquired bone bore similarities to the immense changes he was currently undergoing. No wonder it was perceived as an awakening. "Principal, such crucial information, why has it not circulated among the populace? Students like us with inferior bone quality, if aware that there remains a glimmer of hope, would surely strive harder in their martial pursuits, even if it seems improbable, thereby serving as motivation. If it weren't for you sharing this, I would have been entirely ignorant of such secrets. Circulate among the populace?" Pan Tao questioned. "Do you know how rare it is for such special individuals to come into being?" He extended 3 fingers. "Since the establishment of the new martial era, only 3 have emerged, a rarity even compared to the occurrence of powerful bones. Moreover, it has been nearly 200 years since the last recorded awakening. It is said that many young individuals of low aptitude were indeed inspired at that time, but as no similar occurrences followed, the memory faded into obscurity." As Pan Tao spoke, he poured more tea for Su Kan, teasingly remarked, "However, if you truly awaken your innate martial bone the day after tomorrow, it is highly probable that this matter will be revisited. Indeed, you may become the 4th individual in history to possess an innate martial bone," igniting a flurry of excitement among the youth. Upon hearing this, Su Kan thoughtfully stroked his chin. He had been grappling with how to explain his sudden enhancement in martial arts aptitude and physical prowess. Now, it seemed he need not elaborate excessively, for assistance had arrived. Given the system's penchant for whimsical occurrences, one could never predict when Su Kan might effortlessly surpass his limits. Should he trigger a low-level martial achievement akin to saintly body forging, resulting in a transformation of his martial roots, he could deftly use this rationale to sidestep numerous complications. After all, having awakened once, second or even third awakening would not be particularly astonishing, would it? Do not fret about any troublesome matters surfacing. The awakening of innate martial bones is still widely accepted, Pan Tao reassured, interpreting Su Kan's silence as concern that his enhanced aptitude might bring complications. Furthermore, unlike innate martial bones, the 3 historical figures who awakened innate martial bones barely reached a moderate level. Given your recent enhancement, it is likely to be of a similar nature. While it may be rare, once the novelty of this upheaval subsides, it should attract little attention. The school will also assist in providing explanations, so focus on your cultivation. Are innate martial bones truly inferior to innate ones? Sukin mused, casting a peculiar glance at his aptitude section. Aptitude, moderate anomalous bone. It appeared that his condition was not that of an innate martial bone. To be precise, he had been forcibly altered by the system, experiencing a metamorphosis, thus becoming an anomalous bone with greater potential than the typical moderate bone. It was a complete transformation. The three predecessors who had awakened innate martial bones had left behind a rigid impression. Should he, Sukin, cultivate too rapidly, might he not attract suspicion? After all, with the system's characteristics, a transformation of his roots was inevitable, and his enhancements would undeniably become increasingly extraordinary. Now, continue with your assessment. With your current life energy level and aptitude, strive to master the body-forging fist to perfection within 3 months. At that point, I, as the principal, will take the initiative to apply for a scholarship for the elite class. No, wait, given your current aptitude and results, you're already qualified for the elite class. He corrected himself. However, do not become complacent. Continued diligence is essential. Aim for excellence in both the body-forging fist and practical combat to prepare for your pursuit of martial arts university. Understood? The prospect of scholarship for the elite class ignited excitement in Sukin's eyes. This was vastly more substantial than what the ordinary class scholarship offered. Furthermore, it seemed, according to the principal, that he was already eligible for the elite class. The elite class, whether in terms of teaching resources, cultivation materials, or welfare subsidies, it was incomparable to the ordinary class. Joining the elite class amidst such fierce competition and a concentrated atmosphere, all striving towards martial arts university, would undoubtedly facilitate his advancement. Indeed, resources are reserved for the gifted. Shortly thereafter, Sukin returned to the location of Class 7. The second assessment for the cultivation of the body-forging fist appeared to have commenced. The first to demonstrate this technique was once again Chunming, who was on the verge of completing his performance. Standing upon the martial arts analysis machine, under the watchful gaze of his peers, Chunming concluded the 10th form with an expression of exhilaration as he turned to the display screen. This time, his practice of the body-forging fist felt particularly gratifying. The primary reason for this was that since the previous day, he had been reflecting upon Sukin's morning training movements, even going so far as to attempt them himself. Although this was somewhat embarrassing for him, the results were evidently different. After a failed attempt, his second assessment seemingly captured a flicker of inspiration. His fist strength fluctuated around 5 points, lacking precision and feeling rather awkward, yet the force behind his strikes was notably swift and fluid. Chunming had a premonition that he might have reached a small level of accomplishment. What could this mean? The class leader typically executed the body-forging fist with an impressive ferocity, yet his recent performance appeared softer and more ineffectual than Sukin's from the previous day. Could it be that the class leader had faltered? This was unexpected. Listening to the voices from below, Chunming, in a state of excitement, darkened his expression and retorted, "What do you ignorant fools know? This is the power technique of the small accomplishment stage. You brash novices are still fumbling about at the entry level." Meanwhile, the display screen revealed Chunming's results. He had achieved a breakthrough in the moment, entering the small accomplishment level of the body-forging fist, with a prompt indicating, "Fist movements are loose, and power execution requires further refinement." The students, initially bewildered by his harsh words, were left in shock upon seeing the prompt. The seemingly feeble body-forging fist was indeed at the small accomplishment level. Instinctively, all the students turned their gazes towards the already regrouped Sukin. Thus, the Sukin they had scorned the day before had actually already entered the small accomplishment realm of the body-forging fist. The true jesters were themselves under the astonished stares of his peers. Sukin remained oblivious, as he too was taken aback by the notification echoing in his mind. The supreme martial arts you imparted have spread throughout the realm, and the esteemed Chun, who holds you in high regard, has only grasped the surface. Yet his martial prowess surpasses that of 90 of practitioners in the realm. He chastises the petty upholding your esteemed name. And additional rewards for your divine tutelage are being conferred. Reward: an increase of 20 in comprehension and a one-time brief enlightenment opportunity lasting 5 minutes. Chapter 10. Dear, please engage in the martial arts. Seriously, the additional reward from the heavenly teacher. A 20 boost in comprehension and a fleeting moment of enlightenment lasting 5 minutes. Sukin was momentarily taken aback. It was somewhat in line with his expectations. Yet it revealed new possibilities. Initially, Sukin believed that any future enhancements in comprehension would trigger a stacking of different types of achievement rewards. However, it now appeared that even previously triggered achievements could be compounded. A 20 increase in comprehension, combined with the earlier 30, amounted to an impressive 50 enhancement. Furthermore, there was a possibility of further accumulation in the future. Of course, new achievements might also elevate his comprehension even higher. As he felt a refreshing clarity sweep through his mind, along with various insights into martial principles, Sukin subtly glanced at the spirited Chun Meng on the stage. Wearing an odd expression, while Chun Meng might not harbor outright hatred towards him, it was evident that he was displeased with Su Kan. Yet, after gleaning only a superficial understanding of martial arts, he had the audacity to scold those of lesser talent in the name of his esteemed teacher, Su Tianshi. Truly, the system is quite audacious. On stage, after reprimanding the students of Class 7, Chun Meng descended from the martial arts analysis machine, wearing a smug expression. However, upon catching sight of Su Kan from the corner of his eye, he instinctively recoiled and then shook his head vehemently. Thanks to the mentors from the summer break, he had come to appreciate the importance of exertion. What does that have to do with Su Kan? Despite this thought, the image of Su Kan's martial performance from the previous day lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. Chun Meng's admiration for you can be described as boundless, a debt of gratitude hard to forget, resulting in an additional 5 boost in comprehension. Ah, it's Chun Meng again. The comprehension reward has once more increased by 5. Could it be that hate has transformed into affection? Sukin was certain that yesterday's performance had indeed struck a chord with this class leader's pride. With the leader's recent breakthrough in the small achievement of body refinement fist, Class 7 now boasted 2 contenders of that level. Among ordinary classes, our Class 7 had become a leader in martial arts proficiency. Su Kan. Brother Su, my apologies for what I said earlier about you being an embarrassment. I take it back. It turns out the true jesters are ourselves. Brother Su has brought honor to our class. I must observe your martial performance closely. Have you all forgotten that Brother Su previously registered a life energy level of 4? 7? I specifically review the records. It is highly likely that he has undergone a martial bone awakening. Martial bone awakening. I must investigate further. With this wave of gratitude from Chun Meng, Sukin was deeply moved. Just a moment ago, they had rebuked him for tarnishing the class's reputation, and now they were extolling him as impressive. The reverence for martial arts is truly not mere talk. It is remarkably authentic. Next, Su Kan. Before long, each student completed their examination of the body refinement fist. Without exception, they all fell into the introductory level, with most showing no progress at all. Until Lu Fong called out Su Kan's name, the tightly furrowed brows of the instructor finally relaxed. The martial arts analysis machine has integrated numerous insights from the practice of body tempering fist, and it should be capable of identifying the areas where you still need improvement to reach mastery. Do not miss this opportunity for assessment. Nodding in acknowledgement, Sukin approached the martial arts analysis machine. Let's first examine whether my power exertion is truly refined. The initial stance. The fist rises, invoking the tempest. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the youth sank his waist and lifted his hips, unleashing a straight punch. With a single strike, a fierce punch howl erupted. The students of Class 7 widened their eyes, not daring to miss Su Kan's demonstration. Yesterday, they scoffed at you. Today, we hold you in high esteem. No one wishes to miss the chance to attain minor success, even if that opportunity seems exceedingly faint. The second stance, the fist strikes the firmament. The third stance, the fourth stance, the fifth stance. With his life energy elevated, Sukin found the practice of the fist considerably more effortless. He felt invigorated, wishing only to complete all 10 stances of the body tempering fist in one breath. Beep, beep, beep. The demonstration concluded abruptly as the martial arts analysis machine issued a prompt, forcefully halting him. What? I haven't finished practicing yet. Sukin wore a look of bewilderment. Having his practice interrupted was incredibly frustrating. The students of Class 7 observing his demonstration were equally stunned. How could it end after just the fifth stance? Was the machine malfunctioning? That seemed improbable, as everything had been functioning well until now. Could it be that Su Ge's minor success in body-tempering fist was still somewhat unstable, akin to the class leader who had only recently broken through, fluctuating in performance? Impossible. His power exertion was more expansive than during yesterday's morning training, even surpassing that of the esteemed instructors invited to his home. Up front, Shenmeng appeared perplexed, deeply confused. Only those who understand the importance of power exertion can truly appreciate how standard and fluid Su Kan's recent exertion was. Although reluctant to admit it, after Su Kan executed the first stance, the tempestuous fist, Shenmeng seemed to gain new insight as he carefully observed the details of power exertion from the waist to the shoulder. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly refine his strength further. Meanwhile, Lu Fong seemed to have an epiphany, her pupils constricting. Could this young man have already? The martial arts analysis machine continued to emit prompts at this moment. It detected that the target's power exertion had far surpassed the minor success phase, deeming it unnecessary to waste any more time. Dear user, please proceed directly to the next level of challenge and engage in the performance of mastery. As the prompt concluded, the venue fell into silence. The students of Class 7, who had been fixated on the martial arts analysis machine, were momentarily stunned, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. What they just heard, Su Kan's body-tempering fist, had already transcended the boundaries of minor success. They were to directly embark on the challenge of mastery. Thus, the abrupt interruption by the martial arts analysis machine was not indicative of instability in Su Kan's power exertion, but rather a recognition that he had surpassed the minor success phase, compelling the machine to request the next level of performance. The mastery of the art. Su Kan's mastery of the forging body fist has reached an extraordinary level. In an instant, the minds of the students buzzed with astonishment. Shenmeng loosened his tightly clenched fist, the bitterness evident in his voice. This meant that during yesterday's second round of morning practice, Su Kan's simultaneous execution of the combination punches was not merely an attempt to reach perfection. He had already attained the pinnacle of mastery. He vividly recalled the scene upon returning home after the morning session, where his mentors gasped in disbelief. The fusion of punch styles, unconstrained by form, seamlessly transitioning between techniques, it was the realm of true mastery. This was also the state where one could genuinely deliver a decisive blow, unleashing the full might of the forging body fist. With this thought, Shenmeng's fleeting sense of pride, believing he could at least rival Su Kan with his modest accomplishments, dissipated into thin air. There was no comparison, none whatsoever. On the martial arts platform, Lu Fong, suppressing his inner shock with a deep breath, glared fiercely at Su Kan. Stop hiding your talents and perform earnestly. I was merely trying to test my strength. Su Kan scratched his head and glanced at his character panel. Martial arts, forging body fist. Mastery 68, indeed. After being overwhelmed by Yujiro's white silk yesterday and undergoing a transformation in his physique, coupled with his first encounter with beast meat and the enhancement from the gourmet god achievement, his physical capabilities had surged remarkably. It felt as though he possessed boundless energy, and he had dedicated himself to relentless training until dawn, already honing the forging body fist to a state of perfection. Moreover, with Shenmeng's filial piety reward, his comprehension further intensified, leading to an increase in proficiency from 41 to an impressive 68 during this brief interlude. Su Kan had not anticipated that the analysis machine could ascertain his achievement of mastery merely by observing his exertion. This truly was a rare opportunity for self-assessment. Eagerly, Su Kan ceased his idle chatter, narrowed his eyes, and unleashed his fists. It was as though an imagined adversary stood before him, and in the next moment, 10 styles of punches flowed forth with grace and fluidity. The force of his strikes howled through the air, an overwhelming display of might. The students of Class 7 were left awestruck, scarcely daring to breathe under the weight of his formidable energy. Those who struggled even to execute the basic punches wore expressions of deep shame. Compared to the techniques Su Can exhibited, their rudimentary, forging body fist appeared as mere decorative gestures, while Su Can's was a true art of lethal combat. Before long, Su Can ceased his punches and stood, exhaling lightly as he awaited the martial arts analysis machine's prompt. His strikes were solid, effortlessly shifting between power and technique, having adeptly blended the 10 styles of forging body fist. With continued consolidation of his current mastery, success would come naturally. Prompt. The next step is to attempt the profound unity of form and spirit in the art of boxing, stepping into the realm of unparalleled excellence. Chapter 11. The Practical Battle, the Genius of the Blade in Class 7. Su Can has mastered the realm of consummate skill. On the expansive playground, amidst the rising chorus of exclamations and fervent discussions emanating from Class 7, students from other classes engaged in the rigorous examination of body-strengthening martial arts were equally taken aback by this news. They had yet to recover from the astonishing surge in vitality displayed by this campus heartthrob, and now they were confronted with such explosive revelations, leaving them in a state of disbelief. The realm of consummate skill, for an average individual lacking specialized training, achieving a complete execution of the body-strengthening martial arts requires years of diligent practice. To perform the techniques without interruption and achieve the desired effect of strengthening the body is already the pinnacle for an ordinary person. As for the finesse of minor force techniques, such mastery eludes most, reserved only for the truly gifted. Even for prodigies, grasping the essence of force application in a minor realm takes a year or two of dedicated effort. The realm of consummate skill, an intricate blend of 10 techniques designed for combat, remains elusive even to the most talented. It is a refined martial art that is simple to enter but exceedingly difficult to master. And now, a student from an ordinary class, who merely achieved an introductory level before the summer break, has astonishingly reached the realm of consummate skill just as the new academic year begins. One must wonder how many insights he has harnessed to achieve such prowess. Initially, it was believed that he would require 3 more months to merely touch the surface of consummate skill. Yet here he is, a rare and remarkable martial arts prodigy. Within the observation platform, Pan Tao, witnessing this scene through the glass, harbored no doubts but rather marveled at the youth's martial talent. For during yesterday's morning practice, he had perceived traces of growth in Su Can. The youth's attempts to blend techniques were genuine. However, even so, to progress from an entry-level understanding to the verge of consummate skill in just one summer was indeed a source of astonishment for Pan Tao. He even began to suspect that Su Can might have experienced an epiphany during the summer, as only such legendary insights could account for such an extraordinary leap in ability. Initially concerned that after Ji Ro advanced to Longxing University, this year's exchange meeting would spell doom for their school's prospects, it now appeared there was still hope. The examination of the body-strengthening martial arts continued. However, following Su Can's impressive display of prowess, subsequent performances by other students, even if slightly improved, felt lackluster in comparison. After all, having tasted the extraordinary, who would concern themselves with mediocrity? Moreover, alongside Su Can, the top student Zhou Yi from the elite class, who had long been overshadowed by Yu Ji Ro, seemingly also broke through to the realm of consummate skill just moments ago. Yet, when compared to Su Can, he fell woefully short. This stark contrast illuminated just how extraordinary Su Can truly is. The difference between mastering a skill and merely breaking through is akin to the class leader's sudden leap into minor mastery. While Su Can has already been wreaking havoc with his established prowess, the elite class is not all that impressive, is it? Have you become complacent? Su Ge can make such remarks, but you, a mere novice, should not act superior. Hearing the discussions around him, Chun Ming's expression darkened. How could this involve him? Damn. Yet it must be said that students from the elite class have always held themselves in high regard, exuding arrogance. The fact that Su Can could subdue this group of prodigies brought Chun Ming, the morale officer of Class 7, immense satisfaction. Throughout history, the rise of humble origins against the scions of affluent families has always been a source of inspiration. In the assessment area of the elite class, Zhou calmly descended from the martial arts analysis machine. Despite striving to maintain an indifferent demeanor, he could not escape the discussion surrounding Su Kan. Observant students from the elite class could discern the unnatural tension on the young man's face, indicating that the Zhou family scion was far from calm. However, it must be acknowledged that the elite students were not in a much better predicament. Each of them appeared rather constrained, feeling uncomfortable as the praises for Su Kan rang in their ears. Class leader, it's all right. The practical assessments are our forte. This is something those ordinary class students, who merely focus on rote practice, cannot compare to. One student immediately reassured himself. Exactly. What use is mindless practice of the body forging fist? Ultimately, it comes down to practical application. Silence. Observing the defiant students below, Huang Deguang, the head of the elite class, could no longer maintain his composure. Aside from Zhiro, do you still have the audacity to discuss this? The body forging fist is the most credible foundational martial art introduced by the martial god temple. The fact that Su Kan has cultivated it to such a level is a testament to his extraordinary martial talent. Meanwhile, you, who enjoy resources far superior to others, continuously enter the virtual realm and hone your skills at the eternal pinnacle, yet a significant number of you remain stuck in the initial stages. Unable to control your power to even meet the passing mark, and you still find it insufficiently embarrassing? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. As for practical experience, if Su Kan were to enter the virtual realm and the eternal pinnacle for training, with the comprehension and martial talent he has displayed, he would undoubtedly surpass you worthless individuals in no time. He could potentially outdistance you by several streets. You lack substance, yet still carry airs. Now, all of you, obediently keep your mouths shut. Let us proceed with the assessment. Under this scolding, the students of the elite class finally fell silent. Only Yujiro, at the front of the line, could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Old teacher, don't be angry. Once this assessment concludes, Su Kan will undoubtedly join our elite class. With such an outstanding student added to our ranks, shouldn't you be pleased? Upon hearing this, Huang Deguang was momentarily taken aback, and as he realized that Su Kan was indeed one of their own, a smile graced his face. Ha indeed. At last, it was time for the practical assessment. In the line of Class 7, Su Kan, who had been consolidating his understanding of the body-forging fist and knife techniques, promptly halted his reflections as he observed the final student complete their assessment. Skill Proficiency 1. Skill Proficiency 2. The notifications echoing in his mind ceased abruptly. Skill Blade Technique, Stage 1, 23. Glancing at his personal panel, Su Kan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Since his aptitude had surged yesterday, not only had his body training technique seen remarkable advancement, but his proficiency with cold weapons had also escalated rapidly. What was once an unrefined blade technique had now directly ascended to a stage of mastery. A myriad of foundational uses of the blade poured into his consciousness, transforming into instinct. Now, the final assessment loomed. A practical skill evaluation. The requirements were straightforward. I shall regulate the life energy levels to correspond with your own capabilities, while also restraining the skill to below stage 1. Your objective is simply to launch an attack against me. The ultimate results will be determined collaboratively by the martial arts analysis machine and my own senses. Lu Fang gestured towards the unsharpened cold weapons displayed on the surrounding racks. You now have a 10-minute respite to familiarize yourselves with the weapons you have chosen. 2/3, nearly all of the students, surged towards the swords. To be precise, the majority of students in the 3rd year practice swordsmanship. The allure of aspiring to become like the illustrious Dasha sword god was one reason. But the primary motivation stemmed from a senior who had once received personal guidance from that luminary. Su Kan, however, gravitated towards the neglected rack of blades, extracting a crescent-shaped long knife. Su Kan, have you lost your mind? Lu Fang furrowed her brow. In the final year of high school, suddenly shifting to long knives would require you to refamiliarize yourself with the blade's reach and techniques, which could hinder your skill development. The long knife is heavy and demands a spirit of relentless advance, making it exceedingly difficult to master, contrasting sharply with your previous nimble style. Do not let your newfound insight lead you astray. She recalled that the youth had once expressed a desire to pursue the path of an assassin, and his prowess with short knives was commendable. Although he was far from mastering the technique, wouldn't he, starting afresh with the long knife, which is inherently more challenging, be more prudent? Didn't you say that an inch longer means an inch stronger? Sukin grinned, stroking the hilt of the knife. My life energy levels have increased. I feel quite capable with this longer weapon. Very well. If you fail to meet the standards during practicals, you shall face the consequences. After giving Sukin a stern look, Lu Feng immediately began adjusting the parameters of the analysis machine. Before the knife rack, as the long knife graced his hand, the icy touch awakened his instincts. With a light chuckle, he flicked his wrist, instinctively performing a flourish with the blade. With a swift motion, the long knife flowed gracefully in a circular arc, emitting a sharp sound and reflecting glimmers of cold light. There was no hint of hesitation. It was as if Sukin had always been a seasoned swordsman, both elegant and agile. At such a tender age, you have already mastered the art of the blade. Truly a prodigy destined for a life of swordsmanship, surpassing over 98 of martial artists worldwide. Achievement unlocked, Blade Genius. Reward, an increase of 30 in swordsmanship talent, resulting in significantly enhanced efficiency during training. Chapter 12. A blade as swift as a tiger. What a remarkable response to the blade. What a naturally gifted swordsman. Has the 10th level of filters and beautification been activated? With a flourish of the blade, he instantly transforms into a master of the sword. It must be said, the swordsmen of this low martial world are somewhat lacking. Even though he has grown accustomed to the eccentricities of the system, Sukin still finds himself blushing. However, the 30 increase in swordsmanship talent is a timely boon for Sukin, who has dedicated himself to the art of the blade. With an enhancement in comprehension, his talent in swordsmanship ascends to new heights. It would not be an exaggeration to say he is like a tiger with wings. As long as he practices with the sword, studies sword techniques, and contemplates all matters related to the blade, he will find that his efforts yield remarkable results. This feeling is strikingly similar to that of certain martial artists possessing exceptional innate abilities with bladed weapons. Take, for instance, the illustrious Tian Dao Fu Hongyang, second only to the two national martial deities and the foremost among the four great martial saints of the Great Xia, who possesses the unparalleled talent known as the Heartless Blade Soul, a supreme foundation for swordsmanship. Within the realm of blade mastery, he is unparalleled, having become a peerless swordsman and a limit-defying martial saint in just a century. His potential to become the third national martial deity of Great Xia, the foremost swordsman of the realm, is within reach. Setting aside distant aspirations, let us consider the exceptional blade Princess Lu Mengdai from Xiaocheng, who stands second only to Yutong Xue. It seems she too possesses an extraordinary innate foundation for swordsmanship, a force that appears to be called Blade Eye. Sukin is aware of her renown because he frequently encounters various promotional slogans featuring this blade princess on posters, heralding her as the unparalleled sword saint of Xiaocheng, a prodigy rivaling Yujiro and a future female sword saint, among other accolades. She is as well known as Yujiro. Nevertheless, the swordsmanship talent awarded to him appears to be a more pure essence, akin to a fundamental enhancement of the sword's innate qualities, unlike those with distinctive traits tied to their innate abilities. Sukin speculates in silence, sensing that the blade in his hand has become something different, a profound familiarity enveloping it. It feels as if he is not merely gripping a sword, but rather extending his own arm, creating a wondrous sense of unity. Sukin is certain he has been subtly influenced by that 30 increase in swordsmanship talent. This sensation is both remarkable and enchanting. The most immediate realization is that, even without actively seeking to comprehend any martial principles related to the sword, the proficiency of the techniques he practices is inexplicably rising. Proficiency in sword technique 3. Proficiency in sword technique 4. Proficiency in sword technique 6. Proficiency in sword technique. Is this what it means to be born for the blade? Delightful. With a firm grip on the hilt, Sukin can scarcely contain his eagerness to showcase his skills. 10 minutes have elapsed. It is now time for the practical assessment. At this moment, The martial arts analysis machine has assembled a broader stage. Lu Fang stands at the center of the stage, surveying the anxious faces of the students from Class 7 below. Following the established order, it is Chun Meng's turn. Taking a deep breath, Chun Meng steps onto the stage, wielding a broad blade 5 fingers wide. As the foremost among the first class, Chun Meng's swordsmanship, though still far from reaching the next level, was at least a decent score beneath it. Lu Fang, wielding a slender sword, cast a glance at the young boy, firmly grasping the hilt. I hear you have spent your summer in the virtual realm, honing your skills at the pinnacle of eternity? Indeed, teacher. The mention of the virtual realm and the pinnacle of eternity elicited expressions of envy and desire among the students of Class 7. Although they had yet to experience the sensations of entering the virtual realm or the pinnacle of eternity, they had heard tales that it was humanity's second virtual world, a sacred ground for skill refinement. Within it resided countless masters of technique, engaging in martial discussions with swords and forging friendships through fists and feet. It was a milieu rich in martial spirit and replete with chivalry, reminiscent of an ancient riverside society. Sukin had also heard information about this second world and often fantasized about entering it to refine his own skills. However, the opportunities to access the virtual realm were limited, and the devices required to connect to it were priced well above $1 million. Such expenses were far beyond the reach of impoverished families like his, who could hardly afford to purchase exotic beast meat. He had heard that students from the elite class were granted temporary access devices, allowing them to enjoy the benefits of skill refinement in the virtual realm. The thought of this made Su Kan's yearning wane somewhat. After all, once he passed this assessment, he would be able to enter the elite class and begin to enjoy the privileges of the virtual realm. On the stage, Lu Fang critiqued. So after all this time at the pinnacle of eternity, this is how you wield your sword? Your fingers are slack with gaps, and the blade quivers slightly. Against a speedster from the demon clan, you would likely perish before you even had time to adjust your stance. Disappointment was evident on Lu Fang's face. Attack! Chun Meng, feeling a mix of shame and anger at the words, took a bold step forward. With a roar, he lifted his large blade high. Within a few strides, he had closed in on Lu Fang, bringing down his gleaming blade with great force. The impact was tremendous, yet it only met with a clink as Lu Fang deftly angled his sword, deflecting the blade with a swift flick. Chun Meng's weapon slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground as he stood there, stunned. The thunderous roar belied the reality. Despite having suppressed his life force to level 2, which was lower than Lu Fang's 2.7, he relied solely on brute strength without any adaptive strategy. The weight of the blade does not absolve you from the need for intellect, Lu Fang remarked, shaking his head. This encapsulated the plight of many sword practitioners. Their hearts may burn with the fervor of a fierce tiger, charging forward without hesitation, yet they lack the understanding of adaptability, oblivious to the very essence of momentum. Chun Meng's swordsmanship score stood at a mere 11. As he gazed at the score displayed on the analysis machine, his head hung low, embarrassment etched across his face as he descended from the stage. Compared to the 16 scored at the pinnacle of eternity, he could not even withstand a single strike in real combat, revealing his inadequacies on the spot. Is it true that the class leader could not withstand even one blow? This is under circumstances where he frequently trained at the pinnacle of eternity, and the teacher had even reduced his life force to level 2. Could the disparity in skill truly be so vast? This year's practical assessment is undoubtedly severe. It spells disaster. One could see the students, under the formidable pressure exerted by Lu Fang, reluctantly taking the stage to compete. Yet the result was disheartening. With a life energy level of 2, not even half of their strength could be unleashed, unable to even stabilize their swords. One must ponder what they have truly been training in. Go down, go down. Despite Lu Fang having lowered the life energy level by nearly 0.5, none of the 30 or so students stood firm against a single strike. When it was Su Kan's turn, Lu Fang's tone was practically seething with fury. You insist on wielding a long knife? Upon seeing Su Kan nod, Lu Fang's frustration mounted. Compared to the other students, he was indeed lacking, leaving her with no choice. Su Kan's dismissive and capricious demeanor only fueled her ire further. A life energy level of 4.7, is it? I shall reduce it to 3. 0. Take care of yourself. Sukin was momentarily taken aback. Are you certain, teacher? 4. 7 is 1. 7 levels above 3. The impatient tone fell. Shrugging, Sukin spun his wrist, causing the blade of the crescent moon knife to reflect a glint of cold light. In the next heartbeat, his tall figure surged forward. With a swift whoosh, the speed generated a powerful gust of wind, even creating the illusion of a phantom alongside the long knife. In less than 2 breaths, buzz, accompanied by the sound of the blade, Lu Feng's pupils constricted sharply. From her peripheral vision, an unsharpened long knife was astonishingly slicing in from the side, akin to a ferocious tiger pouncing forth. The speed was overwhelming, offering Lu Feng no opportunity to counter or respond. In the face of such a rapid strike, Lu Feng could only hurriedly lean back, attempting to evade the blow with her slender sword. To her surprise, the crescent moon knife pivoted. As the trajectory shifted downward, it followed her like a relentless shadow. In that moment, the blade snapped forward with the force of a spring. Clang! Lu Feng felt a sharp pain in her palm, her eyes wide with disbelief. The slender sword nearly slipped from her grasp under the intense impact. It was only after instinctively unleashing a life energy level above 4 that she staggered back several meters before regaining her footing. Looking up at the boy who was grinning at her, a mix of embarrassment and surprise surged within her. Meanwhile, below the stage, an eerie silence had descended, punctuated only by the sounds of swallowed breaths. The students stared, wide-eyed, at Lu Feng, who had been forced back several meters, not daring to breathe a word. Could they have possibly witnessed correctly? The strict homeroom teacher, who had toyed with them using a single strike, had been sent flying by Su Kan's blade. Chapter 13. Teacher, you're cheating. A display of swordsmanship after a moment of silence. The atmosphere erupted into chaos. Such a swift blade. Did you all witness what has transpired? I only saw Su Kan's figure dart forward, and then, well, the old class master was sent staggering back. How astonishingly fast. Is this the speed of a life energy level 4? 7? On stage, Sukin stood with his blade, a smile dancing on his lips as he regarded Lu Feng. Teacher, was it not agreed that only a life energy level of 3 would be employed? He had yet to unleash his full power, but it seemed that this teacher Lu, pressed into a corner, resorted to unsportsmanlike tactics. Oomph. Lu Feng scoffed softly, her graceful features betraying a hint of embarrassment. Internally, she struggled to regain her composure, replaying that awe-inspiring strike in her mind. That blow was as swift as lightning, its force as heavy as 1,000 pounds. It demonstrated an extraordinary mastery over one's life energy, fully harnessing its potential. Moreover, the trajectory of the blade was cunningly unpredictable, a testament to her refined and solid swordsmanship. Most alarming was that after she had evaded that strike with her agility, the youth effortlessly altered the course of his blade, following her with an even greater ferocity. His combat skills and adaptability were far from those of a novice. To Lu Feng, he resembled a seasoned swordsman, one who thrived on the edge of danger, a reckless blade wielder. Had this lad truly just recently resumed his training with the long sword? Lu Feng even harbored doubts that the youth's swordsmanship had likely reached a remarkable level. How underestimated you were, Su Kan, she mused. Regaining her stance, Lu Feng cleared her throat, her countenance returning to calm as if nothing had transpired. Teacher, you are remarkably thick-skinned, she retorted, her eyes narrowing. Enough chatter, attack. Meanwhile, the students of Class 7, witnessing the resurgence of battle, quickly hushed their clamor and held their breath. This was the first time they had encountered such a serious and solemn expression on Lu Feng's face. It was as though the opponent she faced was not merely her student, but an equal adversary. Sukin made his move. A gasp escaped from someone in the crowd. Under the watchful eyes of all Class 7 students, Sukin once again surged forward like a leopard. His speed had intensified. Lu Feng's eyelids flickered, despite her mental preparation. She was still taken aback by this swiftness. Had he perhaps lowered his life energy level just moments ago? With no time for contemplation, the long sword sliced towards her, emitting a sharp sound that pierced the air. Though the blade had not yet been unsheathed, its intent was unmistakable. The force behind it was even greater. What a lad! Lu Fang's eyes widened in astonishment as her slender sword darted forth. The tip of her blade, akin to a viper's tongue, precisely struck the incoming sword. Clang! The blade was deflected, yet Sukin remained unperturbed. Utilizing the rebound, he stepped forward, his wrist twisting as the crescent-shaped, long sword seamlessly transitioned from a slash to a cut, gliding past the tip of her sword toward Lu Fang. This scene reached the observation platform, causing Pan Tao to spring up from the sofa, his eyes alight with surprise. A display of swordsmanship. The mastery displayed in the transition of his blade techniques indicates that this young man has undoubtedly reached a commendable level of swordsmanship within the entirety of Sanzhong. Aside from the prodigious Yu Zhiro, who possesses extraordinary innate talent, only a handful of students in the elite class barely approach this level of skill. Yet now, it seems that Sanzhong may soon witness the emergence of a true genius, one who relies solely on innate martial arts aptitude rather than any special constitution to achieve such proficiency. Principal Pan Tao fixated his gaze on the youth on stage, increasingly captivated, but his expression froze upon observing the trajectory of the blade. The knife's path ascended towards the neck, yet this rascal had chosen to direct it downward. Lu Fang, that girl must be in a frenzy. In the center of the stage, Su Kan's wrist twisted downward, the blade aimed at the ample space beneath Lu Fang's armpit. What audacity! The gust of the blade caused a slight shiver in his chest, and anger flickered in Lu Fang's eyes. Su Kan's complexion shifted, and he attempted to alter the course of the blade, yet it was too late. He suddenly recalled that this teacher, Lu Fang, had an infamous moniker, Tian Wang, the king of the hall. This strike, whether intentional or not, had certainly crossed a line. Teacher, do you believe me when I say it was unintentional? Lu Fang's smile was disconcerting, sending chills down Su Kan's spine. As she deftly shifted her steps, Lu Fang's form twisted in a manner that defied belief, effortlessly evading the horizontal cut. Beep, beep, beep. The martial arts analysis device promptly issued a warning. The target has employed techniques exceeding the prescribed limits. Should the assessment be halted? Exceeding the prescribed techniques. Teacher, you've resorted to trickery again. War responded to Su Kan with a blade strike, so swift it was nearly imperceptible. Beep, beep, beep. The target has employed sword techniques exceeding the prescribed limits. Should the assessment be halted? Damn, this is getting serious. Su Kan hastily swung his knife to defend himself, unleashing the full force of his life energy at level 4. 7. Clang, 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 clang. In a whirlwind of movement, the two figures intertwined, their weapons clashing and sparking in an explosive display. In less than 3 breaths, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Yet, faced with the fury of a maternal tiger, Su Kan found himself utterly suppressed in both agility and technique. Blade Technique Proficiency 6. Blade Technique Proficiency 4. Blade Technique. However, despite the sudden onslaught of pressure, Su Kan, though struggling to fend off the attacks, found solace in the fact that his blade skills were rapidly advancing amidst the fierce confrontation. As a result, he gradually acclimatized to the intensity of the struggle. This young man's swordsmanship is becoming increasingly refined. As for Lu Fang, though her eyes brimmed with a mix of anger and astonishment, she could not conceal her astonishment. It is worth noting that the sword techniques she employed had already reached an impressive level of around 50 points. Yet here was this youth, still able to wield his blade in resistance, even beginning to adapt to the current rhythm. Interesting. I shall see how long you can endure. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fang's lips curled slightly, and the sword in her hand became increasingly cunning. Before long, Su Kan found himself cornered against the edge of the stage, utterly beleaguered. The outlook was grim. Within the observation platform, Pan Tao was both astonished and elated by Lu Fang's actions. The astonishment stemmed from the fact that Lu Fang, as an educator, not only employed a level of swordsmanship exceeding that of a mere student, but also incorporated skilled footwork, which was a blatant violation of the ethics of teaching, a true affront to the principles of pedagogy. His elation, however, arose from Su Kan's knife techniques, which once again surpassed Pan Tao's expectations. The youth had not only attained a level of proficiency in knife skills, but had also cultivated a remarkable depth of understanding beyond that foundational stage. "This is the end for you, you little rascal." With a flick of his slender sword, Lu Fang watched as Sukin attempted to pivot and evade. Anticipating his move, she redirected the sword tip to seal off his escape route. Unexpectedly, however, Sukin, with his back turned to her, pivoted sharply on his heel and unleashed a ferocious thrust from beneath his arm with a long knife. The speed was astonishing, and, in the blink of an eye, the blade pierced towards Lu Fang. Clang! The sudden interruption obscured her view as she hastily raised her sword to defend. The knife tip collided with the sword's body, producing a jarring metallic resonance. Staggering back in bewilderment, Lu Fang was forcefully repelled. "If you can withstand that, teacher, I concede defeat." Turning around, Sukin elegantly swung his long knife, a smile gracing his lips as he raised both hands in surrender. What a jest! Hearing that Lu Fang's footwork and sword techniques had reached levels beyond 3, and considering her extensive experience as a martial artist, Sukin was astutely aware of the peril he faced against the furious tigress. The unexpected counterattack was his last act of defiance. Clatter! The long knife fell to the ground, the sound resonating sharply. Below, the onlookers jolted, glancing between the astonished Lu Fang and the grinning Sukin. Finally, their gaze fixated on the martial arts analysis machine, which simultaneously displayed Sukin's results. Sukin, Level 1 Knife Technique. Notification: the target's skills have exceeded the parameters set by the current apparatus. Therefore, it can only be registered as an entry-level skill. Please refrain from misjudgment. The cold, artificial voice of the AI echoed in the ears of all present students. Level 1 Knife Technique. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into silence. Chapter 14. Class Rankings. After a brief moment, the students of Class 7 could no longer contain their excitement and erupted in a cacophony of voices. A first-tier knife technique. Indeed, a first-tier knife technique. Sugo has achieved a first-tier knife technique. My goodness, did he not practice with a short knife before? How can he wield a long knife with such prowess? The second genius of first-tier skill after the school bell of MO University. Incredible. A first-tier knife technique. Observing the fierce battle between Sugo and the old class leader was entirely justified. But wait, did none of you notice the last reminder on the screen? Techniques exceeding the prescribed limits of the martial arts machine can only be classified as an entry-level first-tier. Does this not imply that Sugo possesses more than just a first-tier knife technique? Listening to the discussions below, Lu Fang subtly glanced at the red warning light flickering on the martial arts machine. A red light signifies that the assessment target has surpassed the regulated adjustment range. It was evident that Sukin possessed more than just a first-tier knife technique. As the assessment officer, Lu Fang was acutely aware. Just that recent backhand strike alone was certainly not as simple as merely a first-tier skill. After all, even she, a martial arts instructor above the third tier, nearly fell victim while employing her footwork techniques. The patience displayed in luring the opponent and the quick reactions, under comparable life energy levels. It was likely that even some second-tier martial artists, with a moment's carelessness, would have been easily dispatched by Sukin's blade. Of course, Lu Fang utilized footwork techniques that nearly approached the level of second-tier sword techniques, and her life energy level had been elevated to be on par with that of the youth. Yet, even so, she was still repelled. In fact, she was the one who had been defeated. Moreover, this young man's mastery over his physical capabilities was likely not just approaching perfection, it was even exceeding the norm. His speed and strength surpassed the limits of 4.7, which explained the astonishingly rapid progress in his body-tempering fist. Lu Fang couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. "Teacher, may I leave now?" Sukin timidly inquired, feeling apprehensive that this irritable homeroom teacher might unleash a few more sword strikes upon him. Go wait for the class rankings." Indeed, she was still angry. Sukin swiftly rejoined his peers, then turned his gaze towards the enormous display screen at the center of the playground. This screen was about to unveil the reshuffled class rankings. He wondered how high he could ascend in the rankings based on his performance in this assessment. Before the summer vacation, at the conclusion of his second year, Sukin had managed to maintain a somewhat precarious position at 29th in his class rankings after a year of diligent effort. As for his overall ranking, he was, well, far beyond the hundreds, belonging to that category where one must continually scroll down to avoid being overlooked. Regarding this upcoming reshuffling of rankings, Sukin felt that, if calculated among the 7 ordinary classes, he would undoubtedly be selected as the top student. In terms of martial arts aptitude, his misunderstood innate martial bone could at least be compared to a medium root. In an ordinary class, this was akin to a dimensional strike. His mastery of the body-tempering fist was incomparable, and as for techniques, it was better left unsaid. Thus, the only competition left for Sukin was truly among the elite students of the advanced classes. Before long, as the assessment draws to a close, the colossal screen at the center emanates a crimson glow, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Here it comes. The annual rankings are finally about to be revealed. What do you think? Where will Su be placed this time? Surely he will top the ordinary class. However, I wonder if he can outshine the elite class. What a joke. With a vitality level of 4.7, he could easily rank within the top 60 among the 100 students in the elite class. Moreover, coupled with his formidable body training technique that surpasses Zhou Yi and a skill displayed beneath the school beauty, you dare say he cannot compete? But does Su's martial arts aptitude truly measure up? Nonsense. I implore you to visit an internet CAF. This talk of martial arts aptitude being inadequate is ludicrous. Have you heard of the awakening that occurs the day after tomorrow? On the entire playground, nearly 1,000 students are engulfed in anticipation for the final announcement of results. Their emotions resemble those of students awaiting their college entrance examination scores, filled with both excitement and anxiety. After all, class rankings and even grade rankings can significantly influence the allocation of benefits and resources for the following year. The indifferent students who lounge around may not feel much, adopting a carefree attitude. Yet, for competitive students, their rankings hold great importance. Minutes later, the class supervisors briefly organized the results, and with a smile, Pan Tao announced, "We shall now officially reset the rankings." The enormous black and red screen at the center immediately began to scroll. "Hurry up. There is nothing of interest for us in the ordinary class. I want to see Su's comeback. A dark horse rising. I, a proud commoner, revel in this." The students of Class 7, each fixated on the luminous screen, anxiously watched as the rankings of over 800 students slowly ascended. This is genuinely thrilling. Historically, whether other martial arts schools have experienced this is uncertain, but in our institution, it is nearly impossible for students from the ordinary class to break into the top 100 due to the limitations imposed by martial arts aptitude. That barrier ensures they can never reach such heights. Even the lowest ranking student from the elite class could easily dominate the 7 ordinary classes. Therefore, after Sukin achieved astonishing assessment results as a member of the ordinary class, they all hoped to shatter this established norm to satisfy their inner resentment. The rankings swiftly climbed to the range of 100 to 200 until it finally neared the 100 mark. 103rd place, Senior 3, Class 7. Chen Meng, ranking 103rd overall. At the front of the line, Chen Meng's face flushed crimson with excitement as he clenched his fists. Compared to his previous rank of 110th before the summer break, he had risen a full 7 places, all thanks to the small success in body training. Chun, the hero's name, resonates throughout the martial world. He repeatedly recalls the kindness of your mentor, and the heavenly bestowed mentor rewards have increased. Comprehension increased by 10. The previously acquired 5 minutes of sudden enlightenment has been extended to 10 minutes. Current heavenly bestowed mentor's comprehension growth, 65. Has he truly become an experienced treasure? Sukin felt a twinge of surprise. He had anticipated that the rewards would cap after a couple of increments, yet it seems there are still opportunities to reap more. Upon entering the elite class, one is afforded the immediate opportunity to select a foundational martial art beyond the basic techniques of Zhuang Tiquan. If the art of blade mastery is among the options, the chance for a moment of profound enlightenment within just 10 minutes could indeed prove invaluable. The mere thought of that illustrious technique, resonating throughout the Great Xia and often described as both foul and fragrant, ignites a fervent passion within Sukin. Contrary to its moniker, the technique is not truly odious. Rather, It is renowned for its exceptionally stringent demands on one's comprehension, rendering its practice significantly more arduous than that of the entry-level blade techniques. Consequently, it has become the subject of derision from those unable to master it. However, the power it manifests is nothing short of terrifying. After all, this is the foundational blade technique sanctioned by the esteemed Fu Honyang, the foremost among the four great martial saints, bestowed upon the prestigious universities across the Great Xia. For anyone dedicated to the art of the blade, resistance to its allure is virtually impossible, and Sukin is no exception, his heart brimming with anticipation. As he pondered, a sudden exclamation jolted him back to reality, prompting him to swiftly gaze at the luminous screen. The rankings displayed: 100, 99, 84, 60. Yet, Su Kan's name remained absent, indicating that he had indeed surged into the top 60 of his entire grade. This revelation rendered the expressions of the lower-ranking elite students quite disconcerted, murmuring their discontent. The life energy levels of our class's top 50 all exceed 5 points. There is no way he could break into the top 50, while it is true that they all surpassed 5 points in life energy. The rankings are determined by comprehensive performance, with a particular emphasis this year on practical skills, of which he possesses a singular blade technique. It is highly probable that he may breach the top 50. Alas, although it is widely acknowledged that Su Kan has likely awakened a martial bone, his origins in an ordinary class have made his ascent a source of ridicule among the remaining martial students. Wait, he has reached the 40th position. Why is his name still absent? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the rankings continued to glide slowly, with the names of elite students being unveiled one by one. Even upon reaching the 40th rank, Su Kan's name was nowhere to be found. Had he truly infiltrated the top 40? A collective jolt coursed through the crowd. The students in the top 40 displayed life energy levels ranging from 5 to 6, all hailing from affluent backgrounds with ample resources and commendable talent. How could Su Kan, with a life energy level of 4, 7, and the humble origins of an ordinary family, possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with these genuine prodigies? Even with the current emphasis on practical skills, one cannot overlook the significance of cultivation level, can they? What astonished them further was that as the rankings progressed to the 20th position, Su Kan's name was still absent. 18th, still not there. 15th, no sign. 10th, still absent. Then, at the 9th position, a more vibrant red subtitle emerged. 9th place, Class 7 of Senior 3, Su Kan. Su Kan has surged into the top 10 of his entire grade. Chapter 15, The Tragedy. Cornered by the school beauty Su Kan, remember to report directly to the elite class tomorrow. After the registration, the scholarship for the elite class will be issued to you. Additionally, prepare yourself for the cultivation of martial arts. The application for the Void instrument has already been submitted, and soon you will be able to enter the Void realm to hone your martial skills. Congratulations, Su Kan. Your teacher is proud of you. But do not let pride cloud your judgment. Joining the elite class is merely the beginning, and further diligence is required. On his way home from the martial therapy shop, Su Kan was preoccupied with the words spoken by Lu Fong, his heart a tempest of emotions. Starting tomorrow, he would officially be a student of the elite class, enjoying superior benefits, acquiring new martial arts, entering the Void realm for training, and receiving the much-needed scholarship. This financial aid should alleviate his family's economic burdens, allowing him to share the responsibility with his hard-working parents. The joy bubbled within him, and he quickened his pace, eager to return home and share this delightful news with his parents. However, just after turning a corner draped in moss, Su Kan abruptly halted. The usually desolate snack street was now teeming with people, the air thick with commotion. What was happening? As he approached, his eyes were drawn to the crimson warning tape, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. Another tragedy instigated by the ghostly tribe. Surveying the street, now barricaded by over 100 guards, Su Kan furrowed his brow. Was this the 6th incident this month? Given the scale of the security presence, the casualties this time were likely considerable. A heaviness settled in his heart. The crises facing humanity had indeed escalated over the years. Externally, the Six-Eyed Tribe's beasts were ruthlessly assaulting the borders, attempting to conquer human cities. Internally, the stealthy, ghostly tribe frequently infiltrated human communities, inciting inexplicable tragedies. Furthermore, the heretical servants enslaved by the Six-Eyed tribe were surreptitiously undermining humanity's defensive forces. It was a dire situation, fraught with both internal strife and external threats, leaving the populace in a state of anxiety. Were it not for the divine guardians of the martial god temple, who bravely resisted, humanity might once again have been plunged into a century of despair. Common folk, retreat swiftly. A cold voice rang out, drawing near. Three figures clad in dark attire, their faces obscured by shadowy hoods, strode purposefully from the side. Behind them, three weapons of various shapes and sizes, partially concealed by dark cloaks, emitted a foreboding crimson glow that instilled fear in the onlookers. The Flame Guardians, the sharp blades of the martial god temple, emblematic of humanity's formidable resistance against the alien tribes. Watching the three elongated shadows vanish into the depths of the bustling snack street, Su Kan's face reflected admiration. Once, his mother, Lian, had been saved by a powerful flame guardian, having narrowly escaped the epicenter of a great catastrophe. Had it not been for this stroke of fortune, Su Kan feared that his family would have long been separated by the chasm of death. Silently expressing his gratitude, he joined a throng of those being ushered away from the site. As he continued his journey home, a weighty solemnity enveloped him. The branch of the martial god temple in Shao City was situated within the inner district, a place the demonic clans dared not invade lightly. Instead, lurking in the outer districts where defensive forces were less concentrated, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The mere thought of his home, distance from the very heart of the outer district, filled him with dread, as it too could fall prey to the demons, much like the bustling snack street had. His mind wandered to his mother, who, confined to a wheelchair, toiled away in a cramped, inexpensive living space, painstakingly crafting items to supplement the household income. He recalled his father, who worked late into the night, perpetually burdened by the family's expenses. Su Kan's heart plummeted, and his fists clenched instinctively. No, he must find a way to relocate to the inner district. He could not allow his parents to remain in such a perilous situation. Upon reaching his home, he donned a more natural expression. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door with a smile. "Mom, I'm back," he called out, glancing at the familiar sight of his mother, busy as ever, her back to him, busily engaged in her handiwork, the fan gently blowing her hair. "Oh, look who finally decided to turn on the fan." Li Yin turned, feigning annoyance. "It was your father who switched it on this morning and even hung the power strip on the wall. Well done, old man." Su Kan gave a thumbs up to the makeshift camera in the corner. "This should have been done long ago." I know. You must be tired from today's great assessment. Hurry and eat," she urged. "All right." Lifting the dining table cover, he noticed a delectable spread, complete with an additional meat dish, which warmed his heart. He discreetly glanced at Li Yan. "Mom, aren't you curious about my results from the assessment?" Without turning, Li Yin chuckled. "Silly boy, when have your father and I ever inquire about your grades? We only wish for your health at school. And if you eat one bowl more than others, we are content. What if I told you I did well and received a scholarship? Would you believe me?" Click, click, click. Li Yin hastily set aside her work, pushing the creaky wheelchair to the table and anxiously checking Su Kan's forehead. "Son, please don't feel pressured. Your father and I are here to support you." Su Kan thought to himself, "Just a scholarship, and my mother is this excited, thinking something is amiss. If I were to tell her I had awakened my martial spirit and surged into the top 10 of the entire grade, even entering the elite class, what chaos would ensue?" "Mom, I really did receive a scholarship." "Really?" "Yes. Look, here is the proof from my homeroom teacher. Quick, call your father. Let him share in the joy." "Wait, Mom, didn't you say you didn't care about grades?" "Oof. What kind of parents wouldn't want their children to succeed?" The call connected. "Hello, your child's father, listen to me." The following morning, early in the morning, Su Kan arrived at school, but before he could step into the luxurious building designated for the elite class, he was abruptly pulled into a secluded corner by a delicate, fair hand. Thud! He found himself pressed against the wall forcefully. Standing before him was the enchanting Yujiro. Her crescent-shaped eyes narrowed, emanating a fierce glint as she stared at him. Sukin was taken aback. What an unusual start to the day. Being pinned against the wall by the stunning school beauty. As a man, he should retaliate, yet after exerting every ounce of strength, he conceded defeat. Alas, such a delicate and smooth hand possessed an unexpectedly robust strength, rendering him utterly unable to escape. Sukin wore an expression of resigned submission. In broad daylight, was Yujiro really attempting to use force? This seemed rather inappropriate. Moreover, she was so close, being pressed against her. He could distinctly sense the fragrance of her youthful essence and the warmth of her breath, leaving him momentarily dazed. Her exquisite face was mere inches away, allowing him to catch sight of her long eyelashes. A fleeting glance downward revealed that even in the seemingly conservative school uniform, the contours were unmistakably highlighted by the tumultuous waves beneath. Upon meeting Sukin's gaze, Yujiro hurriedly withdrew her hand to cover her chest. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She glared at him fiercely, her tone sharp. "You haven't told anyone, have you?" Sukin was momentarily taken aback. "Told what?" "I assisted you with the martial arts therapy to aid in your awakening opportunity." Yujiro struggled to articulate. "Now the entire school is aware of your impending awakening, and many classmates are inquiring about your experience, hoping to emulate it." "Oh, so that's it. I seem to have mentioned it. Are you trying to get me killed?" "Sukin? I said it was exhaustion from practicing martial arts that caused me to faint." Yujiro, with a skeptical look, retracted her delicate fist. "Really?" "Indeed," Sukin nodded, but quickly added, "However, doesn't this mean you're asking me to keep it a secret?" "Isn't this a request from you?" Yujiro instinctively nodded. Yet, why did he feel as though she was threatening him? Shouldn't it be the other way around? After all, she wouldn't want the incident of accidentally stepping into a martial arts awakening while clad in work attire and white socks to become the talk of the school. Would she? At her words, Yujiro grew anxious. "How dare you?" What do you intend to do, Sukin?" Sukin replied with a serious demeanor. "I heard you are soon to advance to the prestigious Shenlong University in the capital of Daxia, Tianhai Province. It so happens that Grandma Tan gifted me another complimentary martial arts therapy card yesterday, and the card number coincidentally matches your work number from that day. Before you leave, might I trouble you to assist me once more with a proper session of martial arts therapy?" This request was not born from mere desire. It arose from the realization that the heavenly gifted master could indeed pursue rewards for comprehension. He believed that if Yujiro, the source of his predicament, were to be further engaged, the achievement of saintly body forging might also yield additional rewards. Being stepped upon was a minor concern. The crucial aspect was the transformation of one's innate roots. Sukin found himself unable to resist such temptation. Chapter 16. Clearly Black Silk. Boundless Blade Technique, the Zhengkai Building, one of the tallest structures at Sanzhong, serves as the primary hub for the elite students. The classroom of the top-tier class is conveniently located adjacent to the martial arts room on the second floor. At this moment, within the confines of the elite classroom, the daily cultural studies morning reading session is in progress. The subjects covered encompass not only essential martial knowledge, but also the new martial history tracing the evolution of humanity from the technological era to the present day. It is not until the morning break bell rings that the group of elite students finally cast aside their textbooks, rejuvenated and animated, engaging in lively conversations. I just saw old Huang leading Sukin into the office. It seems he is indeed enrolling in the elite class, ranking 9th in the entire grade. Even now, I'm still grappling with the shock. I refuse to accept it. I firmly believe this ranking is exaggerated. The 3 postnatal awakeners documented in history possess significantly superior postnatal martial bones compared to the lower grade roots, yet their cultivation speed barely qualifies as average, and they are even outperformed by those with true innate roots. Indeed, I perused the historical records yesterday. The ultimate achievements of those 3 individuals do not surpass those of contemporaneous martial artists with moderate roots. Thus, I am convinced that Sukin cannot compete with us genuine practitioners of moderate roots. Just wait and see. Once he begins cultivating the breathing technique that connects with the celestial source, the disparity in cultivation speed will gradually manifest. At that point, The widening gap in life energy levels cannot be bridged by mere martial skills. Absolutely. Under a definitive disparity in power, any technique becomes futile. The male students lounging on the desk exchanged remarks, nodding in silent agreement. In contrast, some female students, overhearing their male classmates' discussions, furrowed their brows. Boys, can you only malign others behind their backs? Why not step up and challenge for a spot in the top 10? Why not refine the body, forging fist to perfection? Why not elevate your skills to a higher level? Exactly. Your jealousy of others' martial talents stems from your own insecurities, leading you to gossip behind their backs, isn't it? Don't you men claim that real men confront challenges head-on? Such backhanded remarks are truly pathetic. Pathetic. The expressions of the male students darkened, wanting to retort, but unsure how to begin. Particularly since their sole advantage in life energy levels paled in comparison to Sukan's. They found themselves utterly at a loss for words, feeling exceedingly frustrated. Silence. A clear, cold voice emanated from the front of the classroom. Yujiro, without turning her head, exuded a serene demeanor as she flipped through her textbook, her delicate brows furrowed. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge another's excellence? The hint of indignation tinged the girl's cool tone. In an instant, the classroom fell into complete silence. Everyone turned in astonishment toward the tranquil figure at the front. In previous days, Yujiro, while radiating a sweet and charming aura, was known only to them as the aloof campus belle. It seemed as though she belonged to a different realm entirely from their elite class, since her exceptional standards exceeded those of even the martial arts high school. She had opted out of participating in various assessments since her first year. Since then, she has exuded an air of natural aloofness, creating a palpable sense of distance. Moreover, this school beauty possesses an extraordinary talent that others can only aspire to, being a disciple of the national sword god. In such a formidable atmosphere, and with such a distinguished background, it was somewhat acceptable for a few lively female classmates to take the initiative. However, the rest of the male students dared not approach the school beauty lightly, choosing instead to admire her from afar. Yet now, Moonjiro has surprisingly taken the initiative to speak, and it concerns Sukan. As for Sukan's affairs, please refrain from discussing them. After all, we will be classmates in the future. Observing this situation, Zhou-Yi, who was also seated in the front row, feigned a reprimand before turning to Moonjiro with a gentle smile. My apologies, Moon classmate, for disturbing your reading. His voice was soft and warm. However, Moonjiro seemed oblivious, continuing to read her book, her serene and cool demeanor intact. Zhou-Yi, feeling slightly awkward, withdrew his smile, his eyes betraying his discomfort. The classroom fell into a profound silence. All right, the morning reading has concluded. Let us prepare for morning exercises. Today, the male team will be led by Zhou-Yi, and for the female side, Jiro, you shall take the lead. Huang Deguang then entered the classroom, addressing the two seated in the front row. Without raising her head, Moonjiro declined. Teacher, I do not wish to practice boxing today. I am not in the mood. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Sukan, that scoundrel, and the threats he had made against her, leaving her no inclination for morning exercises. Moon classmate, I suppose you wouldn't want things to become the talk of the town. The mere thought of the boy demanding that she wear black stockings for therapy, with that triumphant smirk, filled Moonjiro with ire. What black stockings, what therapeutic tools? They were nothing but black silk. As she pondered, she felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Sukan was to select martial arts as an elective and could not lead the morning exercises. Thus, the male lead was replaced by Zhou-Yi. If Jiro did not participate, the female side would continue to be led by Wu Ting, as usual. Zhou-Yi, filled with excitement, was suddenly doused with cold water, his breath catching in his throat. Was Sukan originally intended to be here? This implied that the plan all along was for Sukan and Moonjiro to practice together again, with him merely as a substitute. Sukan. Again. It was Sukan. Ashu. On his way to the martial arts room alongside Lu Fong, Sukan sneezed, spraying saliva onto her elegantly flowing purple dress. Was it my mother who misses me? Or is that reserved girl Moonjiro cursing me? Shaking his head, Sukan gazed forward at Lu Fong. Teacher, I had no idea that in addition to being our homeroom teacher and the martial arts instructor for the elite class, you are also the administrator of the martial arts room. Truly, you are a paragon in the teaching realm. Wiping the hem of her dress with a wet tissue, Lu Fang shot Suk in a glare. Given the skill level of ordinary class students, it is only natural that you are not qualified to engage with advanced martial arts. In my silence, it is understandable if you are unaware. Now, tell me, what type of foundational martial arts do you intend to cultivate? Your proficiency in both boxing and swordsmanship exceeds the qualifications for basic boxing and sword techniques. Will it be boxing or swordsmanship? Naturally, it shall be swordsmanship. Sukin decisively articulated his intentions. Are you jesting? With a 65 enhancement in perception, he possesses the formidable talent of a blade prodigy. The combination of these two remarkable achievements begs the question, why would one neglect the art of swordplay in favor of unarmed combat? Even the system would be exasperated. By the way, Master, when can I begin learning the art of movement? Sukan's face was alight with anticipation. The agile techniques exhibited by Lu Fang during the recent practical assessment left an indelible impression on him. Her serpentine grace allowed her to evade what he believed were certain strikes with alarming ease. Such agility is undeniably complex. Indeed, it is quite probable that Lu Fang has mastered a martial art that embodies the evasive traits of a serpent. Yet to select a sword style, and already contemplating movement techniques, do not be so avaricious, young man. Lu Fang rolled her eyes and patiently elucidated. Movement is widely recognized as the most challenging skill to master, without exception. Unlike sword techniques, which rely on the mastery of blade work, the art of movement demands not only perceptual enhancement and rigorous practice of footwork, but also a profound control over one's physical form. More crucially, it requires an innate sense of danger and an instinctive ability to evade. Possessing these two attributes truly marks one as a prodigy in the realm of movement. Such individuals are destined to achieve great feats, and when paired with any primary offensive technique, their lethality is magnified exponentially. As for your curiosity about when you may train in the martial art of movement, Lu Fang suddenly gestured toward a motivational board mounted on the corridor wall, inscribed with the words "Best of luck in this month's examination." This month's evaluation emphasizes power and movement techniques. If you meet the standards, you will be able to choose a foundational movement martial art. Su Kan's eyes brightened, and he quietly committed this to memory. Shortly thereafter, Lu Fang led Su Kan to the martial arts studio. What type of sword technique do you wish to practice? There are styles focused on speed, strength, and technique. In terms of difficulty, they are categorized into 3 foundational tiers. If you were to choose, the 3rd tier will pose no challenge for you. You can start directly with the 2nd tier. For speed, I recommend the 2nd tier Swift Wind Blade technique, which seems quite suitable for you, considering your prior training with speed-oriented short blades. The Thousand Army Blade technique falls under the 1st tier. It is somewhat challenging but offers tremendous power. While inputting the access code outside the door, Lu Fang continued to analyze the martial arts that would best suit Sukin Master. I choose that infamous yet renowned sword technique. Lu Fang's fingers hovered in midair as she froze, turning to gaze at the youth. What did you say? Repeat that. I said, I wish to train in the technique authorized by the esteemed 8th Realm Blade Saint, Master Fu Honyang, for the Martial High School, and even the public community, the renowned Infinite Blade technique, the Thunderclap 9 Blades. Chapter 17, The Epiphany of the Thunderblade, the Mark of Heaven. Suddenly, Lu Fang delivered a powerful and resounding knock to the head. No, that sword technique must not be practiced. Sukin clutched his head, wincing in pain. I would practice it even if it kills me. You. Lu Fang halted mid-motion, her irritation palpable as she gazed at the youth. You young practitioners of the blade, truly. Why do you never heed advice? The Thunderblade, indeed, was created by the esteemed predecessor, the Heavenly Blade, and its might is undeniably extraordinary. It has even been graciously authorized for all in the Great Xia who wish to wield the blade. However, do you comprehend the arduousness of mastering such a technique? The Thunderblade diverges from conventional swordsmanship. It is a technique centered around the mastery of force, and the intricacies of this skill are not any less challenging than those of body movement. The absence of a realm restriction exists because the Thunderblade is a terrifying technique that intensifies with the practitioner's growing strength, amplifying its potency exponentially. Yet, as one's life energy escalates, each enhancement brings forth unfamiliar forces that necessitate reacquaintance and consolidation. The control over one's force becomes increasingly formidable to prevent the Thunderblade from spiraling out of control. Lu Fang earnestly advised against it, but Su Can merely nodded. I have researched this online. Researched? Lu Fang admonished sternly. Do you comprehend the consequences of failing to master the Thunderblade? The notion of the consequences of failure caught Su Can off guard. He realized that such information was scarce online. Observing Su Can's reaction, Lu Fang smirked derisively. You fool. You haven't even grasped the costs of failure, yet you yearn to recklessly pursue the Thunderblade, just as you did before. Teacher, what exactly are the costs? Su Can asked, his curiosity piqued. Lu Fang inhaled sharply, wishing to deliver 2 stinging slaps to the boy before her. The gravity of the situation had been laid bare, yet here he stood, brimming with curiosity. Was he truly intent on practicing a technique that had ruined countless prodigies of swordsmanship? The cost is that a failure in force application could leave one's body in a perpetual state of injury, accumulating over time until the body can no longer withstand the strain, potentially impacting one's martial foundation and hindering training speed. In severe cases, it could even sever one's path in martial arts. Therefore, practicing the Thunderblade allows for no mistakes. But is it feasible to practice martial arts under such stringent conditions? With such a low tolerance for error, do you truly believe you can succeed? Fearing that Su Can was not sufficiently intimidated, Lu Fang pressed on. During his sophomore year, he was the most adept in the elite class. Yet after he began practicing the Thunderblade, a single misstep resulted in nearly all his muscles, tendons, and ligaments tearing. The force of the impact nearly caused him to lose grip on his blade, putting his arm at risk of being severed. Though he was saved in time to preserve his foundation, he subsequently abandoned the Thunderblade and never dared to approach it again. Su Can fell into contemplative silence, yet for reasons unknown, he felt an exhilarating surge of excitement within him. Surely, there must be individuals who have mastered the Thunderblade. Another resounding knock landed on Su Can's head, causing him to yelp in pain. After articulating my feelings so extensively, have you truly not absorbed a single word? Lu Fang narrowed her beautiful eyes. Indeed, there are those who have mastered the Thunderblade, yet they are exceptional beings born for the sword, such as that sword maiden from Xiaoqing No. 1 High School. She has made her entry into the realm, but her innate talent is of the highest caliber, with superior, extraordinary roots. She has activated the transcendent power of the sword through her sword eye. Furthermore, her father is the supreme sword king of the renowned Dao River Martial Arts School, possessing the strength of a martial king at the 7th realm. Her talent is unmatched, and she benefits from the tutelage of numerous formidable swordsmen, which is why she has achieved mastery of the Thunderblade. What do you possess to compare? Just because you have awakened your martial bones and believe you possess some semblance of sword technique? As she spoke, the door to the martial arts room swung open, and Lu Fang stepped inside first. Think carefully about your choices. The Thunderblade. I am determined to master it. Hiss. In the first floor of the martial arts room, within the section designated for foundational martial arts, a glance revealed the absence of ancient tomes. Instead, there were holographic projection devices spaced several meters apart. Modern martial arts differ from the ancient manuals, as they are presented through holographic projections, allowing for a more intuitive experience of martial dynamics and offering exceptional convenience for storage. For instance, once the Thunderblade received authorization from the Heavenly Blade, it could be transmitted directly to the martial arts projectors of various educational institutions. With mere registration of authorization at the school, one could practice it. Naturally, martial arts that lack authorization and transmission permissions cannot be easily disseminated. Unauthorized sharing would incur legal sanctions from the Martial Association, one of the 3 branches of the Martial God Hall. Standing before the foundational sword technique projector, Lu Fang fixed her gaze on the youth, delivering a final warning. I will ask you once more, do you genuinely wish to cultivate the Thunder 9 Blades? Setting aside the side effects of the Thunder 9 Blades, the school has evaluation criteria in place. Should the newly learned martial arts fail to meet the school's standards, subsequent assessments, such as the monthly examination, will evaluate the martial metrics. Falling short will lead to corresponding penalties, creating a chain reaction that could hinder your progress and even affect your college entrance examination. Taking a deep breath, Su Kan's expression turned resolute. If I am to practice, I shall pursue the strongest. His epiphany, along with his talent and insight in the way of the sword, was already brimming with anticipation. Sigh. If you must train, then train. However, remember, should you sense any abnormality in your body, cease your practice immediately and press the alarm button on the projector so that I may provide timely assistance. Assistance? Really? Is this already a death sentence? Su Kan's expression was a mix of laughter and despair, but he hesitated no longer and stepped directly into the projector. Identity verification in progress. Su Kan, an elite student from Class 3, possesses the qualification to acquire foundational sword techniques. Please select the foundational sword technique you wish to cultivate. Within the sci-fi-infused projection space, he selected the Thunder 9 blades. Responding swiftly to the AI's prompt, Su Kan declared his choice. Warning, warning. The difficulty of cultivating the Thunder 9 blades far exceeds that of foundational martial arts and belongs to an increasingly advanced category. Do you wish to continue? Yes. In the next moment, the entire projection space shimmered with flickering starlight, gradually forming the framework of its intended target. A figure, cloaked in black robes and obscured from view, yet possessing a tall and imposing stature, slowly materialized. Su Kan gazed intently, feeling a sudden wave of disorientation. The silhouette in the black robe resembled a poised blade, perpetually emanating an aura of dread that bore down upon him. The mere projection was so profoundly unsettling. One could only imagine the terror a real person would invoke. Steadying his mind under Su Kan's scrutiny, a thunderous rumble echoed. Crack. Boom. The environment around him erupted into a tempest of lightning and thunder, arcs of electricity bursting forth like a spider's web, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. The thunderous blade, devoid of form and technique, yet capable of manifesting infinite variations. Suddenly, a deep and resonant voice emerged from the figure in black robes. With a flicker of his thoughts, Su Kan activated a 10-minute opportunity for enlightenment. In the next moment, he found himself enveloped in a state of both dazed confusion and remarkable clarity. The figure, standing beneath the stormy sky, seemed to transform into an unparalleled divine blade, its boundless sharpness overwhelming him, sending sharp pangs through his body. The roaring thunder, both still and dynamic, filled his vision. It was as if everything he saw, heard, and contemplated, the essence of the entire world, was laid bare before him, accessible at his will. The voice of the cloaked figure continued to resonate in his ears, echoing like a tolling bell in his mind. The thunderous blade, challenging one's limits, shattering the boundaries of skin, flesh, bones, and cells, until ultimately breaking the shackles of existence. With his back turned to Su Kan, the figure slowly raised its left arm, transforming its hand into a blade before slicing downward, inch by inch. Rip! In an instant, the storm of lightning and thunder fell silent. The billowing clouds ceased their movement, and all was still. Above, the heavens were sharply divided, one half thunderous, the other cloudy, each remaining undisturbed, with a visible scar of a blade stretching across the sky, endless and striking. The sky had been cleaved apart? Su Kan stood frozen, his heart trembling in awe. Chapter 18. Comprehensive Enhancement. Whirlwind of the world. At the front desk of the martial arts room, Lu Fong sat elegantly on a sheepskin sofa, her legs crossed and the hem of her purple skirt gracefully unfurled, exuding charm. Yet, the incessant trembling of her long legs betrayed her evident agitation. The principal had explicitly instructed her to prevent that young man from practicing the knife technique. With a deep sigh, Lu Fong's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. It was rare to encounter a martial arts prodigy, one who would not be hindered by innate limitations as past geniuses had been. If anything were to go awry, not only would the principal be furious, but I, as the class instructor, would also be steeped in guilt. With that thought, she promptly exercised her authority to erase Su Kan's registration for the Thunderclap 9 Blades technique. Perhaps by observing he would reconsider and shift his focus to another knife technique, with registration postponed until later. After years of teaching, Lu Fang had witnessed countless martial arts geniuses who, believing themselves extraordinary, insisted on pursuing techniques deemed difficult by others, only to face inevitable failure. Many of them, after such setbacks, found it hard to recover. Yet, Su Kan had chosen the immensely challenging Thunderclap 9 Blades, embodying youthful audacity and ignorance of his limitations. After all, not everyone possesses the prowess of the renowned sword mistress from Xiaoqing. Even she, despite her brilliance, had only recently grasped the rudiments of the Thunderclap 9 Blades, achieving merely the first level of resonance. One could only hope that should he face disillusionment, this young man would adopt a more pragmatic approach. In the projection space, 10 minutes passed quietly. Su Kan emerged from his previous state of confusion, now fully alert. This was astonishingly swift. He wore an expression of lingering desire. Had he persevered a little longer, he could have completely mastered the limits of his muscles and bones, achieving the third level of resonance. Martial arts, Thunderclap 9 Blades. Entry level, limit of second resonance. 99. He was but a step away from minor success with the third resonance. Nevertheless, even the second-level resonance unleashed a power and speed exceeding threefold, truly befitting the mightiest blade of the great Xia. This moment of enlightenment was indeed rewarding, feeling the instinctual surge of knife energy coursing through his body. Su Kan felt a sense of satisfaction. He could continue to delve deeper into this enlightenment, yet he feared his body might not withstand it. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed that further challenges to his physical limits could result in damage to his muscles and bones. With a life energy level of 4.7, he was still relatively weak. It would be wiser to enhance his physical strength before striving for the third resonance of minor success. The current second-level resonance was more than sufficient, whether integrated into his knife techniques or combined with other styles. The compounded explosive force was almost unimaginable. This aspect was what thrilled Su Kan upon understanding the Thunderclap 9 Blades, a technique that fused skill with power, allowing him to meld this strength into other knife methods. Su Kan's excitement was palpable. For instance, incorporating the thunderous 9 Blades into the swift wind swordsmanship articulated by the teacher, which is inherently a technique emphasizing speed, would significantly elevate the velocity when augmented by the thunderous energy. The deficiency in cutting power, a notable shortcoming, will be compensated by the thunderous 9 Blades, rendering its might superior to the strength-oriented thousand-arm technique. This innovation transcends the confines of martial arts, potentially rivaling even the most advanced techniques. Indeed, it can be said that it has evolved into an entirely distinct swordsmanship. It is no wonder that the Thunderblade is described as formless and capable of manifesting myriad forms. This is undeniably remarkable. Whispers of excitement escaped Su Kan's lips as he promptly deactivated the martial arts projector. All projections dissipated. Continuing further practice seemed futile. The epiphany had waned, and comprehension had become exceedingly arduous, even with the enhancement of his innate understanding and talent for swordsmanship. It was likely he could only endure the observation for a short while. His physical form would undoubtedly falter first. The second stage of the Thunderblade was currently the pinnacle of Su Kan's capabilities. Once his life energy ascended further, he could resume his observations at a later time. Moreover, with an advancement in his power application techniques and a deeper grasp of the myriad paths of swordsmanship, his skills would surely flourish. Skill, second stage blade technique 78, martial arts, body forging fist, mastery achieved 99. During this moment of enlightenment, his other studies experienced a ripple effect, with proficiency visibly increasing. Su Kan's gains were substantial. His body-forging fist was nearing the pinnacle of both form and spirit. His blade techniques surged from the first stage directly to a commendable 78 in the second stage, indicating a comprehensive enhancement that required diligent consolidation. Meanwhile, on the other side, has it barely been half an hour, and the projector is already off? Lu Fang mused with a playful smirk. That little rascal must have realized the difficulty of the thunderous 9 Blades. However, recognizing challenges and retreating or admitting mistakes is commendable behavior. Soon after, as Sukin passed by the martial arts room's front desk, he nodded at Lu Fong and said, "Teacher, I'm heading home now." With that, he strode directly toward the exit. Lu Fong's smile faltered. "Wait." She suddenly stood up, her brow furrowed. "What do you mean by that?" "What do you mean?" "I'm going home to consolidate my practice," he replied. "Consolidate? After barely 30 minutes, you tell me you wish to consolidate? Surely you haven't learned anything." Lu Fong chuckled in disbelief. "You're not giving up on the Thunderblade out of frustration, are you? Stubbornness doesn't suit you." Although reluctant to admit it, Lu Fong understood that dealing with such a martial arts prodigy required stimulating their pride to bring them back to clarity. Failure is nothing to be embarrassed about. Many have faltered while practicing the thunderous nine blades. You could always switch to another technique. I have already utilized my privilege to erase the records. You have another chance. Upon hearing this, Sukin blinked, as if realizing she thought he had not mastered it. "Teacher, regarding the thunderous nine blades, I believe I have grasped the fundamentals. Still being stubborn, are we?" Lu Fong was about to continue her admonishment when in the next moment, Sukin refrained from unnecessary words, raising his hand to form a blade, his flesh taut, emitting a crackling sound akin to the spread of lightning. In an instant, he struck downwards toward the empty space beside him. Crack! The sound resembled thunder as the terrifying force of his palm blade severed the air, tearing apart a span of 5 to 6 meters, causing the atmosphere to emit a piercing wail. "Teacher, I'm heading back now," he called out to Lu Fong, who stood there, dumbfounded and unresponsive. With that, he exited the martial arts room. Time passed, and Lu Fong, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief, sank into the sofa, gazing up at the brilliant chandelier, lost in thought. Could it be that he mastered the Thunderblade technique in less than half an hour? How could that even be possible? As he walked toward the school gate, Sukin held tightly to the savings card containing the scholarship funds, eager to head to the commercial street in the inner city. The scholarship for the elite class was disbursed monthly, with the initial amount reaching a staggering 200,000 yuan. If allocated wisely, even outside of school, one could indulge in exotic beast meat akin to that of the blood-pattern pig. This treatment was certainly on par with that of many middle-class families. However, Sukin had no intention of purchasing exotic meat. Today was his father's birthday, and his trip to the commercial street was to buy the Lanhua cigarettes his father seldom indulged in, the fine wines he rarely drank, and a new razor to replace the old, worn-out one. He also aimed to replace the dilapidated manual wheelchair that had become difficult to maneuver for his mother, opting for a brand new electric wheelchair equipped with a fan. Most importantly, he sought to acquire medication far superior to the cheap heat packs currently in use, hoping to alleviate his mother's pain as much as possible. The thought filled Sukin with joy. Usually reluctant to take a taxi, he hailed one without hesitation. Screech. A vintage four-wheeler, deemed obsolete by modern energy vehicles, came to a halt, its flashy exterior turning heads. As the sounds of local DJ music emanated from inside, and he caught sight of the youthful face with that striking yellow hair, Sukin couldn't help but twitch his lips. Hey, don't go, brother." "Where to?" "They call me the Little Whirlwind. I'm quite steady." "Commercial Street, all right." A few minutes later, the ride was smooth and swift, albeit a bit wild around corners. Sukin safely arrived at the commercial street, clutching his churning stomach, and glanced down at the young man with yellow hair being pinned to the ground by several traffic police, his expression darkening. "Your speed has exceeded the system's limits. To achieve such agility while maintaining balance is unparalleled across the martial arts world, triggering the achievement. Whirlwind of the world. Reward, agility talent increased by 50. Chapter 19. The martial arts charge forward. What are you bragging about? In the whirlwind of the world. At this moment, Sukin found himself utterly captivated. System, shouldn't the little whirlwind be that yellow-haired knight pinned to the ground? How did I, drifting through the alley in this flashy car, become the little whirlwind, transforming into a figure of unparalleled agility, soaring through the martial world, unmatched in speed and grace? Sukin could vividly envision the scene, himself racing through the realm of martial arts in this flamboyant vehicle, pursued by a multitude of skilled warriors executing their lightness of body, trailing in the wake of exhaust fumes. What a divine spectacle! Yet, the rewards are indeed enticing. an enhancement of 50 to my agility talent. The most challenging aspect of martial arts has received such a substantial boost. The upcoming monthly examination happens to include proficiency in agility, making this opportunity perfectly timed. Before long, under the subtle influence of this 50 agility enhancement, Sukin felt an acute sensitivity to the gazes surrounding him. Whether ahead, behind, or to the sides, a mere glance revealed admiring eyes fixed upon him. As each vehicle sped by on the road, his body instinctively yearned to evade. An incessant feeling of impending collision pervaded his thoughts, compelling him to anticipate potential crises. Thus, it seems that those skilled in agility are often plagued by a touch of paranoia, does it not? As he ventured onto the bustling commercial street, Su Kan's body tensed, sensing that everyone around harbored ulterior motives, prompting him to dodge any approaching figures. Even a gentle breeze had him instinctively adjusting his hair, wary of disarray. Were it not for the omnipresence of air essential for breathing, Su Kan might have even considered isolating himself from it. A curious little girl, holding an ice cream cone, pointed at Su Kan, who was dodging and weaving as if engaged in a battle of wits with the atmosphere. "Mommy, that handsome big brother over there is so cool." "Shoo, don't point. I tell you not to speak of people with imperfections like that? They, too, are victims of circumstance." "I understand, Mommy. Soda." The big brother with the less-than bright mind. Ah, is this what it means to be in a big city? Suddenly, he felt like a country bumpkin. After acclimating to the 50 agility enhancement, Su Kan finally stepped into one of the top 5 commercial streets in Xiaocheng. It was also his first visit to the inner city's commercial district, surrounded by towering skyscrapers that seemed to pierce the heavens, infused with a sense of futuristic wonder, and interspersed with elegant historical buildings. Su Kan was awestruck and exhilarated. Having moved to Xiaocheng at a young age, his family had always resided in the outskirts. His travels were primarily between school and home, and he could count on one hand the number of times he had ventured into the inner city. The primary reason was poverty. With empty pockets, he always felt out of place in such locales. Now, with a slightly fuller wallet and his father's birthday approaching, he was determined to indulge in a shopping spree. HR Business Alliance. In no time, Su Kan found himself standing before a building that occupied nearly 1/5 of the commercial streets area. It appears to be one of the 6 alliances, the HR Business Alliance, an official enterprise financed by the state. It is said that the prices are quite reasonable and the quality commendable. Thus, this is the choice. Observing the understated yet spacious fan-shaped staircase entrance before him, Su Kan immediately joined the throng and stepped inside. Who else dares to take on the challenge? As long as one can advance through today's martial arts contest, based on their performance, they can earn corresponding prizes displayed by the Alliance today, training resources, high-tech products, discount vouchers, and even the privilege of shopping for free. One enticing offer is indeed a chance to partake without expenditure. Feeling intrigued? If so, hurry and take on the challenge. No sooner had he entered than a passionate call resonated from the center of the marketplace, where a crowd had already gathered, tightly packed. What challenge could this be? The prospect of participating for free piqued Su Kan's curiosity, prompting him to navigate through the throng. Before his eyes lay a vast arena filled with obstacles. Above the field, mechanical firearms continuously moved, accompanied by scanners. On the stage, at the forefront, aside from the notably vocal host, a golden signboard also caught the eye. Martial Arts Challenge ahead. Today's challenge. Evasive maneuvering to retrieve objects. Participation requirements. Life energy level not exceeding 10. Non-advanced participants. Rules. Under the obstruction of obstacles, participants must evade gel bullets fired from mechanical guns while illuminating red lights strategically placed throughout the arena. Performance will be assessed based on the number of red lights illuminated and the number of gel bullets struck. Rewards. Illuminate 1 red light and sustain fewer than 500 strikes to earn a consolation prize of 1,000 yuan. Illuminate 5 red lights and sustain fewer than 300 strikes to receive a random product valued under 100,000. Illuminate 10 red lights and sustain fewer than 100 strikes to acquire a random product valued under 300,000. Illuminate all 20 red lights and sustain fewer than 50 strikes to to choose a product valued under 1,000,000 for free. A competition emphasizing agility. How perfectly aligned with his expertise. A spark of excitement ignited within Su Kan. Under the influence of his 50 agility talent, he felt an undeniable urge, as if afflicted with hyperactivity. This event was an ideal opportunity to satiate his restlessness, though the challenge's difficulty remained to be gauged. Considering the grand reward of 1 million and the stipulation of a life energy level not exceeding 10, illuminating more than 10 lights might prove quite challenging, as the rules indicated that one must possess advanced agility to have a chance. However, achieving fewer than 10 lights would present a valuable challenge for students from Xiaocheng and novice martial artists. Even ordinary citizens, untrained in martial arts, could attempt to test their limits. Illuminating just 1 light would yield a direct profit of 1,000 yuan. The emphasis lay on participation, and there was no fee required to challenge. I shall partake. With the host's fervent call resonating once more, a young man pushed through the crowd and entered the arena. He appeared to be a student from Ziyang Martial University in Xiaocheng, a school that, while only a third-tier institution nationally, boasted a solid reputation within Xiaocheng. Finally, a worthy competitor had arrived. The young lad is of the same age as my child. I wonder how many red lights he can illuminate? Without entering the ranks, he might not surpass 10 lights. However, once he enters, he stands a chance to win a grand prize. Though achieving rank is no easy feat, it ultimately hinges on the finesse he has mastered at school. For the commercial alliance, certainly wouldn't allow anyone to exploit the system without merit. As the onlookers observed, they engaged in spirited discussions, their faces aglow with enthusiasm. The host on stage, holding a microphone, chuckled, "Young man, what level of reward do you aspire to claim?" "Above 10 lights," came the bold response. "What audacity!" Soon, a vitality assessment revealed that the youth possessed a life energy level of 9.7, granting him a distinct advantage. For if it were merely a contest of speed, he could indeed challenge the threshold of 20 lights. Yet, this is a matter of agility. Speed alone provides only a relative edge, while the essence lies in the mastery of movement. Without hesitation, the youth from Ziyang Martial University dashed forward, his speed akin to that of a fierce tiger unleashed. Were it not for the stage's enormous display screen featuring a slow-motion function, the ordinary spectators would have struggled to perceive his actions clearly. Bang! 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 The mechanical guns, suspended overhead, immediately discharged gel projectiles. At this initial phase, the firing rate was relatively moderate. Nevertheless, even at the outset, the youth's evasive maneuvers were remarkably exaggerated, resembling a wild beast thrashing and rolling in the wilderness. His lack of control over bodily force resulted in excessive, unnecessary movements, likely placing him at around a 60-point ranking. Su Kan swiftly discerned the youth's current level of agility, while a handsome young man nearby cast a sidelong glance at him. "What do you mean by excessive, unnecessary movements? If this were a real gunfight, would you still hold such an opinion?" Su Kan paused in surprise. "And you are?" "Wen Haoyang, from the first high school." Wen Haoyang regarded Su Kan with evident disapproval, his demeanor serious. "Do you perceive this merely as a trivial challenge, dismissing the seriousness with which others approach each gel projectile? Surely, your instructors at the third high have not neglected to teach you that in the realm of combat, the primary objective is self-preservation? To be candid, I cannot align myself with your perspective." Su Kan felt perplexed. Merely offering an analysis had drawn the ire of a contrarian. However, he did not let it irk him, merely smiling in response. "Of course, we were taught that, but executing a series of meaningless tumbles yields no benefit." When Haoyang followed Su Kan's gaze in the arena, after a particularly expansive evasive maneuver, the youth, unable to halt his momentum, had been struck by 3 additional gel projectiles. Had he not taken that superfluous step, those 3 projectiles would never have hit their mark. His attempts to impress with flashy moves served no practical purpose. While he was prudent to evade the initial wave of nearly 10 projectiles, his subsequent stride, meant to create distance, ultimately led to an oversight, resulting in 3 hits. "So, what exactly are you contesting with me?" Su Kan retorted. When Haoyang found himself momentarily speechless, his expression darkening. Ha! It seems you all wear the uniforms of the top students from the first and third high schools. Being young, none of you are willing to concede. Why not settle it with a competition? The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. When Haoyang took a deep breath and gazed at Sukan. Do you dare? Not interested. You. Shortly thereafter, the score of a youth from Ziyang Martial University flickered to illuminate 6 red lights. However, due to extraneous movements, he exceeded the limit of 300 rubber bullets, resulting in 4 additional hits, and thus could only receive a consolation prize of 1,000 yuan. Indeed, as this charming young man from Sanzhong remarked, had the youth from Ziyang refrained from unnecessary actions and avoided those 4 rubber bullets, he could have claimed a reward of 100,000. What a pity. This young man possesses some skill. It seems his agility is commendable. I have high hopes for your challenge. Surrounding praises for Su can cause Wen Haoyang to instinctively clench his fists, overwhelmed by a sense of defeat from being overshadowed by Su Kan. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? The host called out once more. I will. Wen Haoyang replied as he stepped forward, casting a glance at Su Kan. I shall show you what true agility looks like, both rational and cautious. Chapter 20. I desire to reap without sowing. What a stroke of bad luck. First, I encountered the ghostly, flame-haired individual, and now another argumentative soul. Indeed, where there is a land of hidden dragons, there must also be young phoenixes. Sukan was truly exasperated. Correcting others' flaws could be misconstrued as a disregard for life. Being misunderstood by such a contrarian was as painful as reciting scriptures in the style of Tang Sung, especially when faced with an exceedingly self-centered debater. It felt akin to stepping in something unpleasant. Looking at the scene, oh my, another young student was about to take the stage for a challenge. Wait, isn't that a top student from the first high school? The award-winning Wen Haoyang from the previous swordsmanship competition. An old acquaintance indeed. With the host's enthusiastic introduction, many in the audience recognized Wen Haoyang. What a remarkable talent from the first high school, here to seize the opportunity once more. What does it mean to seize the opportunity? This individual is enrolled in the prestigious first high school in Xiaocheng, ranking among the top 10 in the elite class. This is a testament to his merit. Furthermore, if he lacked substance, he would not dare to frequent the business alliance daily. It is rumored that besides excelling in marksmanship, this exceptional student's agility has also reached a new level. Indeed, impressive. Students from the top 10 of the elite class are all capable of competing with first-rate martial arts universities in other provinces. Who isn't formidable? Tell me, in this gathering, aside from this prodigy, who below the threshold of 10 points in life energy can demonstrate such agility? This inevitably brings to mind the moon fairy of Xiaocheng. Divine Gold. She is already an extraordinary existence, having been personally recruited by the president of Shenglong University. Is there still a need for discussion? Amidst the murmurs, the host turned to Wen Haoyang. Young brother one, we saw you arrive earlier. Why have you only now decided to challenge? I initially had no intention of participating, but after a disagreement on agility with someone, I wish to showcase my skills, Wen Haoyang replied, casting a meaningful glance towards Su Kan, a smile gracing his lips. Very well, let the challenge commence. With that, the life energy level displayed on the big screen was 7. 8, instantly eliciting gasps from the crowd. Such a young age paired with this level of life energy is indeed a rarity in the Great Xia. In the next moment, when Haoyang dashed forward, despite having a slightly lower life energy level compared to the previous youth, his speed was not diminished in the slightest. He moved like a nimble antelope, agile and swift. In the first phase, although his movements were expansive, he evaded the gel bullets without being hit. He lit up 4 red lights in succession, drawing cheers from the audience. He even took a moment to wave amiably at Sukan in the stands. Thus, in the second phase, as the speed of the bullets increased, Wen Haoyang continued to execute his movements with utmost stability, avoiding risks. Though he was grazed by a few gel bullets, it amounted to only a small fraction. He resembled an upgraded version of the previous martial arts youth, showcasing flair and improved finesse, consistently avoiding the heavier hits with grace. The 10th light. His number of hits had not exceeded 30. There was genuine hope for him to reach 20 lights. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes fixed on the figure of the young man in the center. until he entered the final phase. Bang, 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 bang. The rate of fire surged dramatically, with rubber projectiles raining down from all directions. The expression on Wen Haoyang's face changed abruptly. In the blink of an eye, he could not halt his movements and was struck directly by a barrage of over a dozen rubber bullets. The number of hits quickly approached 50. Wait, is this truly the difficulty level of an initial stage of movement? It seems more akin to a challenging 50 or 60. His rhythm disrupted. When Haoyang momentarily lost his composure, gritting his teeth, he desperately sought refuge, darting in every direction. However, due to his ingrained habits, amidst such a dense onslaught, the number of hits only increased. In an instant, the count exceeded 50, with $1 million grand prize now out of reach if he did not cease. Exceeding 100 hits would disqualify him from even the 300,000 prize, as one criterion would remain unmet. The unyielding nature of the game does not allow for superfluous movements. Surely your instructor did not impart this wisdom? Reflecting on Su Can's earlier retort, when Haoyang felt deflated, akin to a deflated balloon, countless rubber bullets struck him, and within mere seconds, his hit count surged towards 300. Observing this, the host raised a hand to signal a halt, causing the mechanical guns surrounding the arena to cease fire immediately. The host remarked on the escalating difficulty, now verging on the second stage of movement. With a sense of disappointment, when Haoyang looked up, his expression one of melancholy. Haha. Below the second stage? Absolutely below the second stage. It's a pity, young brother Wen. You were so close to winning the million prize, but congratulations on securing a $10,000 reward. Keep striving. So close, yet so far. When Haoyang thought he had executed his moves with utmost precision, could it be that within such challenging parameters, there truly existed a superior option for the initial stage of movement? Silently departing the arena, he returned to the viewing area where Su Can stood, feeling somewhat indignant. I believe that if one's movements are too minimal, navigating the edge of the blade, even the slightest misstep might lead to elimination in the third stage. Su Can shrugged, disregarding the naysayer, and strode towards the field. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, another high school student distinguished by his uniform, likely an exemplary student from the top class of the third school. The host's enthusiastic voice resonated as he turned his attention to Su Can, young brother. This must be your first competition. What are your expectations? I aim to claim the prizes, Su Can replied earnestly. The crowd fell momentarily silent, the host's mouth twitching before he continued with a smile. Ah, this young brother is truly candid. However, winning the $1 million prize is no easy feat. The previous young brother, one is a top student from the first school, having achieved the initial stage of movement. To claim the prize, you must at least surpass him. Nonetheless, challenges are rife with possibilities. Step up. Su Can nodded and subsequently underwent the vitality assessment. When a life energy level of 4.9 was revealed, the spectators displayed expressions of bewilderment. A mere 4.9 vitality level, significantly lower than when Haoyang's 7.8, seemed to indicate he was not among the top talents in the third school's elite class. Whether he had achieved the initial stage of movement remained uncertain. Yet he dared to aspire for a free ride. While speed holds its significance, the true essence of agility lies in evasion and anticipation. Perhaps this is his forte. Otherwise, how could he exude such confidence? Indeed, the perfect combination is an amalgamation of speed and formidable agility. With a mere 4.9 life energy level, even if it is a strength, how far can it truly take him? A genuine prodigy would never be one-dimensional. Setting that aside, have you not noticed how remarkably handsome this young man is? His charisma is simply extraordinary. Even the antes are. Suddenly, the drum beats resound, signaling the commencement of the challenge. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Can's focus was singularly on the notion of seizing the opportunity as he stepped forth. Indeed, he simply walked out. The audience stood in stunned silence. If he did not sprint at the outset, maintaining such a leisurely pace, the barrage of projectiles would only increase in intensity. What on earth is this fellow up to? Yet in the next moment, more and more spectators widened their eyes in astonishment. Su Can approached the first red light, facing the first wave of gelatinous projectiles. He twisted his neck, bent his waist, and shifted his legs, evading them all. With a resounding clap, upon illuminating the red light, Sukin stretched lazily, effortlessly dodging another 7 or 8 projectiles, continuing to activate the lights. The first, the second, the fifth, the 8th, until the 10th red light. His path traversed within a mere 3-meter diameter. To the audience's eyes, he surveyed the surrounding obstacles with the nonchalance of a stroll in a garden. This was not a challenge. It was as if Lu Lao had entered the Grand View Garden, treating it as her private backyard. The host on stage wore an expression of astonishment. The method of movement. How does this young man's agility resemble the fundamental principles of the method of movement? No. To be precise, it seems to be the nascent form of that very technique, as he appears to be instinctively evolving towards it. At this moment, the host could hardly contain his astonishment. As a representative of the Martial Arts Alliance, he possessed a certain understanding of martial arts. He was keenly aware of the distinction between actively training in the method and instinctively executing it. It is akin to a professional who, through systematic study, achieves a commendable outcome, only to have an outsider, in an unconscious manner, stumble upon the genuine fruits of success. The disparity in talent is enough to evoke despair. Who would have thought a seemingly trivial challenge could yield such a remarkable individual? This grand prize is truly well-deserved. The host smiled with composure, excitement radiating as he continued to observe Su Kan. The latter, taking just over 10 minutes, completed the vast arena, illuminating 20 red lights, remaining as steady as Lu Lao. Meanwhile, the venue had fallen into a profound silence. Bang, 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 as an array of fireworks erupted on stage. The audience belatedly realized that Su Kan had indeed completed the challenge. Congratulations to our strongest challenger of the day. Not only has he illuminated 20 red lights, but he has also managed to evade every single projectile. You heard it right. He was not struck by a single projectile. Incredible. Truly remarkable. Let us invite this young gentleman to the stage to receive his award. The position of the spectators. One Haoyang gradually regained his composure, gazing at Su Kan, who ascended the stage to accept his prize, and could not help but wear a bitter smile, feeling akin to a jester. It turns out he truly possesses the ability. A mastery of minute movements. How peculiar! When did such an extraordinary talent emerge from the third high school? Chapter 21. The dream of a warrior in the outer district of the illusory realm, at room 503 of Guanshan Village. The sun blazed high in the sky at noon. Yet, due to the encroaching shadow of abandoned commercial buildings, Guanshan Village remained deprived of the sun's nourishing rays. Throughout the summer, it languished in a dim and oppressive environment, marked only by humidity and heat. Inside room 503, a middle-aged man, slightly gaunt with deep, weathered features that hinted at a once handsome visage, gazed at Li Yin with palpable excitement. "My dear, do you think our son truly received that scholarship?" he inquired eagerly. This man was Su Changhua, the father of Su Kan. After returning home from a late shift around 1 in the morning, he found himself too exhilarated to sleep. The scholarship was indeed a significant reason for his elation, but what truly thrilled him was the implication that his son's martial arts prowess had undeniably improved. They were a step closer to realizing the dream of becoming a true warrior. Indeed, Su Changhua harbored a lifelong ambition to be a warrior, a protector of home and nation. Yet, fate had dealt him a harsh hand. Born into poverty and orphaned at a young age, coupled with his inferior innate talent, his dreams had been dashed the moment he graduated from middle school. This was compounded by the tragedy of his wife, Li Yin, who had been rendered paralyzed by a calamity instigated by foreign forces many years ago. In his despair, Su Changhua loathed his own impotence. Why was he unable to become a warrior? Why could he not muster the strength to safeguard his beloved wife? His fervent desire to become a warrior bordered on madness, until he decided to invest his hopes in his son, Su Kan. However, he refrained from imposing any pressure on Su Kan, never once broaching the subject of martial arts with him. It was not a lack of ambition for his son's success. Rather, he recognized that Su Kan, like himself, was constrained by his inferior talent, destined to fall short of becoming a true warrior. Su Changhua wished to spare Su Kan from the despair he had endured and hoped to let fate take its course. Fortunately, his son was diligent. working harder than his peers. Although progress in his training was slow, he was steadily improving. This brought Su Changhua great solace and further fueled his determination to do everything in his power to support his family. Thus, when he learned that his son had outperformed the others in the ordinary class and secured a scholarship, his excitement was beyond measure. Didn't you see the certificate issued by teacher Lu Fong? Your son truly received the scholarship. Li Yin remarked with playful annoyance. I've never seen you this ecstatic. Not even on our wedding day. Ha ha ha. My son is truly remarkable. Su Changhua exclaimed, clenching his fists in joy, grinning like a fool. Seeing her husband so jubilant, Li Yin cautiously ventured, now that our son has secured the scholarship, perhaps you should consider leaving that job. At her words, Su Changhua shook his head resolutely. No way. The scholarship for the regular class barely suffices to cover little Can's basic expenses. Training in martial arts is costly and insufficient. Moreover, your medication must be consistently maintained. It cannot be interrupted. I did not intend for you to cease working. A job with a lower salary would suffice. But that position is too perilous. I genuinely fear. Additionally, Little Can has repeatedly probed me, asking what I am currently doing, why I work late hours, and whether I'm still employed at the old factory. You should continue telling him that the factory is busy, especially during the lucrative peak season. Dear mother of the child, do you understand? It is precisely because I took this job that I have come to realize how dangerous our outer district is. For the sake of Little Can and your safety, and in hopes of one day moving to the inner city, I cannot afford to relent. Su Changhua's expression was resolute. While Li Yin seemed hesitant, her eyes slightly reddened. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. The couple, one concealing a heavy expression while the other wiped away tears, exchanged glances. Could it be that Little Can has returned? Su Changhua chuckled. Isn't that rascal supposed to keep me waiting until mealtime? Upon opening the door, Su Changhua was puzzled to see a young man placing 2 ornate boxes at the doorstep. Who are you? He inquired. The young man paused briefly before smiling. Hello, uncle. I am a counselor from Sanzhong. Is this the home of Su Can? It'll. May I ask what brings you here? Oh, it is like this. These 2 boxes contain the benefits for Su Can after his advancement to the elite class. You should still be in the martial arts room at school practicing. One of these boxes contains the precious tongshu instrument, which I have brought on behalf of the school. Upon hearing this, not only was Su Changhua taken aback, but Li Yin, who had wheeled herself to the door, was equally stunned. Advancement to the elite class? Tongshu instrument? The couple exchanged bewildered glances, their minds filled with questions. Recovering from his astonishment, Su Changhua asked, who has advanced to the elite class? Furthermore, this box contains the legendary tongshu instrument, which is valued at no less than several million on the market. The counselor, observing their astonishment, was momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. Did Su Can not inform you? That rascal mentioned he received a scholarship for the regular class. The mention of the scholarship from the regular class made the counselor's lips twitch slightly as he suppressed a chuckle, then turned to Su Changhua and Li Yin. Uncle and Annie, as the counselor for the senior class, I have the obligation to inform you of Su Can's true situation. Your son has awakened his martial bone and possesses the qualification to enter the elite class. In this semester's assessment, he outperformed numerous students, including those in the elite class, achieving an outstanding rank of 9th in the entire grade. As for the scholarship, it is not for the regular class. Rather, it is a scholarship of a higher caliber from the elite class, amounting to 200,000 each month. Furthermore, all students in the elite class are eligible to receive a temporary access tongshu instrument. Listening to the counselor extolling the virtues of Su Can, Su Changhua felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as though he might topple backward. Child's father. Hey. Uncle, are you all right? After a moment, Su Changhua regained a semblance of composure. Yet his gaze remained fervently fixed on the counselor who was supporting him. Is this truly real, young man? The counselor smiled and replied, absolutely true. Then, my son truly has the potential to become a genuine martial artist? Indeed, not only does he have the prospect of becoming a martial artist, but he may also gain admission to a prestigious martial arts university, where upon graduation, he will have a significant opportunity to become a formidable guardian of the homeland, to become a martial artist, to become one of those revered figures who silently protect the nation. Ha ha! Su Chonghua could no longer contain the exhilaration swelling within him. His eyes glistened with tears as he laughed heartily. Well then, I shall not intrude upon your shared joy any longer. Thank you. Truly thank you. As the door closed, Su Chonghua jubilantly proclaimed, My son is destined to be a martial artist. A martial artist. Ha ha ha. He raised his fists triumphantly, bounding about the cramped room, utterly shedding his usual poise and seriousness. Like a child who has received the finest gift imaginable, he burst forth with the most genuine laughter. Ding-dong, the doorbell chimed again. Su Chonghua swiftly composed himself, though he could not suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Counselor, is there anything else? May I inquire who you are? The figure at the door was not the young counselor, but rather a representative clad in attire emblazoned with the HR Merchant Alliance insignia. Greetings. We are couriers from the HR Merchant Alliance. Is this the residence of Mr. Su Kan? Yes, it is, Su Chonghua replied, puzzled. It was one thing for the counselor from school to visit, but why would someone from the HR Merchant Alliance come calling? It is as follows, Mr. Su Kan has purchased a batch of goods from our company, and our policy mandates that deliveries must be made within 3 hours. Li Yin and Su Chonghua exchanged knowing glances, both realizing the implications. The child must have indulged himself after receiving that substantial scholarship. With the exorbitant prices of the Merchant Alliance's goods, he must be cautious not to squander all of it at once. Ha ha, dear wife. Let him enjoy himself a little. After all, he is just a child, and with such a windfall, he surely has things he wishes to acquire. The courier outside quickly interjected, That is not the case. The items Mr. Su Kan purchased are all complimentary. Complimentary? The couple exchanged bewildered looks. How could one shop at a mall and receive items for free? Indeed, Mr. Su Kan participated in our martial arts event today and earned the title of the strongest challenger in the agility challenge, allowing him to freely choose any items valued at 1 million or less. 1 million. Su Chonghua gasped, having never earned such an amount in his lifetime. Li Yin, the diligent and frugal matron, felt equally bewildered and promptly exclaimed, Did that young man make any whimsical choices? Although it is not cash in hand, it is indeed 1 million in spending vouchers. The youth, oblivious to the hardships of daily sustenance, might select unnecessary items, and if he does, Li Yin would truly be heartbroken. Apologies, we lack the authority to access the specifics of the customer's consumption list. No worries, thank you for your assistance. Shortly thereafter, a team of staff methodically began to bring in various items into the cramped room, carefully unboxing them one by one. At the forefront was the latest model of an advanced automatic wheelchair, equipped with cooling heat therapy, voice control, projection capabilities, and an array of other convenient features. Following, there were boxes filled with elegantly packaged long cigarettes, a dozen bottles of exquisite wines bearing the Shichuan emblem, and 2 stylish new shavers. None of these items were necessities for the young man. Rather, they were mere echoes of jest once shared by the elders that had inadvertently reached his ears. That cheeky boy. Su Chonghua and Li Yin exchanged a glance, silently wiping away the tears that threatened to spill. The staff continued to bring in item after item, though the space was somewhat confined. The assortment of high-tech products with retractable features soon transformed the aged room into a modern haven. The hardwood bed, once cramped for the couple who had given their son the mattress, was replaced with a soft, retractable lambskin cushion. The old clothes folded in cardboard boxes now had a refined, expandable wardrobe. Nearby stood an exquisite vanity adorned with an array of cosmetics, marked with the most adorable Ms. Li Yan's name, sending love. Li Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Look, that boy is far more romantic than you. Cheeky lad, why won't you shower me with romance as well? Su Chonghua scratched his head awkwardly, clearly a bit envious. A staff member, clad in a manner that obscured their face, spoke in a hoarse voice. Mr. Su, please do not fret. Under Su Chonghua's bashful gaze, the staff promptly adorned the living room with beautiful and festive ribbons, even illuminating it with dazzling, soft lights. The most prominent banner read, Thank you for your hard work, old dang, and happy 43rd birthday. Ahem. Please store the old furniture in the warehouse designated by the client. Thank you for your efforts." The staff chuckled as they carried the old furniture out of the room, closing the door behind them. Only the indistinct staff member remained, producing 2 elegant boxes. "Mr. Su, Ms. Lee, this is the final request from Mr. Sukan. Allow me to witness you exchanging rings symbolizing your lifelong commitment to each other." Bang! Bang! Su Changhua and Li Yin squinted with smiles, each delivering a playful tap to the other's head. "Cheeky boy, still pretending, are we? Do you think your parents wouldn't recognize their own child dressed like this?" "How absurd." Su Kan, with a look of exasperation, removed his black hat and sunglasses, revealing a handsome face marked by a brooding charm. "I had hoped for a delightful surprise." Muttering softly, Su Kan promptly retrieved a delicate cake from behind him, casting a glance at Su Changhua. "Dad, happy birthday." Oh, please don't cry. Where has that composed and seasoned handsome man gone?" the cheeky boy teased. In the cozy little room, the jubilant laughter of 3 voices singing a birthday song soon filled the air, resonating until nightfall. In the less than 20 square meter space, Su Kan pondered. Is this the Tongshu device? I've heard that its application is remarkably simple. Merely affix it to the forehead. Leaning back in his desk chair, he gazed with excitement at the palm-sized chip adorned with peculiar patterns. At last, I can enter the virtual realm and hone my martial arts and skills. Chapter 22. Transcendence into the Void. Pinnacle of Eternity. The students of the elite class excel in physical training and martial skills, not merely due to their superior physical attributes, but also because they have access to the virtual realm for continuous self-improvement. In terms of training partners, the virtual realm offers the invaluable resource of being able to match with opponents tailored to one's abilities, a privilege unattainable for ordinary students from less affluent backgrounds. After all, whether it be external training partners or private lessons from instructors, such services come at a cost. Thus, it is evident that the virtual realm is indeed a treasure trove for martial arts cultivation. It is said that the virtual realm is a technology excavated from an ancient relic by the Martial God Temple, a site that has propelled human technology into a new era while continuously supporting the martial arts to this day. Su Kan has even heard whispers that this relic may have been left behind by an extraterrestrial civilization, a notion that still holds considerable credibility, given the evidence that alien races indeed hail from such a civilization. It appears that there are many hidden truths in this world that the common populace remains unaware of. In a moment of intrigue, Su Kan picked up the void communication device, brushed aside a few strands of hair, and pressed it against his fair forehead. The cool sensation coursed through him like a chilling breeze, causing him to shiver involuntarily. In the next instant, his consciousness felt as if it were being drawn in, leaving him in a daze as the world spun around him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a splendid realm akin to a starry sky. Due to your current account being a temporary account, permissions are insufficient to load the virtual realm's real-time view. Hearing the prompt resonate in his ears, Su Kan recalled that Lu Fang had mentioned before that the void communication device typically has 3 types of accounts: temporary, rental, and certified. Rental accounts are usually utilized by businesses in society, akin to the internet cafes of the past, albeit at exorbitant rates, with costs soaring to hundreds or even thousands for a mere hour, making them unaffordable for ordinary families. The temporary account, on the other hand, is an educational resource provided by the Martial Arts Association for schools, primarily utilized by academically gifted students, which is the type Su Kan currently possesses. Certified accounts are private possessions, purchased for millions, even tens of millions, becoming one's own. Hence, the holders of certified accounts are typically individuals of wealth and status, serving as a symbol of identity. The inability to load the virtual realm's real-time view is merely a restriction to prevent addiction. Su Kan understood well. The temporary account is heavily restricted, allowing entry solely into the martial arts segment for combat matching, to prevent students from becoming ensnared in the alluring distractions of the virtual world, losing their ambition to pursue martial prowess. Therefore, the only available pathway is to enter the pinnacle of eternity for rigorous training. Su Kan felt no discontent, as his purpose for entering the virtual realm was precisely to refine and solidify his martial skills, augmenting his practical experience. With determination, he eagerly directed his focus towards the solitary segment floating in midair, resembling a cluster of stars, the sacred ground of combat, the pinnacle of eternity. Your realm of thought has transcended that of 999 of the world's preachers, reaching a state of profound understanding and transcending conventional reasoning, akin to celestial unity. Transitioning from the void to the tangible. Achievement triggered. Astral voyage into the void. Reward. Enhanced senses by 30. While in the state of astral voyage, the effect is similarly augmented by an additional 30. Indeed, this development is rather lofty and grand. Sukin was not the least bit surprised. If merely riding in the car of a certain individual could trigger a minor achievement, it indeed seems reasonable that entering the ethereal realm would yield significant accomplishments, especially with this double enhancement. A 30 augmentation to the 6 senses. This encompasses visual, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, tactile, and even the most enigmatic 6th sense of intuition, all receiving a measure of enhancement. It is said that powerful martial artists, as their genetic physique improves, experience a gradual amplification of their 5 senses. Should I possess these enhancements on top of that premise, I would undoubtedly surpass my peers of the same realm by a considerable margin. Sukin had a clear understanding of the significance of his 6 senses. At his current stage, they provide substantial assistance in his cultivation of body techniques and skills. Vision and hearing can discern all things, and paired with his innate agility, this heightened perception becomes a formidable advantage. Tactile and olfactory senses are exceedingly refined. If the reserved yet alluring Yujiro were to assist him once more in martial therapy, the fragrant allure would undoubtedly intensify, and the effects of being trampled by white socks would be exponentially multiplied. It is even possible that the saintly body forging achievement could be triggered once again in an instant, showcasing boundless utility. As for taste, Sukin imagined it would be delightful and delectable. He continued to observe another enhancement notification regarding the astral realm. Could this realm refer to the ethereal domain? An increase of 30? No. Could it be that my training in martial arts and skills within this realm would directly augment my proficiency by 30? The mere thought of this caused Sukin's heart to race with excitement. If this were true, it would mean he was effectively utilizing double experience within the ethereal realm, leading to a tremendous surge in proficiency. Eagerly, Sukin activated the only available section, the pinnacle of eternity. Due to your current account being a temporary one, permissions are insufficient. Upon entering the pinnacle of eternity, you cannot change your character name and must use the last 4 digits of the factory number. Your character ID in the pinnacle of eternity is 9527. Due to your current account being a temporary one, permissions are insufficient for comprehensive adjustments to your physique and facial features. Only a 3 minor adjustment is allowed, and you cannot wear additional attire, defaulting to the initial black martial attire. In essence, there is no option for skin or facial customization, which is of little consequence. After all, skin offers no tangible benefits, serving merely for aesthetic pleasure and personal satisfaction. However, the ability to conceal one's identity from reality is rather commendable. To prevent a transition from online PK to offline confrontations that could lead to genuine conflict, the consensus among all participants in the pinnacle of eternity is to disguise their identities. Without hesitation, Sukin clicked to create his character. Adorned with a mask reminiscent of an assassin, one could simply elongate the corners of the eyes and brows to achieve the desired effect. As for the hairstyle, the flamboyant dragon braid is far too ostentatious. Instead, a new Chinese-style half-up, half-down high ponytail would suffice. Before long, a tall figure clad in a black martial arts robe, exuding a youthful and chivalrous aura, materialized in the ethereal realm of the Eternal Summit. The mask concealed much of his visage, while his tousled bangs partially obscured his striking features. His originally captivating eyes, subtly elongated, transformed into bright and enchanting phoenix-like eyes, harmonizing with his youthful hairstyle to create a unique charisma. Your current life energy level is 4-9 processing. Your character is a new account, and the current rank is yet to be determined. Would you like to initiate the ranking match? Initiate. Opponent matched successfully. Shall the five senses be adjusted to the maximum? Are you trying to get me killed? The corners of Su Kan's mouth twitched beneath the mask. With a 30 enhancement to his senses, he already surpassed the ordinary. Cranking it to the max seemed rather cruel. Even the most extreme forms of SM wouldn't dare tread this path. Let us set it all to the highest level. 5 senses adjusted successfully. Entering the arena. Your opponent is, I hate pretty boys. Last season rank bronze 3, life energy level 5, 3, 7 wins, and 3 losses. In due course, as the surrounding scenery gradually faded, Su Kan found himself in an exquisitely crafted bamboo grove, serving as the backdrop for the arena. The surrounding bamboo swayed gently in a breeze, accompanied by the chirping of insects and the songs of birds, creating an atmosphere of utmost realism. Wait, how is it that you, an original skin, appear more impressive than my premium purchase, the Sword and Ink Kingdom? A disgruntled exclamation snapped Su Kan back to reality, his exposed phoenix eyes narrowing as he gazed ahead. Opposite him stood a figure clad in ink-wash attire, a long sword slung across his back. His expression one of palpable displeasure. Particularly striking were his eyes, pinched into a narrow slant, now glaring with an intensity reminiscent of a dead fish. Utterly devoid of natural allure, crafted solely through technique. Damn it, how can there be such a disparity between our phoenix eyes? Wait, you truly possess phoenix eyes? As the realization dawned that his opponent was an original skin, the sword-wielding swordsman felt a surge of frustration. Curse the pretty boys, but you, the instigators that make them worship at your feet, are even more deserving of disdain. Oh, and not only is he a temporary character, but also a novice with a record of 0 wins and 0 losses. A life energy level of 4. 9. Ha ha ha. I'll crush this pretty boy and snag a free win. How delightful. In the next moment, I hate pretty boys lunged towards Su Kan, his sword aimed squarely at his throat. The novice must surely be terrified by this display. With a wicked grin, he flicked his sword, closing the distance to Su Kan in an instant, the blade poised to pierce his throat. Yet, suddenly, he felt as if the world was spinning around him. What was happening? Why was he floating? It was only when his head tumbled to the ground, under the gaze of those captivating phoenix eyes and the glint of the blade dissipating into starlight, that I hate pretty boys realized with shock he had been defeated in an instant. Chapter 23. The Blade Maiden Lu Meng Dai and the Frustrating Mechanism. You have defeated my resentful dog. Current placement match. 1 win, 0 losses. With 9 matches remaining for placement. With a life energy level of 5. 3 and a record of 7 wins and 3 losses. Is this all? As he watched the fading figure dissolve into a myriad of stars, Su Kan found himself somewhat bewildered. He had merely shifted his body slightly, raising his long blade in a decisive motion, already envisioning the trajectory of his next strike. Yet the outcome was non-existent. The life energy level in the bronze rank ranges from 1 to 10, and it seems that to encounter a true adversary, he would need to secure several more victories to face an opponent with a higher life energy level. Generally, the higher the life energy level, the better one's martial arts and skills, assuming no specialization. Feeling the stagnation of his proficiency, Su Kan was quite dissatisfied. This was not the result he desired. As the duel concluded, the bamboo grove arena dissipated, and Su Kan returned to the initial space. There stood a thatched cottage and a wooden table, with a few half-dead weeds at his feet. Were it not for the relatively decent brown ceramic teapot on the table, this place would be scarcely better than a doghouse. Once he earned a fortune, he vowed to acquire his own void instrument, at the very least to transform this waiting hall into something resembling a proper establishment. After sipping a cup of tea in frustration, Su Kan silently vowed. Just then, the matchmaking for the second placement match was successful. His second opponent had a life energy level slightly higher than the first at 5. 5, an increase of 0. 2. Upon noticing Su Kan's new account, the opponent flashed a grin and beckoned with a finger. You go first, little brother. With a flash of the blade, the second match concluded. The subsequent matches also ended swiftly in a flurry of instant defeats. It was not until the 6th match that Su Kan managed to land a second strike. Yet again, it was a female opponent employing charm and deceit, obscuring his vision with her leg. However, this was indeed the Eternal Summit. The skin was ancient attire. What was the meaning of pairing ancient garb with black stockings? It was a disarray, and could they not engage in a proper duel? Ultimately, Sukin discovered the young lady showed no signs of repentance, her imperial garb concealing a ferocity that was excessive. After scrutinizing her with narrowed, phoenix-like eyes for several minutes, Sukin resolved to eliminate the threat, determined to strike swiftly. With a deft cut, he severed the beauty's hair, affirming his steadfast resolve. Was his second-tier sword technique too exceptional? Yet, this was the sixth match. Surely a more formidable opponent should have appeared by now. With a helpless expression, Sukin continued to sip tea while waiting. Meanwhile, in another reset placement match at the Eternal Summit, the scene solidified, and a crowd clad in the same martial arts attire surged into the stands. Within 10 seconds, the area was packed to capacity. Phew! Fortunately, they arrived in time. Late at night, our Knife River Martial Arts School's Blade Flower quietly entered the placement match. What a surprise. Ha ha. It turns out the headmaster requested her to open visitor rights, allowing the young people of our school to learn. Otherwise, we old fellows would truly miss out on such an experience. Indeed, we are blessed by the youth of the school. Ahem. Have you all heard, novices? Pay close attention to how our dojo's blade maiden wields her sword. Do not squander your time in fruitless practice. Did you hear that, instructor? We will certainly observe our seniors' duel with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, instructor, this is a match featuring the esteemed Blade Maiden. Countless men in Xiaoqing yearn to witness her grace, yet many cannot find the opportunity. To neglect this chance would be a grave misfortune. In the stands, upon receiving the notification, nearly all present were young disciples and instructors from the Xiaoqing branch of the Dao Martial Arts Academy. At this moment, as a stunning girl clad in a violet skirt and adorned with a fierce ponytail graced the arena, cheers erupted in support. Mengdai! 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 Go, senior! Go! At the center of the stage, the girl furrowed her elegantly narrow brows at the fervent cheers. However, upon recalling that this spectator privilege was imposed by her father, she could only let out a barely perceptible sigh. Turning her gaze to her opponent, she resumed her aloof demeanor, reminiscent of an impenetrable iceberg, instilling a sense of trepidation in her adversary. The Blade Maiden, Lu Mengdai. Her opponent was taken aback. For a mere ranked match, he had unexpectedly encountered the renowned Blade Maiden of Xiaoqing. Without further ado, Lu Mengdai spoke with a calm authority. Attack. Her opponent gritted his teeth, unleashing his agility as he charged forward with a spear, executing a swift and precise mid-range strike. Almost simultaneously, the girl drew her long blade, its edge flowing like a crystalline stream, its trajectory intricate and unpredictable, slicing through her opponent's heart before she withdrew her weapon with grace, her movements seamless as water. In an instant, faced with a martial artist who had already entered the realm of mastery, Lu Mengdai, merely a high school senior, effortlessly dispatched her opponent with overwhelming force. Her record now stood at, I am a blade. Last season's rank silver 2, 66 wins, 3 losses, current ranking match. 9 wins, 0 losses, impressive. Truly, she is Mengdai. Her water-cutting blade technique has just reached an extraordinary level, and in only a few days, she has made further progress. Indeed, her innate talent for the blade is evident. Furthermore, her swordsmanship has surpassed 60 points in the second tier, outshining most practitioners of the first realm. It seems that only after the next match, when she enters the silver rank alongside other skilled practitioners, will she encounter any real challenge. Moreover, her second-tier swordplay and her exquisite water-cutting blade technique are still remarkably advanced for this stage. I have heard that in the ranking matches, the final match's pairing mechanism will match her against slightly stronger opponents. Perhaps she will not have to wait until her rank is established to face a seasoned silver competitor in her next duel. Do you doubt our Blade Maiden will falter? You have defeated Haisai Duwu, current ranking match, 9 wins, 0 losses. The next match will be the final ranking match, with increased difficulty. Would you like to start the matchmaking? At long last, the moment to determine the rank has arrived, and I crave nothing but challenge. After 9 placement matches, Sukan's swordsmanship has regrettably seen no enhancement amidst the duels. Skill level, second tier swordsmanship, 79. It was only during a brief interlude of tea that he managed to marginally elevate his skill from 78 to 79. Were it not for the knowledge that seasoned experts awaited him at higher ranks, Sukan would have seriously contemplated throwing his teapot in frustration. Match successful. Your opponent is... I am a sword, last season's rank. Silver 2, 66 wins and 3 losses. Current season's placement matches, 9 wins and 0 losses. Silver, 66 victories. This opponent, after just a placement match, is likely a dazzling newcomer from the bronze tier. In this final placement match, they matched me against someone from last season with 66 wins in silver. Sukan's expression darkened. He recalled that the introduction had indicated silver rank was a realm only accessible to those who had entered the martial realm. Moreover, this adversary is silver 2, likely an experienced veteran among those who have entered the martial world. It is not that Sukan is panicking or incapable of wielding his sword. Rather, it is the fact that his new account for placements has been thrust directly into a match with someone who has played for 2 seasons and is a silver 2 veteran. Isn't this matchmaking system a tad unfair? In the past, while playing older games like League of Legends, it was never this exasperating. During bronze promotions, they would at most match you with silver V, or at best, silver 3. Damn! Yet, despite the grievances, Sukan could hardly contain his excitement. His blood surging with fervor, his longing for the blade palpable as he gripped the hilt tightly, eagerly awaiting the scene transition. He is ready to face a veteran. Victory or defeat is of little consequence. What truly matters is to test the enhancement effects of Divine Journey through the Void. Let that veteran serve as an experience package. For the mastery of his swordsmanship is the utmost priority. Chapter 24. A duel of dual blades. Proficiency soars the arena for this match was a simple earthen ground, surrounded by scattered old wooden chairs. The scene resembled that of ancient times, akin to the stages set in the central squares of villages, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Goodness, why are there so many people? As Sukan shifted his gaze, he was taken aback by the sight before him. He had scarcely noticed earlier, but now, upon closer inspection, the wooden chairs below were completely filled with spectators, all donned in uniforms embroidered with flowing blade patterns. Sukan recognized this attire as that of the official students of the Daohe Martial Arts School, established by the esteemed master Fu Hongyang, renowned throughout the realm of Daxia. It was also a revered sanctuary for all who practiced the art of the blade. Had he inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the Daohe Martial Arts School? Who is she? Upon gazing at his opponent, Sukan's eyes widened in astonishment. She wore a pleated skirt on the lower half and a traditional hanfu on the upper, her hair styled into a sleek ponytail. With her signature blade-like eyebrows and an icy, yet enchanting visage, she was none other than the celebrated blade maiden, Lu Mengdai, whom Sukan had seen more than once on promotional posters in Xiaocheng. On Sukan's side, he was flabbergasted. While the students and instructors of the Daohe Martial Arts School were equally bewildered, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. 9,527. No. What kind of matchmaking system is this? It has paired a novice with a student of an original account, right after just finishing a placement match. And this is the final bout. Isn't this a bit unfair? An original account? Goodness, it surpasses that of a couple S worth tens of thousands. Let's see. This is his first placement match, probably a top student from some high school, with a life energy level of 4. 9. He is not exactly at the pinnacle, but he is certainly not at the bottom either. However, facing the Blade Maiden, it seems he might not even get a chance to strike. Given her character, she will likely adjust her life energy level to match his, but even so, it feels like a swift defeat awaits. The disparity in their techniques is far too great. She is capable of extraordinary feats with her life energy. Even if she were to lower it below 4 points, he wouldn't stand chance. How unfortunate for this young man to be facing such a formidable opponent in his crucial final placement match. Wait, didn't he have a record of 9 wins and 0 losses? Listening to the chatter of the young students below, the chief instructor seated in a prominent position curiously accessed Sukan's publicly available personal information. Upon seeing that all 9 of his victories had concluded with a single strike, his pupils dilated in shock. Particularly in the 8th match, where Sukin faced an opponent with significantly higher life energy, he still managed to achieve a remarkable one-strike kill, causing the instructor to pause in astonishment. Looking up at the figure clad in black, meeting those piercing cold eyes, the chief instructor's expression turned grave. This young man was not to be underestimated. In the center of the earthen arena, observing Su Kan's impressive record, Lu Mengdai furrowed her brows slightly. She had not anticipated encountering such a newcomer in this resetting placement match, especially one who was also a high school student like herself. What was initially presumed to be the final placement match, with the matchmaking mechanism expected to introduce a certain level of difficulty, turned out otherwise. The young girl shook her head, her demeanor icy. I shall adjust my life energy to match yours. Let us commence. Ah, indeed, the rumors circulating online held some truth. This blade maiden exuded an air of chill, particularly when confronted with the unfamiliar. However, whispers suggested that this perennial second-place contender from Xiaoqing displayed a peculiar enthusiasm in the presence of the more prodigious Yujiro, finding herself thoroughly restrained in every aspect. Unlike Yujiro, whose calm and sweet exterior concealed a hint of suppressed fervor, Lu Mengdai epitomized the classic archetype of an ice queen. Observing Lu Mengdai, who had not deigned to cast even a glance in his direction, Sukin shrugged nonchalantly. As you wish. Without further ado, he brandished his long blade, and in the next instant, he lunged forward, kicking up clouds of dust as he charged forth like a swift black panther. His dark figure left a shadowy trail in its wake, the blade glimmering with a frigid sheen reminiscent of a stealthy assassin poised to strike, invoking a sense of trepidation. The students watching below were taken aback by the sudden burst of speed. Incredible. Too fast. This speed is inconceivable for a life energy level of 4. 9. Lu Mengdai raised her brows, a look of surprise crossing her features. With a maximum exertion of power, this individual managed to unleash the full potential of a 4. 9 life energy level. Although taken aback, Lu Mengdai exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, she appeared intrigued. When it came to ultimate exertion, having mastered the Thunderblade, she was more adept than anyone else. Facing the oncoming Black Blade, the young girl met it head-on with her own snow-white longsword. The clash resounded with a metallic ring, sparks flying as the blade energies roared and swept outward, displacing a considerable amount of earth. Both combatants, gripping their sword hilts, retreated a step simultaneously. Your exertion ranks among the top 5 of my contemporaries, Lu Mengdai remarked earnestly. Your technique seems to stem from blade practice. Enough with the probing. Shall we directly engage in a contest of swordsmanship? In unison, Sukin nodded, and Lu Mengdai charged forth. The speed of her blade was lightning quick, her movements unpredictable and cunning. In less than 3 breaths, the two exchanged at least a dozen strikes, their foundational techniques intertwining in a fierce duel. The speed of their blades only intensified, their figures weaving and darting as they battled fiercely across the dirt expanse. Each blade stroke carved visible furrows, and every violent collision sent clouds of dust into the air. Amidst the dust and sparks, the silhouettes of the two combatants were shrouded in a veil of chaos. The seated students and instructors, witnessing this spectacle, were left in a state of astonishment, rendered speechless. As formal students and instructors of the Daohe Martial Arts Academy, they were acutely aware of the nature of the contest unfolding before them. An ultimate collision of power, an effortless display of various foundational techniques. The fluidity of their blade transitions exhibited no signs of hesitation. These two were indeed engaged in a fierce duel employing second-tier sword techniques. Lu Mengdai possesses exceptional innate talent for swordsmanship, aided by the guidance of numerous seasoned practitioners. Thus, they find nothing peculiar about his prowess. However, the young man, known as 9527, with a mere life energy level of 4. 9, not only withstands Lu Mengdai's force, but also displays sword techniques that rival her own, boasting a proficiency at the second tier. In fact, in certain respects, this lad exhibits even greater aptitude for swordsmanship than Lu Mengdai. After all, the latter has already entered a higher realm, while the former remains at an astonishingly low 4. 9. What manner of prodigy is this? Logically, a life energy level of 4. 9 should preclude one from being a student at a martial arts academy, suggesting he is merely a high school student. Yet, how could such a student possess such remarkable strength and sword skills with only a 4. 9 energy level? It seems implausible that his talents could be so disproportionately skewed. In recent years, few have matched Lu Mengdia's swordsmanship talent in the Great Xia. So where did this young man emerge from? Regardless of his origins, it is of little concern now. Once his abilities are fully revealed, we shall welcome him into our Daohe martial arts school. Haha. Have you seen the smile on Mengdia's face? She has never smiled in the presence of our more experienced practitioners, but now, encountering a peer whose sword skills are on par with her own, she must be overjoyed within. In the midst of the fierce battle, the struggle continues in the center of the arena. Swordsmanship proficiency 4. Swordsmanship proficiency 3. Swordsmanship proficiency. As the notifications resonate in his mind, Sukin fully commits, wielding his sword with all his might to counter Lu Mengdia's onslaught, relishing the pressure exerted by the young girl. At this moment, he truly comprehends the profound strength of Transcendent Realm. The rate of improvement is astonishing, far surpassing any gains made in the tangible world, advancing at an unfathomable pace. Swordsmanship, second-tier proficiency, 89. In just over half an hour of engagement, he has ascended to an impressive 89 proficiency, achieved through perilous clashes. No wonder it is said that the higher the tier of skill, the quicker one can improve, provided they possess sufficient insight and are subjected to the intense stimulation of real combat, far surpassing the slow grind of lower-tier training. It is indeed a testament to innate talent. While Sukin reflects on this, Lu Mengdia's heart is already tumultuous with realization. From the inception of their duel, she has observed his evolution, from initial adaptation and slight defensiveness to a state of equilibrium, and now to a position where he seems to dominate. He is growing continuously. Indeed, in these few minutes of swordplay, Lu Mengdi feels immense pressure. Under the extreme speed of his techniques, his transitions are seamless and elusive, surpassing her in both swiftness and fluidity. His relentless barrage of strikes appears to coalesce into a singular rhythm, evoking a sense of helplessness akin to sinking into a quagmire. He has begun to grasp the momentum necessary to influence another's offensive, the force of a third-tier technique. Lu Mengdia's eyes widen in astonishment, yet she clenches her jaw, her small face betraying her unwillingness to concede. Being touched first by someone of a lower life level, she truly felt a sense of injustice. Her grip on the knife tightened, and in the next moment, the trajectory of the blade shifted unexpectedly. Like a meandering stream, the force of the knife resonated with a swift whoosh, the tip unexpectedly lunging towards Su Kan's handle. A Knieftechnique. What happened to the promised duel of skills? Young lady, you lack martial ethics. Faced with the suddenly unfamiliar form of the blade, Su Kan's eyelid twitched as he glanced at the gritting teeth of Lu Mengdi, inwardly cursing. A woman is indeed a woman, no matter how beautiful, whether great or small. Like that Lu Feng, they're all deceitful at heart. How infuriating that she resorted to such underhanded tactics. Chapter 25. The Art of Body Movement versus the water-cutting blade technique in the face of the knife strike, which flowed like a winding stream. Sukin narrowly evaded by sidestepping, his eyes narrowing with a glint of displeasure as he regarded the girl before him. Is this the behavior of the esteemed daughter of the illustrious Shao City? Are we not here to engage in a contest of blade skills? Lu Mengdia's petite face stiffened, betraying a hint of embarrassment. As a fellow practitioner of the blade, you have left me disheartened. Lu Mengdi hesitated, her cheeks flushing slightly. A true swordsman should advance without hesitation, yet you have faltered. Do you honor the blade you wield? Lu Mengdi clenched her fists, momentarily frozen in place, her gaze fixated on the pristine long knife in her hands. A smile played upon Su Kan's lips as he relished the moment, delighting in his three-pointed inquiries. To provoke the prideful heart of this classic Ice Queen, a genius with a strong sense of self-worth, was undoubtedly more effective than defeating her with mere technique. The emotional impact was maximized. Indeed, the icy beauty was now engulfed in doubt, teetering on the brink of despair. Below, the students of the Knife River Martial Arts Academy wore expressions of fury. What does that fellow mean? A contest of skill is a contest of skill. On what grounds does he dare to speak so disrespectfully to our senior? Exactly. What does it mean to halt the duel and criticize our senior? Does he possess the qualifications to do so? Does he think himself remarkable just because he can match her in skill? Our senior still possesses the exquisite water-cutting blade technique, not to mention the Grandmaster's Thunderclap 9 blades. Silence. You novices cannot even perceive the current situation. How pitiful it is that the Master has allowed you to witness this. The highest-ranking instructor present chastised them, then turned his attention to the two figures on the platform, speaking solemnly. The young brother is not mistaken. The issue lies with Meng Dai. Her foundational blade skills are lacking. Her actions contradictory, and striking from ambush with blade techniques is a grave taboo for any swordsman. With that, the reality dawned upon the students. Our senior lacks the necessary skill. The young apprentices exchanged incredulous glances. To them, it seemed as though the two were evenly matched. How could it be that our senior was inferior in skill? Yet the instructor, known for his straightforwardness and unwavering severity, would never utter falsehoods. Could it be that the raw talent of that inexperienced lad truly surpassed the skills of their esteemed Shao City Blade Maiden? In that moment, an almost palpable sound of shattered hearts echoed as the young students clenched their fists, struggling to accept this truth. Returning to the center of the arena, I'm not as skilled as you, Lu Mengdai stammered, her face flushed, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, yet stubbornly defending herself. In terms of blade techniques, in that regard, I shall not yield to you. Blade technique. Sukin pondered, realizing he had yet to truly cultivate formal blade techniques. The Thunderblade's force could be considered a form of power technique, which might be integrated into foundational blade skills, yet it did not qualify as conventional blade artistry. Did it? Well, I have not. Before Sukin could complete his explanation, the girl lunged at him with her knife, an aura of murderous intent radiating from her, her expression as cold as one confronting a sworn enemy. What the? Did I not merely speak a few truths? Must she react so defensively? Yet, it must be acknowledged that facing her blade techniques for the first time, Sukin felt an immense pressure. Blade techniques are derived from the foundational skills of chopping, slashing, shattering, slicing, and sweeping, and are crafted into a more formidable method of combat. The techniques Lu Mengdai was now employing bore the elusive qualities of flowing water. The blade twisted with great frequency, producing sounds that at times resembled the gentle gurgle of a flowing spring, and at other moments roared like a rushing waterfall. It was highly likely that this was a sophisticated swordsmanship technique designed to mimic the variations of water flow. I must seize the next opportunity to practice a formal sword technique, I thought to myself, as I faced the girl's execution of her swordplay. Relying solely on my heightened auditory senses, I keenly detected the direction of the water-like motions initiated by the pristine white blade. Coupled with my instinctive agility, I twisted my waist and shifted my legs. Although it appeared perilous, each evasion was executed with precision, narrowly escaping the terrifying edge of the blade. Agility Proficiency 5. Agility Proficiency 4. Agility Proficiency 5. Agility Proficiency. My proficiency in agility surged dramatically. However, I could hear the girl's frustration. What good is mere evasion? With that, Lu Mengdai swiftly altered her technique. The torrent of blades unleashed. A chilling onslaught ensued. As the speed of her strikes intensified, the white blade, accompanied by a cacophony of splashes, conjured countless water-like sword images, attempting to restrict my avenues for evasion. I dodged. I continued to evade. I remained undeterred, using the moment to hone my agility and adapt to my 50% innate talent. The sound of blades slicing through the air grew increasingly dense and piercing, while the water-like sword images surged with greater ferocity. Yet, my evasive maneuvers seemed to synchronize with this increasing pace, leaving imprints on the ground that barely exceeded 2 meters in diameter. It even appeared as though I had created afterimages, giving the impression that I was swaying and twitching in place. Fluid and elegant, utterly charming. The agile footwork. The chief instructor below suddenly stood up, his expression one of disbelief. No, he was evading purely by instinct. yet it bore the semblance of the rudiments of refined agility. In comparison to my demonstrated second-tier sword technique, the agility displayed by the boy at that moment was even more astonishing. After all, agility was universally acknowledged as challenging to master, akin to all forms of cold weaponry techniques. Moreover, it seemed that I was instinctively tapping into one of the highest forms of agility, the concept of within arm's reach. It appeared I was using Mengdai's water-cutting sword technique to refine my agility. The chief instructor shook his head, chuckling. Approaching the third tier of sword techniques, in the embryonic form of agility, this girl had truly encountered a formidable adversary. If pressed, she might be compelled to unleash the thunderclap 9 blades. As the chief instructor had predicted, Lu Mengdai found herself increasingly agitated. Although the potency of the water-cutting technique was somewhat restrained under the suppression of life energy levels, she had nonetheless wielded it to its utmost potential based on a foundation of 4. 9. Swish, swish, swish. Yet despite this, that infuriating fellow managed to evade every strike completely. It was akin to trying to catch a slippery loach. Though the blows seemed destined to hit, they were inexplicably dodged, leaving all strikes futile. The frustration of having one's strength rendered ineffective felt more vexing than engaging in a direct contest of sword techniques. Suddenly, a faint sound akin to a current coursing through her body emerged from Lu Mengdai's surface. Amidst the execution of the water knife technique, the blade vibrated subtly, causing the cascading sound of water to take on an agitated tone, though it remained imperceptible to most. Yet, under Su Kan's keen auditory perception, he discerned the anomaly. Moreover, he was all too familiar with that sound, intimately acquainted as if it were a long-lost friend. "Liu, did you hear that? There seems to be a current buzzing," he exclaimed. Liu Mengdai shuddered slightly, disregarding Su Kan's curiosity. As Su Kan dodged, he continued with intrigue. "It seems to be emanating from you. Have you gone days without a bath? Is it the friction between your skirt and thighs generating static electricity?" The young lady's breath caught in her throat. "That's merely your illusion." "An illusion, you say?" Su Kan chuckled, squirming slightly. "Truth be told, I too have gone several days without bathing, and I feel rather uncomfortable. It's quite itchy." Zzz listening to the crackling, thunderous sounds emanating from the shadowy figure ahead. Liu Mengdai appeared horrified, as if she had encountered a specter. "Why you? Have you also mastered the Thunderblade?" With a swift motion, Su Kan raised his blade, slicing through the air like a lightning bolt, accompanied by a sharp crack. Liu Mengdai, taken aback, could only hastily draw her own weapon in response. With a similar flourish, she unleashed a cutting sound that echoed sharply in the air. The two blades created fleeting phantoms, their edges colliding in an instant. Clang! Bang, bang, bang! The violent force of their strikes, mingled with the thunderous roars, resonated fiercely, scattering in all directions. Centered around the two, the earth was furrowed with strikingly visible scars from their blades, as swirling dust and mist ascended, threatening to dismantle the very structure of the rural stage. Chapter 26. The Tremor of the Knife River Martial Arts School, the defeat of the Blade Princess by the Thunderblade. Below the stage, a sudden hush fell over the members of the Knife River Martial Arts School as they stood, bewildered, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Was that truly the Thunderblade? It could not be mistaken. The force unleashed shattered limits, resonating with thunderous echoes. The sound of thunder. It was indeed the Thunderblade, the very same technique executed by the esteemed senior. Such might emanated from strike akin to lightning cleaving the air. What other swordsmanship could match such ferocity? The members of the Knife River Martial Arts School stood in stupefied silence, their eyes fixed intently upon the arena shrouded in dust and mist. The events unfolded so swiftly that they had scarcely glimpsed the movements exchanged between the two combatants before the residual waves obscured their view. Yet, from the resounding crack of thunder, they could ascertain with certainty that the two had indeed clashed with the Thunderblade. The 9 Thunderblades, one of the emblems of their esteemed school. This was the renowned technique of the foremost martial saint of the Great Xia, the pinnacle of the 8 realms. The Thunderblade of the young Fu Honyang. Even now, that illustrious sword saint continues to refine his supreme swordsmanship, grounded in the Thunderblade. Such a formidable technique, resonating throughout Great Xia and indeed the world, was now wielded by a mere high school student whose name had never graced their ears. This was an event of paramount significance for the entire Knife River Martial Arts School. Quick, inform the school. No, first record it. Capture this duel on film. The chief instructor commanded urgently, his face flushed with excitement. In the inner city of Xiaocheng, the nightlife was just beginning to stir. Beneath the glow of neon lights, traffic surged, and throngs of people filled the bustling streets, creating a lively atmosphere. As one passed the Knife River Martial Arts School, which loomed like a colossal beast, it was impossible not to steal a glance, especially for those martial artists who practiced the blade, their eyes brimming with yearning. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Knife River Martial Arts School, a student, fervently practicing their swordplay, dashed toward the first studio. They had received word that the recorded video of the Blade Princess's positioning match had been uploaded, for those unable to enter the virtual realm to witness it firsthand. The moment had arrived for them to watch. In no time, over 1,000 students, along with instructors, hastily paused their lessons and hurried toward the studio. This was their beloved Blade Princess, Lu Mengdai, showcasing her prowess in a real combat trial. Those who had missed the chance to secure a viewing seat were filled with regret. Finally, they would behold the enchanting presence of the Blade Princess, albeit through a recorded video, which was certainly better than nothing. Moreover, once the upper echelons released the video, it was customary for them to subsequently provide live streaming access, which was the crux of the matter. The prospect of the Blade Princess's live broadcast. Merely thinking about it was exhilarating. Lu's positioning match. It was an opportunity not to be missed. Zhou, he was also a student at the Knife River Martial Arts School and, like his peers, raced excitedly toward the studio. Yujiro was his guiding star, and how could the Blade Princess be any less? It was precisely because of that strikingly beautiful and valiant Blade Princess that he had chosen to pursue the art of swordsmanship. In an attempt to capture the attention of Lu Mengdai, the esteemed senior of the Martial Arts Academy, he foolishly devoted himself to mastering the Thunderblade technique. Unfortunately, this reckless endeavor nearly cost him his life. Not only did he face condemnation from the school, but he was also harshly reprimanded by the instructor of the Daoham Martial Arts Academy. In front of a multitude of incoming students, he became an example of what not to do, illustrating the perils of the Thunderblade, which has now become a part of his regrettable history. Before long, Zhou Yi arrived at Studio 1. A massive screen displayed the scenes of Lu Mengdai effortlessly defeating her opponents in the first 9 matches. Truly, she was remarkable. Like the other young students, Zhou Yi gazed at her graceful figure wielding the blade with admiration and infatuation. However, during the 9th match, when the original form of 9527 appeared on screen, laughter erupted from the audience. With a life energy level of merely 4. 9. Zhou Yi also chuckled, his eyes revealing disdain, yet tinged with envy. How could someone with a lower life energy level than his manage to match with Senior Lu? It was pure luck, just like Su Kan, who must have stumbled upon good fortune to share the stage with classmate Yu. How infuriating. As Zhou Yi recalled Su Kan, his irritation grew. The laughter in the room grew louder, but as the black-clad figure engaged Lu Mengdai in a fierce display of swordsmanship, the laughter abruptly ceased, plunging the room into a profound silence. In the subsequent video, their goddess employed the renowned water-cutting technique, only to be elegantly evaded by the figure in black. Why dodge? Coward. Useless. Is Senior's technique ineffective? Many inexperienced students shouted in anger, while a few instructors and senior students observing nearby exchanged astonished glances, their hearts stirred by tumultuous emotions. You fools! Silence. One instructor could no longer contain his fury. What qualifications do you possess to speak when you cannot even reach the first level of swordsmanship? The opponent in the video has already attained the 2nd level. At this moment, they are employing a refined body technique to evade Mengdai's water-cutting technique, showcasing true talent in both agility and swordsmanship, far surpassing your inept selves. Do you still have the audacity to shout? The mention of the 2nd level of swordsmanship and the refined body technique rendered the area silent, as the young students stood in stunned disbelief. How could someone with a mere life energy level of 4, 9 achieve such mastery? In the corner, He clenched his fists, unable to hide his envy and jealousy, filled with resentment. Suddenly, amidst the scene, two thunderous sounds reverberated throughout the studio. A violent collision echoing as dust swirled, causing the video to halt abruptly. The studio fell into an eerie silence, with only the sound of swallowing echoing in the stillness. After a moment, someone whispered that must be the Thunderblade, igniting a flurry of gasps as chaos erupted and filled the entire space. Simultaneously, within the scene on the Eternal Summit stage, as the dust settled, the figures of Su Kan and Lu Mengdai were revealed. The young man wore a serene expression, a smile gracing his lips, while the young woman stood in disbelief, gripping the hilt of her sword, frozen in place. You truly have mastered the Thunderblade. The potency of that recent strike, its life energy level, was sufficient to reach the threshold of a 10th level practitioner, if not more. Had Lu Mengdai not snapped back to her senses and responded swiftly with her thunderous blade, she would have likely been cleaved in two, resulting in immediate defeat. The Thunderblade is a technique that every swordsman aspires to master. Thus, it is hardly surprising. Su Kan chuckled in response, eliciting a bemused reaction from the audience below. The Dao River Martial Arts Academy had granted authorization for everyone to train in the Thunderblade, which was indeed unremarkable. However, for someone with a life energy level of 4.9 to have mastered it was utterly inconceivable. Suddenly, the drumbeats resonated, signaling that only 10 minutes remained until the conclusion of this duel. Should no victor emerge, the match would be declared a draw, and rankings would be reassessed. Since you have also mastered the Thunderblade, you must understand the burden it imposes. With 10 minutes left, let us showcase our true skills and see who falters first. Lu Mengdai declared as she charged forward once more, initiating with a sinuous water thrust, accompanied by the terrifying force of thunder that cleaved through the air, creating a vacuum. The water-cutting blade technique, combined with thunderous energy, was the utmost effort that Lu Mengdai, with her 4.9 life energy level, could muster. Just don't resort to underhanded tactics. She huffed. In an instant, the stage was alight with flashing blades and the resounding echoes of thunder, as the blade energies flew forth, carving deep scars into the surroundings. The destructive power unleashed was akin to a clash between two seasoned practitioners rather than a mere high school student with a life energy level of 4.9. Chief Instructor, who do you think will prevail at this 4.9 life energy level? Mengdai is our academy's top student and the beloved daughter of our esteemed master. Should she lose? Returning to his wooden chair, the middle-aged chief instructor responded gravely to the query posed by his deputy. Now that they have both mastered the Thunderblade, the force exerted at an identical life energy level feels comparable. Mengdai possesses an advantage having trained in the finest foundational techniques, achieving a pinnacle of mastery. Although that high school student remains oblivious to the reason he has yet to employ any techniques, the foundational skills offer some advantage, coupled with his nimble footwork. If he aims to evade, Mengdai's final move may prove difficult to land. It seems likely that this will culminate in a draw, provided he can indeed avoid it. Are you suggesting the final move of the water-cutting blade in conjunction with the Thunderblade? Yes. Wait. No. This girl is biding her time. As Su Kan exchanged blows with Lu Mengdai, he suddenly realized that the flowing blade energy surrounding her had yet to dissipate. Even after each impact, she continued to deftly maneuver the hilt of her sword, directing the water-like force. Persistently manipulating the hilt, she gathered and intensified the dispersed blade energy, transforming it into an unending torrent akin to flowing water. By heavens, she is truly preparing a formidable move. Su Kan's expression shifted as he contemplated retreating. However, upon glancing at the clock, which indicated less than a minute remained, he resolutely steadied himself, gripping the hilt tightly as the bones in his hands crackled with energy. To concede in the bronze ranking competition would be a source of ridicule. So he thought, let us unleash our ultimate techniques. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Mengdai found herself momentarily stunned. She had clearly sensed my preparations, yet still chose to confront me head-on. Very well, I shall oblige. With a swift twist of the long knife in my hand, the surrounding force of the blade surged forth like a mighty river, producing a thunderous sound reminiscent of water crashing against barriers. Amongst this torrent, the thunderous knife lurked, like a concealed thunderclap hidden within a swirling current, exuding an ominous aura of death. The blade surged with the power of the universe. Lu Mengdai let out a delicate cry, her slender figure slicing through the air, stirring up clouds of dust and wielding unmatched momentum as she advanced with her deadly strike. In response, Sukin raised his own blade high, and in the next moment, the dark knife came crashing down. A crackling sound echoed, the blade leaving behind a fleeting shadow, its edge tearing through the air and unleashing a fierce wail. The high school youth was defeated. The instructor below exhaled in relief. Ultimately, their own sword maiden proved to be superior. In that fleeting moment of collision, Lu Mengdai, too, breathed a sigh of relief. Victory was hers. Yet, unbeknownst to her at that very instant, a second thunderclap erupted, booming. A crackle followed by a resonant hum. Su Kan's black blade, which had descended halfway, suddenly responded with an even more resounding thunder following the first crack. With the reverberation of thunder, Su Kan broke through his limits once more. The pitch-black blade left behind a multitude of afterimages, akin to dark thunder descending upon the world, striking down with an unstoppable force. Clang! The thunder roared. The sound of metal clashing pierced the ears of those below, prompting many to cover their ears, all while being captivated by the spectacle before them. The rising dust was split in two by a terrifying force of blade energy, along with half of the muddy arena, and the arena itself was cleaved in twain, transforming into scattered sparks of light, revealing the stunned countenance of an icy beauty. Chapter 27. Bitter hardship and collective heartbreak the following day, as the first light of dawn began to grace the horizon. Sukin donned his attire and set off at a brisk pace towards the school. "Mom, I'm heading to school now. Be careful on the way." "Yes. Remember to take your medication on time." "Understood." As he hurried along the narrow paths of the outer district, Sukin felt an unprecedented lightness in his step, invigorated by a refreshing spirit. This newfound agility was largely thanks to the guidance of Lu Mengdai the previous night, which enabled him to swiftly acclimate to the enhancements of his physical prowess. Skill Agility, Level 3, 89, Swordsmanship, Level 2, 99, after defeating Lu Mengdai. Sukin had intended to further hone his agility, aspiring to elevate it to the same pinnacle as his swordsmanship. However, after several attempts to log back in and resist the anti-addiction measures, he was summarily sanctioned by the Eternal Summit, forcibly logged out on the spot. The reasoning provided was a temporary account restriction. Following the conclusion of the ranking matches, players were required to log off to prevent excessive mental fatigue. It is a cruel irony that while society demands youth to achieve, it simultaneously forbids them from indulging in late-night pursuits, evoking a sense of sorrow even among capitalists. As he quietly lamented this predicament, Sukin instinctively paused while passing the still-closed food street, enhanced by his sharpened vision and keen sense of smell. The remnants of a recent struggle were starkly visible within the alleyway of the street. The sight of shattered storefronts, gruesome claw marks, and pools of dark blood, coupled with a pungent scent of iron in the air, painted a harrowing picture. All of this served as a grim reminder of the peril that foreign entities posed to humanity, continually sounding an alarm within Su Kan's heart. It was far too dangerous. He must find a way to relocate his parents from the outer district as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath, Su Kan resumed his journey to school. Today marked the day he would officially report to the elite class. At that moment, within the classroom of the elite class, several students were already seated, engaged in light conversation. Guess what? Just now, as I passed by the martial arts room, I saw something intriguing. What did you see? The monthly exam hasn't even begun. We can only access martial arts based on our results afterward. What is there to be excited about? Aren't you curious about what Su Kan chose as his initial martial art upon entering our elite class? Oh right, I almost forgot about that. After selecting a martial art, the relevant information is registered in the martial arts room. Su Kan must have been recorded in our elite class's roster after his discussion with teacher Lu Fong yesterday. Once the topic of Su Kan's martial arts choices arose, many students perked up with curiosity. They were eager to discover what martial art this prodigy, who had mastered the body-tempering fist and reached level 1 in swordsmanship, his martial arts talent already renowned, second only to Yujiro, had opted for. Would it be swordsmanship? Or perhaps a form of boxing? Ah, he has indeed chosen a martial art, one student exclaimed, unable to contain a hearty laugh, prompting a chorus of eager inquiries. What are you laughing at? Do share. Could it be that Sukin did not choose swordsmanship or boxing? No. He chose the knife technique, but... Ha ha ha. Be careful, or I might just give you a beating for being a riddle master. No more laughter. No more laughter. Let me tell you, you would never guess he actually chose the infamous yet fragrant blade technique, the thunderclap 9 blades. Ha ha ha. He chose the thunderclap 9 blades. With those words, the class fell into a moment of stunned silence. Ha ha ha. Soon, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Another self-righteous fool. How would he choose that technique? If it were me, I would also choose, but let me laugh a little longer. Did teacher Lu Fong not explain the situation to him? How difficult and treacherous this technique is to master. Stubborn. Not long ago, he was not this self-assured, and what happened then? Sukin chose the thunderclap 9 blades. At that moment, he entered the classroom and looked at the student who had disclosed the information. Yes, brother Zhou. Sukin chose the thunderclap 9 blades. It's simply hilarious. He scoffed upon hearing this. So self-righteous. If merely having a segment of knife technique could lead to mastering the thunderclap 9 blades, then those geniuses with blade-related innate talents at the Blade River Martial Academy would have already each mastered a thunderclap sound. Exactly. By the way, brother Zhou, speaking of this, my cousin from a Blade River Martial Academy mentioned yesterday that a certain blade maiden encountered a monster at the pinnacle of eternity, one who nearly mastered a 3-segment knife technique and possessed remarkable agility, apparently only at a life energy level of 4. 9, is that true? The surrounding students quickly gathered closer, their eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, what explosive news! Is it true? Achieving a 2-segment knife technique at a life energy level of 4. 9 is already extraordinary, and nearing 3 segments? Isn't that blade maiden only at 2 segments? Could it be that the Blade River Martial Academy is deliberately spreading false information to attract students? One student quickly refuted. What false information? That's what my cousin witnessed firsthand at the Blade River Martial Academy. In fact, let me tell you, that person seems to have even mastered the thunderclap 9 blades. Truly at the level of 2 thunderclap sounds. They defeated a blade maiden of the same realm. How is that for explosive news? The entire classroom fell into a hushed silence, all eyes turning to Zhou, the only one attending supplementary classes at the Blade River Martial Academy. That person is indeed very powerful. One might even say terrifying. Zhou paused for a moment, his tone laced with skepticism. I even suspect that account might not belong to a real person, but rather to an AI character rumored at the pinnacle of eternity. After all, how could someone at a life energy level of 4 not achieve that? It's worth noting that even Senior Lu, who possesses exceptional blade talent, cannot achieve such feats at this age. AI character. Amidst the murmurs, Sukin entered the classroom, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, before taking a seat by the window as arranged the previous day. Sukin, you're here. Welcome to our elite class. With Sukin's arrival, the students tacitly halted their lively discussion, their eyes gleaming with smiles as they looked at him. I heard you chose martial arts as an elective yesterday. Which martial art did you select? Right. Do not overexert yourself without hardship, especially with the impending monthly examination approaching. Those in the class who practice martial arts with both fists and blades can certainly lend you their assistance. Wouldn't you agree? Glancing at a few students who were stifling laughter, Sukin was about to speak when he chose the thunderclap 9 blades technique. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Huang Deguang, entered the classroom. After uttering those words, he calmly surveyed the chuckling students. Is there a problem? Several students immediately shrank back and obediently returned to their seats. However, soon, students including Zhou looked at their homeroom teacher with expressions of perplexity. It was quite curious why the teacher, who was well aware that Sukin practiced that particular blade technique, maintained such an unperturbed demeanor. In the past, whenever a few students who practiced the blade mentioned the thunderclap 9 blades, they would invariably face stern reprimands from this strict teacher. Zhou, who had once practiced the thunderclap 9 blades, had been criticized by Huang Deguang for an entire week, with words so harsh they rendered him worthless. Why then was Su Can's training in the thunderclap 9 blades met with such indifference? Shouldn't he have been harshly reprimanded in front of them, causing him embarrassment and shame? Before morning practice, I have an announcement to make. Well, you probably already know this, Huang Deguang declared, retracting his gaze. Classmate Yujiro, due to her exceptional academic performance, has been specially recruited by 5 of the world's top universities, including the prestigious Shenglong University, the foremost among our 3 top universities in Daxia. Consequently, she is no longer required to complete her remaining high school studies and is now at home awaiting her special admission. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere felt as though the sky had collapsed. Bai Yueguang was leaving. There would no longer be a chance to breathe the same air as Bai Yueguang or sit in the same classroom. A profound ache settled in the heart, akin to a loss. It hurt. Even though it was clear that there would be no intersection, it still hurt. Shouldn't classmate Yu at least bid farewell to the class? The male students immediately began lamenting. As if mourning a lost first love, their spirits visibly deflated. My martial arts therapy, my achievements, that aloof girl wouldn't dare to go back on her word, would she? Suka narrowed his eyes, sensing that his plans for transformation were in jeopardy. When the banquet arrived, he would have to issue another threat. Casting a glance at the message from his electronic watch, Sukin's expression darkened. Sukan, remember to attend my graduation banquet. This request comes strongly from my grandmother. If you do not come and upset her, you will regret it. Silence. Huang Deguang chastised, and the class soon fell quiet again. Sukan, come with me to the principal's office. The rest of you proceed to the playground for morning practice. Watching Sukan being led away by Huang Deguang, the heartbroken boys momentarily froze. One by one, they found their emotional outlet and resumed their murmurs. Good grief. I thought old Huang wouldn't reprimand him. Turns out he's being taken to the principal's office for a lecture. I knew it. How could he not be scolded for practicing that technique? He should be made to train. Let us see how he handles it if something goes wrong. With Bai Yueguang gone, here comes that insufferable pretty boy. Life is going to be unbearable now. As I approached the principal's office, a sense of unease washed over me. Was I to be reprimanded once more for my training in the formidable Thunderblade 9? Yet I had indeed mastered it. With a heart full of curiosity, I followed Huang Deguang into the office. Upon lifting my gaze, I was met with the intense focus of Lu Feng and Principal Pan Tao, both fixated on a colossal display screen, oblivious to our entrance. What could possibly captivate them so? My heart raced as I followed their gaze, and to my astonishment, the screen revealed footage of my fierce battle against Lu Mengdai at the pinnacle of eternity. Precisely at the moment I was poised to strike her down with a single blow. Chapter 28. The Vitality Elixir, buy one, get one free in the scene. Sukan's tall figure appeared somewhat austere, his exposed Danfeng eyes radiating a hint of lethal intent. With both hands raised, he wielded the 4-fingered black blade with an overwhelming presence before calmly bringing it down. As dust billowed, the world around him split in two. And only when the enchanting lady vanished did the video reach its conclusion. Facing the large screen, Lu Feng and Pan Tao seemed frozen in place. Taking a moment to draw a deep breath, the two turned their heads simultaneously, revealing faces etched with astonishment, fixating their gaze on Sukan. At that moment, Huang Deguang, usually stern, also turned to stare in disbelief at Sukan, feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny. Sukan scratched his head and chuckled. Principal, Teacher Lu Feng, what brings you here? What do you think? Almost in unison, the three, including Huang Deguang, widened their eyes, pointing towards the display screen. The screen was quite large, likely bigger than the one at my home. The corners of their mouths twitched as they approached, firmly pressing the bewildered Sukan back onto the sofa. One prepared tea, while another offered pastries, and Pan Tao, with a beaming face, personally poured Sukan a fragrant cup of tea. You're 95-27, aren't you? Upon hearing this, both Huang Deguang and Lu Feng wore expressions of excitement, unable to suppress their smiles, gazing at Sukan as if he were a rare treasure. No. The trio narrowed their eyes as Lu Fong pointed to an information sheet on the tea table, which bore the registration number of the void instrument. Following a lengthy prefix, 9527 was circled in red ink. Suka nodded. That's me. Seeing the use acknowledgement, the three could no longer contain their emotions. 3 distinct knife techniques, instinctively employing the inch-level movement, and the 2 thunderous sounds. Unbelievable, unfathomable. Each of these achievements would astonish the entire academic circle. Yet they all manifest in a single student, our student. If the folks from the first and second schools were to learn of this, their envy would be boundless. Ha ha, you've hidden yourself well, young man. Laughter filled the office, while Sukin calmly sipped his tea. He had no intention of concealing anything. The school maintained control over the information regarding the void instrument, making secrecy impossible. Moreover, Sukin was eager to seize the opportunity to showcase his talents, allowing the school to recognize his gifts sooner. Hiding away was futile. Only by revealing his worth could he access greater resources and benefits. The improvement brought by the scholarship for the elite class, along with the qualification to enter the void realm after joining the elite class, was testament to this. Before Sukin could explain further, Lu Fong excitedly interjected, "The awakening is the day after tomorrow. Only a postnatal awakening can account for Su Kan's transformation." Juan de Wang nadidim fatikri. Setting aside the accomplishments of the 3 recorded predecessors of postnatal awakening, Sukin represents the latest case of a postnatal awakener. Anything is possible. I even suspect that Su Kan's awakening might lean towards the aspect of comprehension. Otherwise, his life energy level wouldn't have surged by less than 3 points, indicating such a pronounced tilt in talent. It is indeed reasonable. As the college entrance examination approaches, we can schedule a few more foundational assessments to ensure a thorough evaluation at that time. For now, it is prudent to keep Su Kan's information under wraps to avoid any unnecessary disturbances. With a smile, Pan Tao poured a cup of tea for Su Kan. You possess remarkable talent. Our school will undoubtedly devote itself to nurturing your abilities. You need not worry about keeping pace with the life energy levels. The school will regularly provide you with essential training resources. Your focus should be on honing your martial skills and practical combat proficiency. Principal, I will surely strive to meet your expectations, Sukin replied earnestly. Yes, with such determination and innate talent, even if your life energy levels do not ultimately stand out, your martial prowess and practical skills will undoubtedly secure you a place in a prestigious martial arts university post-examination. While it may be challenging to meet all the criteria for the top 5 universities, a first-rate institution is certainly within your reach. This year, there is a significant emphasis on practical skills, which works to your advantage. A martial arts university. Sukin felt a surge of anticipation. In the past, merely being accepted into any martial arts university, even a lesser-known one, was a dream beyond his wildest imagination. His parents would undoubtedly be overjoyed, unable to sleep from excitement. However, Sukin now harbored a new aspiration. At the very least, he aimed to gain admission to a top-tier martial arts university, and he would strive with all his might to pursue the Elite 5, ensuring he left no room for regret. Ahem. Sukin took a deep breath. At that moment, Pan Tao produced a delicate metallic gift box from beneath the table. Inside, encased in glass, were 10 vials filled with a crystalline, shimmering liquid that glimmered with a hint of red. This is an elixir of vitality personally bestowed upon you by me, principal, as well as your teachers, Lu Fong and Huang. With your current life energy level of 4.9, consuming half a vial daily will suffice. Any more would be beyond your capacity to absorb. Furthermore, this month, you will focus solely on enhancing your life energy levels. Given your current abilities in exertion and agility, there is no need for you to concern yourself with the monthly assessments. Merely appearing for them will suffice. Once the results are released, the school will arrange for you to go where you truly belong, representing our esteemed institution, under the watchful smiles of Lu Fong and Huang de Guang. Though Sukin was curious about the destination Pan Tao mentioned, his attention was primarily captivated by the box containing the vitality elixirs. Such a treasure was certainly not inexpensive. It was a prestigious concoction made from rare materials infused with source energy and blended with the flesh of formidable beasts, far surpassing the likes of the blood-patterned pig. Pan Tao and the others likely feared their life energy levels were progressing too slowly, potentially hindering their martial advancement, which prompted them to prepare such gifts. Sukin suddenly realized that being mistakenly perceived as a postnatal martial talent might not be such a disadvantage after all. At the very least, the school wished to ensure that his martial aptitude did not go to waste, providing ample resources for his cultivation. Of course, this was contingent upon Sukin consistently demonstrating his corresponding value, much like how Pan Tao had just mentioned the importance of representing the school's reputation. All right, Lu Feng, take Sukin to select his martial studies. Select martial studies? But I just chose the Thunderclap 9 Blades. Lu Feng stood up, gazing at the bewildered Sukin. It is what you rightfully deserve. Your agility surpasses the standards set by the monthly assessments, establishing you as the undisputed leader in the elite class. You may select a martial arts technique, and furthermore, you have already mastered the Thunderclap 9 Blades. The Daoha Martial Arts School has authorized various universities to teach this technique, stipulating that upon mastering the Thunderclap 9 Blades, one may continue to cultivate the foundational techniques they have authorized. It is essential to recognize that the foundational techniques originating from the Daoha Martial Arts School, a sanctum for blade practitioners, possess a level of intricacy comparable to advanced martial arts. Although the techniques displayed at the school are commendable, they pale in comparison to those from Daoha. A buy one, get one deal. What a delightful surprise. Listening to Lu Feng's explanation, Sukin felt a surge of anticipation. Through his encounters with Lu Mengdai, he profoundly grasped the significance of formal techniques. Basic knife skills are merely foundational. True knife techniques are a different realm altogether. Only by mastering a technique uniquely one's own, one can harness greater power and versatility in combat. As he walked toward the martial arts room, the thought of soon being able to practice a formidable technique that complements the Thunderclap 9 Blades quickened his pace. Chapter 29. The Azure Dragon in the Sleeve. 3 techniques of the blade within the confines of the martial arts chamber. The blade technique projector remained unchanged. Step inside and make your selection. Only those who have mastered the Thunderclap 9 Blades may choose from the techniques that have been authorized for you. Outside the projector, Lu Feng narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Sukin. This time, I shall refrain from advising you. But bear in mind that the foundational techniques of the Knife River Martial Arts School vary in strength and difficulty, as well as in attributes. Remember to analyze which technique best suits you. Do not blindly choose the most challenging one. After all, no matter how perceptive you are, what truly matters is what is suitable for you. Without turning back, Sukin replied, "Understood. You rascal, you haven't heeded my words, have you? Oh well, you've earned the right to be willful after mastering the second Thunderclap." Soon, Sukin re-entered the martial arts projector, holding a long knife that had yet to be sharpened. Identity verification in progress. Class 3 Elite, Sukin, has mastered the Thunderclap 9 Blades and possesses the authorization from the Knife River Martial Arts School to select one foundational technique. There are 3 available techniques. Please review them. The AI's voice resonated. The virtual screen immediately displayed the 3 foundational techniques along with brief descriptions. Water cutting technique. A foundational blade technique characterized by a winding and serpentine blade path, emphasizing the flow of water. It requires a certain level of proficiency in exerting force, commanding the infinite transformations of water with the strength of the blade. Difficulty. Comparable to all foundational techniques of the first tier, T0 level. Mastery brings one to a realm that can rival entry-level techniques. This appears to be the technique practiced by Lu Mengdai. Sukin recalled the last strike she unleashed, imbued with a formidable water force, a memory that remained vivid. Had he not erupted with the second Thunderclap, he might have been mercilessly ensnared by that endless water force. This serves as a testament that the technique is indeed as described. When cultivated to a certain extent, it can rival entry-level techniques. However, the frequent changes in the blade path and the focus on finesse over brute strength necessitate careful preparation. Perhaps I should consider further. Long River Technique, a foundational blade technique, one of the representative techniques of the Knife River Martial Arts School. The long river flows ceaselessly, and the momentum of the blade is relentless, embodying great skill with simplicity. Difficulty, comparable to all foundational techniques of the first tier, T0 level. Mastery brings one to a realm that can rival entry-level techniques. The long river technique, the signature foundational technique of the knife river martial arts school. Sukan's eyes brightened. He had once witnessed a formidable practitioner from the knife river martial arts school demonstrate online. That blade strike resembled a long river suspended in the heavens, its momentum unyielding and unstoppable, epitomizing the relentless advance of the blade. There are advantages and disadvantages. The long river technique is ruthless when in a position of strength, capable of overwhelming opponents with its torrential blade energy. Yet, should one's momentum be disrupted, regaining one's stance becomes exceedingly troublesome. Adapting the blade path depends on one's circumstances, but this aspect poses no concern for me. Propping his chin upon his hand, Sukan fell into contemplation. His gaze lingered on the final technique, and he was momentarily taken aback. Mastering it to a small degree surpasses entry-level techniques. How astonishing! The first two techniques required mastery to a peak level to merely rival entry-level techniques. Yes, just a rival. This final blade technique, cultivated to a modest level, astonishingly rivals the entry-level blade techniques. Truly formidable. The Azure Dragon in the sleeve, a fundamental blade technique, as serene as a maiden yet as swift as a startled rabbit. The blade's momentum occasionally cloaked like a dragon in mist, with an inexhaustible array of transformations. At times, it exudes an overwhelming force, sweeping like a tide. Its sharpness manifests brilliantly, as if swallowing mountains and rivers in its wake, a single breath uniting the heavens. Difficulty emphasizes weight of momentum, requiring a profound mastery of basic blade skills, perfect control of dynamic and static forces. When cultivated to a modest level, its might is comparable to entry-level blade techniques. With a solid foundation in blade skills, the mastery of dynamic and static forces demands absolute control over one's own strength, wielding terrifying power. Is this not a tailor-made foundational blade technique for me? Sukan's eyes sparkled with excitement. You are the one, Azure Dragon in the sleeve. You truly deserve to be a blade masterborn of destiny. In the grand tapestry of fate, a companion blade technique has descended upon you, making you uniquely fortunate. Revered by countless blade practitioners in the martial world as the blade sovereign amongst immortals. Additional rewards for your genius in blade arts are forthcoming. Reward: an additional 20 increase in blade talent. Current blade talent 50. Timeliness is indeed more favorable than merely being early. Oh, system, you truly excel. Sukan gazed with delight at the impending manifestation of the blade technique. With a subtle 20 enhancement in blade talent, he began to practice the foundational blade skills. Blade technique proficiency 3. Blade technique proficiency 5. Blade technique proficiency. This time, however, it did not emerge as swiftly, indicating a careful selection process. Seated on the sheepskin sofa, Lu Feng occasionally glanced at the martial arts projector. Upon noticing its ongoing operation, he unconsciously nodded in approval. That's more like it. If it were like last time, mastering the thunderclap 9 blades in less than an hour would have been utterly ridiculous. The sound abruptly ceased, and in the distance, footsteps approached. Lu Feng took a deep breath and quickly glanced at the wall clock. As the minute hand completed a full circle, it had just passed 1 hour and 1 minute. What on earth is this boy up to? Is he doing this on purpose, or what? Would lingering for another hour or so be the end of him? Yet, compared to the shock from last time's practice of the thunderclap 9 blades, Lu Feng remained considerably calmer this time. When it comes to blade techniques, once the basics are grasped, further refinement is primarily achieved through practical combat for optimal results. Of course, if an ordinary student were practicing, Lu Feng would undoubtedly deliver a stern reprimand. However, the one practicing now is Sukan, who possesses the talent of 2 thunderclap sounds, coupled with nearly 3 tiers of blade skills. Mastering a foundational blade technique in just over an hour, though still quite extraordinary, seems somewhat reasonable. Lu Feng lowered his head to fill out a form, not lifting his gaze as he inquired, "What blade technique did you practice?" Azure Dragon in the sleeve. Lu Fang paused, momentarily breathless. Impressive indeed. So, you have grasped it? Yes, it is indeed a powerful blade technique. Especially the final killing move. It is quite ferocious. Ah, your talent is truly remarkable. Go back and continue to solidify your skills. And remember to take the vitality-enhancing elixir to elevate your life energy levels. Understood, teacher. This cheeky lad still hopes to daunt me, as he did with the thunderclap. 9 blades? It is non-existent. Teacher, I have indeed grown accustomed to numerous grand spectacles. However, I must admit, it is astonishing that this young man has chosen to undertake the most arduous path of cultivation, the sleeve dragon. This technique, forged alongside the great Summer Dragon King, is a formidable swordplay. Moreover, he has already made progress in it. Crafted by 2 martial saints, the lethal strikes naturally possess immense power. Wait, as I gaze at the receding figure of Su Kan, a smile suddenly falters on Lu Fang's face. Did that young man just utter the name of the final lethal strike? The sleeve dragon consists of 3 techniques. Mastering the first 2 signifies entry into its practice, while the final technique, the most potent lethal strike, can only be executed upon reaching the small success stage. Has that young man cultivated to the point of being able to unleash all the techniques at the small success stage? Skill sword technique, 3rd stage 12, martial arts thunderous 9 blades. Entry level 2nd thunderous limit 99, sleeve dragon. Small success 7. Ah, what a relief. Fortunately, I have successfully broken through to the 3rd stage of sword technique, mastering the sword intent. Without that, it would have been truly impossible to cultivate the heavy-handed technique of the sleeve dragon to small success. Elated within, Su Kan promptly made his way to the school cafeteria. Having received a favorable treatment, the meals, now enhanced with bits of exotic beast meat, were finally palatable. Furthermore, as night falls, he eagerly anticipates savoring the expensive essence-replenishing elixir. With the support of his moderate exotic bone and the achievement of the title gourmet, his life energy will undoubtedly surge at an astonishing rate. It is even possible that the gourmet title may bring him unforeseen delights. Chapter 30. Elixir under the moonlight. As night fell in the cramped little room, a notification appeared. The client exhibits rebellious behavior. The sanction period has been prolonged. Indeed, the sanctions were still in effect. After yet another forced disconnection, Su Kan resignedly stored away the communication device, abandoning his thoughts of completing the initial trial with the Azure Dragon. He resolved to focus on enhancing his cultivation instead. With that, Su Kan retrieved a metallic box from beneath his bed. Upon activating the switch, a vial containing a blood tonic emerged, measuring 2 fingers in width. The principal had mentioned that given his current life energy level, consuming merely half the vial would suffice. Gazing at the crystalline, ruby-red liquid that shimmered with hints of crimson light, Su Kan wore an expression of curiosity. Was the warning based on the assumption that I merely possessed a postnatal martial bone, slightly inferior to an innate middle-grade root? Yet, I am truly endowed with an innate root, far superior to a middle-grade one. Considering this, surely I am capable of consuming an entire vial? Shaking the vial, Su Kan unscrewed the cap, ultimately deciding to sample half of it first. After all, one's life is precious, and caution is paramount. With a gulp, the elixir slid down his throat, its icy sensation enveloping him. Enhanced by his acute sense of smell, he discerned a faint herbal aroma, accompanied by a negligible metallic tang. Quite palatable. After downing 2 swigs, the vial was half empty, yet he received none of the anticipated notifications. As warmth surged through his body and his blood began to boil, the notifications still eluded him. Su Kan sensed that half of vial's potency was insufficient to satiate him. Gritting his teeth, he tilted his head back and consumed the remaining half in one swift motion. Instantaneously, a fervent heat coursed through his body, his veins visibly bulging. This, indeed, was the sensation he craved. You have savored the world's finest elixir, a brew crafted from legendary medicinal herbs and the remnants of unparalleled beasts, and licked the celestial porcelain. Even the crystalline saliva left behind has moved 100 of the wandering heroes to tears, and the rewards for your culinary mastery are being calculated. Reward. The effects of consuming extraordinary nourishment continue to increase by 10. Current culinary prowess effect, 40 enhancement. A nearly 50% boost. It equates to me having consumed 1 vial of blood tonic, while others would only have received the benefits of 1.5. Remarkable. Wiping away the remnants of the celestial essence from the bottle cap, Sukin felt the elixir coursing through him, his veins now prominently pronounced. And he sensed as though he were about to ascend. It was time to engage in some boxing to metabolize this energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Sukin flung open the window and leapt out. Golden opportunity. Jumping out at night. My undergarments are missing. Thief. There's a thief stealing my sister's battle attire. How shameless. Quite dashing. After tossing back the black lace to the 3rd floor, Sukin hurried towards Sunshine Park, where he typically practiced his body-refining boxing. Sunshine Park is one of the largest parks in the vicinity, occasionally patrolled by security, thus ensuring a semblance of safety. Most importantly, when night falls, the moonlight cascades down, reflecting upon the lake's surface, illuminating the surroundings and providing a tranquil ambience. A few minutes later, Sukin hastened to the public area by the lake, where he caught sight of a figure illuminated by the street lights and moonlight, diligently practicing punches. Indeed, it was the old man Quan. Upon hearing the shout, the elderly gentleman, whose hair was grizzled, yet whose posture remained erect, halted his movements and hurled a worn-out sandal with several holes at Sukin. "You little rascal, you promised to be my sparring partner, but left me hanging." Dodging the tattered sandal, Sukin chuckled at the old man. "I've just been busy with the start of the school year." Quan was his sparring partner from the summer, both at a novice level in the art of body conditioning, akin to Sukin's former self, an inexperienced fighter. "All right, enough chit-chat. You practice your moves, and I'll focus on mine." Disregarding the old man, who was unable to contain his rising energy, Sukin immediately assumed the initial stance of the body conditioning technique. "Not up for a duel. My skills have improved recently, so I 1T bully the elderly. You little novice, with your lackluster technique? Old man, spare me your chatter and stick to your square dancing." The usual banter ensued as Sukin unleashed a straight punch, his life energy at a staggering 4.9, exploding forth with fervor. Boom! The force of his punch sliced through the air, creating a piercing sound as it compressed the atmosphere. In no time, Sukin progressed from the 1st level of entry to the 2nd level of minor proficiency, ultimately envisioning the air as an adversary, gracefully executing the body conditioning technique with exquisite finesse. This area was soon filled with the sound of rushing winds from his punches. Having mastered the Thunder 9 blades, his power had become increasingly refined. The body conditioning technique was now on the verge of reaching its peak, requiring merely the comprehension of the harmonious balance of form and spirit to attain unparalleled mastery. Lost in contemplation of his practice, Sukin was abruptly interrupted by the old man's incessant critiques. "What kind of body conditioning technique is this? Utterly chaotic." Sukin's lips twitched. "What do you know, you old amateur?" Consequently, his focus was momentarily disrupted, causing a subtle hesitation in his movements. Yet it was fleeting and bore no significant impact. "See? Just a few words of cold sarcasm, and you lose your concentration. And you expect to master the harmonious balance of the body conditioning technique to reach the pinnacle?" As the old man's voice faded, Sukin suddenly froze, his punch dissipating as he turned to look at Quan, a hint of disbelief in his expression. It seemed the old man had just alluded to his momentary distraction. Was it merely an illusion? This old man was merely a novice himself. One would think he couldn't even discern the subtleties of an advanced technique. "What? Not convinced?" Quan lit a cheap cigarette, beckoning with his finger. "If you're unconvinced, why not spar with me, you little trash?" Gasping in surprise, Sukin had to concede that while the old man's fighting skills were laughable, his ability to mock was quite adept. "Your few bones aren't worth the trouble. I wouldn't even be able to afford the damages." With a disdainful smirk, Sukin turned back to resume his training, but suddenly felt a fierce gust of wind behind him, causing his hairs to stand on end, and instinctively, he tilted his head. Boom! The force of the punch exploded beside his ear, causing stray hairs to flutter and snap in the air. Sukin, filled with trepidation, stepped back, then turned to face the broad old man before him, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of large, yellow teeth. How fast! So incredibly swift. Moreover, the energy of the punch was so contained that it was almost imperceptible. Could this be the same old man who had practiced square dance boxing with him for 2 months? Oh, how intriguing. To evade such a strike, his agility must be at least at a 3rd level. Not bad at all, you little rascal. The old man twisted his waist, provocatively taunting. What do you think of my square dance boxing? Regaining his composure, Sukin charged directly at the elder. No matter who you are, get off old Deng this instant. You little rascal, do you think you could distract me? Enough of this pretense. I won't hold back anymore. Let me show you how I can both taunt and subdue you simultaneously. Under Su Kan's relentless and fierce assault, the old man countered with his body training boxing, skillfully dismantling each attack while delivering powerful punches that left Su Kan with little room to evade. With his 3rd-level agility, the elder seemed to anticipate Su Kan's moves, forcing him into a state of utter disarray. The most outrageous part was that the old man continued to chatter incessantly, attacking both body and mind. Strangely, despite such distractions, his movements remained fluid and controlled, exuding a profound mastery in the rhythm of his punches. He had reached the pinnacle of his craft. Su Kan's eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly, after a punch sent Su Kan staggering, the old man answered a call on his wristband. Grandpa, tomorrow is my promotion banquet. Please remember not to be late. The punching segment you love has already been arranged by Dad. Oh, and Grandma is coming too. I had to plead with her multiple times before she agreed to close her therapy shop for the day. Hearing the sweet, affectionate voice on the other end, the old man chuckled heartily. My in-laws will be there. Grandpa must attend, but wait. You little rascal. How dare you sneak an attack? Sneak attack? What's wrong? Grandpa? It's nothing at all. Just sparring with a little brat. Once I finish dealing with him, I'll be right back. By the way, Grandpa, there's one more thing. I invited a male classmate who is quite skilled in body training boxing. During the punching segment, you must give him a good talking to. Help me put him in his place, all right? With that, the call ended. A classmate, and a male one at that, with yellow hair. I would have been better off inviting this little rascal before me. At least he is more agreeable to hit. In an instant, the old man's expression darkened. You little brat, I'm not in a good mood right now. Could you please serve my punching bag? Chapter 31. The graduation feast of Yu Juro. The crowing of roosters resonated promptly, echoing throughout the entire village. Lying in bed, Su Kan gradually opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of refreshment. Ah, if only the handsome visage, which could be deemed dangerously attractive, were not marred by such darkness. It would undoubtedly herald a splendid day. Stretching leisurely, Su Kan instinctively glanced at the vanity mirror beside him. Reflected therein was still that strikingly chiseled face, with thin lips and elegantly embroidered brows, emanating an air of melancholy. The only blemish was his right eye, slightly bruised from an earlier altercation. Faint traces of a red fist, marks still visible. Fortunately, only one eye bore the brunt of the blow, the other had escaped unscathed. Once I reach the pinnacle of my abilities and elevate my life energy further, I shall surely aid that old fellow in unblocking his meridians. Returning his gaze, Su Kan gritted his teeth. Through the fierce battle of the previous night, he had come to a true understanding. That old man's martial arts were indeed formidable, possessing a harmony of form and spirit that epitomized the pinnacle of mastery. Moreover, the depths of his life energy were unfathomable. No matter how hard Su Kan exerted himself, the old man effortlessly matched his rhythm, with speed and strength consistently surpassing his own. Even deploying a 3-stage footwork technique in conjunction with the recently learned martial arts skill, chasing the wind and grasping shadows, he could barely evade less than 30% of the iron fists aimed at him. That old man, his true strength was undoubtedly the most formidable Su Kan had ever witnessed. Of course, despite enduring a severe beating, the gains were substantial. Name: Su Kan Realm 5. 4. Life energy level, not yet transcended. Talent: moderate anomalous bone structure. Martial arts: body forging fist. Mastery: 99. Thunderous 9 blades. Novice: second thunder limit. 99. Azure dragon in sleeve. Minor achievement 7. Chasing the wind and grasping shadows. Minor achievement, 66. Skills, footwork, 3-stage, 97. Blade technique, 3-stage, 12. Achievements, dangerously attractive male. Gifted mentor, saintly body sculptor, god of food, blade path genius, whirlwind of the world, spirit travel in the void. Rewards, 1 opportunity for enlightenment. And used, the most significant improvement undoubtedly lay in his life energy level, which surged from 4.9 to 5.4. A remarkable increase of 0.5. Additionally, both his footwork and body-forging fist showed commendable enhancement. His footwork skill escalated directly from 89 to 97. The foundational martial art he had just learned, chasing the wind and grasping shadows, advanced from a minor achievement of 41 to 66. All these gains were a result of being pushed to his limits by the old man, forcing him to unleash his full potential. As for the body-forging fist, Sukin had reached a bottleneck, yet he had gained a certain understanding of the harmonization of form and spirit. The body and spirit must be governed by the heart. The body requires the perfect execution of a fist technique that embodies the pinnacle of mastery, while the spirit encompasses the inner essence, requiring an aura of grace and character. Both must be led by the mind, with the body following the heart, and the spirit moving with the body. He was but half a step away from transcending to the pinnacle. Once the opportunity arose, success would surely follow. Though receiving a punch was rather unpleasant, the old master, while demonstrating the technique, spoke candidly to me, likely intending to draw my attention to this aspect. Otherwise, it may take some time for me to fully comprehend the profound principles of the art that harmonize both form and spirit. Murmuring to myself, Sukin promptly rose to freshen up. After school today, there would be a celebratory banquet for Yujiro, that subtly alluring girl. He had already promised to accompany Tan Lien to the event. Even if it meant merely making an appearance, he could not go back on his word. This eye of mine, it seems destined to be the most conspicuous feature, though regrettably my bangs are not long enough to obscure my right eye, allowing me to reminisce about the fleeting days of youth. Meanwhile, the news of Yujiro's early admission, having been specially recruited to attend Shenlong University in the provincial capital of Tianhai, had rendered the city of Xiaoqing exceedingly lively and boisterous, even surpassing the festive atmosphere of the new year. Early in the morning, under the leadership of the 6 major corporate giants, the prominent commercial buildings of Xiaoqing illuminated their grand screens, showcasing blessings and congratulations for Yujiro, the exceptional prodigy. The entire city celebrated her, a display of great prestige. After all, this extraordinary girl possesses unparalleled talent. Should she continue to flourish, she is destined to achieve greatness, with hopes of reaching the legendary realm of the martial god, becoming yet another revered protector of the great Xia. What an honor it is to have such a prodigy emerge from our own city. As the hours passed, the streets grew increasingly vibrant. More and more individuals, some bearing banners and others holding bouquets, spontaneously offered their congratulations to Yujiro, the prodigious who ultimately chose to advance her studies ahead of schedule. It seems we shall seldom hear of her in Xiaoqing again. Yet, one could still access her updates online regarding her journey in Tianhai, with her exceptional gifts and her extraordinary breakthroughs. She should have embarked on her studies at Shenlong University long ago. Remaining in Xiaoqing for an extra year feels like a waste of her talents. Indeed, entering Shenlong University sooner, stepping onto such a prestigious stage, is the only way to truly harness her potential. Imagine, if one day this prodigious you returns after achieving great success, what splendid scenes will unfold in Xiaoqing. Surely, it would herald monumental changes. Was it not the case that Tianhai, the provincial capital, underwent a dramatic transformation because it was the birthplace of the revered sword god? Gradually, it replaced the ancient imperial capital to become the new capital of the great Xia. By the way, I heard that the banquet for this extraordinary talent is set to commence at 6 p.m. tonight. It promises to be quite the event. Naturally, a disciple of the sword god, an unparalleled prodigy, not to mention the dignitaries of Xiaoqing. It is likely that all notable figures in the provincial capital of Guangzhou wish to cultivate connections with her, provided the Yu family extends an invitation. Who would dare to attend uninvited, given her stature as a disciple of the sword god? listening to the discussions about Yujiro outside the car window, a luxurious, floating electric vehicle gliding past, another celestial beauty, Lu Mengdai, sighed absently, her mind elsewhere. Where's the logic in winning once and then going offline? Ever since she was defeated by that individual known as 9527 a few days ago, she has persistently sent friend requests to that person on Eternal Summit. However, after completing the ranking matches, that individual has not logged into Eternal Summit again, as if they had vanished from the earth. The list of temporary battles remains in a dull gray state. The next time we meet, I must triumph over him. The thought of being bested in her area of expertise fills Lu Mengdai's exquisite face with an expression of unwillingness. Rest assured, Mississippi, he has mastered the Thunder Nine Blades, and as long as he is a current high school student, it is quite likely that he is trained in the elite foundational blade techniques authorized by our martial arts academy. By utilizing big data to search through each school, we should eventually locate him. Upon hearing this, Lu Mengdai's expression relaxed considerably. By the way, Miss, what time do you plan to arrive at Miss Yu's graduation banquet? Are you intending to go with the academy head, or let's change into our formal attire and head directly there? I would like to catch up with her. Otherwise, by the time we meet again, it will be at Ascending Dragon University. Chapter 32. Do you know what yellow hair means? In the 3rd middle school, in the elite classes classroom. Xiao can wait. After school, a car will pick you up. Grandma will take you to change into a formal dress. No need to rush to the store. Seated by the window, wearing sunglasses, Sukin promptly responded with an okay gesture. As the afternoon approached, following the last cultural class, the students engaged in discussions about Yujiro during the break. Did you invite you all to the banquet? The class gossip quickly turned to the few girls who had previously interacted with Yujiro. The 3 young ladies exchanged glances, their expressions filled with embarrassment. Actually, we were being rather brazen, unilaterally bothering you. Later, fearing we might truly disturb her, we restrained ourselves. The level at which you exist is simply beyond our common discourse. The last time we spoke was during the school assessment when we brought up Sue's name. She only responded a few times, and we felt quite flattered. As the girl spoke, one bespectacled girl curiously glanced at the sunglasses on Sukan's face, then blinked, a look of gossip illuminating her face as she mischievously covered her mouth. Sue, you must have invited you, right? Upon hearing this, the boys in the class, including Zhou Yi, frowned in disbelief. How long have you and Sue known each other? How could she possibly invite him? You can't think that just because they participated in a promotional video together, it means something, right? What kind of occasion is the school beauties banquet? Even the big shots from other first-tier cities in Guangzhou Province Haven T received invitations. What status does Sue hold? It would be a colossal joke if he were invited. If the principal were invited, I might believe it. But if Sue receives an invitation, I'll swim in a cesspool. Confronted by the incredulous boys, the bespectacled girl pouted. Well, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Sue and Yu's relationship is quite extraordinary. Just a few days ago, I witnessed you pinning Sue against the wall. Pin against the wall? Dripping Sue? Like a sword piercing through the heart. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Zoe shouted, "Do not tarnish Yu's reputation. If the Yu family catches wind of this, you'll be in for it." Shrugging with a smile, the bespectacled girl ceased her remarks. However, a bold girl with dyed yellow hair in the front row, whose family background was not inferior to Zhou Yi's, could not resist interjecting. "Zoe, what are you pretending for? You previously asked me to help you connect with you. And what right do you have to defend her reputation? Who are you to her?" The yellow-haired girl turned her gaze around the other boys, her words becoming increasingly fierce. "Moreover, you, a group of ineffectual men, each one of you thinks highly of yourselves, believing that you can win the heart of Miss Yu, despite her evident disinterest in any interaction with you. This is truly distasteful. Instead of indulging in such fantasies, it will be far more beneficial to devote yourselves to serious training and self-improvement. Look at your results. Had it not been for the 10 or so girls supporting you, you would have been ridiculed by the top students from Class 4. You have brought shame upon our school." At this moment, Huang de Guang abruptly entered the classroom, casting a stern gaze at several of the boys. Wei's remarks are indeed accurate. Over the past year, Class 4 has shown a tendency to surpass us in overall academic performance. If you do not strive for progress, your chances of entering the martial arts university will dwindle. Reflect on yourselves. After reprimanding them, Huang Duguang turned his attention to Su Kan, his expression softening. Su Kan, would you care to join me in the principal for Jiro's graduation banquet? Su Kan shook his head. No, thank you, Mr. Huang. A car will come to take me to change into my formal attire. Very well, then let us be on our way. Under the astonished gazes of many, Huang Duguang and Su Kan left the classroom together. Was Su Kan truly invited to attend the graduation banquet of the esteemed you? What merit does he possess? The group of boys exchanged glances, feeling a lump in their throats. I had a feeling. How could a girl initiate such close contact with a boy without a reason? It seems Miss Yu and Su can share a close relationship. Perhaps they have known each other for quite some time. Several girls, clutching their bags, giggled as they exited the classroom, with one bespectacled girl turning back to stick out her tongue. A bunch of clowns. Meanwhile, seated in a hovering energy vehicle, Tan Lian looked at Su Kan, who was wearing sunglasses, with a puzzled expression. Shao Kan, what happened to your eyes that you need to wear sunglasses? With no reason to conceal the truth from Tan Lian, Su Kan removed his sunglasses. Oh my goodness, what happened to your eyes? Is that a bruise? It's nothing. Grandma, I was practicing martial arts in the park and got hit by an old master who also practices. Which disrespectful person would dare to hit our Shao Kan? Isn't that bullying the young? Relying on age to intimidate the younger generation? Next time, I'll insist on accompanying you so I can scold him. On the other side, within the Yu family residence, Chu, dressed in shorts and flip-flops, Yuquan suddenly sneezed. This shouldn't be happening, with my level as a 7th realm martial king. How could I catch a cold? Could it be that after beating that brat too fiercely last night, he is now cursing me? Perhaps I should show him more affection next time. Reflecting on Su Kan, Yuquan felt a wave of nostalgia. As the saying goes, to hit is to care. To scold is to love. He genuinely cares for this young man, to the extent of delivering a harsh beating, and he was astonished by Su Kan's transformation. Before the summer break, Yuquan could guarantee that the lad was merely a novice in martial arts, a complete amateur. Yet, in just a few days since the start of the term, it seems he has become a different person, not only mastering the foundational techniques, but beginning to touch upon the realm of both form and spirit. Even the force exerted and the agility displayed have reached an astonishing level, far surpassing that of a typical practitioner at this age. Although he does not show it outwardly, Yuquan is truly shaken by that insufferable brat. What sparked such a transformation? It seems I must pay closer attention to that boy. He is indeed a rare talent. At this moment, a handsome middle-aged man with sharp features entered the living room. Observing Yuquan lounging with his legs crossed, nonchalantly munching on an apple. Father, even if you have no desire to wear formal attire, you should at least arrive early to the tailor to greet mother. She is finally willing to make an appearance after her visit to the therapy center. We must take this seriously. The newcomer is none other than Yu Tianzi, the current head of the Yu family, possessing the formidable cultivation of a 7-realm martial king and revered by the people of Xiaoqing as the Jade Sword King. He is also the biological father of Yujiro and serves as the city governor of the Xiaoqing branch of the Martial God Hall, wielding tremendous power. Indeed. Yuquan quickly rose, as if struck by a sudden thought, and he let out a sigh. In the past, our Yu family failed to protect Xiaohong. Although our future mother-in-law has not articulated her grievances, she has undoubtedly harbored significant discontent towards our family. Let us take this opportunity to resolve this misunderstanding between us. And we must also find a way to have her reside in the inner city. After all, the recent turmoil in the outer city has been quite unsettling. With the frequent appearances of the Ghost Clan, it is likely that the Six-Eyed Clan is covertly instigating trouble. As the fire governor of Xiaoqing, you must exercise caution. Understood. Yuquan nodded, but just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned back, his expression darkening. By the way, do you know that my precious granddaughter is bringing a boy with yellow hair to the banquet? Yellow hair? Yu Tianzi's lips twitched as he nodded. I heard that girl mention bringing a male classmate. Now I must criticize you, young man. What on earth is going on? As a father, you show no concern for your own daughter, busy with this and that all day long. Can you not spare some time to pay attention to my precious granddaughter? She is currently being courted by that yellow-haired boy. Yellow hair. Do you even understand what that means? Chapter 33. The The golden-haired boy is you as dusk descended and the sun dipped below the horizon. The heart of Xiaocheng came alive with lights. The illustrious Wanshang building, a global beacon under the HR Alliance, glittered brightly, enveloped in a soft glow that resembled a delicate gossamer garment, creating an ethereal atmosphere akin to a celestial realm. From below, it appeared as a paradise on earth. In celebration of Yu Jiro's graduation banquet, the overseer of the Xiaocheng Commercial Alliance had issued early directives to the staff. Every aspect, from the cuisine to the service, decor, and beverages, was mandated to be of the highest standard. Moreover, a strict edict was proclaimed. Without the Yu family's consent, no one was permitted to set foot in the Wanshang building. At this moment, beneath the grand edifice, an array of luxury vehicles, seldom seen in daily life, gracefully made their way into the Wanshang building, guided by diligent staff. Among them was the Yu family's exclusive business vehicle, transporting Tanlian and Su King grandmother Yu has arrived. Make way, make way. Upon sighting the distinguished Yu family vehicle, the chief of security was momentarily taken aback, swiftly directing the preceding cars to yield. The drivers of the luxury cars ahead, recognizing the significance of the occasion, promptly complied. Though the guests were indeed visitors, today marked the Yu family's domain, and all present were aware of the social nuances involved. It was also rumored that the revered sword god, tasked with safeguarding the realm of Daxia, had dispatched his disciple, the Aurora Sword Saint Mo Chun, one of the 4 great martial saints of Daxia, to ensure order. Who would dare to misbehave? Your mother-in-law has arrived? Ha! Tianze, go greet your esteemed mother-in-law. Outside the grand entrance of Wanshang, Yu Quan, with his hands in his pockets, wore a broad smile as he eagerly took Yu Tianze to receive their guests. Lord Yu, King of the Jade Sword. Guests passing by greeted them with utmost respect. Soon, the business vehicle approached, and a servant cautiously opened the door. Dressed in simple attire, Tanlian poised to step out, but Yu Tianze swiftly advanced, offering his support with a gentle touch, his demeanor far removed from that of a head of the family, instead resembling a bashful son-in-law visiting his wife's family for the first time. Yu Quan extended his hand with a beaming smile. Mother-in-law, it has been a while. Tanlian nodded at Yu Tianze, avoiding eye contact with Yu Quan, and called into the vehicle. Xiaocan, no need to be shy. Come on out. Xiaocan? Yu Quan scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward, and exchanged puzzled glances with Yu Tianze as they turned to the other side of the vehicle. Wasn't it only this esteemed mother-in-law they were to receive? Who was Xiaocan? With a soft click, another servant stepped forward and opened the door, revealing Su Can, who appeared somewhat reserved as he alighted from the vehicle. Just as he raised his head, a startled exclamation escaped both him and Yu Quan, leading to an expression of mutual astonishment as they recognized one another, quickly suppressing their reactions upon realizing the inappropriateness of the situation. Yu Tianze raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the exchange. If he had heard correctly, his father had just referred to this striking young man as Little Rascal, to which the youth had replied with Old Fellow. Curious, Tanlian turned to Yu Quan. Father-in-law, do you know Xiaocan? Coughing lightly, Yu Quan replied, not long ago. I often practiced boxing with this young friend in the park. I suppose one could say we are acquainted. As she practiced her punches, Tanlian suddenly seemed to recall something. She turned her gaze first to Su Can, whose panda eyes were particularly striking, and then to Yu Quan, her expression darkening considerably. How disrespectful. Come, Xiaocan, let Grandma take you to change into a formal outfit. With that, Tanlian shook off Yu Tianze's hand and, under the bewildered stares of the father and son, led Su Can into the Wanshang building. After a moment, Yu Tianze took a deep breath, looking at the somewhat flustered Yu Quan in silence. Dad, wasn't the plan to properly host my mother-in-law? Is this how we do it? He had never felt so wronged, even in the face of a joint attack from a 7th-level Ghost King and a Beast King. At this moment, he genuinely felt like crying. I had no idea that Little Xiaocan was acquainted with your mother-in-law. It was merely a practice session. He recalled that Jiro had mentioned before that this little friend was a classmate she had invited, a student who had worked part-time at her mother's shop for quite some time. Moreover, this Xiao can seem to frequently accompany her mother, even more so than her own son-in-law. Sighing, Yu Tianze shook his head helplessly and hurried to catch up with Tanlian. What? That blonde kid is actually him. Inside the dressing room of the Wanshang building, there was a rhythmic knocking. "Dear, I'm here. Grandma." As the door swung open, Yuji Ro playfully poked her head out, revealing a face enhanced by delicate makeup. Naturally beautiful, she appeared even more radiant at this moment. Her hair was no longer tied back in the usual neat ponytail, but was elegantly styled up, exposing her flawless forehead with a few soft curls cascading down. Under the soft glow of her crescent moon smile, she exuded an enchanting charm, lacking a hint of sweetness, but brimming with vibrant allure. "Look, Grandma, the dress you chose fits perfectly." The girl opened the door wide, stepping back into the room and twirling gracefully, her face beaming with joy. As she spun, the lotus-colored skirt of her gown swayed gently, showcasing her perfect figure. The single-shouldered dress strap danced lightly, making her resemble a celestial being descending to earth. However, the outfit appeared somewhat snug, leaving faint traces of delicate flesh visible where it was tightly fitted. Clearing his throat, Sukin stepped out from behind the door. Upon seeing his panda eyes, Yuji Ro was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, clutching her stomach. "Ha ha! What happened to you, Su classmate?" Tan Lien replied, somewhat exasperated. "It's all the doing of your disrespectful grandfather." "Grandpa hit you?" Yuji Ro exclaimed in surprise. She had merely suggested her grandfather teach Sukin a lesson during the sparring session, to relieve the pressure Sukin had put on her at school. But she hadn't expected him to strike immediately upon meeting. "Well done, Grandpa." "Jiro, this is the Su classmate you mentioned." At that moment, a girl dressed in a purple strapless gown emerged from the changing room. With bright eyes and a charming smile, her slightly arched brows hinted at a touch of heroism. Compared to Yuji Ro's vivid allure, she possessed a mature and enchanting grace. "Hello, Granmatan." Lu Mengdai first smiled and nodded at Tan Lien, then turned her gaze back to Su Kan's right eye. It was indeed somewhat unique. However, as she continued to stare, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Su Kan's clear and bright, slightly elongated left eye, causing her to momentarily freeze. A pair of familiar phoenix eyes flashed through her mind, prompting her to exclaim, "Su classmate, have we met somewhere before?" Perhaps it was a case of mistaken identity, but I often hear of Lu's reputation in Xiaocheng. Today, thanks to you, classmate, I am fortunate to finally meet you in person. Sukin chuckled in response to Lu Mengdai, casting a glance at the still chuckling Yujiro. He felt a dull ache in his right eye. "Oh, you think it's funny? Just wait. You will have your share of laughter soon enough. All right, Xiaokan, go change into your formal attire. The banquet is about to begin." "Grandma, is that outfit the same style as mine? I chose both for you at the same time. Naturally, they're couple's attire." It's not just the eyes. Why does this figure seem so familiar?" As they walked towards the banquet hall, Lu Mengdai furrowed her brows slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the tall figure clad in a black lotus dress, identical to Yujiro's, who was playfully bickering ahead with her. Unable to suppress her thoughts, she muttered, "He looks so familiar." Chapter 34. The Arrival of the Sword Saint, Gift Presentation Ceremony at the Pinnacle of the Wanshang Building. Within an expansive and opulent hall, exquisite chandeliers carved from jade emitted a soft, ethereal glow. Bathed in this dreamlike light, delectable dishes crafted from rare beast meats and celestial fruits appeared to shimmer on the tables. Bottles of fine wine, valued in the hundreds of thousands to millions, reflected a crystalline luster, epitomizing luxury and sophistication. A glance around revealed a gathering of dignitaries, each forming small clusters, engaged in cordial conversations after graciously accepting wine glasses from the attentive servers. In the center, illuminated by the moonlight, sat the hosts, Yu Tianzi and Yu Quan, both wearing smiles of warmth and hospitality. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for traveling great distances to celebrate my daughter's academic achievements. Let us raise our glasses in honor." With these courteous words, Yu Tianzi lifted his glass first. "The Sword King is too kind. Cheers to the Sword King. Cheers to Lord Yu. Cheers to Lady Yu. The emergence of such an extraordinary talent as Lady Yu is a great honor for our city and for the great Xia." With the sound of clinking glasses ringing through the hall, all present downed their drinks in unison. Following Yu Tianzi's cue, the esteemed family steward took the microphone and continued to enthusiastically announce, "Next, We invite our princess, the star of this banquet, to take the stage. As the announcement faded, soft lights illuminated the main pathway leading from the entrance to the stage, casting a vibrant glow on the red carpet. Under the collective gaze of the audience, a graceful figure adorned in a lotus-themed gown with a perfectly sculpted silhouette glided elegantly forward. Yujiro, with a gentle smile and crescent-shaped eyes, resembled a lotus blooming under the moonlight, gracefully waving to the crowd in all directions. This charming and alluring smile, coupled with her breathtaking form, left many young talents, accompanying their elders to the banquet, utterly entranced. How beautiful! Even as Yujiro reached the stage, some remained in a daze, clutching their wine glasses in awe. My apologies for the tardiness. With a subtle tremor in the air, a magnetic laughter resonated throughout the hall. Seated near the main stage, Sukin felt a sudden prickling sensation on his skin, akin to countless fine needles dancing upon him, painless yet unsettling. This is sword energy. A streak of azure sword light surged silently from the moonlight, landing upon the stage. As the light dissipated, a young man clad in a simple blue martial attire, with a small braid at the back of his head and an ordinary appearance, yet a beaming smile, revealed himself. In the next moment, the entire assembly rose in unison, bowing respectfully. "Welcome, Sword Saint." Sword Saint. Astonished, Sukin gazed up at the young man in blue, only to feel a sudden pang in his eyes. The very air was charged with sword energy. Every movement stirred an infinite wave of power. Even a direct gaze could not escape its influence. Is this the might of an 8th realm martial saint? Among the illustrious 4 great martial saints, the youngest of the great Xia to this day, the Aurora Sword Saint, Mo-chun. All right, please take your seats. Your enthusiasm is quite overwhelming. The true protagonist of today is my cherished junior sister. With a wave of his hand, Mo-chun, wearing a broad smile, turned to face Yu Tianze and Yu Quan. With a swift motion, a wine cup flew through the air like a beam of sword light and landed in his hand. "Brother Yu, elder Yu, and my junior sister, my apologies for my tardiness. Allow me to pour one for myself first." With that, he downed the contents in one gulp. The young lady, Yujiro, let out a light chuckle and promptly refilled his cup. "Elder Mo." Mo-chun shot her a sharp glance. "You shall address me as senior brother. You're the second disciple recently accepted by our master. Calling me elder would disrupt the hierarchy. Senior brother, Mo, that's much better." He continued now. "This is a banquet gift from our master." From his sleeve, Mo-chun produced an aged, brown ancient map and a pair of jade-green sword-shaped earrings. "This is the sword map from our master, along with the Lingxi sword pendant crafted from the remnants of the Qiongxiao sword sheath, capable of withstanding all attacks." The sword map, the artifact of the great Xia's guardian deity, the sword deity Ji Yunxiao, from his youth. It embodies a lifetime of sword principles, a treasure coveted by every swordsman in the world, without exception. And the sheath? It belongs to the mightiest divine sword, the sword deity's weapon, the Qiongxiao sword. The sword deity even went so far as to fashion a pair of earrings from the sheath, capable of resisting the full might of a martial saint's assault, imbued with boundless sword intent, and gifted them to his disciple. How grand! Truly unparalleled in its magnificence. Jiro, do not forget to express your gratitude to senior brother and your master. Upon receiving the reminder, Yujiro hurriedly voiced her thanks. "Thank you, master. Thank you, senior brother." The Lingxi sword pendant in her hand emitted a faint sword cry, then floated autonomously, gracefully adorning her delicate earlobe amidst the gazes of the crowd. It seems our master greatly appreciates his junior sister's gratitude. Indeed, Mo-chan jested before taking a seat beside Yu Tianze and Yu Quan. "Brother Yu, elder Yu, shall we continue our exchange of sword intent?" "Very well, but do be gentle, as I have long admired the Saint realm." "You rascal, are you trying to tease this old man again?" Following Mo-chan's lead in presenting gifts, the chief steward of the Yu family seized the opportunity to enter the gifting segment. The Liu family of Xiaocheng presents a level 6 sword meteor fruit to the Yu girl. The hall erupted in astonishment. A level 6 sword meteor fruit. This is a remarkable item that aids in the comprehension and consolidation of sword intent. Truly priceless. The Liu family, renowned in Xiaocheng, stands on par with the Yu family. While it may not compare to the sword map and the pair of Lingxi sword pendants, it is certainly generous. It is said that the daughter of the unparalleled Blade King not only possesses remarkable talent, but also shares a commendable camaraderie with the two prodigies. Our city of Shao boasts its own unparalleled duo, sitting at the banquet table alongside her father, the Blade King, Lu Chong. Lu Mengdai waved a radiant smile at Yu Jiro on the stage, who playfully winked in response. Soon after, the Lu family was joined by others who presented their lavish gifts. Among them, the Huang family from Yang City, a neighboring metropolis, and the Lin family from Ming City, both of whom have established ties with the Yu family, offered gifts that rivaled those of the Lu family. The two young gentlemen, Huang Zhou and Lin Xian, who had previously crossed paths with Yu Jiro, rose to express their affections openly, leaving no room for subtlety. Yu Jiro responded with a calm veneer of politeness, prompting the two to dejectedly take their seats. The remaining young talents, witnessing this, dared not continue to display their intentions and instead silently admired the beauty on stage. After all, if even gifts of equal stature to the 6th grade sword meteor fruit failed to elicit a smile from her, how could they hope to capture her attention? Only offerings of equal grandeur to the sword diagram and the pair of Lingxi sword pendants might suffice to pique her interest. As the gift-giving segment neared its conclusion, the chief steward began to announce, from the Su family of Guanshan village, a gift for Miss Yu. His voice abruptly halted, and the steward's pupils dilated as he gasped in shock, the words seemingly lodged in his throat, refusing to escape. Despite his vast experience in various occasions, he had never before been so taken aback by a gift of such magnitude. "Steward, what is the matter?" asked the young lady, her curiosity piqued as she leaned closer to the now slightly open box. Upon seeing that it contained martial arts therapeutic socks, identical to those from her grandmother's therapy shop, but in an upgraded version of sleek black, she was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, her fair complexion flushed crimson, radiating warmth that spread to her ears. With a resounding thud, she exclaimed, "Steward, skip this." Lu Mengdai quickly snatched the box, forcefully closing it, and shot a fierce glare at the grinning Su Kan below. Meanwhile, Su Kan, popping a grape into his mouth, nodded to himself, clearly pleased. Just as he had been excited to see her earlier, it was evident that she genuinely appreciated the gesture. Unsure of what to gift next, he recalled how the young lady had appeared quite comfortable wearing the socks in the therapy shop, and thought it best to present her with another pair. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity to take the gift from the host, evidently confident in her fondness for it. The crowd below, witnessing her reaction, was left in astonishment and disbelief. Could it be that there exists a gift even more precious than the sword diagram and the Lingxi sword pendants? Chapter 35, The Enchanted Realm. Lu Mengdai takes the stage in the principal seats. The three eminent figures, engrossed in a discourse on the essence of martial arts, exhibited a myriad of expressions. With their formidable perceptive abilities and the proximity of their positions, the scene unfolded before their eyes in vivid detail. And Mo Chun, with a barely perceptible glance, followed the young maiden's gaze towards the banquet table below, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The youth of today truly know how to revel in life. Much to the amusement of brother Mo, Yu Tianzi cast a sheepish glance at his daughter, who was cradling a generous gift, and then at Tan Lian, who was assisting Su Kan with his meal. It seemed that my future son-in-law had indeed captured the affection of my esteemed daughter. How we in our youth were not so different. The children have grown. Perhaps we should allow them some freedom. Of course, it would be delightful if that young man could keep pace with my little disciple. As for the master, that would surely be a favorable outcome. However, Yu Quan's countenance darkened, resembling the bottom of a tarnished pot. If anything were to go awry, that rascal would have ample cause for regret. "Father, did you not once advise me that the youth should be allowed to liberate their nature? Back when I was with Xiao Hong, your situation is different, you rascal." "Senior Yu Quan, I must take issue with you here. To use the contemporary vernacular, you are rather exhibiting double standards. Miss Yu is quite fond of this generous gift, so I shall refrain from elaborating further," the chief steward replied, piquing the curiosity of those present. The assembled guests, particularly the young and spirited, were eager to rush to the main stage and seize the steward by the collar, desperate to uncover the nature of the gift that had so stirred Miss Yu's excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, the night is long. Let us indulge in food and drink. Once we are satiated, we shall proceed to a segment that our esteemed family head particularly enjoys, a segment well known to many present. Indeed, it is the Yugong's martial arts appreciation segment. This has become a cherished tradition in our Yu household for daily celebrations. The mention of the martial arts appreciation segment elicited knowing smiles among familiar guests. It was common knowledge that the old Sword King of the Yu family relished watching young fighters in action, particularly relishing the opportunity to critique their performance. One could hardly retort, as his critiques emanated from a place of genuine mastery. However, this particular appreciation segment coincided with my family's celebration of Miss Yu's academic achievements, making this occasion distinctly unique. The chief steward smiled, allowing the anticipation to build among the audience before he continued, should one manage to elicit a smile from Yugong. Our family's enchanted realm shall be accessible for nearly a month of training. Access to the enchanted realm. Nearly a month of training rights. This revelation not only stirred the young warriors in the audience, but also ignited a fervent interest among the seasoned martial artists of the older generation. The enchanted realm was indeed a coveted treasure. Among the crowd, Su Kan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He had researched this place online, discovering that it was a hidden treasure, a self-contained space nestled within the main realm. The essence of heaven and earth is far superior to that of the external world. Under the profound influence of this rich source energy, the growth rate of heavenly materials and earthly treasures is likewise unparalleled. This even gives rise to extraordinary and rare treasures that the outside world has yet to hear of, their value immeasurable. Among the few families in the entire Guangxi province that possess such a treasure, the Yu family stands prominent. Their possession of a medium-sized cave paradise is an essential foundation that enables them to rank among the top families of the Great Xia. Over the years, countless individuals have sought to enter the Yu family's cave paradise at great cost, not merely to seize the treasures within, but to cultivate in the dense source energy. However, the Yu family has consistently barred their entrance. Unexpectedly, during the academic banquet for Yuzhiro, the Yu family displayed remarkable generosity, offering the cultivation rights of their cave paradise as a sweetener. A month spent in such a vibrant environment could equate to a year of cultivation in the outside world. If not more, a truly generous gesture. It is rare for Lord Yu to be so magnanimous. Meng Dai, you should seize this opportunity. At the adjacent banquet table, the Blade King, Lu Cheng, gazed at his daughter with a sense of nostalgia. When I was at Shenanigans University, the cave paradises available for cultivation were few and far between. Times have changed, with the discovery of more cave paradises. You young people must cherish every opportunity to enhance yourselves. Before long, as the guests finished their meals and drinks, a martial arts stage rose in the center of the hall, equipped with an array of martial arts apparatus. Who shall be the first to come forth? Inquired the chief steward. I will. Huangzhou of the Huang family from Yangcheng, responded Huangzhou, stepping forward with a calm smile from the first row of banquet tables. He sought to capture the attention of Lady Yu and Lord Yu, while also vying for the cultivation rights of the cave paradise. As one of the prodigies representing Yangcheng, he had no reason not to participate. The head of the Huang family quickly clasped his fists in salute towards Lord Yu at the main table, saying, Lord Yu, my son is about to embarrass himself. Lord Yu nodded, the body-forging fist as a traditional martial art passed down from the martial god hall. When practiced to a basic level, can strengthen the body and nourish the vital energies. Mastering it further allows one to confront external foes and transcend human limits. Most importantly, practicing martial arts requires a spirit of perseverance, which is equally vital for honing one's character. I hope all the young individuals present grasp this truth. On the martial arts stage, the lights illuminated Huangzhou, who, clad in martial attire, smiled as he unleashed a straight punch, the wind from his strike howling. After executing the first form, he seamlessly transitioned through the remaining 9 forms, eliciting cheers from the audience. With his head held high and confidence radiating, he was poised to shift to the next technique. That will be enough. Lord Yu interjected, waving his hand. The power exhibited was somewhat immature. Forcing oneself into a state of perfection too hastily could lead to recklessness. Huang Zhou froze in place, momentarily at a loss. You must descend now, remarked the head of the Huang family, turning to Lord Yu. Your judgment is indeed correct. A brief silence enveloped the scene. Among the audience were perceptive experts who recognized Huang Zhou's shortcomings, yet they did not anticipate Lord Yu's sternness. A senior high school student has managed to refine the art of body-strengthening fist to an extraordinary level, marking him as exceptionally gifted, even within the realm of prodigies. Yet, despite such prowess, he fails to capture the attention of the esteemed Yu Gong, whose demeanor suggests a relentless pursuit of perfection in martial strength. For a high school student engaged not only in the practice of martial arts, but also in the study of various disciplines, this expectation seems excessively stringent. Brother Yu, I wonder if the few second-year students I brought along can participate? At this moment, the head of the delegation from Shenglong University, Rongzhen, gestured toward a group of young men and women seated in the front row, smiling amiably. Even those who have yet to reach the threshold of mastery in body-strengthening fist can still demonstrate their true capabilities, so their current levels need not be a concern. The young men and women, donned in the university's golden dragon-emblazoned robes, immediately bowed in respect. You scheming old ghost, are you trying to leech off my domain? Yuquan scoffed, rolling his eyes. Very well. Let me see if this cohort from Shenglong University is indeed made of genuine material. Observing this, several aspiring young talents, who had initially considered stepping onto the stage, reluctantly took their seats, sighing in resignation. Most of them were merely accompanying their elders to this event. How could they possibly compare to the university students who had trained for 2 years, especially those hailing from an elite institution like Shenglong University? After a year of grueling examinations, it remains uncertain whether they will even reach the threshold of a top-tier university, let alone stand against the upperclassmen from Shenglong University. Yunxue, you shall go. With this directive, a young woman in her early 20s, possessing a graceful demeanor, stepped onto the martial stage. Though not as striking as Yujiro or Lu Mengdai, she was undeniably beautiful and exuded a commendable aura. Esteemed Senior Yu, I beg your pardon for my humble display. Yunxue bowed respectfully, and in the next moment, her captivating gaze sharpened as she controlled her energy to approximately 5 points on the life energy scale. With a sweeping motion, her first punch unleashed a tempest. The force of her punch was sharper than the piercing whistle of a yellow boat. Just a glance was enough for the experienced onlookers to nod in instinctive approval. Without a doubt, at the same life energy level, Yunxue's output far surpassed that of Huang Zhou, showcasing her utmost potential. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yunxue's form danced gracefully, her punches resembling a hurricane's passage. Yet each technique remained remarkably steady, with transitions flowing seamlessly like water. The elders watching from below frequently nodded in approval until she concluded her display, standing firm. Impressive. Your punch carries substantial force, and your energy is well balanced. You are nearing the pinnacle of mastery. Keep striving. Upon hearing Yuquan's commendation, Yunxue clasped her fists and smiled. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. I shall surely work even harder upon my return. The venue erupted with enthusiastic applause. Only Su Kan, nursing his panda-like eyes, wore a disgruntled expression. Where did that sharp-tongued old man from last night disappear to? Last night, when he first exhibited his extraordinary power, each punch resonated with a profound inner strength, reflecting the pinnacle of mastery. Yet this old fellow had not shown such a demeanor then, reducing him to insignificance. Were it not for the occasional moments when he tapped into the rhythm of the punches, finally managing to exchange a few blows with that old man, Sukin feared his resolve might have shattered on the spot. At present, a girl, barely pushing her limits and nearing her capacity, could not cease her nodding. Undoubtedly, she was a true connoisseur. Who else dared to take on the challenge? The assembly of youthful talents fell into a hushed silence, intimidated by her presence. Meanwhile, a few seasoned practitioners of martial arts, possessing ample skill, were reluctant to lower themselves to engage in a contest of bravado with the younger generation. The entire hall was enveloped in stillness until a delicate porcelain-white hand was raised. Lu Mingdai calmly proclaimed, before gracefully lifting her skirt and rising to change her attire. Chapter 36. The greatest master of past and present, concealing one's face to strike? One after another, none of them possess the courage of a young lady. Is it merely practicing a fist? Can a month of training truly consume you? Lacking even the slightest ambition. Observing Lu Mingdai, who was lifting her skirt to change her attire, Tan Lian pointed directly at the boy sitting at the banquet table, his head lowered. Yu Qing, why are you hanging your head? I am speaking of you. As the only male heir of the Yu family and a top student at the first high school, you lack even this bit of courage? Do you expect Jiro to uphold the reputation of the Yu family for you? The boy called Yu Qing shrank his head, feeling aggrieved. Grandmother, although I rank in the top 5 at the first high school, my innate talent is primarily for swordsmanship, not for fist techniques. As for martial arts, I am only slightly better than Huangzhou. I cannot compare with that senior from Shenlong University. If I possessed the extraordinary comprehension of my cousin, mastering fist techniques, swordsmanship, and agility, I would have excelled long ago. How could I allow that senior to shine in our Yu family's domain? A mere useless boy. Tan Lian scoffed. Shao Kan, I have heard from Jiro that you are capable of practicing martial arts. Soon it will be your turn. The Yu family lacks the courage, so you shall represent the Tan family. Suka nodded. I will do my best, grandmother. Now that is true masculinity. Yu Qing, you should learn from your elder brother Su Kan in the future. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing raised his head to scrutinize Su Kan, his eyes filled with skepticism. Previously, he had been displeased to see this fellow wearing the same gown as his cousin. What audacity for a nameless individual to don the same attire as his cousin. Now, being compared to this person by his grandmother only added to Yu Qing's frustration. Su Kan, you seem to be from the same school as my cousin. The third high school, correct? Seeing Su Kan nod, Yu Qing grumbled further. Then why have I never heard of you? Aside from my cousin, who is extraordinary. The top classes at the third high school only have Zhou, Yi, and Wu Ting known in the academic circles of Xiaoqing. I was in the ordinary class before. Yu Qing was taken aback. No way. You even dare to step onto the stage from the ordinary class. Be silent. Yes, grandmother. A few minutes later, under the gaze of countless eyes, Lu Mingdai stepped onto the martial arts stage clad in her familiar horse-face skirt and fitted shirt, with her ponytail accentuating her tall figure and her exquisitely beautiful, aloof visage. She appeared strikingly elegant, drawing everyone's attention. Uncle Yu, I beg your pardon for my lack of grace. The Blade King Lu Cheng grinned as he raised his glass towards Yu Quan. When I was young, Tianzi took me to your abode, and it felt like home. Could you allow Mingdai to experience that feeling of home as well? You rascal. Yu Quan's expression darkened. However, upon seeing Lu Mingdai on stage, his demeanor softened immediately. He held a fondness for this young lady from the Lu family, whose talent for the blade was remarkable. Most importantly, he had once guided the young girl, and under her relentless study of the Thunderblade, her skills had progressed tremendously, leaving even Yu Quan astonished at her martial arts prowess. As the crowd observed the young lady, they could not help but harbor quiet anticipation. While an ordinary genius might struggle to rival that of Yin Yue from Shenlong, this blade maiden, who could stand alongside the Yu women, inspired boundless imagination. It seems that among all the young individuals present, only this exceptional young lady, aside from Yu Jiro, has the audacity to challenge the senior students of Shangdailong University as a high school student. After bowing respectfully to Grandfather Yu, Lu Mingdia's sharp eyebrows furrowed, and her entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming extraordinarily incisive, akin to a sword poised to be drawn. With a resounding thud, she unleashed a straight punch, generating a tremor that reverberated throughout the space, the force radiating outward in all directions. This was an exertion of supreme energy. Yu Quan and the other dignitaries raised their eyebrows, their eyes betraying unabashed admiration. With this single punch, Lu Mingdai surpassed Yun Shui in terms of power. Following this blow, the young woman fully unleashed her boxing technique. Bang, 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 bang. Although each movement did not achieve a perfectly balanced exertion of supreme energy, the boxing form remained unaffected, exuding a formidable strength. Each transition between punches was imbued with an unstoppable momentum reminiscent of a long knife in motion. The spirit cultivated during her knife practice subtly influenced her boxing, enhancing its potency without impeding the fluidity of her technique. Was this the disciple that Hong Yang intended to take under his wing? Indeed impressive. Perhaps our great Xia will soon witness the emergence of a female sword saint. Mo Chan observed the girl with a smile, and after executing the boxing technique 3 times, Lu Mingdai finally exhaled softly, standing with her fists drawn back. Excellent. Although she had yet to achieve complete mastery over balanced exertion, she had infused her own spirit into her technique, augmenting its power. Dreamed I, as you continue to solidify your force, take the time to comprehend the essence of your boxing style. Thank you for your guidance, Grandfather Yu. The pursuit of perfection. As she already reached this level in high school, Yin Shui bit her lip, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. It is evident that she's indeed a genius who has mastered the Thunderblade, possessing a control over her body that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. As Lu Mingdai returned to her seat at the banquet table, the chief steward cleared his throat. Is there anyone else who wishes to take the stage? Noticing the atmosphere had momentarily stiffened, the steward shook his head with a smile. Is it that our young talents lack confidence, only allowing a young girl to showcase her skills? His words caused the young men present to flush crimson, each one turning red in embarrassment. I, Sukin from the Tan family, wish to take the stage, Tan Lien exclaimed energetically, the elder beaming with pride as he grasped Su Kan's wrist and raised it triumphantly. Sukin from the Tan family. The members of the Yu family exchanged glances, their mouths twitching in disbelief. This grandmother is putting on quite a show, presenting an outsider to represent the Tan family. We are the ones connected by marriage. Grandmother. Yujiro's small face puffed up in indignation. Why does it seem that this brat is truly her grandmother's favorite grandson? I am genuinely feeling jealous. At the head table, you little rascal. Upon seeing Su Kan rise, Yu Quan's eyes revealed a barely perceptible smile. Had Tan Lien not spoken up, he would have summoned Su Kan himself. How could he face the elder's loving iron fist without assessing the results of last night? Based on the degree to which that lad grasped the boxing rhythm, I believe it will not be long. Perhaps just a week, or a little over a week, until he can fully enter the realm of perfection. With the addition of the young lady Jiro, it seems that the youth of today, truly, cannot escape the passage of time. Yu Quan mused quietly. Meanwhile, having donned a black martial arts uniform, Sukin strode confidently down the crimson carpet towards the martial arts platform, his left hand shielding his eyes. The grace of your teachings as a martial arts celestial master has moved the entire martial world and even touched the heavens. The title of celestial master has reached the upper realms, garnering the attention of powerful divine senses, achieving a height unattainable by any previous martial arts celestial master. Truly the foremost master of both ancient and modern times. The rewards for the bestowed master are being enhanced. Reward: an additional 30 increase in comprehension and a brief 30-minute enlightenment opportunity. Current comprehension, 95. Note: upon reaching a certain level of comprehension, relevant talents will be unlocked. Please continue your efforts. Unlocking relevant talents. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his urge to examine the new notifications. Su Kan, with his panda-like eyes concealed, reached the center of the platform, under the watchful gaze of numerous spectators. With one hand covering his eyes, the half of his face that was visible retained its handsome and melancholic demeanor, while his other hand posed dramatically, complementing the obscured half of his visage, rather pretentious indeed. The guests, who were speculating about Su Kan's identity, were left in stunned silence. One hand over his eyes, and yet he intends to perform martial arts with the other? What is this young man up to? The allure of the celestial realm pales before his own demeanor. Yu Quan gasped, feeling a rush of blood to his head. He regretted not having delivered a loving iron fist to the boy's left eye last night. How could he practice martial arts with one hand? What audacity! Did he truly believe he had reached the pinnacle of excellence? Wait, could it be that this young man... As a thought struck him, Yu Quan paused momentarily, shaking his head vigorously. Impossible. At that moment, a loud bang. Sukin unleashed his first punch, storm rising, with a single hand, accompanied by a resounding crack. Exerting his utmost strength, The next moment, bang, 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 bang. Sukin executed his martial arts technique with one hand. The punch, which could not be performed with a single fist, was seamlessly combined through astonishing speed and agile movements, creating a fluid and harmonious flow. Each strike emitted a series of explosive sounds, every punch reflecting the pinnacle of extreme power. Although performing with one hand appeared awkward, it was executed with an effortless grace, brimming with martial rhythm. Chapter 37. The many arts of combat can be discussed in length and shortness within the vast hall. An eerie silence had ensued, broken only by the resounding echoes of Sukin's punches. Those who understood were filled with astonishment, while those who did not merely sensed an aura of greatness. Thus, they found themselves captivated as the young man on stage executed a second round of his body-forging technique. Gradually, the audience regained their composure and erupted in exclamations of awe. Each punch was imbued with such weight and power, the sounds reverberating endlessly. He had perfectly mastered the art of extreme force. The rhythm of his punches, even with a single hand, his mind remained undistracted, a harmonious blend of form and spirit. He had reached the pinnacle of excellence. Who could have anticipated this? To wield such technique with one hand, I was initially filled with doubt. It turns out this young man sought to showcase his extraordinary martial prowess. This young individual is truly remarkable. He appears to be merely a high school student, does he not? The Tan family? Aren't they related to the Yu family? But why does he bear the surname Su? Could he be a distant relative? At this moment, the person most profoundly affected was undoubtedly Yu Quan. Could it be that the punch rhythm he taught just last night, after a single night's rest, had led to such mastery? At this instant, he was the one with the greatest internal turmoil among all present. For only Yu Quan knew that just the night before, in Sunshine Park, Sukin had still been a novice, struggling at the threshold of understanding the intricacies of form and spirit. Yet merely overnight, the latter had completely grasped the pinnacle of mastery over the mind and spirit. Such comprehension surpasses even that of Jiro. Yu Quan downed a glass of strong liquor, attempting to suppress his astonishment. It had taken his granddaughter a full 2 weeks to master the principles of form and spirit. It seemed that Elder Yu was well acquainted with this young man. Noticing the subtle changes in Yu Quan's expression, Mo Chun, familiar with the elder, realized that such an extraordinary display could only stem from something truly remarkable. After all, this elder was renowned for his rigorous standards in martial arts. Even the girl with the knife-like bones, who had reached a bottleneck at such a young age, had only received commendation. Listening to the thoughts in his mind, Yu Quan calmly replied, "That boy's eyes, I struck them last night," and Mo Chun's lips twitched. "Elder, this young man has cultivated the body-forging technique to such heights at this age. It seems you have invested considerable effort." "Not really, I merely taught him for a night." And he leaped from the bottleneck of discordant spirit to the pinnacle of mastery. Montauk Chen's pupilles constricted. He truly is a rare genius. Brother Meng will likely take great interest. Only that one, the Dragon King Meng Jingfei, one of the 4 martial saints, could elicit such respect from a sword saint. This unparalleled warrior, who had shaken the universe with his dragon fist, had forcefully slain 2 sacred beings within enemy territory and returned unscathed. At the first banquet table, Lu Mengdai furrowed her brows, her gaze fixated on the dark silhouette of the young man on stage. Amidst her shock, a wave of familiarity washed over her mind, leaving the young girl momentarily entranced. On that day, at the pinnacle of eternity, a slender figure clad in shadowy attire seemed to overlap continuously with a youthful silhouette currently engaged in martial arts. Both possessed a similarly elongated frame and an ethereal grace. Moreover, the familiar and explosive techniques of power they wielded were equally formidable and terrifying. "Father." Beside him, the king of the infinite blade, Lu Cheng, nodded in acknowledgement. Quite reminiscent indeed. Since that day, having learned that his daughter was defeated by a high school student with the thunderous strikes of 2 resounding echoes at the pinnacle of eternity, Lu Cheng immediately reviewed all the battle footage. Consequently, he was deeply impressed by the temporary character numbered 9527. He meticulously noted the figure's form, swordsmanship habits, and the intensity of their strikes. Simultaneously, he urged the relevant departments at the Tianhai City headquarters to swiftly compile a list of students across the Great Xia who practiced the Thunder Nine Blades. The results revealed a vast number of students training in recent years, yet only a scant few had truly mastered it, barely enough to count on one hand. Coincidentally, in their Xiaocheng, there were precisely two. Lu Mingdia's affiliation with the Blade River Martial Arts Academy was known, but the identity of the other was still under further investigation. Casting a deep glance at the youth whose martial performance was nearing its conclusion, Lu Cheng turned his gaze towards Yu Tianze, seated in the main position. Tianze, I have a matter to trouble you with. In the main seat, Yu Tianze, who was also observing Su Kan, paused for a moment. As brothers, feel free to speak candidly. Assist me. Upon the stage, Su Kan withdrew his right hand, quietly regarding Yu Quan. Ahem. Practicing martial arts with one hand is hardly proper. Yu Quan sighed and shook his head. Young man, you show no reverence for the art of boxing. Sitting next to him, Imo Chun turned his head with an odd expression. He was certain that had the great Xia Dragon King been present, this elder would have received a sound thrashing. The Dragon King's boxing style is unrestrained and carefree, embracing all things as potential means of expression, even using one's foot to execute boxing techniques. As long as it conveys flair and intention, it qualifies as boxing. What he despises most is the rigid and dogmatic approach of the old school. However, he understood that the elder was merely jesting with the young man below, aiming to prevent him from becoming too conceited. Indeed, under the guidance of the esteemed Xie, Su Kan inhaled deeply, lowered his left hand, and bowed, revealing his panda-like eyes. The student was ambushed on his right eye by an elder who relied on his years of experience yesterday and today. Coinciding with the graduation banquet of Lady Yu, he was compelled by modesty to practice boxing with one hand. The student vowed to correct his attitude next time. With that, Su Kan stepped off the stage, prompting a wave of criticism from the audience. I thought so. Why was this youth boxing with one hand? It is understandable that the youth values his pride. The unspoken rules of the boxing world dictate that one does not strike the face. Indeed, that elder seemed somewhat ignorant of the etiquette, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he lacked respect for his elders. Given such prowess, it must have been a master of boxing responsible for this. Truly a disgrace to the moral fabric of the martial arts community. Nevertheless, the fact that this youth could execute peak boxing techniques using only one hand was astonishing and left me in awe of his innate talent. Indeed, at such a tender age, to have cultivated his martial arts to this extraordinary level clearly indicates his remarkable insight. Indeed, such mastery of the martial arts should not serve to undermine the confidence of the youth. What a disgrace to the elderly. A violation of the moral integrity of teacher. Ha ha, grandfather, you little rascal. Hearing the sharp criticisms from below, Yu Quan's expression turned ashen, and a sidelong glance at the suppressed laughter of Yu Jiro only fueled desire. My dear granddaughter, you wouldn't want the contents of that box to become widely known, would you? Oh, I won't laugh anymore. Oomph. Turning his gaze to the chief steward, Yu Quan urged him to continue the announcement. Is there any other talented young individual who wishes to take the stage and showcase their abilities? At this moment, Su Xiaoyu has reached an unparalleled pinnacle of mastery at such a young age. Among the youths present, aside from Isyu, it seems no one else can compare. However, every individual possesses their own strengths. Aside from martial arts, various skills can also be measured. Lu Chang suddenly stood up, surveying the room before exclaiming with a hearty laugh. Since the remainder of the event consists of entertainment, why not engage in a friendly competition showcasing our respective skills? As an added incentive, my Daoham Martial Arts School will contribute 2 additional slots for entry into the mysterious Xian Pool. What do you all think? The Xian Pool, one of the treasured legacies of the Daoham Martial Arts School. A mystical basin formed from the droplets of a divine tree once brought forth by the sword saint from ancient ruins. The hearts of those in attendance skipped a beat. This is even more precious than the additional slots for the cave training. The Xian Pool. Previously, Su Kan had only focused on the formidable sword techniques of the Daoham Martial Arts School and had not delved deeply into the so-called Xian Pool. Little Can, you must compete for this opportunity. Observing the slightly excited expression on Tan Lian's face, Su Kan inquired, Grandmother, is the Xian Pool truly a remarkable place for cultivation? Whether it is effective for cultivation, grandmother does not know, but do you not recall inquiring about what could heal injuries and ailments? Sukin's breath caught, and he grasped Lien's hand tightly, his breathing quickening. Grandmother, are you saying that the Xian pool can cure such injuries? Previously, grandmother had inquired through others and seemed to have heard that the Xian pool could heal all ailments. However, as an old woman, I have little knowledge and do not know the truth of the matter. That is why I wish to take this opportunity at the banquet to ask Jiro's father. Pan Tao, who was seated at the same banquet table, smiled and explained. Sukan, the Xian pond was formed through the dilution of the precious tree descended from the renowned sword saint. The precious tree inherently possesses a vigorous vitality, and its healing properties are merely incidental. The true essence of the Xian pond lies in its ability to cleanse the body of impurities, not only strengthening the physical form, but also enhancing the affinity for the natural essence of the world. Although it may not directly augment one's martial aptitude or accelerate cultivation speed, an increase in affinity effectively reduces the time spent sensing the world's vital energies, thereby allowing those who have mastered the breathing techniques to swiftly enter a state of cultivation. This, in turn, significantly accelerates the training process, revealing the formidable nature of the Xian pond. Naturally, such resources are limited, and not everyone is afforded this opportunity. However, if one can access the Xian pond, it could potentially remedy the slow cultivation of one's innate martial bones. Truly a chance worth seizing. Healing injuries and ailments is merely a secondary benefit. Sukan was momentarily stunned, his body trembling uncontrollably, cleansing impurities to strengthen the physique, enhancing affinity with the world's essence, thereby increasing the cultivation speed. He did not desire any of this. All he yearned for was the healing effect to restore his mother's paralyzed, unresponsive lower half. What was the purpose of Sukin's quest for strength? Was it not to safeguard his dearest family members? To ensure a better life for his parents that he persevered in martial practice? At this moment, the significant opportunity to heal his mother's affliction lay before him. If he did not cherish this chance, what meaning would there be in pursuing martial arts? Reflecting on the years of toil for his family, his mother, a once vibrant woman now confined to a wheelchair, her face devoid of color from years of absence from sunlight, Sukan instinctively clenched his fists. He must secure a spot in the Xian pond. As Lu Cheng concluded his words, many young individuals present exhibited excitement, their hands eagerly preparing beneath the table. As Lu Cheng stated, most of them did not primarily focus on fist techniques. Each possessed their own strengths. To judge their abilities solely by fist techniques would indeed be rather unjust. Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts, for this was, after all, a program meant to entertain the venerable patriarch. At the main seat, under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Yuquan surprisingly displayed a smile, leaving many acquainted with the old curmudgeon somewhat astonished. Lu, the curator, made a valid point, so let us engage in combat and spar. With that, he promptly sent a telepathic message. Lu boy, remember the agreed quarter drop of precious liquid. If you renege, you know the consequences. Ah, senior, you are truly hypocritical. Just moments before, you extolled the virtues of the fist way, and now you are swayed by a drop of precious liquid. Such a disgrace to the martial ethics. Utterly hypocritical. Under the meticulous arrangements of the Grand Steward, 2 rows of weapon racks rose beside the martial platform, filled with the school's specially designated unsharpened cold weapons. Additionally, a scanner continuously monitored the life energy levels. Su, as the most outstanding young talent from the previous round, you shall commence the first round of the defense match, announced the host. Suppressing his excitement, Sukan stepped onto the martial platform, drawing forth a long blade under the gaze of the crowd. Is not this Su, the one who primarily practices fist techniques? Why is he wielding a blade? Wait a moment. Could it be that swordsmanship is indeed his major skill? That seems implausible. At such a young age, having mastered the body-tempering fist to its pinnacle, how could he possibly find time to hone his sword techniques? Not necessarily. If he has attained such a level in fist techniques, his martial arts talent must be considerable. Perhaps his swordsmanship is equally formidable. In the audience, use the sword, exclaimed Lu Mengdai, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement, her heart brimming with anticipation. Yet, Upon observing the life energy level detected for Su Kan, she could not help but feel perplexed. The life energy level indicated some potential. It was previously at 4. 9. Had it risen to 5? For in just a few days? This suggests he possesses at least a moderate innate talent. But if he truly has a moderate innate talent, how could he have only achieved this level of life energy after all this time? How strange. On the large screen of the martial arts platform, as Su Kan's life energy level was revealed, 5. 4. Expressions of astonishment flickered across the faces of the onlookers. Their countenance shifted into mild disappointment. They had anticipated that a prodigy capable of mastering the body-tempering fist to such an extent would also exhibit exceptional prowess in cultivation, perhaps even possessing a unique affinity for fist techniques. Yet now, it appears this young man is merely an ordinary student with moderate innate talent, a genius with extraordinary martial arts aptitude, yet severely lacking in breadth of skills. 5-4. Gazing at the large screen, only Huang Deguang and Pan Tao, who knew Su Kan well, exchanged glances, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. If memory serves, the young man had only reached a life energy level of 4. 9 just yesterday, correct? An overnight increase of 0. 5. Without the aid of breathing techniques, such a surge likely surpasses that of a typical moderate innate talent. It certainly cannot be attributed to a vitality elixir. Old Huang, we must ensure to thoroughly examine his innate talent during this month's assessment. Yes, as the duel segment was finalized, the atmosphere in the venue became notably more vibrant, with some young individuals rising, eager to partake. Who among the talented assembly would be the first to challenge? With the steward's announcement, Huang Zhou stepped forward with a beaming smile, dispelling any shadows of doubt, seemingly more confident regarding the duel segment. Upon reaching the stage, the vitality scanner revealed a life energy level of 9. 4, a full 4 points above Su Kan's 5. 4. Huang Zhou, brandishing a long sword, initially furrowed his brow at Su Kan's grip on the blade, then lifted his gaze toward the main platform. Am I to reduce my life energy level to 5? 4. This is not the eternal summit. I might struggle to regulate my strength, and moreover, can I employ the innate powers of my unique roots? The steward chuckled and shook his head. In reality, duels do not require precision to the same life energy level. Just as Su Kan excels in fist techniques, reaching their pinnacle and thereby wielding greater strength, that is his advantage. Conversely, if your cultivation speed surpasses Su Kan's and your physical condition is superior, that is your advantage. There is but one rule. Each competes based on their own merits. Nodding, Huang Zhou's expression darkened immeasurably as he turned to regard Su Kan once more. I wield the knife, for my expertise lies in the art of blade wielding. Yet you, a practitioner of martial arts, dare to brandish a knife? Is it a lapse in judgment, or do you harbor disdain for me, given your inferior life energy level? I grant you a mere 10 seconds to procure a proper pair of boxing gloves. However, as the seconds elapsed, Su Kan's gaze seemed to wander, maintaining his stance with the knife. Still lost in thought. In the next moment, an exasperated Huang Zhou surged forward, unleashing a burst of 9. 4 life energy, his speed so swift that it left traces in the air. Tiger rips the mountains and rivers. He bellowed, leaping high into the air. Like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, his long knife transformed into a pair of razor-sharp claws, descending upon Su Kan with a diagonal slash. Finally breaking free from his reverie, Su Kan lifted his head and made his move. The long knife was drawn. What appeared to be merely a fundamental upward thrust, when executed with maximum force, sent ripples of energy along the blade. In an instant, it met Huang Zhou's weapon at the same angle, and with a slight backward lean of his body, Su Kan skillfully redirected the blade's momentum. Huang Zhou was propelled backward, his body losing control of the knife technique due to the inertia of his missed target. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, rolling back in a comical manner, knife and all, as if he had tumbled into an embarrassing heap. What was meant to be a powerful strike had turned into a farcical fall. Chapter 38. Concealed Dragon and Exposed Tail, Transcending the Ordinary. A splendid display of leveraging strength against strength. Victory through the weak, overcoming the strong, with impeccable timing. On the main seat, Yu Qian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The strike. akin to the elusive horn of an antelope, was nearly undetectable. This young man. His swordsmanship appears to be quite remarkable indeed. The sword saint, Imo-chun, turned to Yuquan, jesting, "Elder, are you not leading the youth astray by forcibly teaching them the art of combat?" "Oomph. I was unaware that this lad was also practicing the sword. It seems Lu Chung is rather well informed. Otherwise, he would not have offered 2 spots in the Xian pool to test him." Yuquan snorted softly, unable to conceal his astonishment. Initially, he had believed that Sukin was primarily focused on boxing and had intended to impart a boxing technique to him. Yet, it now appeared that swordsmanship was indeed his principal discipline, while boxing had become a mere supplementary skill. However, even as a secondary skill, it had reached an extraordinary level. This young man possesses a rather severe inclination in his martial arts talent. Fool! At the Huang family's banquet table below, hearing the surrounding praises for Sukan, the family head wore a grim expression and cautioned in a low voice, "Do not be deceived by tricks. You prevail due to your physical prowess. Even if your techniques do not match that of the young man, your strength, speed, and stamina can still overpower him. Wait until he is exhausted, then strike decisively." On the martial arts stage, upon hearing his father's reminder, Huang Zhou, who had just been thrown to the ground in a humiliating manner, clumsily regained his footing, his face flushed with embarrassment. Nevertheless, being a mid-level hetero-rooted talent and one of the city's prodigies, he quickly composed himself. His father was right. The young man's techniques were too refined. He must counter with finesse and avoid being outmaneuvered again. Taking a deep breath, Huang Zhou now comprehended the situation. While Sukan's life energy level might be lacking, his technique likely surpassed his own. It felt as though he was facing those martial arts instructors who lower their life energy levels to hone their skills through exceptional experience, overly polished and seasoned. Realizing this, Huang Zhou settled down, relinquishing the impulse to dominate through brute force. He would first test Sukan's depth with basic sword techniques, and then, when the opportunity arose, strike decisively. With this thought, Huang Zhou charged once more at Sukan, taking large strides and executing a basic horizontal slash. Clang! Sukan deftly rotated his wrist, deflecting the strike with ease. The horizontal slash missed its mark, and Huang Zhou gritted his teeth, lifting his sword for another upward thrust. Clang! Yet again, Sukan preemptively pressed down on his blade, forcing it to the ground. Clang, 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 clang. Huang Zhou's face turned crimson as he continuously swung his sword. But each time he initiated a strike, it was thwarted by that infernal long sword before it could even connect with 2 basic sword techniques, leaving him utterly frustrated. "I possess a sword technique rated at 51 points. How is this possible?" Huang Zhou felt as though he had a lump in his throat, his face burning with indignation. Sukan's wrist merely exerted a gentle force, rendering his powerful strikes as ineffective as if they were striking against cotton, leaving him feeling like a child being toyed with, completely at a loss for how to find the rhythm of his strikes. The swordplay is a 3-part technique. A crowd of onlookers gazed in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. Those who had previously dismissed Sukan as an elder who was certainly not a master of swordsmanship now felt their faces flush with embarrassment, as they were metaphorically struck in the face by the undeniable truth, judging solely by the mastery displayed in his 3-stage blade technique. Sukan's skill with the sword was undoubtedly superior to that of his fist. He wielded the blade. Previously, he had approached the 2nd stage, now having fully grasped the essence of the 3rd stage in just a few days. Such innate talent for the sword was comparable to that of the legendary Meng Dai. And if he could truly comprehend the intent of the blade before turning 20, a spark of excitement ignited in Lu Cheng's eyes. He might not be inferior to the master of the headquarters. The master he referred to was none other than the supreme martial sage, Fu Hongyang, the foremost sword saint of the great Xia, renowned for his extraordinary prowess with the blade. Meanwhile, Huang Zhou, pushed to his limits, began to exhibit signs of frantic desperation. Gasps erupted from the crowd as they witnessed the near-manic state of Huang Zhou. The youth's right arm, gripping the sword, began to emanate strands of crimson light, stretching his martial attire to its limits. Through his sleeves, scales of red began to protrude from the skin of his arm. An extraordinary bone, Sukin squinted, intrigued. This hidden extraordinary power within the bone he had only glimpsed online or heard about in lectures, but now he was witnessing it firsthand in the heat of battle. Naturally, his curiosity was piqued, especially since he too possessed extraordinary bones and wondered what exceptional powers were concealed within himself. The clang of blades echoed. The force was greater, and the speed had intensified. Each clash of metal resonated with a resounding impact, allowing him to withstand the recoil with minimal delay, enhancing his adaptability. Was it truly possible for a single arm fortified by extraordinary bone to possess such formidable power? Sukin marveled inwardly, sensing Huang Zhou's strikes becoming increasingly ferocious, his speed adapting to the rhythm of Sukin's blade. Huang Zhou was gradually liberating the restrained force of his sword, managing to unleash a fourth strike without interruption. He exhaled, determination flashing in his eyes. Tiger shreds thousands. With a shift in his blade's path, the scales on his arm glimmered, speed augmenting as he executed a flurry of chaotic and densely packed strikes with his second form of the tiger shred technique, the shadows of his blade multiplying. Did he dare to compare blade speed with me? Sukin chuckled lightly, his eyes sharp and perceptive, as his enhanced senses allowed him to maneuver through the deluge of strikes like a cascading waterfall, deftly parrying the multitude of blade silhouettes. In the next heartbeat, his long sword was suddenly drawn back. Concealed dragon. With an extraordinary surge of power, he struck again, unleashing a terrifying force that sent waves of blade energy swirling, causing Huang Zhou's strikes to falter. Meanwhile, Su Kan's long sword danced amidst the turbulent blade energy, gliding gracefully. Seizing the momentum, he produced a continuous, resonant sound of the blade, while suddenly reversing the flow, slashing forth as if he were a dragon hidden within a sea of clouds, its claws emerging without warning. With a resounding clash, the terrifying blade force shattered Huang Zhou's dense barrage of strikes, leaving him visibly alarmed, disrupting his composure as he scrambled to defend himself. As Su Kan deftly maneuvered his wrist, the blade danced erratically during its descent, producing a resonant sound akin to a dragon's roar, resulting in a terrifying explosion of force. The long knife wielded by Huang Zhou was forcibly repelled, and its tip swiftly pressed against the boy's throat. The clatter of the fallen long knife echoed through the previously hushed surroundings. I have been defeated," Huang Zhou stammered, frozen in place, his gaze fixated on the glinting blade at his throat, instinctively swallowing hard, his face etched with despair. Just moments ago, he had been oblivious to the unfolding events, only sensing that the opponent's long knife had come alive, shaking momentarily before an immense force struck his hand, dislodging the weapon from his grasp. By the time he comprehended what had occurred, the blade was already poised at his throat. Hidden dragon, flicking tail, azure dragon in the sleeve. Below the stage, Lu Cheng and his daughter Lu Mengdai rose abruptly, their eyes locked onto the young man wielding the knife above. Almost simultaneously, a familiar notification resonated in Su Kan's mind after his victory over Huang Zhou. You have faced a hidden master whose martial prowess rivals your own, and through ingenious technique and solid skill, you have decisively triumphed, achieving what 99 of practitioners of similar caliber could not accomplish, defeating the strong with the weak, thus manifesting an unparalleled combat strength that others in your realm can only aspire to. Achievement unlocked, surpassing the ordinary. Reward. Chapter 39. Is this truly so ironclad? Reward. When facing an enemy of a higher realm, upon entering combat mode, one can actively designate a current ability to enhance its effect by 10, lasting for 5 minutes. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Suka felt a surge of joy, a boost in combat power, yet another formidable achievement akin to God of Food. This means that upon entering combat mode, he can designate one ability for a 10 enhancement, essentially an increase in damage, is it not? Though it lasts only a brief 5 minutes, and the cooldown period remains unknown. This is already quite formidable. At first glance, a 10 increase may seem modest, but if wielded effectively, the results could be revolutionary. For instance, Su Kan's current Thunder 9 blades has reached the ultimate bottleneck of 99 in the second thunderous sound. By designating an enhancement, he could directly step into a small mastery, unleashing the third thunderous sound. What does this signify? Currently, achieving the second thunderous sound at its limit can yield over 3 times the power. In contrast, the small mastery of the third thunderous sound would yield over 5 times the power. Such an increase is nothing short of extraordinary. Most importantly, he can experience the might of a small mastery for free, savoring the blade's force for a brief 5 minutes, which will undoubtedly amplify his subsequent breakthroughs. Moreover, it's not just the Thunder 9 blades. His movement technique has reached 97 points, allowing for clever manipulation and profit. In the future, when his cultivation hits a bottleneck, he may even exploit this to the fullest, experiencing sheer exhilaration. A trump card. Undoubtedly, this is the most powerful trump card. However, it remains uncertain how challenging it will be to pursue additional rewards later. If I must confront opponents 2 or 3 realms above my own, such as 2nd or 3rd tier aliens, then perhaps it's better to forego the extras. After all, one's life is paramount. Good heavens! This is the blade technique that Brother Ming assisted Brother Hong Yang in creating during his youth. The sleeved azure dragon, correct? This technique is remarkable for the young. Mastering it can yield profound insights. And Mo Chun clicked his tongue in admiration. Furthermore, it is said that to cultivate this technique, Brother Hong Yang has imposed a prerequisite of mastering the Thunder 9 blades, for only with terrifying force can one fully integrate the heaven-slaying might into the sleeved azure dragon, allowing the dragon fist's dominance to manifest. It seems this youth may not require Brother Meng's assistance. Brother Hong Yang will likely intervene, given the martial arts aptitude displayed, albeit regrettably lacking. Yu Tianzi chuckled, saying a few days ago, news spread from the Knife River Martial Hall that the young girl Meng Dai was defeated by a genius who had mastered the second thunderous sound. Many have speculated about this genius's identity. Now it appears we may be onto something. That fellow, a Chung, fortuitously encountered a match for the characteristics in Su Xiaoyu. Hence the request for me to facilitate a sparring session. Now that we've discovered Su Xiaoyu has cultivated the sleeved azure dragon, a further investigation upon returning should reveal the truth, even if that insufferable brat ISNT involved. The Knife River Martial Arts School has fortuitously stumbled upon yet another prodigy skilled in the thunderous 9 blades. With merely 2 spots available in the Su NCH realm, they have unearthed a true treasure. This brings immeasurable joy to the Knife River Martial Arts School. No, I must leverage my family's resources to scout for talent, particularly to extract every ounce of potential from that young scoundrel, Lu Chung. 1 drop of that precious essence is worth far more than a mere fraction. Yu Quan gritted his teeth, observing the twitching lips of the 2 individuals beside him. Grandfather, whether or not Su Can joins the Knife River Martial Arts School is entirely up to him. You little girl, are you defending that brat? No, not at all. At the banquet table, Lu Mengdai lowered her voice. Father, that was the first 2 moves of the sleeve dragon technique, wasn't he it? Resuming her seat, her tone became heavy, her heart unsettled for a long time. Mastering the initial moves of the sleeve dragon technique signifies a foundational entry into its practice. Moreover, to cultivate this technique, one must first attain proficiency in the thunderous 9 blades. Thus, the identity traits of that individual, 9527, align once more. Most crucially, Lu Mengdai aspired to practice the sleeve dragon technique herself. Yet at the time, she had barely grasped the essence of the first move of the thunderous 9 blades, lacking the finesse needed to channel her power effectively. Consequently, she opted for the water-cutting blade technique, which was most compatible with her. Nevertheless, her true desire lay with the sleeve dragon technique. Watching someone else master this formidable form of swordplay first felt somewhat disheartening. Indeed, it is the sleeve dragon technique. Lu Cheng's face was aglow with excitement. Once he had mastered the sleeve dragon technique, it would simplify the process of investigation after the banquet, effectively allowing him to identify the individual. It seems that the Knife River Martial Arts School will soon boast another prodigious swordsman. Numerous dignitaries from Xiaoqing immediately raised their glasses in congratulations to the head of the Xiaoqing branch, eliciting peals of laughter from Lu Cheng, who reciprocated with every toast. At this moment, Huang Zhou returned to the banquet table, head bowed. He resolved to refine his strength and sword techniques. Mere brute force would not suffice for mastery. The head of the Huang family glanced at his dejected son. Lift your head. This woeful demeanor is unbecoming. Losing to that lad is not an injustice. Not an injustice? Father, I possess a life energy level of 9. 4, and have utilized an extraordinary root bone. He hasn't even exerted his full strength. If he had, you would have lost long ago. Not exerted his full strength. Huang Zhou raised his head, disbelief etched on his face. Seeing his son in such a state, the father could not help but furrow his brow and offer comfort. You needn't be overly disheartened. That lad's cultivation aptitude can only be regarded as average, his roots ordinary. Though his martial talent is remarkable, the path of martial arts ultimately relies on cultivation aptitude, on one's roots and future development. As someone with an extraordinary root bone, endowed with exceptional power, your future cultivation will far surpass his. With further honing of your skills, his achievements may not exceed yours. Finally, Huang Zhou managed a bittersweet smile. Yes, losing for a moment does not equate to true defeat. The true victor is determined by one's cultivation level. On the main stage, the chief steward regained his composure and continued to fervently call out, "Who else wishes to challenge? I will." Beside the Huang residence, Lin Xian of the Ningqing Lin family raised his hand, his face brimming with eagerness. The crowd immediately cast curious glances in his direction. Could it be that this young scion of a Lin family is truly so headstrong? Is he unaware of the prerequisites for cultivating the sleeved azure dragon? Or perhaps he possesses an unwavering confidence in his defensive bone structure and wishes to experience the thrill of wielding that blade. Put your hand down. The head of the Lin family wore a grim expression. Do you know what sword technique that boy your age has been practicing? Lin Xian laughed boisterously. I'm not privy to that, but father, I'm certainly not like that good-for-nothing Huang Zhou. I have faith in my unique bone structure and my fist techniques. Even some newly initiated warriors find it challenging to penetrate my ironclad defenses. With his bold declaration, he rose and strode confidently toward the martial arts stage. Come back, you rascal. The family head reached out in an attempt to stop him, but Lin Xian simply leaped forward, grinning as he jogged up onto the platform. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by his audacity. Could he truly be so reckless? What folly! Chapter 40. The Azure Dragon emerges, shattering iron bones. Lin Xian strolled leisurely towards the weapon rack, selecting a set of arm armor with a clang. Clenching his fists together, he turned to face Su Kan, exchanging mischievous glances. Eager to engage, it seemed that the elders were discussing the prowess of Su Kan's swordsmanship. However, in my humble opinion, while his technique may be formidable enough to surpass the brash Huang Zhou, against me, he might struggle to even breach my defenses. With unwavering confidence, Lin Xian's body was suddenly enveloped in a radiant purple-red glow. As the luminescence faded, his exposed skin transformed into a layer reminiscent of purple-red bronze. His face, too, was strikingly adorned in this hue, an indication of another variant bone. Su Kan observed with keen interest as Lin Xian's entire form morphed into a copper-coated visage. With a powerful stomp against the ground, a resounding thud echoed, and Lin Xian flashed a broad smile towards Su Kan. Copper skin, iron bones. My extraordinary variant bone may not significantly enhance my strength or speed, but my defense is formidable enough to withstand even the mightiest of First Realm warriors. Regardless of your exquisite technique, it pales in comparison to my 5/4 life energy level. The youth pointed at Su Kan, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth devoid of bronze. Do as you wish. I am invincible. His appearance, combined with his copper-clad physique, momentarily shifted the perspectives of onlookers who had previously felt anxious about the impending duel. Achieving complete copperization of the skin at such a young age was indeed commendable. However, facing that sword might still prove challenging, unless, if he were to develop his iron bones further, complemented by a life energy level of 9/5, perhaps he could indeed withstand that strike. Should Su Kan refrain from wielding that blade, his entry-level Azure Dragon may indeed struggle to penetrate Lin Xian's defenses. It seems I underestimated Lin Xian. His development of the variant bone surpasses that of Huang Zhou. Listening to the praises echoing through the hall, Lin Xian felt a surge of exhilaration. In the next moment, he rolled up his sleeves. Beneath the gaps in the arm armor, his exposed copper arms suddenly radiated a faint silver luminescence, flickering just beneath the surface. Iron bones. This spectacle elicited an involuntary round of applause from the Lin family patriarch. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. When did you learn to harness iron bones without informing me? Lin Xian replied with a grin. Father, I have merely begun to tap into a fraction of the iron bone's power. I intended to develop it further before surprising you. Huh, make good use of it. As long as you can withstand his full force strike, you need not fear anything else. Indeed, apologies for the boastful display. It is merely disheartening to be underestimated. Turning back, Lin Xian flashed a broad grin at Su Kan and assumed a fighting stance. Then let us commence. With a powerful push against the ground, he surged forward towards Su Kan. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 resounding steps, it was as if a colossal beast was trampling the earth, drawing near to Su Kan in the blink of an eye, its armored fist unleashed with ferocity. Su Kan remained composed, wielding his blade to parry the attack. Clang! Feeling the force not dissimilar to that of Huang Zhou's scaly arm, Su Kan immediately understood. While a medium grade possessed its strengths, it truly could not compare to the comprehensive prowess of a superior or even exceptional. Each had its own advantages. It seemed that Lin Xian's pride indeed lay in his defense. And so it was. Clang, 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 clang. With an entirely unguarded stance, he closed in, unleashing a barrage of furious punches. Yet, even at the peak of his foundational blade technique, Su Kan could only produce sparks, leaving behind mere crimson streaks upon impact. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though he were merely scratching an itch for Lin Xian. Damn, was this really the force of 5? For life, energy level explosion. Only Lin Xian internally lamented. This was even more potent than the strikes of an 11 to 12 life energy level martial artist. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. It truly hurt. But recalling his earlier bravado, he knew he had to swallow his pride in silence. Are you merely scratching my itch? The youth forced a smile, maintaining an air of invincibility. If his normal peak exertion could only yield this level of defense, it was indeed commendable. It seemed he could only amplify his blade technique, utilizing this opportunity to experiment with the effects and cool down of the super tier advancement. Su Kan's blade technique suddenly transformed. Crouching Dragon. With a 10 enhancement, the principles of the Azure Dragon blade surged into his mind, becoming instinctual. The flow of the blade was now more turbulent and ferocious than before, akin to a dragon twisting and turning amidst swirling clouds. The results were remarkable. Clang, 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 clang. A series of unpredictable blade paths emerged with the momentum of the blade flow, as if dragon claws were continuously reaching out from the mists. The force escalating tremendously. Lin Xian's smile abruptly froze. As the offensive shifted, he found himself unable to counter this esoteric blade path that surpassed his comprehension. His face contorting in pain, any observer could see that he was now gritting his teeth, unable to smile. The copper skin on his body vibrated violently. The purplish red glowed dimming, and had it not been for the silvery halos shifting across his form, barely maintaining a defensive posture, the copper skin would have likely been shattered on the spot. Beware the thunderous sound. The head of the Lin family, visibly distressed, quickly warned. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, as they awaited Su Kan's charged strike, their senses heightened to the utmost. Yet after mere seconds, they heard no sound of the thunderous 9 strikes that symbolized the Thunderblade. Not the Thunderblade. As if realizing something, the crouching dragon was gathering momentum. The final move, the last strike of the Azure Dragon from his sleeve. Lu Mengdia's beautiful eyes widened. Suddenly, a torrential sound echoed from the stage. Su Kan's long blade sliced forth with force. Out of the sleeve, the rolling blade flow was instantly commanded by the blade's body, surging forth towards Lin Xian with overwhelming momentum, like a dragon breaking through the clouds, eager to swallow mountains and rivers for miles. Under the overwhelming force, Lin Xian's spirit was shaken and filled with terror. He hastily crossed his arms, shedding the bronze skin, and concentrated all his energy into his arms, the silvery radiance coalescing into a singular point, attempting to fend off the sudden and formidable strike. Clang! The long blade struck solidly against the arm armor, producing a deafening sound of impact. Crack! The arm armor in Lin Xian's grasp shattered instantaneously, the purplish-red copper glow of his forearm extinguishing along with the mingled silver radiance. Amidst his cries of agony, his forearm visibly bent, propelled by the force of the blade and the terrifying momentum. With a resounding thud, he crashed against the railing wall 10 meters away on the training platform, collapsing and unable to rise. Almost simultaneously, crack, bang, Sukin's long blade shattered, the blade fragmenting into pieces that clattered to the ground at his feet. Xuan'e, the head of the Lin family, leaped onto the platform, finding Lin Xian curled up on the ground, sweat streaming down his face. Father, my bones seem to be broken. It hurts. It hurts so much. The head of the Lin family abruptly turned, his expression dark as he glared at Suk in Chapter 41. Will you believe it if I ask again? Young man, your actions seem rather reckless, do they not? Buzz. Sukan's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling a sudden weight press down on him, rendering him immobile. The pressure of martial arts. Such an ethereal force could only be exerted by a practitioner of at least the fifth realm. However, this invisible burden was fleeting, dissipating under the influence of another unseen force. Master Lin, is it truly fitting for you to exert pressure on the younger generation? Before Yu Qianze, who presided over the main stage, could utter a word, Lu Cheng had already darted onto the platform, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon the head of the Lin family. Moreover, Su Xiaoyu has already dispelled the blade flow and energy of the Azure Dragon from his sleeve, forcibly dismantling the sword technique, which led to the breaking of the long sword. If not for that, do you believe your son would merely suffer a fractured bone? As he spoke, Lu Cheng waved his hand, and a drop of jade-green liquid shot forth, swiftly penetrating Lin Xian's forearm. Though the young man's arm was still slightly swollen and reddened, it was visibly straightening. It no longer hurts, Lin Xian exclaimed, joy illuminating his face as he moved his arm. Master Lin sighed, turning towards Su Kan with clasped fists. Su Xiaoyu, I was overly hasty just now. Should you visit Ning City in the future, my Lin family will ensure you receive our utmost hospitality as a gesture of apology. The head of the Lin family then bowed respectfully toward the main stage. Master Yu, Miss Yu, I apologize for my abruptness. I shall personally convey my regrets in due course. It is only natural for young warriors to occasionally lose control during a spar. Yu Qianze nodded calmly, and with that, the Lin family patriarch awkwardly led Lin Xian back to the banquet table. The chief steward promptly chuckled to ease the tension. Is there anyone else eager to challenge? Upon hearing this, the young crowd fell silent, their earlier bravado evaporating. The might of that previous strike remained fresh in their minds. Even Lin Xian, possessing a life energy level of 9.5 in concentrated bronze skin, had suffered a fractured bone and been sent flying by a single blow. Most of the onlookers, possessing even lesser life energy levels than Lin Xian and lacking extraordinary talents, would surely be cleaved in two if they dared to challenge Su Kan. As for those over 20, including some college students with a singular realm of cultivation, they too were tempted by the prospect of access to the celestial paradise and the coveted spots in the mysterious pool. Nevertheless, as established martial artists, they felt it unwise to challenge a junior with a life energy level of 5. For, especially given the substantial disparity in realms, they could not afford to lose face. Furthermore, even if they were to suppress their cultivation to match the same life energy level for a challenge, they lacked the confidence to withstand that previous strike. Not to mention, this junior Su had yet to unleash the Thunderclap 9 blades. That was the most daunting aspect, with no one daring to step forward. One of the coveted spots in the mysterious pool, overseen by the Lu Pavilion Master, would rightfully belong to Su Xiaoyu. As Su Kan returned to the banquet table, he felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, his fists clenched tightly. He had witnessed the moment when that Lu Pavilion Master had used the green liquid to heal Lin Xian's forearm. Though uncertain if it stemmed from the mysterious pool, Su Kan had at least discovered another potential remedy for his mother. Upon grasping the treatment plan, the years of suppressed helplessness within me began to dissipate significantly. Su Kan immediately cast his gaze upon the achievement information of Transcendental Beyond. At that moment, 5 minutes had elapsed, and the additional 10 comprehension of the small success within the azure dragon of the sleeve became increasingly nebulous and indistinct. Yet, in the midst of this haze, it seemed that with further contemplation, I could swiftly seize the essence and re-enter that realm. Indeed, upon re-engaging in reflection or practice, the subsequent efforts would yield exponential results, and the cooling period appeared to be shorter than I had anticipated, merely a day's time, even past midnight. Despite the cooling period still being in effect, there seemed to be a chance for refreshment, which was quite a delightful surprise. Sukin felt a surge of joy, having thoroughly understood the formidable power of this potent achievement. Regrettably, after defeating Lin Xian, whose life energy level was not dissimilar to Huang Zhou's, I did not trigger any additional rewards. Must it truly be, as I suspected, that I need to continue challenging even more formidable adversaries? Shaking his head, Sukin focused his mind, continuing to contemplate the azure dragon of the sleeve while observing the ongoing spectacle. On stage, surprisingly, stood that lad Yuqing, possessing a life energy level of 9, 8 and endowed with extraordinary abilities. He was a being of medium, extraordinary roots. As he wielded his sword, a swift thrust sent forth a blazing ray of sword light from his fingertips, accompanied by the fierce wind of his blade, directly shattering his opponent's weapon and securing another victory. Is this what the lad referred to as the mystic fire sword point? The intense, explosive sword energy concealed within his finger bones? It seems I must hasten to elevate my life energy level and discover the true nature of my medium, extraordinary roots. As night deepened and the martial arts competition drew to a close, the subsequent entertainment segments also neared their conclusion. The lights in the hall suddenly softened and dimmed, with colorful lights flowing like water around the center of the stage, accompanied by gentle melodies. According to tradition, as the banquet neared its end, everyone was invited to find a dance partner and partake in a final dance, thus concluding this splendid evening. The head steward's laughter resonated. Many young individuals brightened at the sight of Yujiro, clad in a lotus skirt, her crescent moon-like eyes sparkling with joy, resembling a fairy of the moon, and Lu Mengdai, who had changed into an elegant purple gown, exuding an alluring yet cool demeanor, her gaze fixed intently in a certain direction. Numerous attendees rubbed their hands together, summoning their courage to approach the two. A dance! Those who lacked the skill would refrain from embarrassing themselves. Sukin withdrew slightly, quietly nibbling on his food. As for such high-end etiquette that only the upper class had the leisure to learn, a former rustic struggling with living expenses had never acquired. Fear not, for you can learn. Jiro, please teach little Can. Observing Su Can's indifferent demeanor, Tan Lien directly took hold of Jiro's delicate hand and, grasping Su Can's hand as well, clapped them together with a resounding sound. Young man, you must possess vigor. It won't due to only practice martial arts. Engaging in leisure activities beyond the martial path is essential for a balanced approach to life. You understand? Yujiro's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue as she quietly stared at the hands that her grandmother had joined together. She had previously practiced ballroom dancing solely with same-sex partners. The only instance of dancing with a male was during her childhood, when she bent down to learn from her grandfather. Sukin felt a twinge of nervousness, scratching his head. Since you've said so, I appreciate your help. Yujiro nodded anxiously. The two, adorned in matching lotus flower gowns, held hands and stepped onto the stage, drawing the attention of the crowd. The young man exuded a brooding charm, while the young woman radiated sweetness and ethereal grace, resembling a pair of celestial beings emerging from the banquet table. A few young gentlemen, who had just taken a few steps forward, suddenly froze in place. Lu Mengdai, who was approaching, lowered her hand, retreating back to her adjacent table. Lu Cheng grinned. Silly girl. After the ball, you can take the Yu family's business car to escort him home. Then you can ask him anything you wish. Lu Mengdai nodded, her gaze fixed on the young couple on stage, and she coldly shook her head to refuse the hands extended by other young gentlemen. On stage, enveloped by the music and lights, Sukin exclaimed, "You clumsy fool, you've stepped on my foot again. My apologies." Yujiro gracefully swayed her form. Holding Su Can's hand closely, her lithe legs occasionally pressing against his, guiding his erratic steps. Although her strength was commendable, his movements were remarkably uncoordinated. Clumsy fool, do you lack a sense of rhythm? Despite occasionally being stepped on by Yujiro's high heels, her playful admonishments lacked true anger, her eyes glimmering with mockery. Suddenly recalling something, she lowered her voice urgently. Oh, I must remind you, when I attend Shenanigans University, if word gets out in Xiaocheng that I've treated you, you're finished. I will definitely return to Xiaocheng. HM, threatening me again? Can't distinguish between a king and a pawn? Wait, should I threaten you back with another warning? Chapter 42. Do you want me to be your practice partner? At the foot of the Wanshang building, Sukin held a packaged meal in one hand, while the other clutched a promissory note. The note read, "Damn it, Sukan, this is a temporary debt. I will repay you as soon as you gain admission to Shenanigans University." Yujiro's handwritten note. As for the black stockings that aided in martial arts therapy, they had been collected by that enigmatic girl, who insisted on keeping them as evidence, fearing Sukan would not believe her. To Sukan's surprise, she took it quite seriously and was rather meticulous about it. Gazing at the elegantly penned words that were clearly written with sincerity, a wave of guilt washed over him. Wait a minute, that doesn't seem right. This is undoubtedly not an entrapment. It was she who stated that the payment would come only once I am enrolled in Shenanigans University, and she used the stockings as evidence. How infuriating. Clearly, she was the one trying to tempt me. With that thought, his guilt dissipated entirely. He tucked the note away and continued toward the waiting area. Grandma Tan's words had been seized by the three members of the Yu family, who seemed intent on persuading this matriarch to vacate the perilous outskirts. To relocate from the outer district, everyone knows that the closer one is to the inner city, the safer it becomes, but the property prices are exorbitant, and the available space is limited. Even with my monthly scholarship of 200,000, it is still far from sufficient. Pondering this with a resigned expression, the Yu family's business vehicle approached. Unexpectedly, a sleek, dark silver-bordered luxury energy vehicle with a dragon-shaped body suddenly cut into the waiting area, startling Sukan. He recognized the car, the Xiaolong 99, one of the latest energy vehicles on the market. Its sturdy body could withstand attacks from fourth-tier entities, and it was rumored to possess countermeasures. The price was no less than 500 million, a true marvel of business transportation. Those who could sit within such a vehicle were undoubtedly of considerable wealth. "Su classmate, allow me to give you a ride," came a voice as the window rolled down, revealing a delicate face. Lu Mingdie's enchanting eyes gazed at Sukan. Upon seeing that familiar yet strange, exquisite visage, Sukan instinctively waved his hand. "There's no need for trouble. By the way, let me inform you about the conditions and timing for using the Xianqi, all right?" The back seat of the Xiaolong 99 was spacious, adorned with a virtual projection of a starry sky on the ceiling, dreamlike yet unobtrusive to the interior lighting. Once inside, Sukan cautiously placed the meal box on the exquisite jade surface in the center. Lu Mingdai, curious, asked, "Su classmate, weren't you full?" She had been observing him indulging during the banquet. "For my parents," Sukan replied with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. "There's still some leftovers. I can't let them go to waste." Lu Mingdai nodded silently and input commands into the virtual central control on the armrest of her seat. A faint glow of fire emerged from the jade table, enveloping the meal box. With this, it won tea need reheating at home. "Thank you." Sukan expressed his gratitude, but the atmosphere within the car grew momentarily tense. The driver, who was at the helm, twitched his lips. The young lady had once again lapsed into her habitual silence, despite clearly having numerous questions to ask. Stealing a glance at the small hand she was nervously rubbing against her thigh, he recalled the instructions given to him by the curator and promptly broke the silence with a smile. "Master Su, may I inquire where you reside in the inner city?" "In the outskirts, there lies Guanshan village where I previously delivered goods. It should be locatable." The outskirts, still within the city. The driver fell silent. Before becoming an instructor at the Knife River Martial Arts School and a chauffeur for the Liu family, he was a third-level guardian of the flame. He was acutely aware of the perils lurking in the outskirts. To put it bluntly, the remote outskirts surrounding the major cities of the Great Xia are, in secret, the strongholds of the demonic tribes and their heretical minions. Over the years, they have been slowly attempting to erode the great Xia. But fortunately, the Guardians of the Flame are ever vigilant, secretly battling these monsters. The fact that such a prodigy of the blade resides in such a treacherous area is alarming. Should he meet with misfortune, it would be a significant loss for our Knife River Martial Arts School. Upon returning, I must report this matter to the headmaster. The driver mused silently, then smiled and said, "Rest assured, I will ensure Master Su reaches his destination safely. By the way, miss, did you not have something to ask Master Su?" Upon hearing this, Lu Mingye's expression froze. "Oh, right. I almost forgot about that." She turned her face towards Su Kan and instinctively asked, "Would you be willing to be my practice partner for blade training?" The moment the words left her mouth, the realization struck her, causing her to panic and look away, feeling somewhat flustered. The driver paused, his breath catching as he looked at his young lady with astonishment through the rearview mirror. "My lady, your words are truly astonishing. Shouldn't you be gradually coaxing Master Su to reveal his identity?" Clearing his throat, he continued, "What my lady means is that your swordsmanship is remarkable, and having mastered the sleeve dragon technique. She too practices the blade and would like to discuss it with you when time permits." Su Kan, upon hearing this, regained his composure. "That is certainly agreeable. Lu classmate is a true talent with an exceptional affinity for the blade. To engage in discussion with such a gifted practitioner is the dream of countless swordsmen. However, I do have part-time commitments, which may limit my availability. I will pay for your time." Lu Mingdai interjected eagerly. "How much?" The driver's eyes widened beneath his sunglasses. Caught between words, his young mistress was simply too straightforward. "Ahem, Lu classmate, here is my account name for the wristband. Let us discuss this privately." Su Kan quietly extended his wristband interface, his heart racing. Was he about to be supported by a wealthy patroness? Although he couldn't comprehend why the daughter of the Knife River Martial Arts School, already endowed with countless resources, sought him as a practice partner, the allure was undeniable. Refusing such an offer would be akin to inviting calamity. This was a wealthy lady with a 500 million vehicle. Moreover, she was a blade prodigy, surpassing his own prowess. This opportunity felt like a stroke of fortune, an attractive genius partner for training, with the added incentive of financial compensation, and most importantly, the initiative was hers. Yes, Lu Mingdai quickly extended her hand. Ding. The addition was successful. As Su Kan glanced at the name on her wristband account, the corners of his mouth twitched. "I am a blade." It was strikingly reminiscent of the name of the Eternal Summit, this blade maiden. How fervently she aspired to embody the essence of the sword. As for Lu Mingye's bracelet, it is rather sophisticated, directly projecting a virtual interface. The slender and fair hand of the young girl tapped the screen, promptly creating a group for Su Kan, unique blade companion. A smile illuminated Su Kan's face. It felt delightful to be remembered by a wealthy lady. After placing Su Kan the unique blade companion group, Lu Mingdai continued to modify the notes. Her exquisite profile wore a serious expression as she altered Su Kan's original username to another blade. Su Kan inhaled sharply. "Classmate Su, the addition is complete." Lu Mingdai rarely managed to muster a smile. "I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Before long, the Xiaolong 99 arrived at the foot of the 3 buildings in Guanshan Village. With the privilege of aerial flight, it took less than 2 hours. This speed surpassed that of ordinary new energy vehicles by several times. If Huang Mao were driving, it might have taken just an hour. As Su Kan departed the vehicle, Lu Mingdai lamented, "Uncle Chun, why are you driving so fast? I haven't even had the chance to ask classmate Su any questions yet. Oh, my little ancestor. If I hadn't facilitated this, you wouldn't even be able to add him as a friend. Your delicate hands would surely be calloused by now." Driver Chen inwardly groaned, but quickly reassured her, "Miss, you already have the friend connection with young Master Su's bracelet. Later, you can ask him for the friend information regarding the Eternal Summit, and that will confirm his identity completely." "All right, Uncle Chun, how should I compensate classmates Su for his time? 10,000 for an hour seems too little. What do you think about 100,000? Chapter 43. There are spirits near the agricultural trade street. After mastering the art of traversing walls, your agility has remarkably transcended any previous limits, achieving an ethereal state of weightlessness. The martial heroes of the realm kneel in reverence, exclaiming that you are a living deity, as the rewards for your whirlwind achievements accumulate. Reward: agility talent further enhanced by 30. Current agility talent, 80, a living deity, so can pause momentarily while walking down the corridor. Is this the power of the Xiaolong, 99? In a world of modest martial arts, while others are still leaping across rooftops, I've already ascended to the skies. It is indeed a surreal experience. With an additional 30 boost to my agility talent, the long-forgotten paranoia of being pursued resurfaced. As he treaded cautiously on the familiar staircase, Sukin felt a deep-seated fear of slipping and being ensnared by the very air around him. Rising on his toes and grasping the handrail, he stealthily approached his doorstep. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the transformed living room, brightly illuminated. His mother, Lian, was still awake, engrossed in a projected television program while seated in her automatic wheelchair. The heating function of the wheelchair had visibly revived her pallid complexion, infusing it with a hint of vitality. "Mom, I'm back," he said with a gentle smile, placing the still-warm food container on the dining table of the wheelchair. "And Dad?" Lian turned her head at the sound of his voice, exhaling a resigned smile. "Didn't you tell him to stop working? He resigned tonight and took the cigarettes and wine you bought to bid farewell to his colleagues. Honestly, at his age, he still cares so much about appearances. Mom, they're just colleagues he has worked with for some time. You shouldn't be so calculative. It's late now. You must be hungry. Look at what I brought back." With that, Sukin eagerly opened the food container, releasing an aromatic steam that filled the air. Inside lay a feast of exquisite delicacies. Lian's eyes widened in astonishment. These are things one normally only sees on television. This classmate reunion you attended must have been quite grand. Indeed, it was quite splendid. Observing his mother, who hesitated to partake, yet could not suppress her salivation, Sukin gently urged, "Please eat, or we'll get cold." Their family, being of ordinary means, often felt anxious and self-conscious when faced with items they once deemed unimaginable. "I'll save half for Dad. He has had some drinks, so he should be hungry when he returns." Once Lian finally dared to gingerly pick a piece of meat and chew it, Sukin settled onto a small stool beside her. He retrieved the heat therapy liquid he had purchased from the HR Alliance and, using a cotton swab, began to apply it to her knees. Her thin, darkened calves resembled withered wood, devoid of any semblance of human vitality, stirring a profound ache in Sukin's heart. "In a few days, I'll take Mom to the Knife River Martial Arts School to try it out." On his way back, Sukin had already inquired with Lu Mingdai about the conditions for accessing the Xian pool. The answer he received was that one must first cultivate the breathing method and attune oneself to the source energy of the universe to enter the Xian pool. Otherwise, it would render the cleansing process ineffective, at best merely enhancing physical strength without improving the affinity for the source energy. Upon hearing this, Sukin felt as though his heart had leapt to his throat. However, upon realizing that the treatment still proved effective and that ordinary individuals could also undergo the cleansing, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sukin was indifferent to the notion of affinity. As long as the exuberant life force of the precious tree remained intact and could heal his mother's frail body, that was the most favorable outcome for him. At that moment, his wristband suddenly buzzed with a message from Lu Mingdai. "Su, what is your name in Eternal Summit? If you lack time in reality, we could discuss matters in Eternal Summit every evening." Smiley face, a message from a wealthy lady. Sukin quickly replied, "I apologize, Lu, but due to being on a temporary account and being forced online, I have been restricted for a few days. I will send you my name as soon as the restriction is lifted." "Temporary account. No problem. Just remember to add me once you're online. My account name is I am a knife. As for the training, discussion fee, I will consult you on that later. I'm off to browse the online store for the void instrument. If I find a suitable one, I'll gift you one." "Going to look for a void instrument? Gifted me one. What is this nonchalant tone that feels as effortless as sipping water?" Sukin's heart raced. Is this the affection of a wealthy lady? In an instant, he seemed to grasp the sentiment of a little puppy, a mere display of charm, and the sister would immediately whip out a black card and throw it in his face. Such overwhelming security. Yet the puzzling part was that he had not even acted coy. Why had she suddenly become so affectionate? Feeling blissful, Sukin continued to assist Li Yin in wiping her calves. An hour slipped by unnoticed, and soon it was nearing midnight. It was so late, yet his father had not returned. Sukin approached the window, gazing at the darkened homes around him, his brow furrowed. Normally, even if Su Changwa had been drinking with colleagues, he would return by 10 o'clock. Yet now, it was almost midnight, and he was still absent. Mom, Dad has resigned. Surely you can tell me what new job he has taken up? Why does he work late every night? This morning, I encountered an uncle from Dad's factory, and he clearly stated there's no need for overtime. As Su can watch television alongside Li Yin in anticipation of Su Changwa's return, he noticed her expression change, forcing a smile. He was transferred to a branch. The branch is quite busy. Do I look like a fool? Faced with Su Kin's penetrating gaze, Li Yin hesitated to speak. Say it. Our family faced difficulties before. Your father insisted on becoming a guard. What? Su Kin's expression shifted abruptly, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at Li Yin. A guard? Isn't that just cooperating with those mysterious Firewatch patrols or being an auxiliary police officer to seal off scenes? Where is Dad now? Your father is not working tonight. He is simply dining with his fellow auxiliary police colleagues, so there should be no cause for alarm. Yet, regardless of that, I am still quite anxious at this late hour. Which street? Please tell me. It's South Agricultural Trade Street. What are you planning to do, Xiaoqian? Sukin's face was filled with urgency as he grabbed his coat and dashed out the door. After sprinting for 20 minutes through the darkness, he found himself less than 2 kilometers from Agricultural Trade Street. In what should have been a tranquil night, shadows flitted about, some hauling luggage, others pushing makeshift carts, all bearing expressions of terror as they hurried away. Sukin even heard, there are ghosts on Agricultural Trade Street. Young people, do not go near. Chapter 44. What heroism in old age? Is there a ghost in the Agricultural Trade Street? Sukin's body trembled uncontrollably. In the next moment, he cried out, Dad, please be safe. He dashed toward Agricultural Trade Street with unprecedented speed. Young man, don't go there. Hey, it's dangerous over there. Meanwhile, outside Agricultural Trade Street, several guards were urgently evacuating the crowd. Hurry, move away from the street. Residents of Tian Village and Shirtu Village, listen. Agricultural Trade Street is currently under a disaster attack. Those who can move must evacuate swiftly. Await rescue. Run. Move quickly. The guards outside the street wore anxious expressions. While dispersing the crowd, they struggled to erect folding barriers to seal off sections of the street. However, the 2 adjacent urban villages had a vast population, each housing thousands. How could a handful of ordinary guards handle such chaos? Has the rescue team not arrived yet? A middle-aged guard in his 40s trembled as he asked a younger guard beside him. The young guard, visibly flustered, responded, Captain, it's not just us under attack. 2 other locations have also been struck. The first responders are still managing the aftermath. We must hold on a little longer. Hold on. What do we have to sustain ourselves? The middle-aged guard exclaimed in fury. We have no idea what's happening inside Agricultural Trade Street. After old Su sent out the alert, we lost all contact. The few combat personnel available are merely ordinary martial guards who have only just begun their training. If they could withstand this, they would have already become seasoned warriors. The civilians still trapped inside are hiding in every corner. Every second we delay could cost lives. Keep trying to reach the bureau, quickly. All right. Yes, Captain. The young guard hastily resumed dialing. A sudden gust of wind swept through. Old Su, are you referring to Su Changwa? As the middle-aged guard was about to pull the barrier again, he heard a voice and instinctively reached for his weapon, only to find his hand restrained by another. Despite his efforts, he could not budge it. Staring at the youth before him, clad in a martial arts school uniform, the middle-aged guard was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in anger. Why are you here? You should be seeking shelter. This area is a disaster zone. Taking a deep breath, Sukin transformed his palm into a blade. With a terrifying force, an invisible blade of energy struck down onto the cement ground beside him. Bang! Stones flew in all directions, dust rising as the concrete was cleaved, creating a gash several meters long. Tell me, is Su Changwa inside? The middle-aged guard, aghast at the sight of the blade mark on the ground, quickly nodded. Yes. Old Su was at a gathering with his colleagues after work, after the sudden incident. We lost contact. He is still inside Agricultural Trade Street. Before he could finish his sentence, the middle-aged guard felt an emptiness at his waist. His long knife had vanished without a trace. The thunderous roar echoed in his ears, and in the blink of an eye, the boy had seemingly vanished as if struck by lightning. The boy has entered. What astonishing speed! Much swifter than a martial artist just stepping into the first realm. The middle-aged man quickly turned to the young guard, his eyes filled with urgency. Quick! Use every means to contact those inside. Alert them that a high school student has rushed in. At this moment, within the sprawling agricultural market, stretching for thousands of meters and nestled between two urban villages, a dozen auxiliary police officers stood atop the surrounding residential buildings, wielding massive searchlights aimed at the bustling market below. Among them was Su Changhua, whose complexion was pale, breathing labored, and his condition alarmingly frail. The fabric of his police uniform appeared to have been sliced by a sharp blade, revealing a gruesome, blood-soaked scar across his chest, blood seeping out and saturating his uniform. Old Su, you should retreat. We can handle it here. If you continue like this, you will bleed out. One of the auxiliary officers, holding a searchlight, looked at Su Changhua with concern. No, without my searchlight, the guards below will face greater peril. Though I, Su Changhua, may not be a formidable force clad in this uniform, I must fulfill my duty to protect my country. Su Changhua shook his head resolutely, his eyes filled with determination. Even as his body swayed precariously, his hands firmly gripping the searchlight directed downward. The beam illuminated a scene of carnage, severed limbs and flowing blood, staining the market's floor crimson, reflecting an eerie, blood-red glow. Huffing and panting, several figures armed with weapons stood amidst the pools of blood, their backs pressed together, nervously scanning their surroundings. Within the light, the bodies lay strewn about, while beyond it, a shadow lurked in the oppressive darkness, emitting a chilling sound reminiscent of movement in a swamp. Suddenly, the shadow lunged forth. A guard, his eyes blurred by blood, squinted momentarily, only to feel a sharp pain in his arm. My hand! Blood sprayed forth as his entire arm vanished, the severed edge smooth as if sliced cleanly by a razor. The shadow emitted a series of bone-chilling crunches. The remaining guards, faces pale with terror, trembled uncontrollably. The events had unfolded too rapidly for them to react. One of their comrades had already fallen victim. They tensed, quickly forming a protective circle around the injured guard. Don't lose focus. Hold on. We must endure until the Firewatch arrives. Otherwise, we shall all perish here. Beeping sounded from the communicator, and one guard's expression brightened. Could it be the Firewatch has arrived? Finally connected. Guard Commander, we have an emergency. A boy has rushed in. What sort of joke is this? The creature within is a first-tier shadow ghost. Do you still believe our situation is not perilous enough? Its speed is astonishing. We cannot stop it. Useless fools. The leading warrior's face turned ashen. The Fire Guardian has not yet arrived, and here comes a wretched brat? It is likely that the moment one steps into the shadow ghost perception range, they will be eliminated instantly. As warriors, they are compelled to prioritize the lives of the people. Listen, if someone rushes in, act according to your capabilities and strive to avoid greater casualties. On the rooftop of the dilapidated building, a group of auxiliary officers watched in horror as one warrior, having lost an arm, trembled uncontrollably. Su Chang was vision blurred, and the flashlight in his hand began to sway. The light flickered uncertainly, and in the next moment, he began to fall backward. Old Su, the auxiliary officers, who had been attentively observing his condition, turned pale and rushed forward with the flashlight. To their astonishment, a humanoid silhouette suddenly appeared behind Su Changhua. It seemed to be supported by something, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. At his age, why still play the hero? As the wind caused the rooftop to creak, a dim light flickered from the light bulb, revealing Su Kin's tall and slender figure, barely visible. He wielded a dark red longsword, forged in the likeness of the Fireblade. With one arm wrapped around Su Changhua, he fixed his gaze on the latter's grotesque scar upon his chest. His once handsome face was now devoid of expression, eyes gleaming with the crimson reflection of bloodlust, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, unable to be contained. An overwhelming desire for vengeance. Chapter 45, Strike. At this moment, whoosh, in the direction of the western district of the outer city, a sleek dark red energy vehicle sped towards the southern district. Its velocity was akin to a profound red comet streaking through the night, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was tense. Why have calamities been erupting so frequently? Just as one crisis was quelled, another arose? And from the Southern District, no less. Is there no one left in the Southern District? Indeed, it is perplexing why the headquarters in Xiaoqing has not allocated more personnel. Our Western District is overwhelmed. There is no choice. The Daxia of recent years has not enjoyed the peace of the previous decade. We have entered a turbulent phase with the alien races, a cycle of turmoil that plagues our generation of the Flame Guardians. A few Flame Guardians, cloaked in dark attire with their faces obscured by shadowy hoods, sat rigidly on the hard seats, their standard weapons laid out on the table, their tone tinged with frustration. The dark red blood blade, still stained with fresh blood, bore witness to their recent battle. No more complaints. We Flame Guardians were established to counter the alien races. This is our duty, admonished a tall figure seated independently, arms crossed, a dark blood knife resting across his legs. As long as even a single alien remains within Daxia, we cannot afford to rest. The Flame Guardians fell silent. At this moment, the tall figure activated a virtual projection screen, displaying scenes from the outskirts of the Southern District, where several martial guards were on the defensive, confronting a shadow demon. As one martial guard lost an arm, the expressions of the Flame Guardians tightened. Shadow demons. Truly troublesome entities. Fortunately, it was merely a first-stage shadow demon in its developmental phase. Otherwise, those martial guards and the auxiliary officers would likely have been slaughtered in an instant. A mature shadow demon could not be subdued without 3 or 4 first-level Flame Guardians. Yet, even a developing shadow demon would pose a significant challenge for the martial guards, whose agility was evidently lacking. They might not last until our arrival. Alas, even the auxiliary officers were starting to falter. If the illumination was lost in that harsh environment, the martial guards without advanced night vision equipment would be doomed. In the image, a beam of light descended from above, precariously wavering, on the verge of losing its target. Suddenly, a boy clad in a school uniform appeared behind the auxiliary officer, supporting him with his body. The boy, wielding a replica flame blade, stared expressionlessly at the chaos unfolding in the marketplace. What is happening? A high school student suddenly appears? How did he get here? The surveillance cameras failed to capture it. How could the auxiliary officers allow a high school student into the fray? What is his intention? Does he wish to join the battle? Is he courting death? A high school student, who has never even faced an alien trial, thinks he can play the hero like an adult? Inside the vehicle, the Flame Guardians furrowed their brows, fixated on the armed boy, their expressions revealing their disbelief. Meanwhile, within the bustling market of Agricultural Trade Street, a voice called out, "Xiaocan?" Among the auxiliary police officers who cast their gazes towards Su Changhua, one officer, balding and of a similar age to Su, exclaimed in astonishment, "What are you doing here? Hurry and leave." Uncle Gang. Sukin turned towards the middle-aged man. This Uncle Gang had previously worked alongside Su's father in the same factory and was also a resident of Guanshan Village. During a time of hardship, he had lent money to help Su's mother purchase medicine. Unexpectedly, this seemingly earnest and simple man had joined his father in secretly undertaking the perilous role of an auxiliary police officer. "Uncle Gang, quickly, take my dad to the hospital." As Uncle Gang approached, Sukin hurriedly entrusted Su Changhua to him. "Xiaocan, what are you planning to do?" Armed with a gleaming long knife, Sukin turned his gaze towards the shadowy figures of shadow demons that were toying with the other auxiliary officers below, his voice cold and biting as it emerged from between clenched teeth. "Cut it down. What nonsense are you spouting? Is that something you can handle? Quickly, take your father and leave. Uncle Gang will cover your retreat with the flashlight." Suddenly, as if sensing the commotion, the shadow demons, which had been rushing forward, abruptly changed direction in the narrow crevice of shadows. They leaped several meters into the air, and the other auxiliary officers, caught off guard, could barely glimpse a grotesque silhouette resembling a human as it lunged towards the old tenement where Sukin stood. "This is bad." The expressions of several auxiliary officers shifted drastically as they rushed forward, leaping high into the air, but neither their speed nor explosive power could match that of the shadow demons, leaving them helplessly watching as the dark figure lunged towards the three. seeking death. In the next moment, Sukan moved as if propelled by thunder, leaping down from the building. His body crackled with the sound of spreading lightning. And with his acute senses of hearing and sight, the shadow demon was rendered invisible before him. Muscles bulged in his arms as he unleashed his full strength, taking advantage of his downward momentum. Crack! The speed of his blade surged, akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving through the night sky, descending with ferocious force. Clang! The sharp, jarring sound of metal clashing resonated through the night as the blood-drenched blade accurately struck the shadow demon's outstretched, pitch-black claws. With the sound of flesh being torn, the once feared claws were severed, and a foul, acrid spray of blood erupted forth. The shadow demon howled in agony, retreating with an even swifter speed. Boom! It crashed through the iron hull and landed heavily upon the blood-soaked concrete, blood splattering as the ground instantly caved in and cracked, echoing with the pained wails of the demon. As the auxiliary officers landed back on the ground, they stood frozen in disbelief. In the dim light, they seemed to witness a high school boy in a uniform leaping down, wielding a replica long knife that glimmered with traces of blood, and astonishingly severing the claws of the shadow demon. How could this be possible? A high school student displaying such formidable power? Though they themselves had only just stepped into the realm of martial practitioners. Nevertheless, having transcended into this realm and mastered the art of breathing, wielding the same blade, none could etch even the faintest mark upon the slender, deathly black claws resembling a scythe. Yet this young lad managed to sever it effortlessly. Are contemporary high school students this formidable? The team leader, Wu Wei, who had recently been engulfed in anxiety and concern upon arriving at the scene because of Su Kan, suddenly seemed to recall something and exclaimed in astonishment. Thunderous sound. A clap of thunder. The youth had just employed the renowned Thunder Nine Blades of the Knife River Martial Arts School. Chapter 46. The Thundercloud Conceals the Dragon. The mother body is the Thunderclap Nine Blades. That young man actually executed the Thunderclap Nine Blades, in comparison to the vigilant watch of several martial guards. The Blood Fox squad, driving towards the scene in their specialized vehicle, had an even clearer view thanks to their advanced heavenly eye surveillance system. They could almost feel as though they were present at the scene, the resounding thunder echoing from the virtual projection. The few members of the fire guard within the vehicle immediately recognized the significance and turned to their captain. Their captain was not only a member of the fire guard, but also an elite disciple of the Knife River Martial Arts School. Indeed, it is the Thunderclap Nine Blades. Gao Chong nodded emphatically. Only the breaking limits of the Thunderclap Nine Blades could unleash a power far exceeding one's own life energy level and produce the sound of thunder. With their captain's affirmation, the members of the fire guard exchanged glances. A high school student has actually comprehended the Thunderclap Nine Blades. Impressive. Captain, did you not mention days ago that your Knife River Martial Arts School had discovered a young man at the peak of eternity who had mastered the second level of the Thunderclap and defeated a Blade Maiden of the same realm? It couldn't possibly be. As the conversation concluded, recent news indicated that besides the Dream Butterfly Jr., there was another student who had mastered the Thunderclap Nine Blades in Xiaocheng. Most likely, it is this young man. Gao Chong took a deep breath. Quickly, let us hasten to the scene. The shadow demon had lost a claw and would likely refrain from confronting that young brother directly, resorting instead to stealthy ambushes from the shadows. If one were to be careless in such a situation, they could easily fall victim to a fatal attack. And the shadow demon is a creature that thrives in groups. Simultaneously, he utilized the Heavenly Eye's authority to relay the scene to the Knife River Martial Arts School in Xiaocheng. As Gao Chong had surmised, after losing an arm, the shadow demon hastily retreated into the shadows, circling around Su Kan. However, under Su Kan's formidable sixth sense, whether through sight, hearing, or even smell, the shadow demon, exuding a distinctly inhuman scent of blood, was as conspicuous as a moving target in broad daylight. Casting a glance at Uncle Gang, who was escorting Su Changhua away from this place, Su Kan secretly exhaled in relief. Suddenly, the shadow demon lunged at him with its remaining healthy claw. Be careful. The three martial guards, sensing the disturbance, urgently warned. Yet, Su Kan remained calm, unfurling his sword intent as he wielded his long blade. initiating the first form of the Azure Dragon hidden in sleeve. The blade energy surged, becoming exceedingly ferocious under the influence of the thunderclap 9 blades. The ethereal mist instantaneously transformed into a tumultuous thundercloud, while the long blade became a furious thunder dragon weaving through the storm. Thundercloud conceals the dragon. In his initial attempt to blend the two sword techniques, Su Kan's Azure Dragon hidden in sleeve power surged to a level comparable to that of an entry-level sword technique. With a swift motion, it was as if Su Kan had eyes behind him. This strike of the Thunder Dragon's claw, under the violent blade flow, severed the 3 sharp claws of the Shadow Demon once more. With a wail, the Shadow Demon recoiled, rolling back into the shadows. One cannot afford to linger in this situation, where one's flesh is torn, yet one must maintain the ferocity of the hidden dragon's blade. It demands both mental fortitude and physical stamina. Su Kan, emboldened and relentless, unleashed his enhanced agility, executing the wind-chasing step of the minor realm, and surged into the shadows with a fierce blade intent. This scene caused several guards to feel their hearts tighten. This youth dared to plunge into the shadowy domain where the specters thrived? What difference was there from leaping into a river to catch fish with bare hands? Quickly, shine the lights on that young man, a guard urged hastily. The auxiliary officer atop the old civilian building flailed about, struggling to maneuver the spotlight. Yet, how could their ordinary dynamic vision capture the silhouettes of a person and a ghost? In the darkness, amidst the continuous clashing of steel, the guard stationed in the light felt a pang of anxiety. Contact the rescue team. This young man is far too reckless. He could have easily deterred the specter with the power of the Thunderblade by remaining in the light, buying himself time. Now, by plunging into the darkness, he was merely undermining his own combat strength. In less than a minute, the sounds of battle abruptly ceased, and the crowd held their breath. The guards, tense and alert, immediately assumed combat stances, eyes fixed on the last location of the conflict, hardly daring to exhale, as if facing a formidable enemy. The auxiliary officer's spotlight swept back and forth until one beam suddenly halted. "Found it!" one officer exclaimed, and the other lights quickly followed suit. Under the blinding illumination, the sight of severed limbs and dismembered body parts was shocking. A slender figure stood amidst a pool of dark crimson blood, the fire blade in hand, stained with the dark fluid dripping from the blade's tip. At its feet lay a writhing, grotesque body, hardly human, with skin shriveled and emaciated. The arms, longer than the torso, had been severed, and thick black blood oozed from the gaping wounds. 2 meters away, a head devoid of facial features, yet filled with sharp teeth, lay severed on the ground, the teeth still twitching as if in a grotesque act of chewing. Dead. The guards stared wide-eyed, incredulous, at the decapitated specter on the ground. This youth had truly slain a specter in its developmental stage, equivalent to a human with a life energy level of around 15 points. And this youth was merely a high school student, more composed and adept than some university students who had undergone trials against otherworldly beings. With a casual flick of the blade, Su Kan privately exhaled a sigh of relief. Had it not been for his acute senses and formidable agility, even with the amplified power of his blade techniques, slaying the specter, whose speed had equally increased in the darkness, would have proven exceedingly challenging. Additional rewards for transcending boundaries are being added. Reward: when facing an opponent of a higher realm, upon entering combat mode, an additional designated ability will be enhanced by 10 for a duration of 5 minutes. Current designated abilities, 2. Indeed, when confronted with a stronger adversary, the effects of transcending boundaries also accumulate, transforming from 1 ability to 2. It is likely that in the future, alongside the designated abilities, the effects and duration of enhancements will continue to multiply. Su Kan felt a surge of anticipation. Thus, the diversity of his operational capabilities would undoubtedly expand. It is akin to the recent fusion of the Thunder 9 blades and the first form of the Sleeve Dragon. The Thunder Cloud Concealed Dragon, if simultaneously designated for a 10 enhancement, the outcome would transcend the mere addition of 1 + 1. In their mutual reinforcement, the strength would only amplify. Casting a glance at the grotesque head, still gnawing on the ground, Su Kan felt an urgency within, ready to turn away from the scene to assess his father's injuries. Alas, unexpectedly, the head of the shadowy ghost, which was on the brink of ceasing its gnawing, suddenly opened its myriad of small mouths, emitting a shrill, piercing wail akin to an infant's cry. A martial guard, regaining his senses, seemed to recall something and urgently urged, "Young brother, swiftly behead that head." Su Kan's brow furrowed deeply. The blade sliced through, cleaving the head in two. Was it not yet dead after being decapitated? The wailing intensified. Almost simultaneously, a cacophony of ghostly howls erupted from the intricate alleyways. One in particular, especially jarring, resonated from afar, as though its source stood right before him. The sound of sharp blades piercing flesh echoed, and in an instant, the auxiliary officer atop the old residential building had his skull pierced, illuminating lamps crashing to the ground, plunging the surroundings into a profound darkness. In the next moment, whoosh! It was as if something darted through the shadows at an alarming speed. Thud, thud, thud. The few remaining old light strips on the rooftop shattered. The mother body. There exists a ghost nest here. The martial guard's voice abruptly ceased. Su Kan's expression shifted dramatically. He executed the second form, the tail flickering, unleashing a surge of blade energy to instinctively repel the impending threat. Clang! The blade met with a violent impact, a terrifying force nearly shattering the ember blade. Su Kan was sent stumbling back several meters, his wrist trembling, blood seeping from his palm, shock evident in his gaze. He was surrounded, with acute visual and auditory perception. Apart from the gnawing sounds from the rooftop where 12 auxiliary officers were stationed, he vaguely discerned a shadowy figure towering over 3 meters. Crouched atop the highest old residential building, a tail adorned with backward hooks entwining the bodies of the 3 martial guards, swaying menacingly. Chapter 47. The soul's great adventure in the vehicle of the Firefox Squad. Several members, including Gao Chong, stood up simultaneously, their faces obscured beneath hoods, reflecting an air of grave concern. How infuriating! Even if merely an additional shadow ghost appeared, considering the extraordinary swordplay and agility demonstrated by that youth. It should have posed no significant challenge. Yet, now a maternal entity had emerged alongside 12 developing offspring. Such a formidable presence would require utmost caution even from a second-tier martial artist. The fate of that young man appeared increasingly dire. The martial guards were equally foolish. Did they not realize that once the shadow ghost was slain, the immediate priority was to obliterate its head? There was no point in lamenting now. Captain, did you not already transmit the footage back to the Knife River Martial Arts Academy? Even if we rushed there, it would take at least 5 to 6 minutes. There was no way that young man could endure that long. However, should the Sword King intervene, with the swiftness of a 7th-tier martial king, he could traverse the inner city in under a minute. The real fear was that the youth might not withstand even that brief interval. Moments earlier, within the Knife River Martial Arts Academy in Xiaocheng. Indeed, it was that lad. Lu Chung sat alone in his martial arts chamber, scrutinizing the comprehensive dossier sent from headquarters regarding Su Kan. He read each word with utmost seriousness. Su Kan comes from a humble background, resides in the Outer District, a student in Class 7 of the 3rd High School. Awakened his martial bone 2 days after the summer break, and upon the commencement of the new term, displayed astonishing martial aptitude, thus gaining entry into the elite class. Recently, he selected the first martial art, the Thunderclap 9 Blades. At this point, Lu Chung found himself momentarily stunned, gasping in astonishment. So, that young man had practiced the Thunderclap 9 Blades and achieved the level of executing 2 Thunderclap sounds in less than a week. Lu Chung trembled, his face flushed, overwhelmed not only by shock but also by exhilaration. Such talent in the art of the blade could rival even the headmaster of the academy. It was almost unthinkable. Lu Chung, wide-eyed, continued to read. Subsequently logged into the Eternal Pinnacle using a temporary account to hone his sword skills. Achieving 9 consecutive victories and defeating the Blade Princess with 2 Thunderclap sounds, thus successfully establishing his position, while attempting to continue logging in despite being penalized by the system. Lu Cheng's lips twitched. No wonder that girl, Ming Dai, had sent him countless friend requests in recent days, only to be met with indifference from the boy. He was evidently facing penalties. The following day, The administration of the third high school learned of his situation in the Eternal Pinnacle and informed him that he could select foundational martial arts from our Knife River Martial Arts Academy. He chose the Sleeve Dragon, and according to information from his martial arts instructor, he mastered it to a minor completion in less than 2 hours. This was astonishing. Liu Cheng was utterly astounded. Thus, the cultivation of the Sleeve Dragon did not take a day, nor two, but less than 2 hours. Lighting a cigarette in a fit of disbelief, Liu Cheng reclined in his armchair, the horror in his eyes unabated. The smoke rings he exhaled trembled and faltered. It is noteworthy that the martial bone awakened in Su Can appears to be far from ordinary. His rate of cultivation surpasses that of the average extraordinary martial bone. Warranting attention. Setting aside this information, Liu Cheng wore a broad smile, his lips unable to contain their upward curvature. This cultivation speed pales in comparison to the talent for the blade path. No wonder the Grand Master has instructed that by tomorrow, we shall extend the utmost hospitality of our Blade River Martial Academy to that young man. Such talent in the blade path is sure to excite the master, who is quite passionate about swords. The mere thought of inviting such a prodigious talent in swordsmanship to join the Blade River Martial Academy fills Liu Cheng with immense joy, as he anticipates the generous rewards that the Grand Master will bestow upon him. An 8th realm martial saint, particularly one from the great Xia, is among the most promising candidates to ascend to the 9th realm martial deity. The allure of the rewards for a 7th realm blade king is self-evident. Knock, knock. At that moment, the door to the martial arts chamber was rapped upon. Liu Cheng, immersed in his exuberance, impatiently declared, "Let me be alone." Still in a state of extreme excitement, he thought that any matters could wait until his smile had settled. "Master, a high-level student has discovered a young boy who has cultivated the Thunderclap 9 blades." Liu Cheng was taken aback. How could another boy proficient in the Thunderclap 9 blades emerge? Wasn't it already established that Su Can was the one who had mastered it? Had the Thunderclap 9 blades of their Blade River Martial Academy become as common as cabbages? Or perhaps there was an abundance of blade talents in recent years. Blessed be their academy? Come in. Upon opening the door, an instructor swiftly approached Liu Cheng's side. What is this about a young boy mastering the Thunderclap 9 blades? The instructor promptly replied, a high-level student, while executing a mission as a torchbearer, discovered a boy who has mastered the Thunderclap 9 blades through celestial surveillance. This boy seems to be engaged in combat with a shadow demon. A boy who has mastered the Thunderclap 9 blades is still battling a shadow demon? Liu Cheng straightened, his eyes filled with perplexity. In the outer district? Indeed, see for yourself. With that, the instructor activated his wrist device, synchronizing the surveillance footage. The screen displayed Su Can employing the wind-chasing steps, plunging into the night in pursuit of the shadow demon. That figure, it was none other than Su Can. Wait, why has he gone to fight the shadow demon? Liu Cheng's heart raced as he was about to rise, but to his astonishment, the Su Can on the screen swiftly decapitated the shadow demon under the ferocious momentum of the Thunderclap blade Might. What a remarkable young man. He has actually integrated the energy of the Thunderclap 9 blades into the Sleeve Green Dragon, and he has managed to apply it in actual combat. How long has he been cultivating these techniques? Overwhelmed with astonishment, Liu Cheng's heart, which had been in suspense, finally relaxed upon witnessing the boy's triumph over the shadow demon. Truly, he is a prodigy of the blade path. With such achievements, his practical examination scores will be more than adequate. Liu Cheng lifted the tea from the table, sipping it with a beaming expression. The instructor beside him, equally astonished, was about to turn off the screen. Suddenly, a cacophony of ghostly howls erupted from the footage. Suddenly, a shadowy specter emerged from all directions, its razor-sharp claws piercing the skull of a nearby auxiliary officer in an instant. A notably larger shadow creature, with a tail adorned with menacing barbs, shattered the surrounding light fixtures before it once again penetrated the ranks of 3 armed guards. The tail's tip, imbued with formidable force, aimed directly at Su Can, who narrowly defended himself with the blade, only to be violently pushed back several meters. With a gasp, Liu Cheng spat out his tea, his expression dazed, as if his very soul were about to escape from terror. In the next moment, he transformed into a brilliant flash of steel. piercing through the glass of the outer wall of the Knife River Martial Arts Hall. A resounding blade cry echoed through the heavens as he surged toward the outer city, leaving a trail of blinding light across the night sky, reminiscent of a comet racing through the dawn city. Countless souls in the inner city were seized by fear, their heads snapping upward in bewilderment to behold the lingering radiance of the blade. Yet, among all those stricken by terror, Liu Cheng was undeniably the most affected, his spirit soaring in fright. "Oh, little ancestor, please, do not let any harm befall you." Chapter 48. Awakening, the thunderous dragon emerges from the sleeve in the pitch-black night. A multitude of phantoms lurked ominously around. Sukin wore a grave expression, his countenance pale to the extreme. Sweat trickled from his palms, mingling with the blood seeping from his tiger-like grip, a painful and stinging sensation. The situation had escalated to a point where his confidence in countering this threat had waned significantly, setting aside his physical stamina. Even if he were to unleash his martial prowess to its utmost extent, his life energy barely exceeded 6 points. Under the overwhelming force of numbers, the might of martial arts proved to be ultimately limited. The sole consolation was that it had just passed midnight, and the effects of transcending levels had successfully refreshed. Observing the auxiliary officers above who had been nearly devoured, the attention of the shadowy figures now shifted towards him. Sukin found himself in a state of heightened anxiety, and without a moment's hesitation, he designated his movement technique and the thunderous 9 blades. Having already advanced from a 97 proficiency in the 3rd tier to the 4th tier due to a 30 innate agility enhancement, he now received an additional 10 boost, pushing his movement instincts to their zenith. This also greatly augmented his wind-chasing shadow capturing technique. Under normal circumstances, in a one-on-one confrontation, Sukin would undoubtedly have chosen the Azure Dragon from his sleeve along with the Thunderblade. However, now faced with a group assault, his movement technique was his fundamental means of increasing his margin for error and preserving his life. Even in defeat, he hoped to endure long enough to await rescue. The designated Thunderblade, with its physical and skeletal limitations breached, was the key to his breakthrough. Indeed, Sukin aimed to capture the leader before apprehending the thieves. The colossal shadowy figure was likely the source of this horde of phantoms, should he be able to slay it. Just as he pondered this, in the next moment, 12 dark figures erupted into a frenzy, leaping down from the dilapidated buildings in a coordinated assault, converging upon Sukin. Thunderclouds conceal the dragon. The ferocious blade technique unfurled, and Sukin's focus sharpened intensely. The instant they made contact, 12 sharp claws, akin to long blades, viciously thrust towards him from all directions. Clang, clang, clang. The blade light flickered like lightning, ceaselessly deflecting the majority of the strikes. For those moments when he could not swing his blade in defense, Sukin narrowly evaded using his agility techniques. Furthermore, in this perilous situation, he utilized the force of the attacks against themselves, redirecting his blade to strike at one of the shadowy creature's heads. With a swift motion, his blade cleaved through the head of the phantom, and he retracted it to fend off another creature's claws. In the blink of an eye, he not only repelled a wave of assaults, but also dispatched one of the phantoms. Excellent. Observing through the surveillance, the Firefox team relaxed their tightly clenched fists, exhaling in relief, their expressions filled with astonishment. The terrifying combination of movement and blade techniques had indeed left them in awe. Were it not for the fact that the youth was clad in martial academy attire, they might have mistaken him for a second-tier martial artist calmly facing an encirclement. No, it was likely that even a second-tier martial artist could not possess such exquisite agility, relying instead on sheer speed and strength. Alas, the progenitor had stirred. Sukin, on the defensive, fixed his gaze intently upon the massive shadowy figure atop the building, daring not to let down his guard for an instant. Suddenly, a pitch-black tail, adorned with menacing barbs, silently pierced through one of the shadowy specters that were besieging Sukin. The tail, stained with dark blood, advanced menacingly towards Sukin's head. It was none other than the appendage of the progenitor. Sukin's expression changed drastically, the hairs on his body standing on end. He had never anticipated the cunning ferocity of the progenitor. The creature had slaughtered its own offspring, a revelation that took him by surprise. Despite being situated 10 meters away on a rooftop, the tail could reach him, defying the laws of physics. This was something Sukin had not foreseen. It had emerged from the depths below. Cold sweat streamed down his brow as his vision was consumed by the sinister tail. For the first time, Sukin felt the specter of death loom so closely. Instinctively, he sought to wield his blade in defense, but the distance was mere centimeters, and yet he faltered. The blade's edge tantalizingly close to the tail, yet hopelessly far away, time slipping through his fingers. Faster! He screamed internally, his heart pounding wildly. In less than a second, it had raced at least 10 times, blood surging through his veins. His mind whirled like a carousel, desperately contemplating every possible means of evading this lethal strike. However, no matter how he pondered, no escape plan emerged. He seemed trapped in a deadlock. With his focus razor-sharp, his head felt as though it might explode, expanding painfully, agony coursing through his neural pathways. Boom! An inaudible explosion reverberated within him, rendering Sukin momentarily dazed. Everything around him appeared to freeze. The grotesque, foul-smelling tail was now less than a millimeter from his forehead. The blade of his weapon, poised to strike, was achingly close to severing the tail. Yet it felt infinitely distant. All around him, the other shadowy specters extended their lethal claws, each one equally perilous. Sukin sensed an unseen force swirling within his mind. With a surge of frantic determination, the dark red blade surged toward the menacing tail. Clang! Sparks erupted as the tail was deflected aside. Reality resumed its normal flow as Sukin swiftly twisted to evade the remaining claws, promptly rolling away to create space. With no time for contemplation, he steadied himself and unleashed a burst of speed, akin to a gust of wind, gracefully approaching the high-rise where the progenitor awaited. Seizing the moment created by the deflected tail, he leaped high into the air, raising his long blade toward the progenitor. His body resonated with deep, thunderous sounds. The ferocity of his blade's momentum coalescing behind it, poised to strike with devastating force. With a thunderous roar, crack, 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 the dark red blade, propelled by the fierce energy of his attack, resembled a thunder dragon piercing through storm clouds, echoing 3 resounding roars, commanding an unmatched might as it descended. Ripping through the air as if it were mere parchment, the dark red blade cleaved through the darkness, striking the surface of the progenitor with unstoppable force. Vanishing in an instant. After completing all of this, Sukin's mind throbbed painfully, and in a state of utter exhaustion following his mighty strike. He fell from air like a deflated balloon, utterly devoid of the strength to react further. Almost simultaneously, a resounding hum illuminated the night sky for miles around as a blade of light cut through the darkness, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. Wherever the blade's radiance touched, the 11 shadowy specters, poised to pounce upon Sukin, silently disintegrated into dust. A streak of light emerged from the towering blade, firmly catching the falling Sukin. Observing the blood oozing from the unconscious youth's nose and realizing he was merely fatigued and not gravely harmed. The sweat-drenched and shaken Lu Chang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. At that moment, the 6-meter-high, dilapidated building, cleaved by the blade's energy, collapsed with a thunderous rumble. The lifeless, shadowy entity, severed in 2, tumbled into the wreckage, its claws still outstretched, enveloped in a cloud of dust and debris, crushed into a grotesque pulp beneath the weight of massive stones, utterly deceased. Lu Chang gazed at this scene in a daze, taking a deep breath. The thunderous roar of the blade echoed like the emergence of a celestial dragon. Chapter 49. Treatment of core students. This young man has actually cultivated the Thunderblade to a minor success. Lu Chang gazed in astonishment at the unconscious Sukin. Has it only been about a week since he reached the second resonance? At this moment, he found himself at a loss for words to describe Sukin's extraordinary talent in the art of the blade. The Thunderblade comprises 9 resonances, with the difference between the second and the first being akin to heaven and earth. The Blade River Martial Arts Hall had been established for less than a century, and since the Grandmaster authorized this technique, only a handful of practitioners had successfully mastered it. Most have begun their training after surpassing the optimal development period for harnessing power. barely managing to succeed. The majority had only reached the first resonance, while those who achieved the second were truly rare, and they had all become formidable swordsmen. Liu Cheng was among them. Yet under the overwhelming strength of the seventh realm martial king, he no longer dared to attempt a breakthrough to the third resonance. As one's power increases, it becomes increasingly difficult to control the Thunderblade's force. A slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Thus, achieving the third resonance in youth offers a glimmer of hope to challenge the legendary ninth resonance realm. Evidently, Su Kan possesses such potential. A few minutes later, a dark red energy vehicle sped to a halt in midair, and several figures clad in night attire, the Fire Watch, swiftly disembarked and approached. Hall Master, Gao Chong saluted respectfully. Is the boy all right? Liu Cheng inquired. Nodding, Liu Cheng replied, He is fine, just exhausted. Gao Chong, you've done well this time. Had it not been for your discovery, our Blade River Martial Arts Hall might have lost a prodigious talent. After the mission concludes, head to the hall to claim your reward. Gao Chong was taken aback. Hall Master, I did nothing. The boy is a favored disciple of the Grandmaster. Timely discovery and reporting is already a contribution to the hall, and you deserve this. After addressing the situation here, investigate why this lad ventured to battle the specters. I wish to understand the reasons clearly. Understood. With the watchful eyes of the Fire Watch upon him, Liu Cheng cradled Su Kan and transformed into a streak of blade light. Returning to the inner city, the Grandmaster's favor. Could it be the esteemed heavenly blade master of the eighth realm? Incredible. To be favored by such a prominent figure. One might say the path of martial arts ahead would be smooth sailing. Envy surged within Gao Chong. We must toil endlessly just to secure the basic resources for cultivation. Taking a deep breath, he continued, The Grandmaster is a person of clear rewards and punishments. To be favored speaks to the boy's own merit, demonstrating his value and potential. Achieving the third resonance Thunderblade at such a young age. And with the Grandmaster's passion for the blade, it is only natural he cherishes such talent. In a brightly lit medical room, Dad, Su Kan jolted awake, instinctively sitting upright and scanning the surroundings in a panic. Little Kan, I'm fine. Su Chongwa quickly grasped the young man's hand. At this moment, he had changed into a fresh outfit, and his complexion had returned to normal, no longer pale and weak as it had been at the scene. In a hurry, Su Kan lifted Su Chongwa's shirt, and upon discovering that the grievous wound, which should have been fatal, had miraculously healed, leaving only a faint scar, he was momentarily stunned. It was the esteemed Master Liu of the Knife River Martial Arts School who employed expensive medicine to aid in the treatment of your father. Both your father and I are at a loss as to how to express our gratitude. Meanwhile, Lien, who was preparing tea, swiftly maneuvered the automatic wheelchair to the bedside and grasped Su Kan's hand with concern. Little Kan, it is a relief that you are well. It is our fault. We should not have concealed such a perilous undertaking from you. Upon seeing that Su Chongwa was unharmed, Su Kan felt a quiet sigh of relief, though his expression remained grave. This must not happen again. It was a narrow escape. Had his father lingered even a moment longer, he might have been in grave danger. Even now, Su Kan felt a lingering fear, haunted by what could have transpired. Fortunately, this time, he had the strength to save his beloved kin and avert tragedy. Accepting the tea that Lien handed him, Su Kan surveyed the room in silence. Upon noticing the Black Knife logo emblazoned on the wall of the medical facility, combined with Lian's earlier mention of Master Liu, he realized the location of his family's current refuge, the Knife River Martial Arts School. Su, you have awakened. At that moment, a tall figure entered the medical room, adorned in a purple skirt, her hair cascading down to her waist. It was the formidable knife maiden, Lu Mengdai. The young woman appeared to have not had the time to tie her hair, allowing it to fall in a somewhat disheveled manner. Yet it lent her an air of mature allure, more pronounced than usual. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Approaching the now alert Su Kan, Lu Mengdai greeted his parents before turning her attention to him, her brow furrowing slightly. I heard from my father that you engaged in combat with a ghostly entity, a maternal shadow demon carrying its young. It was rather reckless of you. Su Kan managed a wry smile. The situation was dire, and I had no choice. Had it not been for my father's timely arrival, I would have faced true peril. I certainly did not wish for my newly acquired sword partner to meet an unfortunate end before we could even exchange techniques. The corners of Su Kan's mouth twitched. In truth, it was not sheer exhaustion that caused him to faint after delivering the final strike. Instead, it was the overwhelming mental exertion that rendered him unable to consolidate his consciousness, plunging him into unconsciousness. It was precisely this force that had allowed him to evade the maternal shadow demon's lethal ambush at a critical moment. He distinctly recalled that his sole thought was a fervent wish for his sword's speed to increase, enabling him to deflect the imminent tail attack. Astonishingly, under circumstances that seemed nearly impossible for a reaction, his sword did indeed accelerate, repelling the tail strike. This fortuitously granted Su Kan the opportunity to launch a counterattack against the maternal entity. Su Kan was convinced that it was not merely his own arm that propelled the sword, but rather the sword itself that surged forward, causing the tail strike to be repelled with tremendous force, sending it flying over 10 meters, uprooting even the hidden parts buried beneath the ground. The sheer power of it astonished Su Kan. Could this hidden force residing in my mind be a manifestation of my moderate innate talent? It seems to be linked to my mental energy. Lost in contemplation, Lu Mengdai suddenly interjected with a curious question. Student Su, I heard from your father that you ultimately vanquished that formidable beast, employing the formidable technique of the 3 thunderclaps in conjunction with the sleeved azure dragon's lethal strike. As she spoke, Lu Mengdia's breath quickened. With her hands resting on the edge of the bed, her body arched gracefully, the fabric of her skirt clinging closely, revealing the exquisite curve of her long legs. Her delicate face inched closer to Su Kan, her enchanting eyes fixed intently upon his, brimming with an insatiable curiosity for the unknown. Su Changhua and his wife hastily turned their heads away, their suppressed smiles almost stretching to their ears, exchanging knowing glances that conveyed unspoken thoughts. When did our son entangle himself with such a remarkable companion? A soft cough unexpectedly echoed from outside the door. Yet Lu Mengdai remained undeterred, seemingly oblivious to the interruption as she continued to gaze at Su Kan, her determination unwavering until he responded. The unique fragrance of youth enveloped the air, delightful and captivating. Su Kan could only reply, indeed. It was only in the face of life and death that I managed to unleash the 3 thunderclaps, just as I suspected. Last time, at the pinnacle of eternity, I sensed that your second thunder knife possessed a greater might than that of certain predecessors. You have indeed reached the pinnacle of the second thunder. At that moment, Lu Cheng approached the bedside. Su Changhua quickly bent his body in gratitude, saying, not only has Master Lu expended precious medicines to aid my recovery, but he also rescued Su Kan from that perilous creature. I began to kneel, but was swiftly supported by Lu Cheng's quick hands. We are not far apart in age. Su brother. You may simply call me Lu brother. Once young friend, Su becomes a core disciple of our Knife River Martial Arts School. As a family member of an official disciple, we shall indeed be like kin. Core disciple? Kin? The entire family, including Su Kan, stood momentarily stunned as Lu Cheng continued to explain with a smile. Here is the matter. Our Knife River Martial Arts School holds great admiration for young friend Su's talent, and thus wishes to extend an invitation for you to join our family. The terms of engagement are the highest privileges afforded to core disciples. Upon becoming a core disciple, you will immediately reside in a secure and well-equipped standalone villa, and there is more. Chapter 50. The move to the independent villa. Upon hearing this, Su Changhua and Li Yin were both left in a daze. A villa, for ordinary citizens like them, residing in such a dwelling was merely a figment of imagination or a fleeting glimpse through promotional videos. The thought of living in one was beyond their wildest dreams. Yet, now, this esteemed Master Lu proclaimed that they could indeed reside in a villa, and a standalone one at that. Setting aside the villa, after the recent events, the mere hope of escaping the perilous outskirts and finding refuge in a safer locale had become an extravagant aspiration for the elderly couple. Su Kan was equally stirred by the prospect. He had already been troubled by the notion of vacating the dangerous outer districts. The tragic demise of his father revealed that the perils of the outer city were far graver than they appeared, intensifying his urgency to relocate. The Daoha Martial Arts School was situated at the heart of the urban center, adjacent to a residential area, with the Martial God Halls branch and the Fire Guard standby zone just a few kilometers away, ensuring unparalleled safety. Most importantly, the standalone villa promised not only security, but also an abundance of comfort. With excitement bubbling within, Sukin feigned confusion and inquired, "Master Liu, doesn't the Martial Arts Association prohibit martial arts schools from signing contracts with high school students?" There have been instances where high school students signed contracts with martial arts schools, only to find themselves torn between academic obligations and martial training, ultimately jeopardizing their college entrance examinations. Consequently, the Martial Arts Association established regulations forbidding high school students from entering into formal contracts with martial arts schools prior to graduation, with violations leading to the forfeiture of examination eligibility. However, if one were to engage in supplementary classes targeting personal weaknesses without participating in any martial activities, the rules were more lenient. Suka need not worry. Once he graduated, the benefits of the contract would be activated without breaching any regulations. Liu Cheng replied with a smile, "At Daohe Martial Arts School, we prioritize your safety, Su Xiaoyu. Therefore, we propose a verbal agreement that allows you to experience a fraction of the privileges afforded to course students. What say you?" As he spoke, Liu Cheng fixed his gaze on the contemplative young man, feeling a twinge of nervousness. He genuinely feared that the youth before him might decline. Su Changhua and Li Yin exchanged silent glances, their expressions reflecting their support for their son's decision without interference. Regardless of Su Qin's choice, they had always respected his autonomy. "Very well, I agree to join Dao Martial Arts School, but I have one condition." Upon hearing the youth's tentative agreement, Liu Cheng finally exhaled, his tone tinged with excitement. "Rest assured, whatever our school can accommodate, we will certainly endeavor to fulfill your request. Help me heal my mother." In the southern outskirts of the outer city, in Guanshan village, as massive moving trucks rolled in, meticulously packing their belongings, the reality of their departure dawned upon them. They were truly leaving. Su Changhua and Li Yin stood transfixed, gazing at the now sparsely furnished yet still cramped hall, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. After so many years in their humble abode, even though they had packed away their belongings, a wave of nostalgia washed over them. Unable to contain himself, Sukin chuckled, "Mom and Dad, let go of your melancholy. We must look forward. Indeed, looking ahead is essential. Benefiting from my son's accomplishments, our family is finally able to relocate to the inner city, a cause for celebration." Su Changhua turned around, and upon reflecting on the fact that they would be moving to a villa, any lingering reluctance vanished, replaced by a radiant countenance. "Let us proceed to view the grand villa." Before long, a procession of moving trucks departed from Guanshan village, with Su Changhua bringing along Uncle Gang to commemorate the occasion. "Changhua, may we join you? Just to take a glance." The villagers exclaimed, their envy palpable. Su Can's success was, in part, a result of the favorable fortunes of Guanshan village. "Changhua, why not host a banquet to celebrate?" Seated in the passenger seat, Sukin cast a glance through the rearview mirror at the villagers who were reluctant to part ways, their faces filled with envy and calls for attention. He remained expressionless, showing no inclination to stop. The relationships between households in Guanshan village were rather tenuous. When his mother faced hardship during Su Changhua's most trying times, not a single person offered even a grain of rice, a testament to the village's lack of compassion. Only Uncle Gang had extended a helping hand, assisting Su Changhua through that difficult period. Thus, as they departed Guanshan village, aside from a slight nostalgia for the home they had lived in for many years and concern for Uncle Gang, the rest of the villagers felt like strangers, harboring no desire to celebrate or share in the joy, as they were essentially mutually indifferent. In the inner city of Xiaocheng, at the entrance of Tianhe community, a fleet of moving trucks approached, prompting armed soldiers to swiftly open the gates. The housekeeper, Miss Xiaolan, who had been waiting at the entrance, hurried forward. "Mr. Sukin, greetings. I am a designated housekeeper from the residential area under the Daehe Martial Arts School," Xiaolan, clad in professional attire. She wore a standard smile as she gestured for him to follow. "Your standalone villa is named Mingyue. Please come with me." "Mingyue?" Uncle Gang scratched his head, his eyes widening. "Young lady, does this house have a name? I thought it would be numbered like in our village." "Old Gang, this is a villa. Mingyue must be a prestigious designation, arranged by its name rather than a numerical order," Xiaolong clarified. Ah, I see. Before long, they entered a quaint corridor lined with lush grass. Upon entering, they were greeted by an expansive outdoor swimming pool, adorned with exquisitely carved statues and gushing fountains. Illuminated by spotlights that made it resemble a celestial pool bathed in moonlight. What an impressive swimming pool. The lighting makes it look like a fairyland. This public pool must be larger than anything in Guanshan village. Xiaolong chuckled. Uncle, this is the private pool of the Mingyue villa, not a public one. What? So this is our pool? Su Changwu exclaimed. Estanis. A pool larger than any in Guanshan village was merely one of the amenities of their new home. The expanse was truly opulent beyond measure. Su Changwu swallowed hard, gesturing toward a 5-story open pavilion near the swimming pool. Surely, that must be our villa? Not all. Uncle, that is merely Mingyue's guest room, reserved for visitors. The main residence is vastly larger, boasting a dedicated martial arts studio, a multimedia room, a tavern, an outdoor kitchen, a swimming pool, and a plethora of recreational facilities. The mention of the guest room left Su Changwu somewhat dazed. Did that imply that even the restroom of this guest room was larger than their humble abode in Guanshan village? The group walked on in a state of numbness. Moments later, a series of floors blending modern and traditional architecture came into view, stretching infinitely before them. At the entrance of a small bridge over a gently flowing creek stood a moonstone, adorned with a plaque inscribed with 2 majestic characters. Mingyue. This is to be our future home. Su Changwu and Li Yin instinctively pinched their faces, utterly stunned. Chapter 51. The Flying Blade, Breaking Mental Limits. As night fell, following a delightful celebration, Su Changwu and Uncle Gang excitedly made their way to the open-air chess room, engaging in spirited games while indulging in fine wine. Meanwhile, the housekeeper, Xiaolong, accompanied Su Chang's mother, Li Yin, for a leisurely stroll through the moonlight garden, where the picturesque scenery left the simple middle-aged woman in awe. As for Su Can, he had arrived early at the martial arts room, determined to dedicate himself to rigorous training. Such privileges were a testament to the Knife River Martial Arts School's recognition of his exceptional talent in knife techniques. Thus, he knew that without diligent effort, the opportunities before him would merely fade into oblivion. He cherished this hard-won chance, especially upon witnessing the joy on his parents' faces after a day in a villa. At this moment, he sat cross-legged on a cushion, surrounded by the expansive martial arts room, measuring approximately 700 square feet, filled with an array of training equipment. It was infinitely superior to the cramped space where he previously practiced, fearful of injuring himself with each punch. Being alone in such a vast training hall was in itself a source of pleasure for a martial artist and fueled his motivation to train. Name, Su Can Realm, 5, 6 Life Energy Level. Not yet entered the realm. Talent, medium grade, martial arts, body forging fist, peak mastery, 13, thunderous 9 blades. Beginner, limit of 2 thunderclaps. 99, azure dragon and sleeve. Minor accomplishment, 32, wind chasing shadow catching. Minor accomplishment, 98, skills, body technique. Level 4, 19, blade technique. Level 3, 36, achievements, male beauty. Gifted mentor, saintly body forging, god of food, blade genius, living whirlwind, divine voyage into the void beyond the hierarchy. Rewards, 1 opportunity for enlightenment, and used. 1 brief 30-minute enlightenment qualification. Gazing at his character panel, Su Can felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Following his life and death struggle against the alien species, his abilities had once again experienced significant growth, particularly in his body technique, thunderous 9 blades, wind chasing shadow catching, and azure dragon and sleeve. The progress in thunderous 9 blades was especially pronounced. After targeted strengthening, the instinct for breaking through physical limits remained vividly in his memory. He was confident that with a few more practice sessions, he would truly step into the realm of 3 thunderclaps. Moreover, his life energy level had surged from 4 to 5, 6, pushed to its limits by the crisis of life and death. With a flicker of thought, Su can access the detailed information on Beyond the Hierarchy. Beyond the Hierarchy. Current designated ability count. 2. Effect enhancement. 20. Duration. 7 minutes. The enhancement had indeed reached 20, with the duration extended by 2 minutes. Slaying that maternal entity had proven to be the right choice. In that moment, had Sukin opted to eliminate the remaining juvenile shadow entities first, the duration of Beyond the Hierarchy would undoubtedly have fallen short for him to confront the maternal entity. He might have faced a sneak attack, where survival would have been a mere fantasy. Even if he had managed to endure until Liu Cheng arrived, the opportunity to slay the maternal entity would likely have slipped away, along with the chance for additional rewards. The primary force behind my opportunity to vanquish the martyr was that enigmatic power. Sukin took a deep breath, beginning to recollect the sensations he experienced while wielding the long blade. His consciousness began to summon the intangible mental energy residing within his mind. At that moment, driven by an urgent desire to accelerate the blade's speed and intercept the martyr's tail spike, it seemed as if that energy was indeed awakened, propelling the long blade to deflect the tail spike with remarkable force. Fixated on the weapon rack 10 meters away, under Su Kan's mental command, the long blade began to tremble slightly. Clang, clang, clang. The blade resembled a wild stallion breaking free, shaking and colliding with the surrounding weapons. Sukin pondered, could it be that my power primarily manifests through mental force, enabling me to manipulate objects and slay foes? He intensified the operation of his mental energy, his gaze locked onto the distant long blade. In the next moment, whoosh, the blade suddenly sprang from its sheath, hurtling towards Su Kan with astonishing speed. Its velocity rivaled that of Su Kan's strikes while in the Thunder 9 blade state, and under the increasing mental energy, it accelerated further. Su Kan's eyes sparkled with realization. Had I been able to control the dark blood weapons dropped by those 3 martial guards as deftly, I could have undoubtedly slain at least 5 juvenile entities in an instant, and still confronted the martyr. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His consciousness continued to guide the long blade, weaving chaotically through the confines of the martial arts room, a sight both strange and mesmerizing. 10 minutes later, Sukin felt a sense of fatigue creeping into his mind, and consequently, his physical energy seemed diminished as well. It appeared that manipulating the long blade consumed his mental stamina, suggesting a correlation with his life energy level. The stronger his life energy, the more potent his mental force would be. Moreover, what if I were to wield a smaller, lighter weapon, one with greater hardness and density than a long blade? Would that not minimize mental consumption while exponentially amplifying lethality? With these thoughts, Sukin sheathed the long blade once more. His gaze swept across the rows of weaponry, ultimately settling on a diminutive throwing knife, merely the size of his palm. This object was seldom favored by practitioners, yet some warriors utilized it as a projectile in dire situations, akin to ancient concealed weapons designed for single use. Naturally, employing it required a certain degree of skill. Without precision, it would be no more effective than discarded scrap metal. The art of directing one's aim with pinpoint accuracy was not a feat everyone could master. Consequently, these kinds of concealed weapons had fallen into obscurity, garnering little attention. However, for Su Kan, whoosh, the throwing knife shot forth from the weapon rack like a streak of icy brilliance. Its speed so rapid that Su Kan barely registered its motion, akin to lightning. Goodness, Sukin was taken aback by such velocity. Could it truly rival the speed of his thunderous strikes? Moreover, it could curve, following an illogical trajectory, without a certain degree of agility and perception. Who could defend against it? In the next instant, Sukin focused his intention, and the throwing knife zipped toward a piece of granite decor in the martial arts room. Bang! The flying dagger pierced through the granite, a feat only achievable by a martial artist of the first realm, creating a visible hole as stone fragments erupted around it, accompanied by the bent and shattered remnants of the dagger itself. The consumption diminished, the power increased, yet it still lacked the desired lightness and hardness. Were it a superior dagger, the blade would undoubtedly remain intact, silently penetrating the granite, with lethal intent vanishing in an instant. Excitement gleamed in Su Kan's eyes. He had yet to exhaust the resources from his previous million-yuan purchase at the HR Mall, providing an opportune moment to seek a better dagger. While others tirelessly honed their dagger techniques, struggling to achieve precision, my spiritual energy could accomplish it effortlessly. If only I could acquire another exceptional dagger. The mere thought of this made Sukin gasp in anticipation. This could undoubtedly become another formidable weapon in addition to the Thunderblade. Moreover, if I could fuse the explosive force of the Thunderblade with the spiritually driven dagger, the potential power would be terrifying beyond imagination. An unparalleled force unique to my own limits of strength? The limits of the spirit. Chapter 52. The Martial Arts Tournament of a World. The hexagonal cicada wings at the pinnacle of eternity. Atop a mountain shrouded in mist, a private arena stands. The sound of clashing blades resonates in the air. Clang, clang, clang. Two figures, one dressed in azure and the other in violet, are fiercely engaged in combat. This marks the 5th day of Su Kan and Lu Mengdia's training at the pinnacle of eternity. Upon returning home each day, they engage in private duels lasting at least 2 hours. Lu Mengdi hones her swordsmanship, while Sukin reinforces his skills post-training. Notably, Sukin is no longer merely a temporary character. Lu, the affluent lady, kept her word and procured a void device for him. After verification, Sukin's character was adorned in a blue robe embroidered with koi, a skin named Jade Brocade. Aside from this change, his appearance remains largely the same. His hairstyle is still half-tied, half loose, embodying the youthful hero, and his phoenix eyes retain their distinctive allure. His inherently cold demeanor is now imbued with an ethereal quality, courtesy of the Jade Brocade. Most importantly, he no longer needs to worry about restrictions on playtime. He can indulge as he pleases, with his new character name yet to be decided. Clang. Both combatants, having activated their thunderous 9 blades, stand poised after yet another intense clash. So close. Lu Mengdi sighed, her expression betraying no hint of regret. Over the past few days of sparring with Su Kan, her swordsmanship has surged from a score of over 60 in the 2nd tier to an impressive 89, nearing the coveted 90. She has even managed to forge a semblance of sword momentum. Though not yet proficient in practical application, she firmly believes that mastery is within her grasp. Your swordsmanship must be around 50 in the 3rd tier by now, right? Sukin couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lu Mengdia's abstract title, even after 5 days. About that, he replied. Skill, swordsmanship, 3rd tier, 61. With the enhancement from his transcendental training, he had indeed surpassed 50, jumping from 36% to 61, a notable improvement. However, Sukin intentionally refrained from unleashing his full potential, opting instead to provide his patron with a fair challenge, mindful of the intricacies of social dynamics. After all, one must keep the affluent lady pleased to have access to her black card in the future. 50. Just like Giro, it's absurd. Lu Mengdia's expression reflected her frustration. After 5 consecutive days of sparring, each encounter with Su Kan left her feeling genuinely defeated. Despite her evident progress, which was tangible to the naked eye, Su Kan seemed an endless well of talent, devoid of any apparent limitations. Just when she thought she was closing the gap, she discovered the chasm had only widened. Had it not been for Lu Mengdia's unwavering resolve, she might have shattered under the weight of such pressure. Yet, for reasons unknown, this relentless competition invigorated her spirit further. The peers practicing swordsmanship within the Great Xia territory could not provide such an exhilarating atmosphere. Again, she thought, preparing to charge forth. Just then, a virtual prompt suddenly appeared before her. Simultaneously, Sukin found a similar notification flashing before his eyes. What could this be? The new session of the world's greatest martial arts tournament is about to commence. Please prepare for registration or secure your qualification in advance. The boundless realm of martial arts beckons. Dear friends, let us together transcend the limits of our craft and ascend to the pinnacle of excellence. Lu Mengdi was taken aback. The martial arts tournament isn't scheduled to start until next month. Why has it been advanced by a month? She turned her gaze towards Su Kan. I almost forgot this is your first venture into the virtual realm. Haven't you explored the internet for information? I did catch a brief glimpse of the live stream, he replied. Having only recently entered the virtual world, Su Kan had never dared to delve into the details of such a grand event, a gathering of prodigious talents, believing it more prudent to devote time to honing his skills than to indulge in idle curiosity. The world's greatest martial arts tournament is the most significant event at the Eternal Summit, unparalleled in its importance. Founded by the martial god temple under the auspices of the Great Xia, This global martial art competition aims to foster a vibrant atmosphere for martial arts, allowing humanity's martial prowess to collide and yield new possibilities, thereby cultivating more martial geniuses and traditions to counteract the threats posed by alien races and beasts. During this event, talented martial artists from across the Great Xia will converge at the Eternal Summit to showcase their skills, representing their respective factions while seeking profit for themselves and their allegiances. In a broader sense, it also serves as a contest of traditions. Our Daohe Martial Arts School will similarly participate, for the influence of the Daoist sword extends beyond our institution, with renowned swordsmanship factions in the Western European Federation and the Obu Federation as well. Upon hearing this, Sukin cannot help but grow intrigued. So, talented artisans from around the globe will compete? There must be rewards then? Indeed, Lu Mingdai affirmed. In the last tournament, the champion of the youth category was Jiro, who not only brought fame to the sword school founded by that esteemed sword god, but also garnered substantial profits for herself and the Yu family. Another champion from the same tournament was the Great Xia's own Dragon King, the esteemed Meng Jingfei. The thought of such a contest between martial saints sent a thrill through Su Kan's veins. My father has likely already registered us, so there is no need to worry. Let us continue our training. Lu Mingdai, regaining her eagerness, directed her attention back to Su Kan. Let us discuss this tomorrow. I need to prepare for the upcoming monthly test. The principal has urged me to focus on my life energy level. As the night wore on, Su Kan finally removed the communication device, exhaustion etched upon his face. After training with the affluent heiress in swordsmanship, he still had to consume medicinal herbs and practice his body-enhancing techniques to elevate his life energy level. It was quite taxing. Nevertheless, a satisfied smile graced his lips as he felt an extraordinary sense of fulfillment. The gradual progression of martial arts training truly becomes addictive. With a mere thought, in the next moment, whoosh, two gleaming, cold blades shot forth from a metallic box belonging to an HR trading alliance. Swift as lightning, they raced through the expansive martial arts chamber of 700 square meters, completing several laps in mere moments. With a sound akin to a whisper, they effortlessly pierced through the already battered granite, coming to a halt before Su Kan, suspended in midair. There, before him, floated two hexagonal flying daggers, as delicate as cicada wings. Su Kan procured the flying knives known as hexagonal cicada wings from the HR Alliance, named for their delicate, wing-like thinness and hexagonal shape. These blades, while not crafted from the finest materials, undoubtedly represent one of the most cost-effective flying knives available. The entire series consists of 1,000 cicada wings, with a price that rivals the fourth-level weaponry suitable only for martial artists of the Four Realms. However, it would be folly to expend such a hefty sum on a complete set for use as concealed weapons. Throwing 1,000 cicada wings would be akin to throwing away money. For most, a single fourth-level weapon would be far more pragmatic. Yet for Su Kan, the hexagonal cicada wings offer remarkable value. With a mere thought, he can direct them with precision, maximizing their lethality while effortlessly retrieving them, without any concerns regarding their recovery. Of course, the meager funds remaining in the Alliance are only sufficient to purchase 2 pieces, which also happen to be the current limit of Su Kan's control. In the future, as he masters the art of wielding more, he can gradually acquire additional cicada wings. Should he achieve the ability to manipulate 1,000 simultaneously, the resulting onslaught would embody the lethal force equivalent to the hardness of fourth-level weaponry. Such a spectacle would undoubtedly be thrilling. With quiet anticipation, Su Kan then took out his last vial of vitality potion and downed it in one gulp, unleashing his fists with a resounding force as he practiced his body-refining boxing techniques. The enhancement of his life energy corresponded to an elevation in mental acuity, a crucial aspect that Su Kan would not overlook. Moreover, with the monthly examination approaching, Principal Pantao has been daily urging him to diligently improve his life energy level, ensuring he is better equipped for the challenges that await when representing the third school. Chapter 53. Astonishing. Su Kan truly became the wind. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month has passed since the commencement of classes at various esteemed martial arts academies. During this time, some individuals have chosen to languish in complacency, allowing their martial prowess and skills to stagnate, dismissing the upcoming monthly assessments with a scoff. With only a year left before they must toil in factories, they regard not only the monthly exams, but even the Gaokao with utter indifference. Conversely, a small faction of students has resolved to strive diligently, actively engaging with the school's assessments in hopes of gaining admission to their desired martial arts universities. Such stark polarization is evident throughout the prestigious martial arts institutions. At the entrance of the third high school, Sukin opted not to have the family chauffeur Xiaolon drive him in the exclusive vehicle of the Dao River Martial Arts Academy. Instead, he continued his customary brisk jog to school, inhaling the refreshing morning air amidst the verdant shade of the willows. Were it not for the pervasive sighs of despair surrounding him, Suka might have even hummed a cheerful tune. However, upon surveying the scene, he found the ordinary class students wearing expressions of utter despondency, their spirits seemingly at an all-time low. Many, upon spotting Su Kan, flocked to him like a lifeline, tears and snot streaming as they lamented their plight. Brotersu, is it true you nearly fainted from training before awakening your innate martial bone? Why is it that I practice until I'm rolling my eyes and foaming at the mouth, yet still have not awakened my martial bone? You're fortunate. I've pushed myself to the brink of internal bleeding, convulsing all over, and had I not realized it in time, I might have met my end. Alas, miracles are indeed rare. Such improbable occurrences seem destined to elude me. However, I must admit that after this arduous training, my progress has been noticeably swifter, even if I have yet to awaken my innate martial bone. I'm grateful for your inspiring tale, Brother Su. Indeed, were it not for you, I would have realized my efforts were so intense, yet my abilities remain woefully inadequate. Clearly, my potential is limited. Perhaps I should resign myself to mediocrity and strategize about which factory to work in. By the way, Brother Su, you've been in the elite class for a month now. I've heard that while the innate martial bone you possess may not equate to a true medium-grade bone, it certainly facilitates faster cultivation than a lower-grade bone. Last time you awakened, your level soared to 4. 7. Now, after a month of enhanced nourishment and financial aid, you must have surpassed 5. 0 by now, right? You are the pride of our ordinary class, a symbol of resurgence. Keep it up. Do not let those elite students belittle you. They claim your training in the Thunderclap 9 Blades is self-inflicted hardship, but I believe you will prevail. As for the 5.0 life energy level, indeed he had surpassed it. With a light chuckle, Su Kan, under the watchful eyes of his ordinary classmates, slowly made his way down the path leading to the Zhunkai building. Martial prowess, 8 life energy level. Not yet entered the realm. Glancing at his current life energy level, Sukin felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Over the past month, with the aid of his culinary achievements, medium-grade innate bone, substantial food subsidies, and vitality potions, Sukin had managed to surpass expectations, barely keeping pace with the select few gifted individuals possessing medium-grade innate bones. From initial level of 5.6, he had ascended to 8, marking an impressive increase of 3.2. This effectively shortens the gap of 2 years in cultivation compared to those prodigious talents with divergent roots. Setting aside the extraordinary talents of Yu Zhuro and Lu Mengdai during the previous banquet, the most formidable of the mid-tier practitioners I encountered was that lad, Yu Qing, boasting a life energy level of 9.7. A month has elapsed. He should have surpassed the threshold of 10 by now, mused Su Kan, while my own level stands at 8, which still lags behind them. With continued effort and the additional benefits from the god of food, surpassing them is merely a matter of time. With my life energy now elevated to 8, although my overall combat prowess remains somewhat indistinct, it is evident that I have made a significant leap. Should I now face the progenitor and the 12 juvenile shadow demons, I could easily subdue them with a mere flick of my hand. In the martial arts room of the elite class, owing to the monthly assessment, the students gathered early at the martial arts chamber on the first floor of the Jinkai building. Uncertain of the passing mark for this agility test, I pondered whether the standards would be stringent. If so, aside from Zhou Yi, who had only recently entered the realm of agility, the rest of our class might struggle. If we were to pass, I intended to select the most challenging agility course offered at our school, chasing the wind and seizing shadows. With movements as fleeting as shadows and as swift as the wind, who wouldn't desire to practice such an art? Ah, but have you already chosen before the assessment? Furthermore, even if you manage to pass, without proficiency in basic agility, you will find it impossible to master chasing the wind and seizing shadows. Have you even practiced the basic form? No? Then what merit is there in your bravado? Currently, the students of the elite class stood in a line, 1 meter apart, eagerly discussing their aspirations. Each hoped to excel in the upcoming agility and force assessments, aiming to select an elective martial discipline. Standing in the 9th position in line, I absent-mindedly touched my flat stomach, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Were it not for the principal's insistence on following procedures to obtain scores, I would have likely sought breakfast first. Martial arts, chasing the wind and seizing shadows. Mastery, 61. Having achieved mastery, I found little joy in enduring this hunger alongside a group struggling to even grasp the basics of agility. I promptly approached Huang Deguang and Lu Fang, who were calibrating the agility testing apparatus. Teacher, the root bone assessment shouldn't interfere with breakfast, should it? At this, a wave of astonishment swept through my fellow students. Wait, Su-kan, are you really this relaxed? With the assessment looming, you're still contemplating breakfast? The root bone evaluation is unaffected, but if you eat breakfast before the agility test, do you think you won't regret it? By the way, have you successfully cultivated the Thunderblade this month? The school rules state that one cannot pursue a second martial discipline until the first is mastered. If you haven tea, then you are indeed free to grab breakfast. Huang Deguang looked up and nodded. Since you have already practiced the agility martial arts, it won't matter much. Go ahead, and please bring back a portion for Teacher Lu. A group of students turned their gazes towards Su-kan, their faces etched with disbelief. Has Su-kan already mastered the art of movement? Has old Huang truly lost his senses? He has yet to perfect the Thunder 9 blades, yet he has acquired such agility? Astonishing. Su-kan transformed into a gust of wind and soared away. A startled exclamation rang out. In the next moment, Su-kan's figure had vanished from the ranks. Outside the martial arts room, his steps were light and graceful, his school uniform billowing in the breeze. He truly resembled a fleeting wisp of wind, elusive and ephemeral. As he glided into the narrow path leading to the dining hall, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 54. Awakening the Uncommon Bone? Just now, was that a fleeting shadow? Indeed, it appears so. How remarkably graceful. Yet, why is it that this individual is Su-kan? He has undeniably grown into a strikingly handsome figure. How can this be accepted? Did he not choose the thunderous 9 blades? How is it that he can also select other martial arts, especially when he has not even participated in the monthly examination? This seems profoundly unjust. The most astonishing part is that he has indeed mastered it. His speed is extraordinarily swift. In the blink of an eye, he dashed off to the cafeteria. All the top students turned their gazes toward Huang Deguang, their brows furrowed in discontent. The regulations were established by the school, yet Su-kan, having clearly not participated in the monthly examination, is permitted to cultivate a second martial art. They expressed their dissatisfaction. Huang Deguang and Lu Fang were also momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the door of the martial arts room, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Teacher Lu, that boy's speed just now. It surpasses that of an entry-level martial artist around 15 points. He moves like the wind and seems to have perfected the art of fleeting shadows to an extraordinary level. Lu Fang gasped in disbelief. It seems we haven't assessed his life energy levels in quite some time. The last measurement was 5. 4. Back when we attended that banquet hosted by the Moon Girl. When he returns, we must measure his life energy level. Noticing the furrowed brows and expressions of discontent among the other students, Huang Deguang shifted his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly as he cast a sharp glance at the lined-up pupils. What kind of expressions are those? Instantly, all the students lowered their heads, intimidated into silence. Unable to contain himself, Zhou met Huang Deguang's gaze directly. Class head, isn't it stipulated that one must pass the monthly examination to select a martial art? Why is it that Sukin has not only trained in fleeting shadows, but also has no record in the martial arts registry? Isn't that rather inequitable? Moreover, according to the rules, if he has not mastered the thunderous 9 blades, he should not be allowed to cultivate a second martial art. I had to endure a lengthy punishment before I could reselect my martial art. Seeing that the recognized leader of their class had spoken, the other students nodded in agreement. Zhou Yi, Su Kan's identification number at the pinnacle of eternity is 9527. I trust you understand the implications without further elaboration for me. 9527? Zhou Yi was momentarily stunned, and in the next instant, the boy seemed struck by lightning. Abruptly turning his gaze toward the door, his expression one of shock. Speechless in place. 9527. As a trainee at the Knife River Martial Arts Academy, he undoubtedly understood what this signified. Yet, he could hardly believe it. He could not accept that this individual was Su Kan. Huang Deguang continued to survey the students, calmly stating, "There is no need for you to inquire further about Su Kan. Soon enough, you will discover the answer yourselves." At that moment, a whoosh, a sound akin to the wind rushing past their ears, filled the air, and upon looking again, they beheld a figure carrying 2 bags of breakfast. A meat bun filled with exotic beast meat clutched in his mouth. Who else could it be but Su Kan, moving with the swiftness of a phantom? In that instant, the students seemed to grasp the truth. Even if one remains oblivious, the captivating agility displayed should have enlightened them. Su Kan's mastery of martial arts is undoubtedly exceptional. The school must have discerned something, allowing Su Kan to select his martial arts techniques in advance, unbeknownst to them. At this moment, Huang Deguang, having concluded the final adjustments to the martial arts metrics, prepared to assess the vitality levels. He first checked the life energy levels before initiating the evaluation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi, who had been lost in thought, snapped back to reality and, in disbelief, cast a glance at Su Kan before being the first to step onto the vitality testing apparatus. The screen promptly revealed Zhou Yi's life energy level, 9.4. Compared to the initial assessment of 8.7 at the beginning of the term, this was an increase of 0.7. For a genius with an average innate root bone, this could only be deemed satisfactory, primarily due to a lack of dedication to cultivation. Life energy level, 9.2. As the 2 individuals with average innate root bones in the class, one had reached 9.4 and Wu Ting, a mere 9.2. Meanwhile, other martial arts students with average innate root bones were nearing 10. Some had even entered that realm and were practicing breathing techniques. How have you 2 cultivated this month? Huang Deguang could not help but reprimand. Next, following them, the other average root bones registered just above 7. Within the martial arts circles of Xiaoqing, it was common for average root bones to hover around this level. Su Kan. In an instant, all eyes were riveted on Su Kan, eager to ascertain the performance of this individual who, despite possessing merely a postnatal martial bone, had forcefully ascended to the 9th position with a vitality level of 4.7, surpassing his peers in martial arts talent. In this particular area, how much could he elevate his standing? While his martial arts prowess was unquestionable, the vitality level remained a topic ripe for discussion. After all, it was in this aspect that these top students could assert some superiority over this martial arts prodigy, barely preserving their pride. Having finished his bun, Su Kan wiped his hands and stepped into the vitality testing apparatus, the familiar crimson light sweeping over him. On the external display, the life energy level was revealed, 8.8. In the span of a month, he had elevated from 4.7 to 8.8, an increase of 4.1. Are you jesting with me? Is this postnatal martial bone made of gold? If this were true, Su Kan would surely ascend to 3rd place in the entire grade based solely on his vitality level, trailing only Zhou Yi and Wu Ting. Coupled with his formidable martial arts talent, contending for the top position would be well within reach. I sense that Su Kan is far from an ordinary postnatal martial bone. 8.8. Huang Deguang and Lu Fang exchanged incredulous glances. According to their estimations, after consuming that set of vitality elixirs, achieving a life energy level of 6.5 would have been remarkable for Su Kan. Yet, the reality was 8.8. This increase, if considered within the confines of this month, would suggest that his cultivation speed had already surpassed that of the average innate root bone. Peculiar, extremely peculiar. Amidst their astonishment, the two could not help but recall the young man's profound understanding of martial arts. The dual thunderblade, instinctively unleashing the nimble techniques of the square inch, complemented by the nascent mastery of the sleeve green dragon, and the recently demonstrated consummate skill of pursuing the wind and seizing the shadow. At the banquet, the youth, with a life energy level of 4, had already surpassed a multitude of prodigies with extraordinary roots. Now, with the enhancement of an 8 life energy level, could his combat prowess not rival that of a first-tier warrior? As Sukan emerged from the vitality testing device, he was urged, Sukan, quickly proceed to the root bone testing apparatus. The two hastened him along. Sukan could only turn and step into the adjacent root bone testing machine. It had been many years since he last received the disappointing diagnosis of inferior root bones. The root bone examination revealed inferior root bones. The source crystal yielded no response. Its radiance dim. That day, despair washed over Sukan, leaving him in a state of stupor for a long while. Observing the others who had manifested their intermediate root bones, their eyes shining with a brilliant yellow light, he could only envy them. Especially memorable was the day when Yujiro exhibited the awe-inspiring phenomenon of her exceptional root bones, the resplendent sword light, which cast their inferior-rooted peers into the shadows, rendering them as mere ants, forced to gaze up in reverence. But now Sukan was different. As the root bone testing apparatus activated, the crystal core immediately radiated a dazzling yellow light. Moments later, within the yellow luminescence, strands of purple aura began to emerge. This was a characteristic exclusive to extraordinary root bones, the purple halo, the mingling of yellow light and purple aura. Intermediate extraordinary root bones. Sukan had actually awakened to intermediate extraordinary root bones. Even more astonishingly, as the crowd watched in stunned silence, the purple aura showed no signs of abating, continuously surging forth until it equaled the yellow light, a magnificent blend of half yellow, half purple. Chapter 55. Heaven is just, competing for quotas. The students, already shaken by Sukan's revelation of possessing an intermediate, were left in a state of astonishment upon witnessing the source crystal, now exhibiting a peculiar blend of purple and yellow hues. The purple aura signified the possession of, yet the essence of martial roots emanating a pure radiance remained paramount. However, it appeared that Sukan's was on the verge of overshadowing the pure yellow light with its burgeoning purple glow. This phenomenon was something they had previously encountered in their martial theory classes, where the textbooks hinted at it being a manifestation of pure roots struggling to harness due to its overwhelming quality. The implications were clear. An excessively potent could hinder awakening and mastery, ultimately affecting cultivation speed. The intensity of the purple aura left them in disbelief regarding the sheer strength of Sukan's, yet lamentably, it remained elusive for mastery, potentially impeding his cultivation. Indeed, the heavens had bestowed upon him martial prowess and an intermediate cultivation speed, yet mastery have eluded him. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Sukan's cultivation pace surpassed that of those with intermediate roots, inciting envy among his peers. The elite class of students now bore expressions of both envy and relief. They admired Sukan's seemingly formidable, although difficult to awaken. What if he succeeded? With extraordinary martial talent and the cultivation speed of an intermediate, should he manage to control such a powerful, his overall potential might rival that of those with superior roots. Fortuitously, the incongruity between his roots and rendered him akin to an advanced version of intermediate roots. Regardless, the potential Sukan displayed transcended their capabilities. In the realm of martial cultivation, he was unmatched, a comprehensive superiority that left many who previously criticized him now subdued and reticent. Let the unfold naturally, Huang Deguang consoled. As long as your cultivation speed remains consistent, your martial talent will compensate for the end. Lu Fang nodded in agreement, asserting indeed, one can reach the pinnacle of martial arts even without. Just look at the great Xia Dragon King and the Sword Saint among the 4 martial saints. They too, like yet, wield their fists and swords to instill fear in and the alien races. Sukan remained contemplative, gazing curiously at the intertwining purple and yellow of the source crystal. It was evident that his awakened mental strength belonged to a formidable category of. The sheer power of telekinesis was already apparent, and, as his mental prowess grew, he discerned that his encompassed far more than mere telekinesis, revealing numerous extraordinary applications. For instance, had he possessed his current strength during the banquet, when the head of the Lin family had exerted martial pressure, he would have certainly carried himself with far greater composure. All right, the other students should continue assessing there. Followed by the monthly examination, Huang Deguang's words remained unfinished. Director Huang, it appears that we are the only ones left without a final decision regarding the quota. Let's seize the opportunity today to resolve this matter. A middle-aged man, bald-headed, suddenly entered the martial arts room, accompanied by 3 students clad in the uniforms of the 4th high school. He turned to Director Huang and smiled. Not long ago, that girl from your school, was still deliberating over her academic path. However, she has now successfully enrolled in Shenlong University. Thus, the 3 quotas allocated to your 3rd high school seem rather disingenuous. You currently possess only 2 students of moderate innate abilities, while we at 4th high school boast 3 such talents yet have only 2 quotas. This is evidently unjust. The vacancy left by you should rightfully belong to us. We have already filed a request with the Martial Arts Association, and they have indicated that it is up to our 2 schools to reach a consensus. Director Huang narrowed his eyes as he regarded the newcomer. Director Hu, I must apologize, but our 3 quotas at 3rd high school are already filled, all with students of moderate innate abilities. I kindly ask you to take your leave. Director Huang, Hu Hai's laughter echoed. Previously, your school managed to maintain its position as the 3rd martial arts high school in Xiaocheng due to that girl you. Now that she has departed, your overall performance has fallen behind ours at 4th high school. Are you truly attempting to shamelessly claim a 3rd quota? The elite students of 3rd high school, though puzzled by the significance of the quota, felt their anger swell as they detected the condescending tone from the 4th high school's director. They clenched their fists in fury, directing their glares at Hu Hai. However, reflecting on the departure of the school beauty from 3rd high school, they could not deny that, in terms of both top-tier talents and overall performance, they had indeed begun to lag behind 4th high school, their heads drooping in humiliation. Wait, did we not just gain another student with an innate ability? Someone exclaimed. All eyes turned intently towards Sukan. Had a new talent truly emerged? Hu Hai followed their gazes and furrowed his brow. Isn't that the boy who awakened his martial bone just days after the start of school? What was his name again? How did he become an innate talent? Director Huang shrugged nonchalantly. Believe it or not, I have no obligation to prove anything to you. The Martial Arts Association has implicitly acknowledged the vacancy, which means it is no longer reserved for your 3rd high school. Regardless of whether that boy is truly an innate talent, 4th high school is entitled to contend for that spot. Sun Kai, Hu Hai called out. One of the tall students from 4th high stepped forward, a broad grin on his face as he surveyed 3rd high school. This is our student ranked 3rd in the overall academic standings, possessing moderate innate abilities, with a recently measured life energy level of 9. 1. Director Huang, let us settle this decisively. Send forth your student ranked 3rd for a contest. The victor shall claim the final quota. Student ranked 3rd. Huang's gaze flitted between Zhou Yi, Su Kan, and Wu Ting before finally resting on the girl, who was second only to Yujiro. Wu Ting bit her lip. Old teacher, I am confident I can defeat that Sun Kai, but shouldn't the 3rd-ranked student be? Her eyes turned towards Sukan. Before Huang Deguang could speak, Hu Hai, with an unfriendly expression, remarked, Old Huang, abandon those petty thoughts of yours. Do not presume that we are unaware of the situation at your school. Before you new departed, Wu Ting indeed held the 3rd position, but now that she has gone to Shenlong, that 3rd position is certainly not hers anymore. Be honest. Wu Ting is currently ours. He threatened. Do not compel me to report the forfeiture of the 3rd position to the Martial Arts Association. Huang Deguang, rendered speechless, contemplated briefly and then decided to hand over the recently registered life energy level information to Hu Hai. Upon receiving it, Hu Hai glanced and noted Zhou Yi 9. 4. Wu Ting 9. 2. Sukan 8. 8. He then shot a glare at Huang Deguang. Is there not still an 8? 8 here? You old rascal. You are indeed playing tricks. Nearby, Sun Kai leaned in for a closer look and whispered to Hu Hai. Teacher, Wu Ting's unique ability somewhat counters mine. Now, it seems their third-place competitor possesses a life energy level of 8. 8. I am confident I can overpower him with my speed. Hu Hai nodded, and as he lifted his head, his face radiated with excitement. Then let us commence swiftly. Third against third, fair and just. The loser shall have no cause for complaint. Where's Su Kan? Hurry and make your entrance. Chapter 56. The Blade of Air, Competitive Class, selecting Su Kan to challenge their strongest with the weakest? For a moment, Huang Deguang and Lu Feng exchanged glances, suppressing their laughter, before casting a sympathetic look at the youth named Sun Kai. As educators, they were undoubtedly keen on nurturing talent, which is why they chose Wu Ting, offering this young man a fair chance in competition. However, both the elder and the youth seemed ungrateful, leaving them with no choice. Upon hearing the remarks, Su Kan stepped forward. Are you Su Kan? The one who awakened his martial bone during the school opening? Life energy level 8. 8. Hu Hai was taken aback. From his understanding, achieving an energy level of 8 at this stage with merely average roots would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, here was Su Kan, who, just a month prior, had been an ordinary class student, now reaching 8. 8 solely through his acquired martial bone. Was this a stroke of divine intervention? Old Huang, are you planning to gift me the spot? Hu Hai tossed back the information booklet, his expression peculiar. Please, just don't regret it. Shortly after, Sun Kai retrieved a short blade from the weapon rack in the martial arts room, the very same type used by Su Kan previously. After scrutinizing Su Kan, Hu Hai cautioned Sun Kai, do not underestimate your opponent. Regardless of the circumstances, you must exert your utmost effort to secure this spot. This concerns not only the honor of the school, but also your own interests. I understand, teacher. I will harness the power of my exotic roots. Sun Kai was not of an arrogant disposition, and given the significance of the opportunity at hand, he certainly would not take it lightly. Most importantly, the composed demeanor of Su Kan inexplicably instilled a sense of tension within him. Despite knowing that his opponent had once been an ordinary class student, he felt an unaccountable pressure. Such feelings only arose when he faced seasoned martial artists or engaged in sparring with his teachers. Su Kan. Huang Deguang interjected at that moment. What? Having second thoughts? Hu Hai raised an eyebrow. Huang Deguang disregarded him and turned to Su Kan, advising, hold back a little. Do not act as you did during the banquet. Our school lacks the profound heritage of Master Lu. Hold back a little. Hu Hai chuckled in disbelief, feeling as though they were looking down upon their fourth class and on Sun Kai himself. After nodding, Su Kan drew a long blade and approached Sun Kai. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 an ethereal stream of energy reminiscent of flowing ink surged beneath Sun Kai's feet, extraordinarily uncanny. Medium exotic roots. The student from the third class gazed with fervor. Such power was coveted by any spirited youth, not only for the advantages it conferred, but primarily for its sheer aesthetic appeal. Swish! Sun Kai's figure vanished in an instant, the ink-like energy beneath his feet seemingly enhancing his speed. Rather than closing in on Su Kan immediately, he circled around him with rapid movements, akin to a ghostly assassin. The swirling ink flow both peculiar and flamboyant. With the momentum of my speed flow, my velocity can be augmented to a certain extent. With such swiftness, I wonder, how will you manage to counter? Can you possibly strike me from afar? Hic, hic. In the swirling ink, Sun Kai dashed forward, letting out bursts of laughter. His extraordinary speed proved to be a formidable asset against peers whose martial skills were lacking. 3 students from the third school, their faces etched with tension, anxiously stared at Su Kan, who stood motionless, seemingly unperturbed. Why wasn't Su Kan making a move? His recently displayed speed, akin to the wind, had seemed quicker than Sun Kai's. Surely he could catch up? Why not pursue and strike him? At last, Su Kan stirred, raising his long knife high, aiming at a specific point before executing a swift slash. With a resounding bang, the 8 life energy level, augmented by his technique, unleashed a terrifying blade force. It emitted a piercing sound and, with overwhelming strength, sliced through the air, manifesting an invisible blade aura. As it traversed, The rippling ink around it parted like paper, revealing Sun Kai's figure. Sun Kai, taken aback, instinctively raised a short knife to shield his chest. With a clang, the blade aura collided, causing the air to explode, and his weapon slipped from his grasp. He was sent hurtling backward, rolling several meters before collapsing on the ground, dazed, clutching his stinging chest, unable to regain his senses. Well played, Sukin remarked, elegantly flipping his knife before precisely sheathing it. In a mere 10 seconds, from the initial strike that sent Sun Kai flying to the final gesture of sheathing the blade, he moved with effortless grace, as if drinking water or eating a meal. The scene fell into silence. The students exchanged glances, still processing the sight of Sun Kai, bewildered and sprawled on the ground, then turned their wide-eyed gaze to Sukin. Was it over? What had transpired? Who could say? All that was clear was that Sukin had seemingly sliced through the air, sending Sun Kai, despite a distance of 3 to 4 meters, reeling backward. Had that dark energy truly been severed by him? It was blade aura. It must be blade aura. Yet, such external energy release was typically achievable only by third-tier martial artists or those with exceptional innate abilities. Furthermore, Sukin had not practiced any breathing techniques, nor had he drawn upon the world's energy. Only Huang de Guang and his 2 companions, all adept martial artists, grasped the true nature of the event. The young man had unleashed a blade aura comparable to a fist's wind, extending remarkably far without dissipating. This exquisite technique of exerting force, achieved without reaching the 3rd tier, was a feat few could accomplish. Even those relying on brute strength would see their blade aura disperse within mere meters, showcasing a significant disparity in power. Old Huang, you've concealed your talents remarkably well. Hu Hai's expression darkened. Such a genius had remained hidden for so long without a whisper of his prowess. How cunning. This year, our 4th school must concede defeat. With that, Hu Hai was the first to exit the martial arts room. The other 2 talented individuals from the 4th school cast wary glances at Sukin before hastily departing. Sun Kai retrieved his short knife, placing it back on the weapon rack, sighing in frustration. He cast one last glance at Sukin before leaving, defeated and disheartened. In this moment of silence, Zhou Yi wore a bitter expression, his previous doubts regarding Sukin now completely dissipated. Who else could possess such formidable prowess, if not the one who had mastered the 2nd Thunderblade and triumphed over the Sword Maiden of the same realm? Sujan, Zhou Yi, Wu Ting, please come to my office. The rest will continue under teacher Lu's supervision. Before long, in the office, Huang de Guang gazed at the 3 of them. Do you recall our prior discussion regarding the quotas? The trio nodded. Huang de Guang continued with a smile. Initially, you 3 were to undergo the monthly assessment, competing with the 3 from number 4 middle school for the quota. However, since the students from number 4 have chosen this manner of resolution, the quotas are now firmly established, and there is no need for you to take the monthly exam. Zhou Yi and Huang Ting, you may directly select a foundational martial art for your studies. His tone shifted to one of gravity. Effective immediately, Sukin will serve as our representative in the competition. You 3 can proceed to the Martial Arts Association to report for the accelerated class, where you will undergo rigorous training alongside the true geniuses of Xiaocheng for the remaining year. As for the specifics of the training, I shall refrain from elaborating. Upon your arrival, you will receive the necessary guidance. I can only inform you that the Martial God Temple has resolved this year to commence the trials for foreign races for high school students nationwide, leading to fierce competition. The practical experience gained from these encounters with foreign races has become crucial for achieving success in the college entrance examinations. Prepare yourselves mentally. Chapter 57, The Flying Knife Combination Technique, Journey to the Martial Arts Association for the Alien Trials. Furthermore, they may have to confront true extraterrestrial beings. In that moment, both Zhou Yi and Wu Ting wore expressions of palpable anxiety, especially upon learning that in recent years, the mortality rate for university students enrolled in martial arts programs when facing these alien entities had soared to a staggering 60, with survival rates plummeting below half. Their hearts were filled with trepidation. If university students faced such peril, what of them mere high school students? However, Sukin remained unfazed. After all, he had personally battled against the Ghost Clan and had even been besieged by a maternal figure and 12 juvenile entities. Naturally, he would not underestimate these extraterrestrial beings. Should he encounter them again, he would approach the situation with heightened caution. After all, had it not been for Liu Cheng's timely arrival, Suka might have perished at the claws of the remaining juvenile shadow ghosts. You need not fret excessively. The Martial Arts Association will not send you to challenge aliens without cause. That would be tantamount to a death sentence. Initially, the trials will involve weakened extraterrestrials in the virtual realm, allowing you to hone your skills. Only after reaching a certain standard will you be permitted to engage in challenges. Under the supervision of the Fire Guardians and instructors from the Martial Arts Association, Huang Daguang stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhou, Yi, and Wu Ting finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, Zhou, Yi, and Wu Ting, proceed to the martial arts room to select your agility techniques. Su Kan, you may return and prepare for tomorrow's early report to the Martial Arts Association. Once you three enter, you will represent not only us, but also compete against the prodigies from other cities in Guangzhou province. You will carry the banner of our Xiaoqing. Make sure to perform admirably, understood? In the evening, after inviting Tan Lian to their villa for dinner, the elder took Su Kan's mother, Li Yan, for a stroll. Su Kan then plunged into the martial arts room. During this past month, he had consistently devoted every spare moment to training. The practice of martial arts demands discipline. Without it, even the most gifted may struggle to reach their zenith. This principle had been etched in his mind long before the system was activated. Has Grandma been visiting you frequently? Does she miss me? Just as he was about to commence his training, a message arrived on his wristband, sent by the enigmatic Yujiro. Glancing at the content, Su Kan replied, Grandma is quite happy here. As for you, she has mentioned. What did she say? To ensure you do not neglect your martial arts therapy techniques. Are you trying to make me lose my mind, Su Kan? And what is this about your eternal pinnacle character, named the 888th creditor? Who are you hinting at? Angry. Someone keeps threatening me, and I have no choice. Once that someone fulfills their promise, I will naturally revert it. In the solitary dormitory of Shenglong University, I will crush you. I will crush that vile Su Kan. Glaring at the unresponsive messages, Yujiro gritted her teeth. With a fierce stomp, she trampled upon a humanoid model resembling Su Kan, executing the Tan family's ancestral pressure point shock technique. In a bid to avoid damaging the cherished gift sent by her grandmother, the young maiden deliberately donned a pair of lacy therapeutic black stockings, accentuating her long legs in an exquisite manner. Captain, it is time to embark on our mission. Our target is the malevolent spirits of the blood demon lineage. As the sounds of calling echoed from outside, Yujiro's delicate frame trembled slightly. Understood. I shall practice my agility and leg techniques for a moment longer, and I will be there shortly. With that, she took to vigorously kneading the face of her dummy, muttering the name Su Kan in frustration. After venting her feelings, she donned the night gear of the Flame Guard, embroidered with the emblem of the Sword of Dawn, which hung on the wall. Grasping a dark crimson blade, she stepped outside, her breathtaking visage concealed beneath the hood, now radiating an air of icy composure. Inside the Mingyuan Martial Arts Hall, the sound of slicing filled the air. For gleaming blades swiftly soared through the space, and moments later, under Su Kan's mental command, they began to hum with energy. The 4 six-edged butterfly blades commenced a rapid rotation, their penetrating power exponentially increasing. The next instant, they transformed into 4 beams of cold light, simultaneously piercing through a 5-meter-high foam mountain. This target, acquired by the butler Xiao Lan, was crafted from material denser than granite. Tests had shown that even a practitioner with a life energy level of around 15 could not leave a mark upon it. Yet astonishingly, the 4 flying knives, under Su Kan's manipulation, created 4 distinct punctures. Although controlling the 4 blades in such a manner consumed a considerable amount of mental energy, their destructive potential surged. Let's see how this technique fares. Su Kan summoned his mental power, and in the blink of an eye, the 4 blades converged, their edges interlacing to form a 4-winged knife ring that spun rapidly, emitting a sharp slicing sound. With a swift motion, it darted towards the foam mountain, severing a robust corner with an audible rip. A heavy stone, weighing like a mountain, plummeted, only to be caught mid-air as the butterfly blades swiftly dispersed, reconfiguring into a small shield that effortlessly bore the weight without a hint of movement. Indeed, enduring heavy objects truly consumes an immense amount of mental energy. It appears that achieving the flight of a flying knife apparatus as a sixth realm master still requires considerable effort, gradually lowering the stone to the ground. Sukin relinquished the notion of soaring through the skies with his blades. It was not that it was impossible. Rather, he was not yet capable of achieving it with ease. To create a flying knife apparatus capable of supporting his weight, he would need at least 100 six-edged butterfly blades, coupled with the ability to withstand an increasingly heavier physical form, which necessitated a vast reservoir of mental strength. For the time being, he resolved to focus on developing various techniques to enhance lethality. The most critical aspect was the number of flying knives. An increase in quantity would yield greater versatility. In due course, whether it be for executing flawless defensive maneuvers, ensnaring and annihilating foes, or even manifesting giant flying blades of diverse forms to amplify power, it would become significantly easier. Whispering to himself, Sukin willed forth a newly acquired six-edged butterfly blade, which soared into the air, merging with the four knives as he began to experiment with the simultaneous control of 5 blades. The next day at dawn, Lu Mengdie's Xiaolong 99 emerged from the neighboring Feifeng villa, promptly coming to a halt before the Mingwei gate. Indeed, Su Kan and Lu Mengdai are neighbors, and the Feifeng villa was acquired solely through the young lady's own endeavors, without any assistance from Lu Cheng. As she entered the vehicle, Lu Mengdai lowered the window and beckoned to Su Kan with a playful gesture. Moments later, the striking Xiaolong 99 departed from the Daohe martial arts school, heading towards the Martial Arts Association. Practice your blade. Inside the car, Lu Mengdai extended her palm in a knife stance, her beautiful eyes gleaming with delight as she gazed at Su Kan. In a flash, Su Kan reluctantly mirrored her stance, and the two engaged in a lively exchange of blade techniques, their palms clashing in a flurry of over 100 moves. The forces of their blade techniques collided incessantly. Yet miraculously, no items within the vehicle were harmed. Uncle Chun, the driver, had long since grown accustomed to this spectacle. Whenever the two young ones met, a fierce duel was inevitably on the horizon. Consequently, both had made remarkable progress. The young lady had reached the 3rd tier of blade techniques, skillfully wielding her blade's might, while Su Kan seemed to have ascended to the 4th tier. Observing Su Kan, who had consistently maintained an upper hand over his young lady, Uncle Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. He even harbored a sense of premonition that the day when Su Kan would grasp the essence of the blade might not be far off. Chapter 58, Competitive Ranking. Mirror training in the heart of Xiaocheng, adjacent to the headquarters of the Xinhui Guard, lies the Martial Arts Association. As a principal department under the Martial God Hall, the association oversees a myriad of policies and affairs within the Great Xia, education being a significant aspect. The Martial Arts Association is immense, far surpassing even the Knife River Martial Arts Hall in its vastness, resembling a colossal dragon sprawling upon the ground, magnificent and imposing. Surrounding it, soldiers patrol with firearms, maintaining a vigilant watch. Numerous squads of the Xinhui Guard, clad in stealthy attire, bustle in and out, diligently attending to various coordination tasks. At this moment, outside the main entrance of the Martial Arts Association, a middle-aged man dressed in a black martial arts uniform, his robust physique exuding authority, stands with his arms crossed at the reception area. A crimson cloth hangs at the entrance, elegantly inscribed with the words competitive class in a flourish of calligraphy. Behind him, a group of 10 or so young men and women stands in silence, their expressions reflecting a mixture of awe and trepidation, unable to utter a word, even hesitant to breathe. Hao Yang, one of the representatives from the first high school, quietly whispered to his fellow prodigy, Yu Qing, I have a foreboding that our days ahead may be rather arduous. Observing the imposing figure of the middle-aged instructor, he added, this instructor clearly possesses a fierce demeanor. I fear a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Wen Hao Yang swallowed hard, echoing, I share your sentiment. Suddenly, the scarred middle-aged man turned his gaze upon them, his piercing eyes locking onto the two. Who permitted you to speak? Yu Qing and Wen Hao Yang immediately stood at attention, chastened. Instructor Du, we were in error. 3,000 push-ups. If you cannot complete them, you may return to school at your own discretion. In an instant, the weight of his stern gaze made them tremble, and without further ado, they dropped to the ground to commence their push-ups. The remaining prodigies from a martial high stood rigid, refraining from any additional movements. Before long, several energy vehicles arrived outside the reception area. Among them, the striking Xiaolong 99, belonging to Lu Mengdai, captured the eye. As the door swung open, Lu Mengdai, adorned in a traditional Mian skirt, gracefully alighted from the vehicle. Upon spotting the upright figure of Du Feng on the steps, she trotted over with enthusiasm. Uncle Du Feng, you're the instructor for this competitive class? She exclaimed, her voice tinged with delight. Du Feng was a comrade of her father, a member of the elite Xinhui Guard and a master of the Sixth Realm. The presence of a Sixth Realm master as their instructor underscored the Martial Arts Association's commitment to the new educational initiative. Notably, for the first time, a hint of a smile graced Du Feng's scar visage as he regarded the young girl. Meng Dai, it has been a month since we last met. You have grown even more beautiful. However, you were late, so commence with 2,000 push-ups right here. Lu Mengye's expression faltered, and faced with Du Feng's jovial demeanor, she resigned herself to the task of push-ups. The other talented students, having just disembarked, instinctively glanced at their wristbands, taking in the unfolding scene. At 5:48 a.m., the day had barely dawned, and there remained a mere 12 minutes until the punctual hour of 6. How could there be tardiness? To be slower than the stipulated time is to be late. Du Feng's gaze surveyed the students emerging from the vehicle, particularly fixating on the last to step out. Sukan. The delay in exiting was intolerable. That handsome young rascal would have to complete 1,000 push-ups for his sluggishness. Sukan's expression darkened as he stepped out of the vehicle. Was he to be penalized for a momentary delay? Before long, outside the stairwell, nearly 10 boys and girls were begrudgingly performing push-ups, their displeasure evident. This spectacle elicited laughter from passing staff members and the onlookers. What are you laughing at? You lot. Come here and do 3,000 push-ups. The staff members and bystanders froze, incredulous. Was a mere chuckle to be met with punishment? Moreover, they were not even students of the racing class. However, the atmosphere shifted as a palpable martial pressure descended upon them. The laughing onlookers, now with ashen faces, could only comply, positioning themselves to join in the push-ups. After a considerable time, within a vast martial arts hall, the perspiring students of the martial arts elite stood in a disciplined formation. Du Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, paced the room, scrutinizing the group as he began to speak. First and foremost, allow me to congratulate you on your acceptance into the racing class. I am Du Feng, your instructor. I have little patience for undisciplined students. Should I detect such behavior, you may promptly return to your previous school. The racing class does not welcome you. Understood? Understood. The students chorused. Your response lacks resonance. Drop and perform 1,000 push-ups. Su Kan's lips twitched as he discerned Du Feng's character. He was a man of temperament. Displeasure would lead to an abundance of push-ups. If one were to perform 100,000 push-ups before the day's training commenced, it would indeed be a grueling regimen, with formidable effects on their physical conditioning. Next came a roll call. Observing the students rise, Du Feng produced a ledger. Liang Mingdai from Class 1. Present. Excellent. A robust voice. You need not perform push-ups for now. Liang Quan from Class 1. Present. Why the exuberance? Tone it down. This isn't martial arts. One must exhibit restraint and poise. 2,000 push-ups continue. The youth named Liang Quan grimaced, gritting his teeth as he complied. Yu Qing from Class 1. Present. What are you afraid of? Do you fear I shall devour you? 3,000 push-ups. Class 6. Du Feng set the ledger aside, nodding. Class 1 is 10. Class 2 5. Class 3 3. Class 4 2. And Class 6 2. 22 in total. Let us proceed directly to the ranking for the racing class. This ranking will serve as a competitive measure, and I shall meticulously record each of your performances. After each phase of training, you must meet the standards I set forth. Failure to do so will result in severe penalties. The students recoiled slightly, each undoubtedly aware of the impending rigor they were to face. Now, step into the virtual realm and ascend to the pinnacle of eternity. Through the mirror duel at this eternal summit, we shall document your current comprehensive abilities. Once recorded, I will grant you access to the trials of the other races, seamlessly continuing your specialized training. Observing the bewildered expressions of the students, Du Feng appeared quite pleased with their startled demeanor, grinning menacingly. Are you frightened? You should be. On this very first day, you will confront the virtual challenges posed by other races directly. This is the very essence of the racing class. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Intensify the pace. Train relentlessly. Now, enter the virtual realm and commence the mirror practice. Chapter 59. The Dimensional Strike of Lu Meng Dai Soon, under Du Feng's instruction. The 22 individuals proceeded to the changing room to don identical black martial arts uniforms, simultaneously granted a brief moment to catch their breath. After arriving late and taking attendance, they had completed nearly 10,000 push-ups. Even though they possessed extraordinary physiques far surpassing their peers, they could hardly endure such a rigorous exercise. Within the boys' changing room, Yu Qing and Wen Haoyang felt a sense of relief. After taking a deep breath, they fixed their intense gaze upon Su Kan, who stood nearby. Not only the two of them, but the other boys from their school also cast him murderous glances. Su Kan, if I am not mistaken, you arrived in the same vehicle as our school goddess? Yu Qing's eyes glinted with jealousy and resentment. Furthermore, I heard from my grandmother that you have moved into the Daohe martial arts school. How dare you flirt with my sister? And now you're also entangled with another goddess from our city, our school's white moonlight? What merit do you possess? From this moment forth, you shall become the common enemy of all the males in our school. The other talented boys from their school nodded in agreement, scrutinizing Su Kan. This fellow was someone they had never heard of before. In their minds, the only noteworthy individuals from the third school were Zhou, Yi, and Wu Ting. Su Kan? Who was that? They did not care about entering the speed class, but sharing a vehicle with their goddess was more unbearable than encountering a sworn enemy. Su, it has been nearly a month since we last saw each other after the HR Merchant Alliance's martial arts session. Given your displayed agility that day, I suspected we might cross paths in the speed class. Henceforth, I look forward to your guidance in the realm of agility, Wen Haoyang said with a smile. Extending his hand, allow me to reintroduce myself, Wen Haoyang from the first school. This is Suka from the third school. Suka nodded and, after changing into his martial arts uniform, swiftly transformed into a gust of wind, bolting out of the changing room. Hey, Su Kan, you have yet to answer my question. Yu Qing exclaimed, visibly displeased. He could overlook Su Kan's flirtation with his sister, but now he was also pursuing his white moonlight. Unbearable. When Haoyang's pupils dilated, chasing the wind and catching shadows. This is the most formidable foundational agility martial art. And the level. Oh no, we must flee. Suddenly realizing something, this agility prodigy darted out of the changing room in a flash. In the next moment, the remaining male students were taken aback. Feeling the strain in their arms, they wasted no time and rushed towards the changing room's exit. Among the boys, aside from Su Kan, the others continued with their 3,000 push-ups outside the weapon storage room. Yu Qing led the boys from the first school, all donning expressions of agony as they gazed resentfully at Su Kan. Soon, amidst the sounds of heavy panting, Du Feng smiled with satisfaction, gesturing towards a set of skeletal-like sensors arranged in the weapon storage room. These are sensory weapons designed to be used in conjunction with the void communication device. They will link to your joints through mental perception, and any damage sustained in the virtual realm will be transmitted back to reality through these sensory devices. While not fatal, they will certainly subject you to considerable pain. Once you enter the virtual realm, you must also adjust your 5 senses to their utmost limits. The expressions of the young boys and girls instantly turned ashen. With all senses heightened to the maximum, one experiences pain that is nearly indistinguishable from reality. Being slain at the pinnacle of eternity truly feels akin to experiencing death. Previously, many young individuals have succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, teetering on the brink of depression, and hesitating to re-enter the virtual realm. Hence, the AI sprites now recommend setting pain perception to just above half. Yet astonishingly, Du Feng insists they push it to the utmost limit. To make matters worse, they must don the psychic sensory armaments, This is a dual assault on both mind and body. Su Kan, however, felt no trepidation. His senses, enhanced through ethereal exploration, far exceeded those of an ordinary person. Furthermore, he relished extreme challenges that involved visceral encounters and had long since acclimated to the highest settings. As for the skeletal sensory weaponry, he had yet to experience it. Was there any dissatisfaction? Du Feng's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the students like a hawk surveying its prey. True alien adversaries are far more vicious and insidious. They will gnaw at your flesh and torment your spirit, leaving you in a state where survival is unattainable and death is elusive. I hope you still possess room for discontent in such dire circumstances. Du Feng's cold reprimand caused the students to quickly compose themselves and obediently prepare to don the sensory armaments. Shortly thereafter, 22 students reclined in specially designed chairs that nourished their physical forms, affixing the transcendence device, and in an instant, they entered the virtual realm. The mirror mode, requiring continuous updates of real-time data, was a paid feature. Thus, it was not utilized for general combat, but rather employed occasionally for self-assessment, within a peculiar martial arts space. As the accounts of the 22 students materialized, Du Feng first turned to the tall, stunningly graceful Lu Mengdai, clad in a horse-faced skirt. Mengdai, you represent your school, and come forth. I hear you have been diligently honing your sword skills. Let Uncle Du see your progress. With a slight nod, Lu Mengdai leaped onto the pristine martial stage, wielding her snow-patterned long sword. Under the admiring gazes of her peers, a mirror image, identical yet expressionless, gradually coalesced before her. The lack of emotion rendered the mirrored girl akin to an iceberg, while Lu Mengdai's focused visage bore a touch of humanity. In the next moment, the mirror image lunged at Lu Mengdai with her sword, executing a flurry of movements with a grace that resembled fleeting clouds. The long sword shimmered ominously until it approached, accompanied by the sound of flowing water as the blade aimed a cunning diagonal strike at Lu Mengdai. I was so weak last time, Lu Mengdai murmured, effortlessly flicking her white long sword to parry and then slashing, disarming the mirrored sword and decapitating the image in one swift motion. Three-tiered sword technique. Du Feng, observing from the sidelines, was visibly impressed. Well done, girl. No wonder you possess superior swordsmanship. In just a month, you have advanced from the second tier at 60 points to the third tier, seemingly mastering the sword's momentum. How have you trained during this time? Could it be that Lu Cheng has been accompanying you for special training every day? As they watched Lu Mengdai's stunning display, the admiration in the eyes of the boys from her school intensified, leading them to applaud and boast uncontrollably. The second mirror image coalesced, a new reflection infused with the latest data of Lu Mengdai, once again wielding a blade against her. In terms of swordsmanship, agility, and martial prowess, it far surpassed the first mirror. Yet, within mere moments of their fierce exchange, it was vanquished once more. It was not until the sixth mirror image that both combatants unleashed life energy levels exceeding those of ordinary practitioners, engaging in a fierce duel. Some students, who were far inferior to Lu Mengdai, watched with wide, astonished eyes, aided by AI technology to slow down the action. As they witnessed the terrifying spectacle of slashing waves of blade energy sweeping across the martial arts platform, accompanied by thunderous roars. One student from the first high school remained somewhat unfazed, while the others from the martial arts academy stared in wide-eyed disbelief, utterly devoid of any courage to challenge this sword maiden. The combat prowess she displayed was unequivocally on a different plane than that of these average students with mediocre potential. To say it was a dimensional suppression would not be an exaggeration. Was this truly her power? It eclipsed that of the original Shadow Demon by a considerable margin. Su Kan's eyes widened in astonishment. With his heightened senses, he could barely keep pace with the girl's speed. Previously, their duels had been on equal footing, where his martial expertise allowed him to dominate her. But if she were to unleash her true life energy level, entering the state of the three Thunderblade and launching her flying knives simultaneously, it would certainly be a worthy contest. Yet whether he could prevail was uncertain. After all, she possessed the exceptional blade eye anomaly of superior potential. Before long, As the mirror image and Lu Mengdai reached a stalemate, Dufeng finally gestured to dismiss the mirror. Instantly, Lu Mengdia's virtual data appeared before the crowd. I am a blade. Life energy level, first realm. 31 points skills, swordsmanship. Third tier, 31 points. Agility, third tier, 40 points. Martial arts, water-cutting blade technique. Mastery, cloud and smoke flicker. Mastery, 9 thunderblades. Entry level, first thunder limit. First realm practitioner. 31 points of life energy. Observing this information, the students collectively gasped in astonishment. Merely her life energy level was sufficient to weigh them down heavily, not to mention her martial accomplishments, all reaching the third tier. Not only had she mastered the force of the blade, but her agility was also exquisitely refined. Among the remaining 21 students, who could possibly match that? Chapter 60. The subtle resilience of Lu Zhongwen. Dufeng wore a satisfied smile as he promptly registered the information in his account. Competitive ranking leader, Lu Mengdai. With such profound martial arts prowess and exceptional innate talent, it was evident that following the departure of that girl from the Yu family, Mengdai had undoubtedly claimed her position as the foremost among the younger generation of Xiaoqing. The daughter of the former captain was indeed remarkable, and Dufeng felt a sense of pride and contentment. Having watched her grow up, she could be considered like a daughter to him. There was no particular order in the upcoming challenges. The essence of competition lay in the spontaneity of participants taking the stage as they wished. The thought of challenging that sword maiden, the students collectively rolled their eyes. I shall take the stage, declared a figure clad in a gray outfit. Исполнение Dragon Beard Aishchiri. Xiaoqing's first axe. It was none other than Liang Quan, the second best at the first high school, possessing exceptional innate talent. Though he lacked extraordinary roots, his training speed was at a level far surpassing that of many moderately gifted peers, marking him as a genius of this generation. Second only to the illustrious duo. With a powerful stomp, Liang Quan leaped gracefully onto the martial arts platform, 2 axes appearing in his hands, revealing his mastery of dual axe techniques. Liang Quan was a name Sukin had heard before, the long-suppressed third in a world dominated by 2 remarkable women. He represented the male contingent as the foremost among Xiaoqing's youth. Regrettably, his brilliance had always been overshadowed by Yujiro and Lu Mengdai, as he remained unambitious and overly modest. On the martial arts stage, as Liang Quan prepared himself, he conjured a mirror image and, without hesitation, charged at his counterpart wielding the double axes. With a forceful swing, he unleashed a formidable cleaving strike, an impressive display of power. Clang! Liang Quan merely swung 1 axe, dispelling the mirror image's dual axes, with a sharp arc of his weapon piercing through, cleaving the image in twain. Facing an opponent of lesser skill, his composure rivaled that of Lu Mengdai. Yet, as the mirror images grew stronger, Liang Quan found himself increasingly challenged. By the time the 4th mirror image emerged, they had exchanged no less than 100 blows, his foundational axe techniques executed with ferocity, creating a spectacular display of clashing axe shadows, showcasing a violent aesthetic. Both combatants reached the level of proficient martial artists, while not quite as imposing as Lu Mengdai. The residual force of the axe strikes would be daunting for anyone below a life energy level of 20 points. Before long, the mirror images dissipated. Xiaoqing's first axe, life energy level, first realm 19 points skills, axe technique, second stage 91 points. Movement technique, second stage 76 points. Martial arts, cleaving rivers and breaking mountains. Mastery, initial entry. Impressive, Brother Liang. Your axe technique has surpassed 90 points. Soon, you can begin to harness the power of force, refining your technique even further. Yu Qing waved enthusiastically, and Liang Quan smiled, exchanging a celebratory hand slap with him. He had fortuitously grasped a glimmer of insight. In comparison to Lu, he still had a long way to go. And mastering it would require time. There was no need to rush. While such assertions are made, it is evident from his unabashedly confident smile that the youth possesses considerable assurance in his axe skills. He exudes an aura of invincibility, reminiscent of Lu Mengdai, standing tall just beneath the heavens. Subsequently, a growing number of prodigies mustered the courage to take the stage. Among them, Yu Qing made a remarkable entry with a barely attained life energy level of 10. 8. Showcasing swordsmanship rated at 49 points and agility at 36 points. His prowess in swordplay nearing the pinnacle of perfection, securing the 5th position in the competition. Following suit, many of the top 10 contenders were notably from the prestigious First High School. The 4th place, Shin Kiki, boasted a life energy level of 11. With whip techniques, scoring 51 points and agility at 46 points, also hailing from First High. Zheng Wu, in 6th place, possessed a life energy level of 10. 4. Demonstrating remarkable hammer techniques and a 1-point extreme agility, representing First High as well. Had it not been for the representative from Second High, Zhong Yin, who displayed a moderate innate ability and an explosive bloodline, the youth with a life energy level of 10. 9. Wielding dual short swords with a score of 54 in swordsmanship and 60 in agility, would have claimed the 3rd position with authority. It indeed seemed as though the talents from First High were poised to dominate completely. Not long after, when Hao Yang concluded his mirror practice session. At the time, he had yet to fully harness his innate abilities, with a life energy level close to 8. Presently, he astonishingly achieved a level of 9. 5. Demonstrating proficiency in dual-handed spear techniques and agility that enabled him to displace a prodigy from Second High who had been ranked 10th, leaving the latter visibly distressed. Beyond the top 10, no other prodigies managed to elevate their techniques to the 2nd tier. Among them, Zhou notably brought disgrace to Third High. Despite achieving a 1st-tier level in both body movement and sword techniques, he failed to surpass the 50-point threshold, landing around the 20th position, and was subjected to ridicule upon returning to the sidelines, his face flushed with embarrassment. In truth, had he not recklessly practiced the Thunderblade, his innate talent would have allowed him to approach the limits of 1st-tier swordsmanship, had he not been so self-assured and diverted his focus. Neither Third High, 4th High, nor 6th High managed to place anyone in the top 10, with even the top 15 proving elusive. Du Feng frowned, feeling considerable dissatisfaction at this stark disparity. He did not wish for his class to be characterized by such a gap, risking the perception that they relied solely on talent without any semblance of training finesse. Having taken on the role of instructor, he could not afford to lose face. However, Du Feng recognized that each individual's understanding and aptitude varied greatly. While their cultivation levels might be comparable, mastery of martial arts was indeed not something that could be forced. He resolved to devise a separate plan to address this issue, for he could not bear to compete against the talents from other cities with such inept individuals on his team, risking his own reputation in the process. With these thoughts in mind, Du Feng addressed the remaining students who had not yet engaged in practice, his impatience evident. Proceed with the paired practice swiftly. You are all aware of your own capabilities. Do not dawdle during this crucial training phase. Upon hearing this, the students from 1st and 2nd High, who had nearly completed their practice, turned their attention towards the other small groups, eager for the others to begin. After all, there was no shame in this. It was entirely normal for 1st and 2nd High to consistently lead in overall performance. A few prodigies from the 1st and 2nd middle schools jestingly urged, causing the remaining students from the 4th and 6th middle schools, yet to engage in practice, to flush with embarrassment. It was about time. Sukin contemplated for a moment before preparing to rise, only to be surprised as a figure leaped into the martial arts arena ahead of him. It was when Shaoran from the 6th middle school. Dressed in a raw leather black robe, he wielded a silver sword. Was he from the 6th? Or was it the raw leather? When he had just reported his martial arts aptitude, he seemed to possess only an ordinary medium-grade root bone, not the extraordinary one that Su Kan, who could not harness extraordinary powers, had. Yet, despite his medium-grade root bone, he had managed to secure a place in the speed class. Could there be more to him than meets the eye? It was rumored that his martial arts talent was remarkable, as he had surpassed Xiang Jing, the only student in the 6th middle school with a medium extraordinary root bone. At this moment, Dong Cheng, the representative from the 4th middle school, cast a glance at Xiang Jing. Brother Xiang, is it true that when Shaoran's martial arts talent is exceptionally strong? Xiang Jing nodded solemnly, whispering, indeed. Apart from that sword maiden, I doubt anyone here can rival him. Not even Liang Quan. Since half a year ago, it seems as if he has experienced a breakthrough, with an astonishingly rapid progression in his martial arts training. Only I, having had past conflicts and duels with him, can truly attest to this. Our principal at the 6th middle school has refrained from widely publicizing his achievements, aiming instead to elevate the school's reputation through this speed class. Once you come to grasp the depth of his martial arts prowess, you will undoubtedly be astonished. Chapter 61. I have seen greater upon a martial arts platform. The youth, though masked in a black veil, exhibited an air of tranquility in his exposed eyes. With a sword held firmly in one hand, he embodied the essence of a true swordsman, neither humble nor arrogant. In an instant, he captivated the attention of the surrounding students, silencing their chatter. The sword remained steady, poised for action. Observing the young man, Du Feng nodded appreciatively. This when Shaoran demonstrated commendable prowess in both energy manipulation and swordplay. Soon, a mirror image coalesced, clad in a black robe and wielding a silver sword, launching directly towards Wen Shaoran. The speed was moderate, approximately at a life energy level of 5, allowing the students to observe without relying on AI assistance. Unlike their earlier observations of Liang Quan and Lu Mengdai, this suggested that Wen Shaoran's true life energy level was not particularly high. However, this was to be expected, as the young man possessed merely an average foundation. His entry into the speed class likely stemmed from other strengths, such as the rumored extraordinary martial talent. At the center of the martial arts platform, facing the advancing mirror image, when Shaoran merely stepped forward lightly with his right foot, his silver sword gracefully piercing forth. The blade of the mirror image's sword narrowly missed the young man, leaving it momentarily stunned. Below the chest, the tip of Wen Shaoran's silver sword had already pierced through the position of its heart, leaving the mirror image with a blank expression before it slowly dissipated. Swift, precise, and executed with perfect force. Sukin observed Wen Shaoran sheathing his sword with keen interest, concluding that with just this fundamental sword technique, Wen Shaoran's swordsmanship was at least at the 2nd stage. Whether he had ascended to the 3rd stage would depend on the subsequent demonstration of his fundamental skills against a mirror image of equal caliber. Beside him, Yu Qing, also a practitioner of sword techniques, wore a frozen smile, her expression turning grave. This young man's swordsmanship was no trifling matter. If it were me, I might have opted to deflect the mirror image's blade first before countering. Yet he confidently executed a thrust to swiftly dispatch the foe, disregarding the enemy's sword edge. Such confidence was remarkable. Hearing Yu Qing, a swordsman of the 2nd stage with a score of 49, and a prodigy from a family of sword practitioners, express such sentiments made the previously amused students in the 1st and 2nd classes fall silent, their eyes wide with astonishment as they regarded the young man. Could it be that he too possessed 2nd stage sword techniques? That thrust was executed with a composure I doubt I could achieve. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, he is a martial arts genius. Why had news of such a sword talent in the 6th school not circulated before? Soon, Wen Shaoran's 2nd mirror image rapidly formed, noticeably faster than the 1st, advancing towards the youth with sword in hand. With a swift thrust, Wen Shaoran repeated his earlier tactic, effortlessly dispatching the 2nd mirror image. This spectacle caused the students to involuntarily blink in surprise, especially Yu Qing, who could not help but scoff. This guy is so showy. Can't he employ a different technique? How infuriating. I've never been so ostentatious with my sword. Beside her, Liang Quan, speechless, remarked, utilizing the most efficient and effortless means to defeat an opponent is the hallmark of a good technique. Surely, the homeroom teacher has reiterated this principle to you many times? Your audacity is truly astonishing. It seems you cannot resist the temptation to flaunt your bravado. Oh, how amusing it is to see you, a mere brute, boast of your capabilities. Very well, shall we engage in a little contest after this? Or perhaps it is best we refrain. Look, that lad has become serious. At last, upon the emergence of the 4th mirror image, the illustrious Wen Shaoran finally unveiled a sword technique beyond mere thrusts. With a deft maneuver, he attempted to disarm his opponent by flicking the blade upward, only for the mirror image to counter with equal finesse. The clash of steel erupted into a shower of sparks as their swords danced in a rapid exchange, each strike escalating in velocity. In mere moments, they had exchanged dozens of fundamental sword techniques. Yet, It soon became evident that the mirror image could not keep pace with Wen Shaoran, who relentlessly pressed forward, forcing it into retreat, as if ensnared in his rhythm, utterly beleaguered. The spectators below gasped in astonishment. Sword momentum. He has mastered the third tier of sword techniques. The realization dawned upon Liang Quan. He had reached a level of prowess that resonated with the very essence of momentum, an elusive quality that only those who have mastered such techniques can comprehend. The students in attendance were left in shock. Who would have anticipated such a dark horse? Du Feng wore a broad smile as he turned to the serene Lu Mengdai beside him. My dear, are you not feeling the pressure? This young man, whose innate talent pales in comparison to yours, has nonetheless achieved the third tier of technique and manifested sword momentum. Lu Mengdai observed Wen Shaoran intently. Indeed, his swordsmanship is impressive. However, I have encountered those even more formidable among my peers. Their presence is suffocating, a maddening sensation that renders pursuit futile. More formidable, capable of inducing a sense of helplessness even in a prodigious talent such as herself. Could it be the daughter of the Sword King from the Yu family? Du Feng's eyes widened in realization. If that were the case, there would indeed be no words left to say. Throughout the realm of Daxia, no peer had escaped unscathed from such overwhelming pressure. With a decisive strike, Wen Shaoran dispatched the fourth mirror image. As the fifth appeared, his demeanor shifted. The calm facade gave way to a newfound seriousness. This latest mirror image exhibited a swiftness surpassing that of many intermediate talents from before. For the first time, Wen Shaoran took the initiative, charging towards the mirror image with lightning speed. The clash of their blades resonated through the air, the force behind each strike far exceeding that of their previous sparring. The trajectory of his swordplay began to transform. As the third tier of sword momentum intertwined with a fluid style, his movements resembled a graceful crane frolicking upon the surface of a lake. The sword went cascading with unparalleled elegance. This was the crane sword technique he had mastered. The two figures danced like cranes in flight, their movements fluid and agile, engaged in a fierce battle that lasted for several minutes. Du Feng, without hesitation, signaled for the mirror image to retreat. Wen Shaoran, momentarily stunned, turned to Du Feng with a furrowed brow. Instructor, I am capable of defeating him. This is a record of training data. It is not meant for your refinement. If you seek to hone your skills, wait until the special training concludes, and then you may invest in the mirror mode to gradually cultivate your abilities. Upon hearing Du Feng's words, Wen Shaoran sheathed his sword and descended from the martial arts platform, returning to his original position, indifferent to the astonished gazes surrounding him, silently fixating on the silver sword in his hand. The virtual information board before him promptly displayed all his data. ID 4533. Life energy level 8. 1 skills, swordsmanship. Level 3, 29 points. Movement technique, level 3, 41 points. Martial arts, Lingi sword technique. Mastery, swift as a flash. Mastery beginner. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the students. Level 3 swordsmanship paired with level 3 movement. His swordsmanship was merely 2 points lower than that of the Blade Princess. Yet, his movement score surpassed hers by a single point. Both his swordplay and martial arts have reached the pinnacle of mastery. And Wen Shaoran possesses only an average root bone with a life energy level of 8. 1. Such martial talent is utterly astonishing. Moreover, based on the explosive power displayed earlier, which rivals that of an initial stage martial artist, it is feared that this ranking will soar into the top 10, perhaps even in the top 5. A dark horse. This individual is undoubtedly the super dark horse of this training session, even more formidable than Wen Haoyang, who possesses a life energy level of 9. 5 and has entered the top 10. Chapter 62. A prime location for liver experience in terms of strength and martial arts proficiency. It is quite remarkable. Absent the influence of external forces, if we solely consider the combat prowess demonstrated during the mirrored practice, then this ranking shall suffice. With Du Feng having completed his records, it was ultimately revealed that Wen Shaoran's racing rank stood at 3rd, surpassing all but Lu Mengdai and Liang Quan. Yu Qing inhaled deeply and remarked, Liang Ge, what if Wen Shaoran possessed a superior constitution akin to yours, with a life energy level of 19? Would you be able to withstand it? Liang Quan chuckled wryly. What do you think? A genius with an exceptional constitution, yet in martial arts. He finds himself thoroughly outmatched by a peer of intermediate constitution who has yet to enter the realm. I'm already feeling the strain. At present, besides Liu, who can rival him in martial arts prowess? As he spoke, Yu Qing suddenly froze, a thought striking him as he turned sharply to gaze at Su Kan, who was situated at a distance. He had nearly forgotten. This individual also seemed quite formidable. The memory of that day at the banquet where Su Kan, wielding a life energy level of 5, for effortlessly incapacitated Lin Xian, who had demonstrated a life energy level of 9.5 and possessed a body of bronze and iron, resurfaced vividly in his mind, widening his eyes in realization. Wait, that fellow, Su Kan, had seemingly employed the sleeve dragon that day, right? And the condition for cultivating the sleeve dragon is the Thunderblade. He must be concealing the Thunderblade. This is bad, Liang Ge. What is the matter? Just focus on practicing your sword and strive to catch up. I, too, must hasten my progress to the 3rd stage. It is no longer merely about when showering. I mean to say at 3rd high. There may be an even more formidable presence. Finally, it is my turn. Shortly after, Su Kan rose, his face alight with anticipation. His eagerness was not for the ranking of the race, but rather, since entering this mirrored mode, he had been covertly observing the intricacies of this mirrored practice. If the mirrored mode could yield a 30 enhancement akin to that of a separated ranking mode, then possessing a mirrored training partner capable of pushing his limits would certainly lead to a substantial increase in proficiency. This would undoubtedly be more efficient than engaging in ranked matches against weaker opponents or being overwhelmed in battles. For instance, over the past month, without fully exerting his martial arts, it had become exceedingly challenging to gain proficiency. The mirrored mode, however, was distinct. It constantly challenged his limits, relentlessly squeezing his potential while allowing him to understand his shortcomings. To surpass oneself and witness a rapid increase in proficiency? Previously, Su Kan had dismissed the mirrored mode due to the rumors of its exorbitant costs, as simulating required extensive data updates. But now, having discovered this venue, if the mirrored mode truly could confer the enhancement of divine wandering through the void, then its cost-effectiveness would be undeniably exceptional. While others must engage in introspection during mirrored practice, Su Kan merely needed the enhancement, continuously battling against his limits and fervently striving, allowing success to come effortlessly. Heaven, if this mirrored mode can indeed provide enhancement, it would be akin to paradise for Su Kan. Thus, his anticipation was palpable. As Su Kan stood, the students who had regained their senses immediately cast their gazes in his direction. At last, it was his turn. Xiang Jing from the 4th high school fixed his gaze intently on Su Kan. Just yesterday at the 3rd high school, their student Sun Kai had been sent flying by this formidable figure, struck down by an invisible blade of energy. The sheer force displayed was already astonishing. If he were to reveal his swordsmanship, his combat prowess would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. In fact, Xiang Jing felt that Su Kan was likely the greatest dark horse in this competition. At the very least, one Shaorin's strength could not compare to the level of sword energy demonstrated here. Lu Mingdia's beautiful eyes remained fixed, unblinking, on Su Kan as he slowly ascended the stage. She was eager to discover the extent of skill possessed by this companion who had instilled such a suffocating pressure upon her, and she longed to witness the might of the 3 thunderstrikes firsthand. Su Kan, is it? Du Feng turned to Lu Mengdai. My dear, your father has been teasing me lately, mentioning that he found a young man who has mastered the Thunderblade, and this very youth arrived here with you this morning. Could it be? Lu Mengdai nodded earnestly. Uncle Du, you must pay close attention. My companion is incredibly formidable. Ah, companion. Du Feng's expression twitched, and he turned to scrutinize Su Kan with newfound seriousness. The Thunderblade, if truly mastered, would render him peerless among his contemporaries, at least in terms of sheer power. On the martial arts platform, Su Kan regarded the simulated mirror image with palpable impatience. Thankfully, the initial entry into the simulation required only a series of eliminations. Otherwise, having to start over each time would indeed be a hassle. Murmuring softly, Su Kan brandished a blue long sword, identical in design to the exquisite attire he wore. Without hesitation, he struck at the newly formed humanoid mirror image with a casual swipe, as if swatting away a mosquito with an electric racket. Bang! A terrifying surge of blade energy erupted, accompanied by a thunderous sound. The formless blade energy flashed momentarily, and the mirror image's form revealed a line of blood before it had even taken a step, instantly disintegrating into two halves of data. Du Feng was taken aback. Only Lu Mengdai, who had previously witnessed Su Can's terrifying strength, remained unfazed. Even the two students from the 4th high school, along with their classmates Zhou Yi and Wu Ting, were left in awe, their minds shaken yet again. The remaining students, who had never encountered such a spectacle, wore expressions of utter bewilderment, exchanging glances as if they had seen a ghost. One Shaoran, who had been gazing down at his long sword, barely lifted his head at the sound. Just in time, he caught sight of a ripple emanating from behind the mirror image, which then dissipated before his eyes. Was that blade energy produced by Su Can? As if in response to his curiosity, Su Can unleashed another strike. Bang! The second mirror image had barely formed when it was once again cleaved in half by an invisible blade of energy. This was indeed blade energy, manifested through sheer physical force. When Sharon's face, concealed beneath his black mask, was filled with astonishment. He had always believed his own strength to be formidable, yet he had never dared to entertain the thought of unleashing energy in such a manner. Yet now, he witnessed someone accomplishing just that, and this individual was merely a peer, slightly over the age of 8. Thus, it is my lack of formidable strength that prevents me from unleashing the sword energy. But to what extent must my power be amplified to achieve the prowess of Su? Is it truly attainable? Reflecting upon my arduous practice, I find that each attempt merely enhances my might by a fraction, perpetually thwarted by insurmountable obstacles, causing the youth to involuntarily smile bitterly. With a mere flick of the wrist, he unleashes a flurry of blade energy, impatiently slashing at the mirror image as if dispatching a mere chicken, hastening the process. What pretentiousness! Even more so than that when Shaoran, Yueqing, regaining his composure, is now filled with admiration. He too yearns to wield sword energy that stretches for 30,000 miles. At that moment, two resounding booms erupt from the platform. Bang! The mirror clone has unexpectedly unleashed its own blade resonance, sending invisible blade energy hurtling back towards Su Can. Chapter 63. The Harmony of Reality and Illusion. The Dragon's Might. Clang boom! Two invisible blades of energy collided violently, sending ripples through the air. Whoosh! In an instant, the force erupted, scattering in all directions, causing Su Can and his mirrored counterpart, clad in azure robes, to flutter. You are currently in a state of transcendent meditation, achieving a synchronous resonance of reality and illusion, your thoughts transcending the confines of systematic understanding. Additional rewards for transcendent meditation are being appended. Reward: continued enhancement of the 6 senses by 30. And while in the state of transcendent meditation, the effect is further amplified by an additional 30. Current enhancement of the 6 senses, 60. Effect during transcendent meditation, 60. Could it be due to the psychic sensing apparatus? If so, it inadvertently befuddled the system. Su Can's eyes sparkled with delight. Over the past month, he had frequented the pinnacle of eternity, yet had never triggered the additional achievement of transcendent meditation again. To his surprise, it was a relic from the previous generation of psychic sensing weaponry that granted him this reward anew. In a world of martial arts, the youth of modern society, inseparable from their digital devices, are truly misunderstood. Long live spiritual sustenance. With the additional 30 enhancement from transcendent meditation, it now amounted to 60. Subsequently, practicing for proficiency would yield significant improvements. Naturally, he needed to test whether the mirrored mode would yield further benefits. If it did, that would be a delightful surprise. Without hesitation, Su Can activated the limit-breaking state, his body crackling with the sound of thunder. Under the weight of his formidable power, he dashed forward like a wisp of wind, aiming directly at the mirror image. His speed was so swift that the mirror image could only manage to unleash a single invisible blade of energy. Clang! To his astonishment, Sukin deflected it with his long sword, the blade slicing through the air like a streak of azure light, shattering the energy in an instant. With a swift turn of his blade, he beheaded the mirrored foe, once again obliterating the doppelganger. Thunderblade. Hearing the crackling thunder emanating from Su Kan's body, Du Feng's breath caught in his throat. Indeed, he had mastered the Thunderblade. Moreover, his movements seamlessly integrated with the essence of the Thunderblade, a flawless amalgamation. This lad is exceptionally formidable. The other students had resorted to AI assistance to replay the recent scene. There was no other choice. Sukin's explosive speed had been too rapid to comprehend. It was as if lightning had struck, a flash of azure arc slicing through, concluding the battle once more. Such a caliber could only be possessed by a martial artist who had truly entered the realm. He had truly mastered the Thunderblade. He gazed bitterly at the AI-assisted display. He was acutely aware of the difficulty in mastering the Thunderblade. Each step required meticulous precision. For a single misstep could lead to grievous injury, or even a catastrophic damage to one's martial foundation. Yet, Sukin had managed to grasp the Thunderblade in such a short span of time. Recalling the doubts voiced by their elite class regarding Su Kan, He felt a sharp pang of embarrassment, akin to that of a jester, instinctively lowering his head under Wu Ting's gaze. On stage, the battle resumed, with a new mirror image entering the limit-breaking state, showcasing astonishing sword techniques. Yet it was still not enough. As Su Kan's blade technique underwent a transformation, the first form, a fusion of the thundercloud hidden dragon technique, was unleashed with a resonating thunderous roar, exuding an extreme ferocity. Despite the fact that the mirrored images had already displayed 3 advanced sword techniques, they were once again defeated in less than 10 strikes. Succumbing to the overwhelming force of the thundercloud hidden dragon, Sukin resembled an endless abyss. With each new mirrored image born, an equivalent level of mastery was refreshed. His terrifying combat prowess surged forth, leading to formidable slayings. Again, after the emergence of the 10th mirrored image, Su Kan, exhilarated, felt a hint of pressure. The mirrored image deployed the wind-chasing shadow technique, fearlessly confronting his sword force with the fierce and domineering thundercloud hidden dragon. The clash of blades resonated with a symphony of metallic sounds. At this moment, the mirrored image finally possessed the means to contend with Su Kan, barely managing to engage in combat. Yet, such an intense battle left the onlookers utterly astounded, immersed in the breathtaking display of swordsmanship. No one dared to utter a word. They held their breath, fixated on the AI-assisted visuals. In the scene, Su Kan pivoted his blade, his wrist twisting as he raised it high, then let out a commanding shout. Out of the sleeve, in an instant, the torrent of the thundercloud blade technique converged upon his weapon, surging with an overwhelming momentum. A crackling sound echoed as 2 sharp, thunderous roars rang out, and with the force of a dragon's roar, he unleashed a slash that seemed capable of devouring mountains and rivers. A vibrant blue blade line extending nearly 10 meters surged forth, embodying an unstoppable might, aimed directly at the mirrored image. This strike, executed after Su Kan had elevated his life energy level to 8 over the month, along with the mastery of the Azure Dragon from his sleeve and the accompaniment of the thunderous resonance, was indeed comparable to the 3 thunderous dragon slashes that had once felled the Mother Body Shadow Demon. Out of the sleeve, the mirrored image, undeterred, responded with a chilling voice, its long blade slicing upward. With a crack, it emitted a thunderous sound, simultaneously channeling a torrent of blade energy, extending a 6 to 7 meter blade line of its own. Boom! Rumble! The clash of lethal techniques sent sharp energy rippling through the center of the martial platform. Strands of piercing blade energy dispersed, striking the ground with a cacophony of metallic slicing sounds, unbearably sharp. As the students looked on, the mirrored image had been completely engulfed by that fearsome strike, cleaved in 2, and subsequently obliterated by the scattered blade energy. The dragon's might, the momentum of the Thunderblade. Du Feng inhaled deeply. This was a remarkable fusion of the Thunderblade and the Azure Dragon from his sleeve, alongside a realization of a unique aura belonging to the great Xia Dragon King. The fluidity with which he commanded the blade's momentum suggested that his foundational sword techniques had likely transcended into the fourth tier. Lumingia's small face shone with excitement as she turned to Du Feng. Uncle Du, this is exactly who I was talking about. What do you think? His swordsmanship has caught the attention of the master of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion. I even believe that, aside from not matching Jiro's martial talent, in terms of martial comprehension, he is hardly inferior. Du Feng nodded emphatically, his heart swelling with excitement. Such a prodigy of the sword, emerging from his old captain's Blade Academy, filled him with genuine joy. After all, the Knife River Martial Arts Academy has been overshadowed by that legendary swordsman's dojo for many years. It is indeed time for a prodigy to emerge who can stand against it. At this moment upon the stage, the 11th mirror image was born under the astonished and numbed gazes of the onlookers. Su Kan's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he unsheathed his blade and charged forward without a moment's hesitation. The two figures in azure attire unleashed in even greater combat prowess, their blade energy radiating across a 10-meter diameter, locked in an intense and indecisive battle. Aside from the thunderous three strikes technique, which Su Kan had yet to employ due to its challenging proficiency, he had already committed fully to all other means at his disposal. Within just a few minutes, a voice echoed in his mind, announcing Wind Chasing Shadow Proficiency 1. Feeling the subtle understanding of martial arts and movement techniques wash over him, Su Kan smiled, filled with exhilaration. His mastery of the Wind Chasing Shadow was nearing perfection, and in less than 10 minutes, he had achieved a proficiency increase of 1. Under normal circumstances, whether in ranked matches or in the real world, such an advancement would have been utterly impossible. Gaining a single point of proficiency was likely due to the 60 enhancement effect of his ethereal state aiding him. This also implied that the mirror image mode could yield such benefits. Splendid. Almost simultaneously, Du Feng signaled to dismiss the mirror image, causing Lu Mengdai to pause in surprise. Uncle Du, he still has 3. Shoo. Du Feng shot her a glance and communicated through a friend as transmission. The Great Xia is not solely represented by your Knife River Martial Arts Academy. With Su Kan's martial arts prowess, if he were to practice boxing, leg techniques, or even other forms, what achievements do you think he would attain? Furthermore, the control of the virtual realm is not limited to those 2 national martial gods. A select few others have some influence as well. Do you understand my meaning? Unterstot unkledu. Chapter 64, Heidfoliso. The South Zay capital, the fierce battle abruptly came to a halt, leaving the students present momentarily stunned. Was that it? Yuqing wore a look of unfulfilled anticipation. The combat style of Brother Ken was such that I felt I could watch for 3 days and nights. His mastery of the blade was both ferocious and ostentatious. Truly a spectacle to behold. Since the commencement of Su Kan's sparring, he had exclaimed Brother Ken no fewer than 10 times, clearly entranced. Upon hearing Yuqing sigh, the other students instinctively nodded in agreement. The sparring session with Su Kan felt akin to 2 martial masters engaging in combat while deliberately lowering their prowess, showcasing exquisite skill. The strategic interplay and unforeseen techniques displayed were nothing short of breathtaking, leaving them utterly captivated. Such a display was typically reserved for the finals of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Moreover, this was a rare encounter featuring 2 combatants wielding thunderous blades. How high could Su Kan possibly rank? With such terrifying swordsmanship and agility, I surmised he would at least secure a place in the top 3, undoubtedly surpassing the power level of 15 life energy. Yet, my discerning eye could not ascertain the exact ranking. I would have to await the assessment from Instructor Du. To speak candidly, I felt that Su Kan had already surpassed Liang Quan from the first high school, and in terms of swordplay comparison, he even surpassed the Blade Princess in terms of visual appeal. Don't stare at me. This is merely my most immediate impression. In truth, I share that sentiment. After their thirst for excitement remained unquenched, the students watched as Su Kan descended the stage, leading to a flurry of discussions. As the subjects of this discourse, Lu Mengdai and Liang Quan had differing reactions. The former remained unfazed, having privately experienced Su Kan's prowess. On the other hand, Liang Quan, despite his attempts to maintain a calm facade, could not disguise the tension in his clenched fists. This second best from the first high school was clearly invested in the final rankings. At that moment, the virtual information panel displayed Su Kan's details. Deterno. 888. Life energy level. 8. 8. Not yet entered. Skills. Blade technique. Level 4. 35 points. Agility technique. Level 4. 69 points. Martial arts. Sleeve dragon. Mastery. Comprehended blade intent. Chasing wind. Grasping shadows. Mastery. Limit. Thunderous 9 blades. Entry level. Second thunder limit. As the information was revealed, the students, including Lu Mingdai, collectively inhaled sharply. Level 4. Level 4 in blade technique. The agility was nearly at 70 points in level 4. Such skills they had only witnessed in that Moon Maiden. They had previously believed that when Shaoran's martial talent was already extraordinary. However, in comparison to Su Kan, it was as if a mere novice stood before a master, entirely incomparable. If the former was deemed a martial genius, then the latter was a martial prodigy. Most importantly, among all the foundational martial arts recognized as the strongest, the sleeve dragon technique had reached the level of comprehending blade intent in Su Kan's hands. Who created this technique? It was none other than the foremost of the 4 martial saints of the Dragon Nation, crafted alongside the Heavenly Blade and the Great Xia Dragon King in their youth. Comprehending the essence of the sword's momentum is akin to acquiring the profound teachings of 2 masters, is it not? As for the formidable Thunderblade of the Second Resonance, it is no wonder that it can slice through the very air itself. With 4 levels of swordsmanship, Lu Mingdai scoffed in displeasure, remarking that the fellow was indeed accommodating her. It was observed that as Du Feng recorded the results, ultimately, Su Kan's ranking in the competition was competition ranking, second, surpassing the life energy level of 19 points of the first realm, a testament to his exceptional bone structure. Indeed, many students instinctively nodded in agreement. The Thunderblade is synonymous with transcending boundaries in combat. While Su Kan may not possess the same training speed as Liang Quan, his strength and velocity, bolstered by the Thunderblade, had already exceeded the entry-level standard by over 10 life energy levels. Coupled with such terrifying martial prowess, it is truly well-deserved. Once the remaining students concluded their sparring, they exited the virtual realm. After a lunch break, they would proceed to the trial of the alien races. The mere mention of the alien trials left the students feeling exceedingly anxious. Before long, all students exited the mirrored mode and departed from the Eternal Summit. My back. My hands. Why does it feel as though I've been thoroughly beaten? This sensory armor is utterly absurd. And why is my face so swollen, resembling that of a pig's head? Could it be the 2 punches from the mirror? Upon removing his martial gear, Su Kan felt a twinge of soreness in his wrists. At this moment, he once again perceived the terrifying nature of the Thunderblade. Typically, it was he who wielded the Thunderblade against others, but now, experiencing a clash of equal blades, he realized how formidable it truly was. It was rather unpleasant. Let us dine at the Martial Arts Association cafeteria. We shall regroup in 10 minutes. 10 minutes the time to reach the cafeteria is barely sufficient. Do you still wish to savor your meal leisurely? What does competition mean? Even dining must be competitive. Under Du Feng's stern gaze, the students could only grit their teeth and, resembling famished spirits, rushed towards the cafeteria with haste. Beep, beep, beep. Once the group of youngsters had departed, Du Feng activated the wristband that had emitted urgent alerts, and a virtual screen materialized. On it appeared a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, slowly coalescing, who spoke in somewhat unrefined Mandarin, cursing, "Damn it, old Du. Only now are you responding to my message. Are you even still my cousin?" Du Feng, upon recognizing the communicator, wore an expression of disdain. "Why are you not teaching your students in Nan's city properly? What brings you to me? Furthermore, as a 6th-level master, why do you speak so crudely? Can't you articulate your Mandarin with more clarity? Nan's city, the capital of Guangzhou province, is even more prosperous and expansive than first-tier cities such as Xiaocheng, Lucheng, and Ningxing, situated at the heart of Guangzhou province. Our dialect in Guangzhou is simply like this. Besides, the neighboring Tianhai province is known for its daily white-cut chicken, peppered with colloquial expressions, and it is not without reason. Especially since that legendary sword god has supplanted the ancient imperial capital, becoming the new imperial capital. Let us get down to business. I don't wish to engage in unnecessary banter with you. Don't be like that, cousin. All right, I just wanted to challenge you a bit. Since graduating from Longxing University, have we not always been in competition? Now that you're leading a class, let's compare notes. Upon hearing this, Dufeng smirked and remarked, "You, South Zhe, have gathered all the talents of the entire Guangzhou provincial capital. How dare you compete with me?" As far as Dufeng was aware, after the Moon Girl ascended to the Heavenly Sea imperial capital, apart from Shao City, only Lu Mengdai, a figure of exceptional talent, remained in Guangzhou provincial capital. And only South Zhe still had a single remarkable root bone. However, aside from this exceptional root bone, there were indeed several others of considerable quality, which constituted the foundation of this year's Guangzhou provincial capital. On the screen, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut grinned widely. Isn't it because, aside from that Moon Girl, your Shao City also boasts that exceptional sword girl? If I recall correctly, there's another high-grade root bone, isn't there? Presently, in the entire Guangzhou provincial capital, only South Zhe and Shao City possess exceptional root bones. Should I see competition with other insignificant towns? Furthermore, it has been stated that we should encourage our students to compete, to create a little pressure, has it not? Dufeng wore a look of disdain. Based on his understanding of this old rascal, it was likely that he felt emboldened to challenge Shao City only because the Moon Girl had departed. After all, prior to this, as the capital of Guangzhou, South Zhe not only faced rejection from the Moon Girl in her pursuit of admission to South Zhe Martial High, but had also been significantly overshadowed by this celestial prodigy. Chapter 65. The Trials of Extraterrestrial Races commence. In summary, Old Du, you must have concluded your training by now. If that is the case, let us use the inaugural trials of the extraterrestrial races as an appetizer. These are merely a group of inexperienced youths, devoid of true perilous encounters. Setting aside their innate talents, how about we assess their psychological resilience? If so, that could indeed be arranged. Let the stakes be a treasure of the 5th level. Within the dining hall, amidst the astonished gazes of numerous staff members, the students of the speed class resembled famished souls, ravenously devouring their meals as if they had not eaten for days. They continued to shovel food into their mouths, barely pausing to swallow. Some of the girls attempted to maintain a semblance of decorum, yet upon recalling the fierce visage of Dufeng, they abandoned all restraint, tossing their hair aside and voraciously consuming their meals, keeping pace with their male counterparts. Sukin also partook in the frenzied feast while reflecting on the limitations of the mirror mode. From his observations, it appeared that, apart from requiring payment, the mirror mode was also subject to restrictions. One could only engage in 5 mirror training sessions per day, after which one must wait until the following day to commence anew. It seemed that updating and loading new data in real time consumed an inordinate amount of energy, despite its virtual nature. Nevertheless, Sukin felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At that moment, when Sharon approached with a full plate, her cheeks bulging as she chewed vigorously, yet her eyes remained fixed on Suk and Brother Can. "Could you teach me how to harness my strength?" Suk Can, cheeks equally stuffed, glanced up at the previously reticent and refined youth. "We'll discuss it later," he replied vaguely, then discarded his now empty plate and, with less than 30 seconds remaining, unleashed his full speed in a whirlwind, dashing out of the dining hall. Whoa, is he not going to digest that? That's far too fast. The other students, drenched in sweat, hastened their pace. However, lacking the divine digestive prowess, they soon found themselves choking, nearly succumbing to their own rice. After a moment, in the martial arts room, each student was still chewing their food, scarcely allowing time for a rinse. "Excellent. This is the attitude I desire," Dufeng surveyed with satisfaction. "Now, let us prepare for the extraterrestrial trials. Your school has likely informed you that the nation places great emphasis on real combat, particularly experience against extraterrestrial races. Hence, the educational process has been accelerated. By high school, you must establish a genuine foundation in practical combat, developing an awareness of the dangers that lie ahead. Remember, flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempest. The rising mortality rate among recent university graduates has confirmed this point." Dufeng's tone was solemn. "Therefore, your martial arts examination this year will be more rigorous than ever before. In addition to scores for skills, martial arts mastery, academic subjects, and cultivation. The practical examination will constitute a staggering 50 of your overall score. 50%. The students of the speed class swallowed their food with anxious expressions. With this change, the challenge of gaining admission to prestigious martial arts universities had reached an unprecedented level of difficulty, leaving no room for error. For students lacking in psychological resilience and experiencing intense pressure in practical scenarios, the challenge is nothing short of hellish. Furthermore, the trial of foreign roots differs from the pure skill contests at the pinnacle of eternity, as it permits the utilization of extraordinary powers derived from their unique bone structures. After all, these powers are indeed an integral part of their own strength, and there is no expectation for them to rely solely on their martial arts skills to complete the trial. However, I must activate the permissions for the virtual realm and individually record each of your extraordinary abilities on site, which will take some time. As I concluded my remarks, the students possessing extraordinary powers displayed expressions of excitement, secretly relieved. The ability to harness the strength from their unique bone structures undoubtedly bolstered their confidence. It is worth noting that some of them could complement their martial skills with their extraordinary powers, potentially unleashing even greater might. If the previous mirroring mode could also utilize these powers, the rankings might need to be reassessed, some students mused confidently. At that moment, Dufeng turned his gaze towards Liang Quan, Wen Xiaoren, and Su Kan. You three, one possesses superior roots, another has intermediate roots, and the last one is currently unable to awaken extraordinary powers, so you may remain on the sidelines and observe quietly. The other students followed Dufeng's gaze, casting curious looks at Su Kan. During the previous introduction, they had already learned about this formidable individual's unique circumstances. Although classified as having intermediate extraordinary roots during the testing, Su Kan experienced a peculiar situation of half-purple, half-yellow roots. The awakening and mastery of extraordinary powers proved exceedingly difficult, and it might even interfere with the purity of his roots in the future. Such a rare occurrence, 1 in 1,000 among those with intermediate extraordinary roots, had befallen Su Kan. The quality of the extraordinary power was formidable, yet it remained dormant. One could not ascertain whether this was misfortune or a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, even if Su Kan could not wield extraordinary powers, they dared not voice their opinions. In their eyes, Su Kan's mastery of the Thunderblade, with its sheer force, equated to his own unique, extraordinary power, far surpassing the terrifying nature of powers merely enhancing physical attributes. Before long, led by Lu Mengdai, 19 students began to manifest their extraordinary powers. Dufeng recorded each one meticulously through the permissions of the virtual transmission device, simulating their abilities as he did so. Blade eyes activate. In the next moment, Lu Mingdie's enchanting gaze emanated 2 radiant blade auras, enveloping her tall figure in shimmering white light. The blade patterns covered her exposed skin, and even her hair danced as if transformed into strands of glass-like blades. As the dazzling blade auras subsided, Lu Mingdai underwent a complete transformation. Her height surged beyond 1.80 meters, her body adorned with intricate glass blade patterns, radiating a pure, ethereal glow. Her eyes, no longer resembling obsidian, transformed into the hues of glass blade eyes, with each flicker of the miniature long blades at their center. The glass blade patterns on her body pulsed, as if imbued with life. The blade eyes mode. The male students from Class 1 were jolted, their gazes fervently fixed upon the dramatically transformed Lu Mengdai. This was only the second time they had witnessed this extraordinary mode. In this mode, Lu Mengdai appears to transform into a queen of blades, astonishingly beautiful. Su Kan gazes at her in amazement, noticing that the many daggers within her eyes seem to be orchestrating a sword technique, as if they could manipulate the shimmering glass-like patterns of her body. How marvelous! Is this the essence of a superior? Unlike the localized mutations of an average, this signifies a comprehensive transformation. Truly extraordinary. No wonder she is referred to as the Blade Maiden. It fits her perfectly. Uncle Du, you are familiar with my current state, so there is no need for me to elaborate further, Lu Mengdai states, directing her blade-like gaze towards Du Feng, who nods in response. The girl exhales, relinquishing her blade gaze mode, seemingly relieved, as maintaining such a state appears to be quite taxing. Everyone then turns their attention to Zhong Yin, who stand behind when showering. Representing the second high school, mine is called Bloodburst. By sacrificing my blood, I can instantaneously enhance my physical capabilities across all dimensions, as Zhong Yin speaks. Wisps of energy rise from his body. In the next moment, he begins to leap repeatedly in place, his speed creating afterimages. Compared to the full force he exhibited during the mirror training, his speed, reflexes, and strength have all significantly increased. Stop. That's enough. The data collection is sufficient. You can halt now. Witnessing Zhong Yin, whose lips are turning pale yet is still eager to continue burning his blood, Du Feng quickly calls for a stop, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead. This type of, which sacrifices blood for strength, must be used with caution in the future. One must manage the loss of blood carefully. Do you understand? Du Feng fears that before this young man can defeat he might recklessly deplete himself in his fervor. Before long, as each student began to showcase donning the responsive skeletal gear, Du Feng activated the trial permissions, and they once again entered the virtual realm. Upon reopening their eyes, the group found themselves in a desolate, eerie city shrouded in dim moonlight, standing atop a crumbling, old building. At a glance, the surrounding trees were barren, a dismal gray dominating the landscape, save for the patches of sticky green moss scattered across the ground. The streets and alleys were littered with remains and severed limbs, the bones being gnawed upon by numerous dark rats, producing a chilling, crunching sound that sent shivers down the spines of the students in the racing class, their eyes wide with terror. Chapter 66. Have we already speedrun the beginning? Suddenly, a pitch-black mouse scurried across the feet of the crowd, startling a girl who let out a gasp, tears brimming in her eyes as she looked at Du Feng. Instructor, where is this place? Du Feng cast a glance at the girl, recognizing her as Xian Kiki, the sixth in the speed race rankings, with an energy level of 11. Yet terrified of mouse, Xian Kiki pouted. Instructor, we girls are truly afraid of these creatures. The other girls nodded in agreement, instinctively shifting their legs away from the mouse's path. After the trial with the other races, you will all be doing an extra 10,000 push-ups, including those of you who nodded. Oh no. Instructor, with a cold snort, Du Feng clasped his fists and gazed down at the hellish scene below. This was a glimpse into the darkness that plagued humanity for 100 years, a sight after being devoured by the other races. This city was merely one of many, simulated into the trial by the Void Realm. At this moment, our state had not fully immersed into the scene, rendering us as mere observers, unaffected by all that we beheld. Upon hearing this, Xian Kiki and the other girls hung their heads in shame. The boys fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the ground littered with corpses, gnawed upon by the relentless black mice, feeling lost and bewildered. Those corpses belonged to their ancestors. The Century of Darkness was a well-known chapter in their history, instilled in them since childhood through daily readings that had imprinted in their very being. Du Feng stared de his tone somber. The dark century before the rise of the new martial prowess was the most arduous period for humanity. Faced with the overwhelming tide of other races and beasts, countless cities fell, and billions perished in mere days, becoming the sustenance for those ravenous monsters. In the depths of despair, countless ancestors, with their mortal bodies, forged a flesh-and-blood great wall, resisting valiantly, allowing humanity a moment to breathe. It was these fearless predecessors who enabled our survival. They established the martial God Temple, a bastion for humanity, upholding the spirit of our forebears and giving rise to powerful guardians of humanity, who endured hardships to finally gain the strength to counter those monsters. As he spoke, Du Feng activated a virtual display, all glimmering in his eyes. There stood a blood-red flagpole, with shadowy figures clad in dark attire, wielding blood blades to slay the other races, the scenes of reclaiming cities unfolding before them. Each time a city was reclaimed, the blood-red flag would be raised at its pinnacle, fluttering in the wind as the guardians cheered in unison. Even in the present, the martial God Temple continued to embody the spirit of our ancestors, relentlessly venturing into the outer realms to reclaim humanity's rightful lands. Using their meager strength to sustain the flame, of humanity. The students listened intently, refraining from interrupting Dufeng. The remarkable deeds of humanity never ceased to captivate their hearts. After a moment of reflection, Dufeng paused his musings, shifting the topic. Well, you are now aware of the nature of this place. We are about to embark on a trial, and the first entity you shall confront is the Shadow Ghost, a creature renowned for its stealth within the realm of spirits, now one of the most prevalent specters across the vast territories of the Great Xia. The Shadow Ghost. Su Kan's eyes gleamed with a peculiar understanding. He was well acquainted with this foe. The other students cast apprehensive glances at the dark and profound city, their expressions betraying their anxiety. Dufeng continued, "You should be familiar with the Shadow Ghost from the records of foreign entities. It traverses the night with remarkable speed, augmented by its innate abilities, making it difficult to detect. To combat it, mere illumination is insufficient. What is paramount is your sense of perception and judgment. You must also maintain your composure. Do not allow your focus to waver. They are cunning creatures, and should they sense your distraction, the consequences could be dire." As he spoke, he gestured to his scar-ridden visage. "Once, as a mere novice of the Flame Guardians, I nearly fell victim to a shadow ghost that sought to pierce my skull." Gazing at the ghastly scars on Dufeng's face, the students felt an escalating sense of dread. "I shall not frighten you further. Soon, I will transport you to various regions. Indeed, you will truly enter the current scene. Fear not, for you will only face a single shadow ghost, and its attributes will be temporarily adjusted to a manageable level for you. It will not initially possess its true capabilities. Whether you can withstand it is solely up to you." With that, before the students could inquire further, Dufeng waved his hand, and the 22 of them vanished from their spot. Almost simultaneously, a middle-aged man clad in denim and a floral t-shirt appeared beside Dufeng. "Is it time to commence?" The newcomer was none other than Wei Long, the instructor of the racing class from the Southern Zhe capital, a master of the Sixth Realm. "Aren't your students also undergoing their initial trial against foreign entities?" Dufeng shot a glance at the old fellow, particularly noting the flip-flops on his feet, and his lips twitched in amusement. "This guy's just like that moon lord from our town. Indeed, this is a competition between our two classes. I came to observe your little rascals from Xiaocheng, especially that knife-wielding girl, to see how she compares to our prodigy." Wei Long grinned, producing a pack of Long Long and offering Dufeng a stick. After lighting them, they settled down to watch the virtual screens displaying the performances of their respective students against the Shadow Ghost. In a realm of eerie silence, within a dilapidated urban village that seemed on the verge of collapse, nostalgia washed over Su Kan as he wielded a simulated flame guardian blade, clothed in a dark garb. He silently traversed a narrow alley, where the mossy ground occasionally stirred with the movement of serpents and insects, rustling among the scattered, pale bones. With his heightened senses, now enhanced by 60%, even from dozens of meters away, he could hear the cacophony of creatures gnawing. Among them was a juvenile shadow ghost, seemingly drawn by his scent, meandering toward him like a headless fly. After the enhancement, my sense of smell and hearing has become extraordinarily acute, surpassing even that of shadowy specter. Before it could detect my presence, I had already inadvertently revealed my whereabouts. If my senses continue to sharpen at this rate, I might very well become a human radar. Silently mocking the situation, Su Kan swiftly executed his movements, vanishing into the night like a wraith. Before long, as he traversed the stairwell, the specter seemed to sense something amiss and was about to raise its head when a flash of crimson steel silently descended. With a soft thud, the specter had not even perceived Su Kan's figure before its head was cleaved in twain, ensuring that the image of a complete head falling victim to the shadow would never come to pass. The attire of the Ember Guardian truly proved remarkable, increasingly masking one's scent as one drew near. It was no wonder that each Ember Guardian possessed such a cloak. The pretense was merely a secondary benefit. As he adjusted his cloak, Su Kan was suddenly met with a prompt in his mind. "You have once again vanquished a foreign demon that has plagued the realm, earning immeasurable merit, bringing you one step closer to achieving the title of Guardian." Guardian? It sounded like an illustrious accomplishment, one that could only be triggered upon completion. This was a first for him, and the reward appeared to be extraordinary. Su Kan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. But soon his expression shifted to one of regret. If only he had allowed the specter to call for reinforcements. However, this was a trial in the virtual realm, and the instructor had mentioned that each participant would face only one target. Surely there would not be a second specter, right? In a dilapidated old building, we're about to engage with the specter. Our superior anomalous bone structures are ready. Wei Long exhaled a puff of smoke. His eyes suddenly alight with excitement as he observed the imminent encounter between Lu Meng Dai and another youth with the specter, laughing with glee. They were merely 30 meters apart, and it would come down to who could detect the impending danger amidst the serpentine distractions and strike first in the darkness. Du Feng also wore a smile as he watched the scene featuring Lu Meng Dai. However, unexpectedly, a secondary screen popped up, displacing Lu Mengdia's main view and becoming the new focal point. On the screen, 4 large characters appeared. Trial completed. Du Feng was taken aback, and Wei Long beside him was equally stunned. No way. Had they completed the trial in less than 30 seconds? They had set the specter 100 meters away from the students. How could such a swift completion occur without either party being aware? Taking a deep breath, Du Feng hastily activated the screen. Chapter 67. Has this kid activated a form of X-ray vision? Under Du Feng's authority, the main screen replayed, rewinding to before the trial began. Wei Long's gaze was fixated on the screen, his disbelief palpable. He could hardly fathom that. Apart from the esteemed from the Southern Zhe Prefecture and that clever girl from Shao City, any student could complete the initial trial with such alacrity. It is essential to recognize that this was a scenario advantageous to the Shadow Spectre. With only the faint light of the moon illuminating the surroundings in a distance of 100 meters, how could they possibly encounter each other so swiftly? Even if they did meet, facing a Shadow Spectre for the first time, especially under the unfamiliarity of a nocturnal battlefield, one would naturally be in a defensive position, seeking ways to break free from peril, wouldn't they? In under 30 seconds? Such a feat seemed utterly implausible. While awaiting the screen to load, Wei Long shot a glance at Du Feng. Is it possible your permissions were configured incorrectly? How can you, a Southern Zhe brat, dare to cast aspersions on me? And are you attempting to play tricks now? Wei Long promptly fell silent. His wager with Du Feng was a matter of personal rivalry. But the dignity of Southern Zhe could not suffer further humiliation. He had heard enough of the comparisons between Southern Zhe and Shao City. At that moment, the screen began to clarify, as he beheld the lithe figure clad in night gear, and the calm, yet striking features beneath the hood. Du Feng was momentarily taken aback. Su Kan. Wei Long, intrigued, remarked what a handsome lad. Could he be that esteemed student from your Shao City? No. Wei Long's brow furrowed. To his knowledge, after the departure of the Moon Maiden, aside from Lu Meng Dai, the only noteworthy figure from Shao City was indeed that distinguished student. It was not him. Suddenly, both men felt a jolt of surprise as they watched Su Kan, who had been moving steadily, without warning, dissolve into the shadows, merging seamlessly with the night. Remarkably, he was heading towards the location of the juvenile Shadow Spectre. In a mere moment, the young man stealthily approached the corner of the corridor, his night attire cloaking him in obscurity, raised long knife in hand. He transformed into a vigilant guardian, employing the old 6 combat strategy to lie in wait for the Shadow Spectre. The Spectre, akin to a dog that had caught the scent of a bone, crawled cautiously, only to encounter love around the corner. The long knife fell, and the Spectre was vanquished on the spot. Du Feng and Wei Long exchanged incredulous glances, both inhaling sharply. Damn, they had never anticipated that the youth would execute such a decisive kill against the Shadow Spectre. It was extraordinarily audacious. Here he was, crouching in the underbrush on someone else's territory, and he succeeded. Was it merely a stroke of luck? Wei Long ground his teeth in frustration. Let us see if another one meets the same fate. Don't glare at me. You must think it's just fortune as well, right? Du Feng, not inclined to argue with the older man, immediately arranged for another juvenile Shadow Spectre under his authority. Although he had only recently come to know Su Kan, he was aware that Su Kan lacked the ability to wield. Without any such power, how could he perform such audacious maneuvers at such proximity and in such an environment? It was as if he had precognition of the Spectre's position. This level of perception was quite extraordinary. even with mastery over the perception-based supernatural abilities. It is improbable for students at this stage to stealthily crouch in the shadows at night. In the urban village scene, another one has appeared. Sukan, taken aback, wondered if the trial involved more than just a single shadow ghost. Eagerly, he transformed into a phantasmal figure, merging with the darkness as he stealthily approached the newly spawned shadow ghost. Although he was unaware of the exact number of entities that needed to be slain to trigger the Guardian achievement, he was resolute in his decision to continue dispatching foes, knowing that it would indeed activate the reward. Fortunately, the chaotic system, while in a state of ethereal wandering, had rendered the shadow ghost in the simulated realm as a tangible threat. Otherwise, given Su Kan's current status as a student, seeking out supernatural beings in reality would constitute a significant disruption to the sacred Flame Guardian's duties, bringing about considerable trouble if pursued. After a mere 10 seconds, Sukan employed the same tactic, crouching in the corner with a glint of mischief in his eyes, licking his lips. The moment the shadow ghost raised its head, it appeared momentarily stunned. Upon confirming the presence of its adversary, thud, it was swiftly dispatched with a single stroke. You have once again vanquished a calamity-causing outer-world demon, earning immeasurable merit. You are one step closer to triggering the Guardian achievement. Hold on. Could this lad possess X-ray vision? Observing the screen that displayed the 4 characters indicating the completion of the trial, Wei Long's eyes widened in astonishment. Du Feng chuckled, remarking that regardless of whether he possessed such abilities, the boy's swift detection of the shadow ghost location, coupled with his exceptional agility to approach and efficiently dispatch it while concealed by the cloak of night, was indeed a testament to his skill. Old Du, let me see his training information. I suspect he might be resorting to underhanded tactics due to inadequate combat prowess. Wei Long's expression darkened. Having once been firmly suppressed by Yujiro, they had accepted their defeat in the Southern Zei capital. Now, as they had just implemented the new Star Education Accelerated class, to be outdone yet again by such a cunning lad left him feeling utterly disgruntled. Du Feng shrugged and opened Su Kan's training information. Diterno. 888. Life energy level. 8. Not yet entered the realm. Skill. Blade technique. Level 4. 35 points. Only an 8. 8 life energy level, indeed. Wei Long's gaze fell lower, and his voice abruptly faltered, his expression freezing as he looked up at Du Feng. Level 4 blade technique. Du Feng nodded. Level 4 agility? He nodded again. Had he comprehended the dragon's might from the Azure Dragon? And had he even mastered the Thunderblade, achieving the second resonance limit? Seeing Du Feng's approving nod, Wei Long took a deep breath. This lad is unworthy of being a man from Guangzhou. He possesses none of the primal ferocity expected of a Guangzhou man. With the Thunderblade in hand, how could he act so passively, devoid of the imposing aura that a swordsman should embody? If that renowned heavenly blade were to witness this, it would surely bring tears to their eyes. That said, deep within, Instructor Wei was already engulfed in a tempest of emotions, unable to maintain his composure. In Xiaoqing, such a martial arts prodigy existed. Wu and Ti, their Southern Zei, faced yet another defeat in martial prowess this year. Last year, they were overshadowed by Yunu, and now they were being outshone by this unexpectedly formidable newcomer. What remains of Southern Zei's pride? Fortunately for Wei Long, this little rascal named Su Kan possesses an extraordinary talent for martial arts. However, his foundational roots in martial arts are only of mediocre quality. They are of the average variety, and there exists the possibility that external forces may disrupt his equilibrium, impeding his cultivation. In contrast, apart from one individual with superior comparable to Lu Meng Dai, our Southern Zei boasts 4 prodigies with exceptional foundational roots, who far surpass him in cultivation. If he cannot match us in martial prowess, we shall simply suppress him with our superior cultivation. In this round, I concede defeat to you, yet there remain further trials in which we shall compete. With this resolute declaration, Wei Long promptly returned to the testing grounds of his class. At this moment, even an additional second spent in the presence of Du Feng, breathing the same air, felt like torment. The testing arena for the Southern Zei speed class was similarly a desolate ancient city. 7 minutes later, a handsome youth with tousled hair reappeared beside Wei Long. his expression fraught with anxiety as he inquired of his instructor. Instructor Wei, how long did Lu Mengdai take to complete her trial? 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Almost a minute faster than you, came the reply. The young man clenched his fists, his face a mask of frustration. Is it her again? Not quite, Wei Long replied, his tone tinged with concern. It was another lad from Xiaoqing named Su Kan. Not Lu Mengdai. How long did this Su Kan take? Less than a minute, I believe. Wei Tianxiu stood stunned, doubting his own ears. 50-some seconds? To be precise, 28 seconds. Instructor Wei, I wish to try again. Do you have a perspective cheat? A perspective cheat? No, I don't. Then just be patient and wait for the next opportunity to reclaim your honor. Chapter 68. The scene of the great whipping of corpses breathing technique, it is uncertain how much time had elapsed. Su Kan had wandered around the entire urban village no less than 10 times, yet he had not encountered a single shadow ghost, which left him feeling quite helpless. After a while, he felt his consciousness waver, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the martial arts room. A glance around revealed that only Lu Mengdai, Liang Quan, Zhong Yin, Wen Shaoran, and Yu Qing remained standing. The others were slumped on the ground, their faces ashen and drenched in sweat, resembling individuals just fished out of water, each one appearing haunted and shaken, as if gripped by an overwhelming fear. Some were trembling uncontrollably, their bodies shaking like chaff in the wind. It seemed the aftereffects were quite significant. Su Kan mused inwardly. Had it not been for his father's grave injuries, which had jolted him into a state of agitation and caused him to lose his composure, and had he experienced an encounter with a shadow ghost, he too might have been similarly affected by the ordeal. Brother Kan, why do you seem so unfazed? Did you not encounter any shadow ghosts? Yu Qing inquired, her trembling arm clasped tightly, her complexion still somewhat pale. Having lost an arm to the shadow ghost and feeling the pull of the skeletal remains in reality, my entire arm has gone numb. Truly a dual torment. And this was merely an adjusted shadow ghost. Had it been a real one, why not have lost my head? At this moment, Du Feng, who was surveying the others with a cold gaze, spoke with a blank expression. It's good that you understand. To be dealt such a blow by a weakened juvenile shadow ghost while wielding the Xuanhua sword Qi and still lose an arm. If Governor you were to find out, he might very well take you away tomorrow, unable to bear the disgrace. Yu Qing immediately recoiled, no longer daring to utter another word. Du Feng barked, get up, all of you. Otherwise, you can all get lost. The students, who had been sprawled on the ground, seemed struck by lightning and instinctively stood up, though their expressions remained somewhat dazed. Du Feng sneered. How does it feel to have your limbs severed by a shadow ghost? To be alive while your flesh is being devoured? As he spoke, he began to display segments of pre-recorded trial videos. In the footage, some individuals, in a panic, fled heedlessly, only to be struck down from behind by a shadow ghost that severed their legs. They writhed on the ground, crying out in despair, no. Please don't kill me, help. Someone save me, save me. The grim conclusion was met with the sound of desperate screams as they were further dismembered, witnessing their limbs being devoured right before their eyes, only to be left twitching in agony, tears streaming down their faces. Those students who had been subjected to the gruesome whipping of corpses had already reached a state of mental collapse. Upon witnessing their own ghastly fates replayed, memories surged forth, and hands instinctively covered their mouths as they rushed to the restroom, feeling a wave of nausea. In another scene, a young girl was curled up in a dark corner, hugging her knees and trembling violently, her lovely face streaked with tears that flowed freely. In the already chilling environment, a warm mist began to rise from her lower half. She had indeed been so frightened that she had lost control. In the end, the young girl was cornered by the shadow demon, screaming and struggling with her limbs, daring not to retaliate as she was gruesomely devoured. Beneath the pixelation, her pale, delicate form was seen bursting forth with copious amounts of blood. Ugh! Witnessing the scene, Xian Keek's beautiful eyes were already moist and swollen, covering her small mouth. Cheeks puffed as she rushed to the restroom. One video after another played, transforming the setting into a grand spectacle of humiliation, truly a dark chapter in history. Yet, no one dared to mock, for none were better off than the other. The so-called prodigy of Xiaoqing. All were inept, Du Feng observed everything with a cold gaze. At that moment, when Sharon searched desperately through the myriad of reflected projection videos, mustering the courage to ask, Instructor Du, why isn't there a video of Brother Can? As one of the 6 who had slain the shadow demon and passed the trial, Du Feng's furrowed brow finally relaxed upon hearing Su Can's name, and a rare smile graced his lips in this dire situation. Almost forgetting, with criticism must come praise. Indeed, Su Can's performance was commendable, remarkably so. He completed the trial in just 28 seconds. Perhaps no one in the entire Guizhou province, or even throughout the vast land of Daxia, could match his speed. 28 seconds to complete the trial? Does this mean that in those fleeting moments, Su Can had slain the shadow demon? How was this achieved? In an instant, every student, including Lu Mengdai, was taken aback by this revelation. Some students, still in shock, instinctively gaped in disbelief. In such a dark and dire environment, locating the shadow demon was already a monumental challenge, let alone engaging in combat. 28 seconds? Could it truly be so swift? Du Feng waved his hand, and Su Can's trial video appeared. This. Su Can awkwardly scratched his head. He had little interest in exerting himself, and the juvenile shadow demon was simply too weak to pique his interest. Thus, the manner in which he dispatched the demon was far from glorious. In the footage, Su Can transformed into a deity of war in the corner, reminiscent of a cunning trickster wielding a decapitating blade. The shadow demon appeared as a lost lamb, while Su Can resembled a sinister villain, especially with that smirk, his fierce gaze portraying anything but a hero. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence as all eyes turned towards Su Can. They had endured excruciating torment, yet he seemed to be playing a game akin to Little Red Riding Hood, luring the poor shadow demon. Was this reasonable? How despicable? Yu Qing blurted out, only to instinctively cover her mouth upon meeting Du Feng's disapproving gaze, hastily adding, Brother Can has such impressive perception. To accurately pinpoint the shadow demon's location in such an environment, he truly deserves to be the second-ranked man in our class, both swift and precise. No, rather, calm and ferocious. The students nodded in agreement. Setting aside Su Can's despicable actions, that terrifying perception was indeed astonishing. Though they perceived nothing unusual through the flickering images on the screen, save for the faint rustling sounds of serpents and insects, Su Can seemed to instinctively discern the location of the shadowy specter. Who would believe such a feat could be accomplished without an extraordinary sense? Today merely serves as your initial exposure to the trials of foreign races, akin to an appetizer. Tomorrow, however, you shall face further challenges, having conquered the shadow specter. Many more foreign entities await, necessitating your adaptation and perseverance. This is the essence of the trials of foreign races, so brace yourselves mentally. The students felt as if the heavens had collapsed, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Such a ferocious specter was merely an appetizer. Half an hour later, as dusk approached, just when the students believed they might finally escape the clutches of this arduous day, a thunderous command from Du Feng shattered the air. Fallen, the 22 students dared not utter a word, promptly reforming their ranks, exchanging glances filled with despair. Du Feng, with a cold smirk, remarked, "You think you can return home before 8? Remain here and behave yourselves. Next, I will impart to you the art of breathing techniques. Whether you have trained before or not, I expect your utmost seriousness, for this is indeed one of the most vital courses in your martial journey." Chapter 69. The Return to Origin, the strongest breathing technique of our time. Su Can's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the realm of martial arts, prior to entering the domain, one merely hones the physical body through body-tempering techniques, passively influenced by the essence of the world. The extent to which one can assimilate this essence depends on one's innate talent for martial arts. Those with exceptional talent can experience rapid elevation in their life essence, even through simple exercises. Take, for instance, Lu Mengdai and Yu Zhiro, who, despite being mere high school students, have ascended into the ranks of the initiated through body tempering alone. Conversely, those with inferior innate talent, such as the ordinary class students of lower caliber, will find that no amount of practice will advance their life essence. Building upon this foundation, the cultivation of breathing techniques allows practitioners to actively draw in the essence of the universe, thereby widening this disparity even further. It serves as a threshold, marking the moment when a martial artist begins to seize control of their martial destiny. Thus, the distinction between those who practice breathing techniques and those who do not is monumental. A life essence level of 10, without the practice of breathing techniques, can only be regarded as entering the domain. Only through the cultivation of breathing techniques and the perception of the world's essence can one truly claim the title of a martial artist. Currently, the top 5 in the racing class, including Yu Qing, Zhong Yin, and Xian Kiki, have life essence levels just above 10, yet they have yet to practice breathing techniques. A student promptly inquired, was it not stipulated by the instructors that one must reach a life essence level of 10 to begin practicing breathing techniques? Du Feng cast a glance at the questioning student and, in a rare display of patience, elucidated. The requirement for a life essence level of 10 is set because at this stage, one can intuitively sense the world's essence. Practicing breathing techniques prematurely is akin to preparing for the imminent perception of this essence. The school mandates that you reach a life essence level of 10 to avert exceptional cases, where an inadequately strong vessel may shatter if water is poured into it too soon. This could lead to the destruction of your martial foundation or, in severe cases, even result in death by the very essence of the universe. He continued, however, many of you are already nearing a life essence level of 9, and your vessels are beginning to solidify. Therefore, there is little harm in practicing breathing techniques ahead of time. By the time you master the breathing technique, you should approximately reach a life essence level of 10, thus accelerating your journey to becoming martial artists. As he observed the students sighing in relief, Du Feng chuckled. Surely, you do not think that once I teach you the breathing technique, you will instantly master it, worrying that you might inadvertently absorb the essence before reaching a life essence level of 10? Do not jest, you lack the requisite perception for that, Liang Quan. At that moment, Liang Quan unexpectedly stepped out of the line. At Du Feng's gesture, the young man sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Before long, a deep and resonant sound of breathing filled the air, accompanied by the rustling sounds of swirling energy. The surrounding air began to flow towards Liang Quan, gradually converging around him. Upon opening his eyes, Liang Quan scratched his head and chuckled. I must apologize, instructor. I have only recently ascended to the 10.5 life energy level and subsequently embarked on practicing the origin breathing technique. It took me nearly a month to successfully condense my first cyclone. Only as I approached the 11 to nearly 12 life energy level did I begin to sense the primordial essence of the universe. It was only a week ago that I barely managed to break through the first genetic lock with 3 cyclones, allowing me to condense the genetic source tree. Condensing the first cyclone took a month, and it was only a week ago that I attempted to breach the first genetic lock to condense the genetic source tree. And yet, I possess exceptional innate talent. I have now reached the 19-point life energy level. Such a prodigy took so long to achieve this. So, do you still consider the practice of breathing techniques to be an effortless endeavor? Du Feng scrutinized the group of students. The reason for your early training is to save you time, not because I hold your comprehension in high regard. Establishing a solid foundation before reaching the 20-point life energy level, managing to cultivate 2 cyclones to sense the primordial essence, and beginning to challenge the genetic locks would indeed be impressive. After a moment of admonishment, Du Feng immediately unveiled a massive projection screen. 5 large characters were clearly visible. Origin breathing technique. This was the original breathing technique devised by the martial god temple, now widespread across the globe. It emulates the natural breathing of an infant, condensing 12 cyclones through the 12 orifices of the human body. Upon sensing the primordial essence of the universe, one can absorb and refine it, condensing spiritual essence for personal use, and begin to challenge the genetic locks. Du Feng took his time to introduce the technique. The origin breathing technique can be practiced indefinitely. After condensing 12 cyclones, one can train to the 9th realm of the martial god without difficulty. However, to accelerate the training process, some exceptionally gifted individuals may develop unique breathing techniques tailored to their own essence. For instance, some of the strongest figures of our time have created their own breathing methods, which have become among the most powerful breathing techniques. The sword god, for example, developed the sword cultivation technique, yielding the supreme sword energy. The great Xia Dragon King, one of the four martial saints, created the dragon vein breathing technique, harnessing the dragon's energy to dominate the landscape. Dufeng then turned his gaze towards Lu Mengdai and Su Kan, those who have mastered the thunderclap 9 swords. Upon reaching perfection, can also attain another of the most formidable breathing techniques, the extreme source thunder breath. Its destructive power is unrivaled and belongs to the foremost among the four martial saints, the heavenly blade. With the extreme source cultivated, this heavenly blade possesses a combat strength so formidable that, despite being at the 8th realm limit of the martial saint, he can contend with the formidable beings of foreign realms without falling short. All the students looked at Lu Mengdai and Su Kan with a mixture of envy and admiration. These two are both prodigies who have mastered the thunderclap 9 swords, especially the latter, who has reached the 2nd sound limit. If he were to achieve the 5th sound, he would directly inherit one of the most powerful legacies. Naturally, while envy lingered in their hearts, they understood the immense difficulty of mastering the Thunderblade, which could be likened to a hellish trial. Attaining the strongest foundation requires exceptional capability. Not only is the extreme source thunder breath remarkable, but every formidable breathing technique in the contemporary world is equally extraordinary. Su Kan could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. It turns out that the Thunder 9 blades possess such profound effects. No wonder it is said to be capable of evolving into myriad forms, wielding unparalleled might to cleave the heavens. Recalling the awe-inspiring scene of that cloaked figure, transforming palm into blade and splitting the firmament, Su Kan's heart swelled with excitement. Truly, the extreme source thunder breath is among the most potent breathing techniques of our time. Henceforth, as his cultivation progresses, he need not fret over the breathing methods any longer. However, this hinges on the premise of reaching the 5th resonance, a formidable journey ahead. Now, let's commence the formal practice of the breathing technique. I've already transmitted the rhythm and principles of the return to source breathing method into your wristbands, except for Lu Mengdai and Liang Quan, who have mastered the technique. All students sat cross-legged in unison, attentively listening to Du Feng's explanation while fixated on the virtual imagery projected from their wristbands. The virtual figure, with a clearly defined human structure, mapped out the rhythmic patterns of breathing with precise lines. Meanwhile, Du Feng's voice resonated slowly in their ears. The rhythm of return to source and the method of sensing acupoint locations through airflow are not immediate concerns for you, as achieving them in a short time is implausible. For now, focus on adjusting your chaotic breathing, taking it step by step. Chapter 70. Is the source chi of heaven and earth a great tonic? Seated cross-legged on the specially designed floor of the martial arts room, Su Kan began to regulate his breathing. This task was not arduous, as his 6 senses naturally surpassed those of ordinary individuals. He could accurately perceive the sounds of his breath and the tactile sensations of his nostrils. In but a moment, he achieved a state of mental clarity and steady breathing, taking no more than 10 seconds. The subsequent step was to master the rhythm and patterns of the source breathing technique. With his breathing adjusted, he endeavored to clear his mind. Du Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, paced back and forth, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap towards Yuqing. Smack! The sound echoed sharply. Still asleep? Rubbing his stinging cheeks, Yuqing looked aggrieved. No, I'm not sleeping anymore. He truly felt wronged. As he adjusted his breathing, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, more unbearable than during a mundane academic lecture. Who would dare claim they had never dozed off in math class? The other students, similarly on the verge of drifting off, jolted awake with a start. After taking a deep breath, they hastily readjusted their breathing. They needed to maintain a state of semi-consciousness while simultaneously monitoring their breathing rhythm. It was indeed quite challenging. To stave off sleep, they resorted to pinching each other's toes in a desperate bid to stay alert. Du Feng snorted coldly, continuing to survey the other students. Upon noticing Shen Kiki, he was somewhat surprised. Despite her lack of practical skills, she displayed remarkable intelligence in her training. The girl's breathing was notably smooth, indicating that she would soon enter a state of tranquility. This one Shaoran has managed to maintain a steady state for a full minute. Du Feng silently nodded. Her comprehension was indeed commendable. Some individuals were destined to stand out in their learning endeavors. Suddenly, sensing an anomaly in the flow of qi, Du Feng noted a subtle shift in the surrounding energy. Drifting towards the back, without turning his head, he reprimanded, "You two, if you have nothing to do, enter the virtual realm to hone your martial skills without disturbing the others' training." Standing behind, Liang Quan, whose eyes had widened in shock, instinctively replied, "Instructor, it's not us." As he spoke, his gaze fixated on a figure seated in meditation, eyes filled with astonishment. Du Feng furrowed his brows and turned his head. "If it's not the two of you, then who else could be gathering qi?" His voice trailed off. Du Feng stared in disbelief at the two individuals who had not entered a breathing state, following their line of sight to release his perception. The flow of qi was indeed directed toward a figure beside them. Sukan, the currents of energy converging. Had he already mastered the rhythm of the source breathing technique? Du Feng swiftly approached the meditating Su Kan, astonished as he observed the boy's brow, where the qi was coalescing, ready to form a vortex. Du Feng had immense confidence in Su Kan's understanding. Such a basic breathing technique was unlikely to pose any issues. Thus, he had not focused on the boy's condition, but instead directed his attention to the others. Yet he could never have anticipated that in the brief moment he turned to inspect, the youth had already adjusted his breathing, having even cultivated the source breathing technique to this extent. How little time had passed. Du Feng turned to Liang Quan, who, coming back to his senses, took a deep breath and said, "Instructor, it seems that after sitting down, student Su adjusted his breathing in less than 20 seconds. And during the few minutes you turned away, he began to attempt the breathing pattern of the 100 rivers returning to the sea." Du Feng instinctively swallowed hard. So this lad has managed to master the rhythm of the source breathing in under 10 minutes? To his knowledge, aside from the creator of this initial breathing technique, the fastest anyone had ever grasped it took over half an hour. At that moment, the air currents that had been swirling aimlessly around Su Kan suddenly found their purpose, converging towards the center of his brow. It was open, the energy passage was activated, and the energy vortex was formed, including Du Feng. Both Lu Mengdai and Liang Quan were left speechless, especially Liang Quan, who bit his lip, revealing a bitter smile. The energy vortex he had taken nearly a month to consolidate, Su Kan had achieved in less than 20 minutes. Was the disparity in comprehension truly so vast? When he had previously practiced the breathing technique and learned that the sword god had only taken about 30 minutes to form his energy vortex, Liang Quan had been only half convinced. Now, witnessing Su Kan's extraordinary talent, surpassing even that of the sword god, he was utterly convinced. Indeed, such individuals exist. At this moment, Su Kan felt a refreshing coolness at his brow, and his mental acuity was unusually heightened. He could not ascertain how much time had passed, but under the powerful control of his senses and physical form, he quickly sensed the anomaly at his brow. He adjusted his breathing, guiding the incoming airflow to converge at his brow, and in an imperceptible manner, it felt as if some barrier had been breached, followed by a wave of refreshing energy. Moreover, Su Kan sensed something distinct from the airflow, flowing amidst it, elusive yet tantalizing. He yearned to absorb it, yet it slipped away just beyond his grasp. You have sensed the rare, celestial energy flowing from the upper realm into the mortal world, yet it can only be observed from afar, not trifled with. The achievement of the god of food has failed to trigger. Su Kan was momentarily taken aback, nearly losing his state of breathing due to the message resonating in his mind. The triggering of the god of food achievement was unexpected, and the failure was even more unforeseen. Given the peculiar nature of the system, that rare celestial energy from the upper realm, could it be the elusive essence he had just missed? Now that Su Kan pieced it together, that which flowed between heaven and earth, and was not easily absorbed like the common air, was it not the source qi of the universe? Thus, the source qi of the universe was indeed a substantial boon for the god of food achievement. With this thought, Su Kan's heart raced uncontrollably. Recently, having grown weary of the mixed ordinary beast meat in his meals, he found himself unable to trigger the god of food achievement. Yet, the god of food achievement still granted a 40 enhancement effect. Regardless of the nature of the substance, anything that can be supplemented can yield enhancement. If the primordial chi of heaven and earth were to be recognized as a supreme tonic, would it not imply that, henceforth, by cultivating the absorption of this primordial essence, one could perpetually enjoy a 40 enhancement and digestive effect while in a state of cultivation? Absorbing an equivalent amount of primordial chi would translate into a 40 increase in efficiency and speed of refining it into spiritual essence compared to others. Would this not indirectly bolster one's martial foundation and innate qualifications? Sukin was overwhelmed with excitement. Meanwhile, outside, Du Feng and Lu Mengdai were already terrified. Did this young man just sense the primordial chi of heaven and earth? Did he even attempt to absorb it? Fortunately, he did not succeed in sensing it. Otherwise, given the life energy level of the blade partner, it is uncertain whether he could withstand it. Instructor, should we not awaken him? Lu Mengdai, astonished yet concerned, expressed her worries. Otherwise, with his perceptiveness, I fear he might inadvertently succeed in sensing it before reaching a life energy level of 10 and forcefully absorb the primordial chi. Chapter 71. Source Spirit Liquid. Entering the realm. You have sensed the rare celestial energy flowing from the upper realm into the mortal world. But it can only be observed from afar and not trifled with. The attempt to enhance the divine cuisine achievement has failed. I refuse to believe it. In a state of mental emptiness, after 2 fruitless attempts to absorb the source energy of heaven and earth, Sukin shifted his focus inward, seeking to sense the other energy orifices within his body, intending to condense a second energy vortex. He intensified his efforts, convinced that he could not fail to absorb it. Outside, the 3 observers were filled with trepidation, fearing that Sukin might truly absorb the source energy of heaven and earth, leading to dire consequences. Each time they raised their hands to intervene, they hesitated, worried that they might disrupt Sukin's concentration, thereby hindering his inaugural practice of the breathing technique. Fortunately, Sukin's subsequent 2 attempts ended in failure, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Liang Quan wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming that it felt like riding a roller coaster. Sukin had already reached a remarkable stage. Once his life energy level hit 10 points, or even approached it, he would undoubtedly succeed in absorbing the source energy effortlessly. Yet, he insisted on pursuing thrills. Indeed, the world of genius is often unpredictable. After half an hour of steadfast observation, a third of the students surrounding them had managed to enter a stable breathing state. Among them, Wen Shaoren, Zhongyan, Yuqing, and Xian Kiki began to attempt the rhythm and patterns of the returning source breath. However, they repeatedly made errors and had to start anew. Suddenly, a formidable suction arose from the sole of Sukin's right foot. The surrounding air surged in rapidly, harmonizing with the energy vortex at his brow, creating 2 whirlpools that swiftly converged the airflow. The second energy vortex was forming. Du Feng felt a dryness in his mouth and quietly lit a cigarette. Liang Quan, in a daze, thought to himself that he had only managed 3 energy vortices thus far, and yet Sukin had achieved 2 in nearly an hour. It was astounding. At this rate, Sukin would likely have a significant opportunity to condense 12 energy vortices before reaching the second realm. When that time came, under the impetus of 12 vortices, his efficiency in absorbing and refining source energy would likely surpass even those with superior bone quality. If Sukin possessed superior bone quality himself, he might even dare to challenge the ultimate realm. Lu Mengdia's beautiful eyes shimmered with longing. The ultimate realm. She was currently striving towards this very goal. The ultimate realm. The pinnacle of martial foundation. As the second energy vortex completed its formation, the 3 resumed their tense expressions. Gazing at Sukin, given the stubbornness he had previously displayed, he had already dared to attempt absorbing the source energy with 1 vortex. Now, with an additional vortex, he was certain to continue trying. They even suspected that Sukin had sought to open the second energy orifice specifically to sense the source energy of heaven and earth. What are you doing? To their surprise, Sukin opened his eyes, halted his breathing, and frowned at the 3 hands reaching out before him. Liang Quan, feeling a sense of awkwardness, scratched his head and said, "Student Su, This is not merely a matter of caution regarding your attempt to absorb the essence of the world after condensing your second vortex. Both Instructor Du and I are genuinely concerned. Du Feng cleared his throat and resumed his stern tone. Do not let your arrogance cloud your judgment. Merely unblocking 2 vortices does not grant you the license to act recklessly. I am well aware of the challenges associated with absorbing the essence of the world, which is why I plan to condense several more vortices before attempting again. I possess sufficient self-awareness in this regard, so please rest assured, Instructor. Condensing several more vortices before attempting again. Self-awareness? Seeing the earnest expression on Su Can's face, Du Feng's countenance darkened. Is that truly what I meant? Do you really think that condensing vortices is as simple as drinking water? The subsequent processes will only become increasingly arduous. As he spoke, Du Feng's tone involuntarily softened. For Su Can, it seemed that unblocking the energy channels and condensing the vortices was indeed relatively effortless. After all, he had managed to condense 2 in less than an hour. A rigorous teacher produces exceptional students. Yet the fear of encountering a prodigy leaves one at a loss for reprimands. Du Feng suddenly felt somewhat superfluous. Such students evoke a blend of admiration and exasperation. At that moment, students around began to gradually withdraw from their focused breathing states, visibly fatigued. Maintaining such concentration was undoubtedly taxing. Du Feng glanced at the time. It was already past 8. He turned to the students, who could no longer maintain their focus. We shall halt the practice of the breathing technique for now. Remember to consolidate your training when you return, and do not forget today's experience in the alien trial. Next, we will distribute the rewards for completing the trial. As Du Feng spoke, he retrieved a metallic box from behind him and subsequently produced a vial of crystalline green liquid. First place, Su Can, is awarded a vial of source spirit liquid. The source spirit liquid. Some students nearing a life energy level of 10 immediately cast envious glances at Su Can. Su Can appeared astonished. Is the reward for completing the preliminary trial truly this substantial? This source spirit liquid was vastly superior to ordinary vitality elixirs. In fact, for students around the 10 life energy level, its desirability exceeded that of a 3rd-tier potion. This was due to the inclusion of a rare heavenly material in the source spirit liquid, capable of enhancing life energy levels by approximately 2 points within a short period. Its effects were gentle and carried no side effects. Most importantly, while the medicinal properties coursed through the body, it would assist the user in more swiftly sensing the essence of the world. It effectively accelerated the foundational cultivation process for students. And due to the rarity of the materials, it was seldom available on the market. Su Can, focus on enhancing your life energy level upon your return. Now that you have mastered the breathing technique with the assistance of the source spirit liquid and your moderate digestion speed, within about 3 days, as the medicinal effects are gradually absorbed, you should be able to elevate your life energy level to 10. At that point, you can continue to attempt absorbing the essence of the world and refining the spiritual source to condense the gene source tree. Prior to that, do not act recklessly. When Du Feng admonished him not to act recklessly, his tone grew more serious, as though issuing a warning. Understood. Upon receiving the source spirit liquid, Su Can feigned composure. Yet his heart was already aflame with anticipation to return and indulge in its delights, eager to continue his cultivation. To advise him against such reckless behavior, that was utterly inconceivable. Initially, he believed he would need to dedicate more time to refining his skills, elevating his life energy level, and consolidating additional energy vortices to truly sense the essence of heaven and earth. However, with this vial of source spirit liquid in his possession, the untested system of a mere novice would likely reap further rewards from the culinary deity achievement. The potency of the source spirit liquid, once enhanced, would be nothing short of formidable. While others required 3 days to gradually assimilate its effects, Su Can felt assured that he could exhaust it all in a single night. Striving to break through to a life energy level of 10, subsequently absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and allowing the system to savor the experience Su Can, shall transcend tonight. Chapter 72. The Ambition of the Strongest Warrior Shao Can. Thanks to your support, Mother is now quite content. Please do not place too much pressure on yourself. Remember to balance work and rest, all right? As for your mother, our son is currently in a tense period of preparing for the martial arts examination. Let's not disturb him. Allow him to unleash his potential. Our son, with his determined nature, cannot be swayed once he sets his mind to something, as you well know. Though I may not comprehend the intricacies of martial arts, I am acutely aware that my son will tire. Were you saying, do you think I'm not concerned for him? You too, cease your quarrel. I shall handle this matter with discernment. Upon returning home and enjoying a late-night snack, under Li Yin's watchful gaze, Sukin reluctantly responded before heading directly to the martial arts room. Sitting cross-legged upon the carpet, Sukin did not immediately reach for the source spirit liquid. Instead, he recalled the words spoken by Lu Mengdai on their way back, which led him into deep contemplation. The significance of a solid martial foundation. During their ride, Lu Mengdai had repeatedly urged Sukin to refine his foundation to its utmost limit before attempting to break through the genetic lock. He also learned about the concept of the extreme realm warrior. An extreme realm warrior is one who has honed their foundation to perfection, possessing the most formidable base among martial artists. In situations where the genetic count is equal, these individuals transcend ordinary warriors by leaps and bounds. The strength of their genetics cannot be quantified by conventional standards. The few supreme beings of the present-day Xia dynasty exemplify this extreme existence within their respective realms. It is precisely for this reason that they can exert overwhelming power, intimidating even those alien races with a greater number of formidable warriors. A robust foundation indeed paves a longer path for martial artists. Sukin promptly activated his wristband and entered the martial arts forum of the Knife River Martial Arts School. Clicking into the foundational section, a series of highlighted posts swiftly appear before him. The importance of a martial foundation. The first post directly addressed the section's theme and garnered the most views, having been pinned by the moderator, lending it considerable authority. Sukin hastily opened it, and a row of striking red letters unfolded before his eyes. Firstly, I welcome both those who have condensed the gene source tree and those who have not to my post. What I am about to discuss pertains to the details and significance of the foundation condensation process. As for right or wrong, you may judge for yourselves. The first question, should one condense the gene source tree first or reach one's own limit before doing so? Sukin stared intently at the text. This inquiry has indeed perplexed many. The answer varies from person to person, as it is influenced by numerous factors, including comprehension and innate qualities. For example, if one possesses an average martial foundation, such as a moderate root, coupled with equally average comprehension, well, do not harbor illusions of a formidable foundation. If you can merely open one energy vortex and refine the spirit source to be stored within your energy acupoints, then focus on condensing the gene source tree. Do not concern yourself with the thickness of the source tree or the density of the source patterns. Achieving this step is already a remarkable feat. You are quite the comforter. Sukin's lips twitched in response. If one were to pose a question to this moderator with inferior roots, would they not be looked down upon to the extent of losing their very dignity? In the second scenario, even if one possesses average roots but possesses commendable insight, it is advisable to consolidate a second cyclone and then, based on the depletion of spiritual sources during the refinement of primal energy, decide whether to continue consolidating cyclones. After all, no matter how swiftly one absorbs the source energy of heaven and earth, if one's martial roots cannot fully assimilate it, it results in an unequal relationship. Should excessive spiritual sources dissipate, no matter how many energy apertures one possesses, it would be futile. It is far more prudent to fill the current apertures to capacity first, to consolidate the genetic source tree, and only then, once a release point is established, to gather more cyclones. And do you truly believe that your insight alone can enable you to consolidate more cyclones? I have witnessed countless individuals aspiring to gather 12 cyclones, hoarding spiritual sources in a delusional attempt to cultivate a formidable genetic source tree. Yet, the ultimate outcome is that while others have ascended to the second or even third and fourth realms of martial prowess, they remain entangled in the quantity of cyclones, tragically missing the optimal period for cultivation, struggling to even consolidate their genetic source tree. Indeed, let me remind everyone once more, as one ages with genetic solidification, it becomes increasingly difficult to consolidate and alter one's genes. Therefore, it is crucial to avoid lofty ambitions and to focus on accomplishing what is within one's capabilities. Upon reading this, Sukin nodded silently. He had previously harbored such concerns, fearing that if he were to consolidate too many cyclones, his current average roots might not withstand strain. It is worth noting that Liang Quan possesses superior roots and has only dared to consolidate 3 cyclones, hastily solidifying his genetic source tree for fear of future difficulties in its consolidation. Most individuals share the same apprehensions as Liang Quan, opting for a cautious approach while grappling with their dilemmas. When Sukin learned that the god of food could assist with breathing techniques and cyclone refinement, even enhancing it by an additional 40, akin to the previous blood essence potions that could inexplicably amplify their efficacy by the same margin, his worries dissipated like mist. The ability to refine a strand of pure spiritual source could yield an additional 40 extra spiritual energy from that strand. With such extraordinary capabilities, Sukin's concerns vanished entirely. Moreover, the potential for his roots to undergo further transformation in the future alleviated any worries regarding limits. With a heart full of resolve, Sukin continued to peruse the post. In the third scenario, there is no need for elaboration. Those with outstanding martial roots and remarkable insight should simply charge forth, consolidating more cyclones, storing additional spiritual sources, and challenging their own limits. By consolidating a robust and towering source tree and solidifying source patterns, the future extensibility of their genetic source tree will far surpass that of their peers, embodying infinite possibilities and formidable combat prowess. Each extreme realm practitioner has achieved their limits at every level, which distinguishes them from the ordinary, rendering them invincible within their own realm. However, despite their prowess, gifted students must still act within their means. It is essential to recognize that while imagination is enchanting, reality can be harsh. Every extreme practitioner has benefited from the right timing, environment, and support, meticulously forging their path. As he absorbed the final descriptions of the benefits of a formidable foundation and the exaggerated praise for extreme practitioners, Sukin felt a surge of exhilaration. Regardless, let us first consolidate the 12 vital energy points. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a worthy soldier. If one does not wish to become the most formidable martial artist, then why engage in the practice of martial arts at all? Considering the practical circumstances, I indeed have the opportunity to make an attempt. It is said that success depends on the alignment of time, place, and people. Sukin possesses sufficient understanding, and with the blessing of the god of food, he has a chance for the transformation of his foundational roots. Moreover, his age is in the prime of opportunity. Recently, he even secured a month of cultivation rights in the realm of celestial fortune during a banquet hosted by Yujiro. With all these advantageous factors, there is no reason to harbor fear. Charge forth. If one does not take risks, then what is the point of practicing the art of martial combat? Without the certainty of achieving the ultimate realm, I shall not consolidate the source of my genetic tree. With a fierce determination brewing within, Sukin seized the source spirit liquid and downed it in one swift motion. Chapter 73. A taste of the system as the essence liquid of the spirit flowed down his throat. It felt akin to a gentle, cool spring, swiftly transforming into a potent force that spread throughout his body. However, a pang of regret struck Sukin as he realized that in his eagerness, he had spilled a drop, which trickled down his sharply defined chin and fell to the ground. Alas, such a waste. Perhaps next time, a straw would suffice. Nevertheless, the potency of this elixir was indeed extraordinary, far removed from the chaotic effects of ordinary potions. Rising to his feet, suppressing the urge to lick the ground, Sukin eagerly assumed the stance for his body-tempering fist, simultaneously regulating his breath as he began to practice the source return breathing technique. Indeed, the source return breathing technique could be cultivated alongside the body-tempering fist, as it was the original intention of the martial deity hall to create these two training methods. They complemented each other, allowing for the harmonious practice of physical conditioning and the absorption of source energy. However, this required immense concentration, and the mastery of the body-tempering fist necessitated a peak state where both body and spirit were in unison, enabling one to multitask with unparalleled finesse. As he digested the elixir's power, he continued to concentrate on coalescing the energy vortex within him. Boom! A punch erupted, stirring the air into a tempest, compressing it until it burst, sending shock waves surging backward. Yet, as Sukin employed the source return breathing technique, the two energy vortices at his brow and soles drew in the surrounding air, reconstituting it into a closed circuit. You have once again captivated the entire martial world, and the drop of celestial liquid that fell to the mundane realm stirred a tempest of chaos. You are filled with remorse, vowing to ingest the entire vial next time, lest calamities arise again. Food God achievement rewards are being added. Reward: the effect of tasting supreme nourishment continues to increase by 10. Current Food God effect: 50 enhancement. Sukin's lips twitched in regret. He had not anticipated that his carelessness in wasting a drop of the essence liquid would incite such turmoil in the martial world. Agrave Shenanigans. I must prepare more straws, and in the future, ensure to clean every bottle cap thoroughly, lest I attract unwarranted attention from certain female cultivators. Such a transgression would be unforgivable. Meanwhile, as Sukin immersed himself in his training within the Martial Arts Association, upon witnessing the remarkable results of this young man, wouldn't the students from various provinces and the elder masters of the Great Xia be in an uproar? Dufeng took a deep drag of his cigarette, a smile gracing his lips. After organizing all the trial results, he promptly uploaded Su Kan's initial trial scores into the martial arts section of all competitive classes in the Great Xia. This section, established by the Martial Arts Association, allowed students from all competitive classes to log in and view their rankings, fostering a spirit of healthy competition. Indeed, the students of this year's competitive class within the Great Xia logged into the martial arts section without delay. In a villa situated in the central urban area of Nan City, a striking young man with tousled hair sat cross-legged in his family's martial arts room. This young man was none other than Wei Tianxiu, the pride of Nan's, renowned for his exceptional innate talents and a contender alongside Lu Mengdai in the realm of prodigies. Before him, the information for his mirrored sparring session with Lu Mengdai was displayed, data he had eagerly obtained from Wei Long through Dufeng. Beside it was his own mirrored sparring data. Saint Stick, life energy level, 1 realm, 30 points skills, staff technique, 3rd stage, 28 points. Body technique, 3rd stage, 37 points. Martial arts, Chowdian staff technique, mastery, Tashin step, mastery. Except for the thunderclap 9 blades, my martial prowess is not significantly inferior to Lu Mengdai's. Even when she activates her blade eye in thunderblade state, my combat armor is not greatly outmatched. Yet, why is it that as two of the foremost talents in the capital of Guangzhou province, we could not surpass an individual with mediocre root bones during the initial assessment, finishing in 28 seconds? How was this accomplished? Wei Tianxiu furrowed his brow, his calloused fingers incessantly scrolling through the initial assessment rankings. But all he could see was a loading state. It wasn't until 10 minutes had passed that he continued refreshing the interface. Updated. Suddenly, Wei Tianxiu's eyes brightened. The list finally displayed a series of data. The rankings of students from various provincial capitals of the Great Xia in the speed class appeared one after another. In addition to the completion times, a video link was also attached. Xiao City. Xiao City. Lu Mengdai has broken into the top 5. After watching the video of the girl-esque trial, Wei Tianxiu clenched his fists. Next time, I must be faster than her. What about Su Kan? Where's Su Kan? Su Kan. 28 seconds, undoubtedly at the top position. Wei Tianxiu held his breath, and indeed, at the first position, he saw Su Kan's name. Su Kan. First in initial assessment, time, 28 seconds. I'm gonna see how you accomplish this. He clicked the video link vigorously, and in the next moment, the footage of Su Kan's initial assessment unfolded. The god of war in the corner, the old 6 combat strategy, reappears. Wei Tianxiu stood there in shock, his handsome face contorting as he gritted his teeth in frustration. To achieve first place in such a manner, I, Wei Tianxiu, refuse to accept this. Others shared the same sentiment. including the many prodigies from the speed class across the Great Xia. They all wore expressions of disbelief as they watched Sukin on screen. They had anticipated that Sukin would dominate the Shadow Ghost with a formidable display, but instead, he resorted to such despicable tactics. This initial assessment champion. They would not concede. Meanwhile, within the martial arts room of Mingwe Villa, the sound of fists echoed like thunder, the air swirling with energy. Sukin had no time to check initial assessment results. Instead, he immersed himself in rigorous training, continually enhancing his life energy level and unlocking new energy meridians. Cultivation level 9-3, not yet in the realm. The infusion of source spirit liquid coupled with the god of food's blessing is indeed extraordinary. In less than 3 hours, it has surged from 8-9 to 9-3. Even though he was drenched in sweat, his cheeks flushed, Sukin showed no sign of wanting to stop. While training, he listened to the prompt sounds of his progress in his mind, wearing an expression of exhilaration. Not only was his life energy level increasing, but he had also condensed a third energy vortex in his palm, his mental focus sharper than ever as he began to explore the fourth energy meridian. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before he realized it, it had already passed noon. The martial arts attire soaked through as Sukin trained. He felt a cool sensation at his brow, jolting his spirit. That just now was it the source chi of heaven and earth. In a state of unconsciousness, he unexpectedly began to draw in the essence of heaven and earth. Warning, warning, you are engaging in a perilous act. Upon sensing the rare celestial aura flowing into the mortal realm, disregarding the system's counsel, he audaciously consumed the unknown celestial energy with his mortal form. In a manner that baffled the system's understanding of physiological constructs, he successfully absorbed it, beginning to take on the semblance of an immortal. This left the system perplexed, and the rewards for achieving the divine culinary status were being augmented. Reward: the effects of consuming potent nourishment increase by an additional 15. Current culinary deity effect, 65 enhancement. At last, the system experienced a taste of success. Sukin revealed a smile. Before long, he began refining that strand of the essence of heaven and earth according to the method of the return to source breathing technique, continuously transforming it through a cyclone. The process proceeded smoothly, as if an unseen hand were assisting him in the refinement, likely due to the 65 boost from the culinary deity effect. Is this the essence of spirit? Such formidable power. The refined essence flowed through his energy channels. Unlike medicinal properties, its attributes far exceeded Sukin's imagination. Moreover, over half of the pure essence continually merged into this strand, further augmenting its scale. The culinary deity is truly remarkable. Sukin was elated, and he had no intention of storing this strand of essence. Instead, he allowed it to permeate throughout his body, nourishing his physical form alongside the medicinal potency of the source spirit liquid, thereby enhancing the resilience of the vessel. Thus, aside from continuing to explore the fourth energy channel and practicing punches to digest the essence of the spirit, he now had an additional task: to fully embark on the path of martial arts, finally able to inhale the essence of heaven and earth as naturally as breathing. His life energy level was rising rapidly, and he believed that soon he would reach a new realm. Chapter 74. The Ancestry of Martial Arts, a Transformation of Roots. Another night of relentless training. It was just past 3 in the morning. After draping a sleeping robe over Li Yan, Su Changhua accompanied her to Su Kan's room. The spacious and tidy chamber still bore light, yet the youthful figure was nowhere to be found on the bed. Prominently displayed at the head of the bed was a banner inscribed with the phrase, "Those who practice martial arts, if they do not die, will train to the brink of death." Li Yan turned a glance at Su Changhua. Do martial artists truly not require sleep? Su Changhua scratched his head. I never imagined that boy would actually take it to heart. However, I have heard that those who practice martial arts possess far greater vitality than ordinary individuals. Nonsense. Our son is working so hard. We shall forego sleep as well. There are only a few hours until dawn. Let us prepare a meal of his favorite exotic beast, meat noodles, and brew a soup to reward our son properly. You, his father, will knead the dough, while I prepare the broth. Very well. At 3:30 in the morning, Within the martial arts room, Sukin was drenched in sweat, feeling as though his body might disintegrate. His limbs felt as though they were laden with lead. Every punch thrown and each movement required gritted teeth to endure. Cultivation level 9. 7. Uninitiated. Although the fourth energy channel remained unbroken, his life energy level had already reached 9. 7, with the initiation at 10 not far off. If he could exert himself just a little more before dawn, he would undoubtedly achieve initiation. If he could enter the Moon family's divine realm for cultivation, it should accelerate his progress even further, wouldn't it? Stripping off his martial attire, revealing his finely sculpted abdominal muscles, Sukin sat cross-legged, taking large gulps of a specially formulated drink nearby. The thought of the divine realm, where the essence of heaven and earth was rumored to be far richer than the outside world, brought a glimmer of anticipation to his sweat-drenched face. He planned to explain his intentions to Du Feng after today and then report to the Moon family, leveraging the divine realm to solidify his foundation. Time waits for no one. Sukin was not inclined to languidly consolidate his roots. Given the circumstances, he resolved to muster all available resources to swiftly cultivate the strongest foundation. Only when his foundation approached perfection would his practice flow smoothly and confidently. Furthermore, through a post from a Knife River Martial Arts Hall, Sukin learned that many peak practitioners in the Great Xia had, to varying extents, utilized the divine realms for their foundational cultivation. Otherwise, constructing such an invincible foundation solely with the essence of heaven and earth from the external world would consume an insurmountable amount of resources and rare materials, rendering the endeavor arduous. After a brief 10-minute rest, Sukin rose once more, bare-chested, to embark on another round of training. His limbs remained sore, yet it could not dampen the fervor that surged within him. Moreover, he still had remnants of the source spirit liquid circulating in his body. Such a precious resource could not be squandered. With a resounding thud, he resumed his training, plunging once again into a state of self-forgetfulness. Time slipped away, second by second. As Sukin grew stronger with every passing moment, the exhilaration of becoming stronger spurred him to exert even greater effort. After years of diligent practice, your martial prowess has transcended the mundane, surpassing the realms describable by the low martial world. Achievement unlocked. Ancestor of martial arts. Reward. A further transformation of your innate constitution. Suddenly, a resounding notification echoed in Sukin's mind, leaving him utterly astonished. Ancestor of martial arts. A transformation of innate constitution. Wait, the system addressed me as the ancestor of martial arts. Sukin stood there in a daze, his consciousness turning towards his character panel. Cultivation level 10, entry stage. I've entered the entry stage. Unbeknownst to me, I had reached the standards for this stage. Yet, while I have entered the stage, I have merely begun my journey in martial arts, preparing to become a formidable martial artist. How could I already be deemed the ancestor of martial arts? However, the radiant golden light emanating from the title of ancestor of martial arts in his mind confirmed the truth of this revelation. This was no illusion. The eccentric system had triggered the achievement of the ancestor of martial arts. Sukin had become the ancestor of martial arts in the low martial world, capable of dominating the martial realm and shaking the world with his fists. What a remarkable turn of events! Yet, from another perspective, one might ponder if the low martial world truly lacks strength. To be able to sweep through the entire martial realm merely upon entering the stage seems rather trivial. Even a student from a racing class could accomplish that with ease. What the martial arts masters or the reclusive sages? It seems their prowess pales in comparison to a mere student's might. Astounding, gazing at the shimmering title of ancestor of martial arts. Sukin felt a rush of embarrassment mixed with exhilaration. His innate constitution had transformed once again. Furthermore, this transformation occurred during a crucial period for him to establish a solid foundation, a true stroke of fortune. He had anticipated that after gaining admission to Shenglong University, when the enigmatic Yujiro would fulfill her promise and refresh his understanding of martial therapeutic techniques with her elegant, long legs clad in lace, he would then achieve the holy maiden's body refinement and witness this transformation of his innate constitution. Little did he expect that simply entering the stage would trigger such an achievement. It seemed that achievements of similar effects were categorized into different types. The title of Ancestor Martial Arts was evidently a prestigious one. Soon, Su Kan felt an astonishing transformation unfolding within him, reminiscent of his first encounter with Yujiro. It was both warm and invigorating. His vital energy surged, and his sinews resonated in unison. The intensity of this metamorphosis surpassed that of his previous transformations, enhancing not only his heightened senses, but also the mental acuity swirling within his mind, tumultuous and unending. Each transformation equated to a rebirth, a leap in the realm of existence. And with the multitude of achievement buffs in play, not only would his martial foundation be elevated, but his comprehension and all innate talents would assuredly experience comprehensive enhancement. Su Kan took a deep breath, feeling the terrifying power coursing through him. Without hesitation, he continued to practice his body-forging punches and the return to source breathing technique, all the while secretly anticipating the extent of his strength following this night of transformation. He also wondered if, upon entering Shenlong University, he would trigger further achievements during classes with the enigmatic senior sister. This is indeed a matter worthy of profound contemplation and utmost seriousness. The following morning, before dawn had broken, he felt invigorated. Su Kan emerged from the bathing area of the martial arts hall, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, which revealed a physique that was undeniably more refined and robust. Feeling the explosive power coursing through his veins, he donned the black and gold martial arts attire provided by the association, a smile gracing his lips as he stepped out of the hall. "Shao Kan, you been up all night again, haven't you?" His mother, Li Yin, was seated in her automatic wheelchair, having waited outside the entrance of the martial arts hall. Upon seeing her son's beaming face, she hurried over to grasp his hand, leading him towards the dining table in the hall. "Come, your father and I have prepared breakfast for you. You need to nourish yourself. They say after an all-nighter, one's stomach is bound to be ravenous. We cannot let you go hungry." A warm sensation enveloped Su Kan's heart. The thought of enjoying a heartfelt breakfast prepared by his parents after training was indeed a source of happiness. However, noticing the evident fatigue on Li Yin's face, which suggested she too had stayed up all night, he could not help but express his concern. "Mom, in a few days, you'll be entering the Xian pool. Shouldn't you be resting properly? You have the audacity to admonish your mother? You train all night while I worry incessantly." Su Changhua, who was just returning from the outdoor kitchen with a large bowl of handmade noodles, chided playfully, "Hurry up and eat your breakfast. If you don't replenish your strength soon, your mother will truly be unable to sleep later." Su Kan rolled up his sleeves, revealing his well-defined biceps, and grinned as he boasted, "Your son has already reached the threshold. I'm in excellent shape." "Reached the threshold?" Su Changhua exclaimed, surprised.